Those who have bitten through their own umbilical cords know that umbilical cords are usually white. However, mine was pitch black, and even the amniotic fluid contained a force of evil. As soon as I was born, it elicited cosmic anomalies. The sky split in two, one half black, blessed by the ninth grade Black Lotus demon ancestor, and the other half white, guided by immortals bestowing auspicious signs. Either phenomenon, on its own, is one that doesn't occur even once in 100,000 years, yet, they both happened simultaneously. The elders of the family were utterly dumbfounded. The cause of my terrifying prenatal existence was my father, the supreme overlord of the demonic path in the nine heavens demon realm. As the demon emperor's son, it was natural for me to awaken the supreme god demon body, increasing my cultivation speed of demonic techniques 100-fold. However, shortly after my birth, before I could even catch my breath, a host of multicolored phoenixes came to claim my life. It turned out that my second uncle had stolen the Phoenix Sovereign's egg as a gift for me. Enraged, the Phoenix Sovereign led her elders, ready to fight to the death with all the resources of the Phoenix realm, as this was her offspring that she had painstakingly nurtured for over 10,000 years. Not yet born, it was already a multicolored phoenix, possibly breaking limits to become a 9-colored phoenix and potentially reaching the emperor level. At that moment, the enormous body of Feng Jiuhuang hovered above the Chen family, followed by hundreds of phoenixes igniting fierce flames, turning the entire sky a bright red. She issued a stern warning: hand over the phoenix egg, or face endless war with the Chen family. But how could Lao Duochen, the foremost figure of the demonic path, tolerate such provocation? Rising into the sky with a boom, his eyes turned pitch black, and demonic energy surged around him, sending shivers down the spines of the Phoenix Realm's masters. With a wave of his hand, dozens of huge black fireballs sped towards the phoenixes. Though Feng Jiuhuang managed to block the attacks, she underestimated Chen Dao's power. Each black fireball contained a destructive force, rapidly consuming anything it touched. While she managed to withstand a few attacks, the weaker phoenixes behind her were turned to ashes, a horrifying sight. Feng Jiuhuang had to admit, despite her 30,000 years of strength, she was no match for a human who had only cultivated for a few hundred years. Seeing Feng Jiuhuang's softened stance, Lao Duochen spoke up, understanding the importance of her offspring to her, but pointed out that allowing it to stay with his son could bring great fortune to the Phoenix clan. Feng Jiuhuang was initially confused, but upon realizing I possessed the supreme god demon body, a terrifying physique that was greatly beneficial to the Phoenix clan, she eventually agreed to let her offspring follow me, vowing to form an alliance with the Nine Demon Realm, thus binding both terrifying forces together over a newborn infant. This surely would shock the entire 3,000 realms. Lao Duo then took me to seclude ourselves in the ancestral lands, where, over 6 years, the Phoenix egg absorbed my god-demon force daily. While still unhatched, the eggshell now bore many ancient runes, and my strength surged dramatically. At just 6 years old, I could tear fierce beasts and shake mountains with my bare hands, yet the outside world remained unaware. With no news of me for 6 years, the younger generation of the Chen family speculated that the young master of the Chen family was too ashamed of his poor talent to show his face. Today is the day for the talent test of the Chen family. Every Chen family descendant around the age of 6 must participate, and I am no exception. Hence, I arrived at the martial arts field, where the grand elder of our sect had already begun the roll call. Those whose names were called had to walk up to a stone pillar, and the glow emitted by the pillar would determine their talent level. Talents are categorized from 1 to 9 stars. Generally, those who achieve a 9-star talent would almost certainly become a ruler of a region in the future. However, after testing several individuals, most of them showed talents below 6 stars. It wasn't until Chen Shui, the granddaughter of the third elder, took the stage that the situation changed dramatically. This delicate and beautiful little girl generated an astonishing aura the moment she touched the pillar. The pillar immediately burst into a fierce glow, indicating an 8-star talent, which is considered upper level. As the Grand Elder announced the results, everyone displayed looks of envy. With such talent, becoming an elder in the future was almost a certainty. While people were still buzzing with discussions, a boy silently walked up to the pillar. Suddenly, the testing pillar erupted with a blinding purple light, even more intense than Chen Shui's glow. Chen Pingan, 9-star talent, upper level, the Grand Elder announced. With his words, the entire martial arts field fell silent for a moment, then erupted into exclamations. This was the highest level of talent in the entire 3 domains. Although there's only 1 star difference between 8 and 9 stars, it's a gap as vast as that between heaven and earth. If one grows properly, they are bound to become a ruling overlord of the world. At this moment, I too was taken aback. Turning to ask my second uncle about who Chen Pingan was, as the future leader of the Chen family, I certainly needed to build my own foundation. My second uncle, noticing my interest in talent, smiled and said, "This Chen Pingan is a collateral disciple of our family. He became an orphan at the age of 3 due to his parents' deaths in battle, which led him to practice cultivation with exceptional diligence. This child is extraordinary. Hearing my second uncle's words, my determination to win him over became even more steadfast. While I was pondering over this, the Grand Elder's voice rang out again. Next up, Chen Yan, the young master of the Chen family. It was finally my turn. When the title young master of the Chen family was mentioned, everyone's gaze shifted to me, Chen Shui and Chen Ping'an included. It was the first time most people had heard my name, prompting a buzz of discussions, with most of them displaying disdain for me. Being the young master of the Chen family who was born with a silver spoon yet never made a public appearance, many presumed I lacked real strength. Despite that, their gazes couldn't help but focus on me, curious about the level of talent the young master of the Chen family possessed. As I approached the pillar, the hearts of many elders tightened. They knew that at the age of 6, I had already reached the peak of the Wuxiang realm, indicating that my talent was far from ordinary. However, as I placed my hand on the pillar, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 full breaths passed, and the testing pillar showed no change, not even emitting the faintest glow. Everyone was stunned at this sight. Come on! No way! Could it be that the young master of the Chen family lacks martial talent? The elders frowned, puzzled. Yet, just as people were buzzing with discussion, the pillar suddenly erupted with a stunning light. From white to red, and finally purple. 9-star talent! The elders were just about to stand up and celebrate for the young master also having a 9-star talent when the purple light suddenly vanished. A thunderous boom sounded, and a sun-like dazzling 7-colored glow surged from the pillar, blinding everyone present. No one had ever heard of someone testing for a 7-color talent before. What on earth is this? The elders were all shocked. The 7-colored light lasted for quite a while before it finally ended, leaving everyone temporarily blinded. When they could see again, they observed me standing there, calm as ever. Since the Grand Elder had never seen such a glow before and wasn't sure how to categorize it, he coughed thoughtfully before announcing, Chen Yan, the young master of the Chen family, has a talent of 10 stars. This was a level of talent unheard of by anyone present. Everyone was momentarily baffled, and then, as soon as the elder's words had finished, dissenting voices emerged from below the stage. Elder, I believe there's something fishy about this test. The speaker was none other than Chen Shui. Seeing this, the third elder sitting on the stage instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His own granddaughter openly opposing the young master was like not caring if her grandfather had lived long enough. But Chen Shui, a little girl of 6, wasn't that scheming. She just felt that special means were used to alter the test results and directly said that one should prove their talent through strength. Hearing this, I looked towards the audience below the stage and smiled slightly. Is that what you all think? After a moment of silence, many disciples expressed their support for Chen Shui. Strength was the best proof. Seeing this, I knew that if I didn't act, I wouldn't be able to convince the crowd. So, my gaze suddenly changed, and the previously smiling eyes instantly became sharp. Those who are unconvinced, come forth. This overwhelming aura made everyone in the audience respect me a bit more. Chen Shui was the first to step out, her demonic energy propelling her onto the stage. Then, over 20 Chen family disciples joined her. The Chen family has always respected the strong. These 20+ people would definitely be the pillars of the Chen family in the future. I glanced over the audience again and saw Chen Ping'an still standing in his place with a calm face, nodding to myself. This boy had a much stronger temperament than Chen Shui and the others. But now was a good chance to win over Chen Ping'an. I deliberately provoked him by calling him a coward despite his 9-star talent. Feeling the surprised gazes around him, Chen Ping'an silently drew his sword. Since the young clan leader is willing to instruct, I won't be polite, he said. Despite his usual low profile, he was also curious about my cultivation level. So, he decided not to hide anymore, and with a concentrated aura, he leaped onto the stage. Good, that's the spirit of a man from the Chen family, I complimented. Chen Shui couldn't hold back anymore and, holding a white sword, stepped out. I, Chen Shui, am unskilled but wish to learn from the young clan leader's moves first. I smiled lightly, too much trouble. All of you, come at once. What? Everyone was stunned, that's too arrogant. Seeing everyone still standing there, I smiled slightly and a terrifying demonic aura burst out from within me, making everyone feel an unexplainable pressure, a fear originating from the depths of their souls, making even the elders seated on the stage feel a sense of submission. Come on, let's see what strength you have. Everyone stopped hesitating and drew their swords to attack me. But as their attack approached, I simply said one word, disperse. In an instant, a huge demonic aura surged out, repelling all the attackers. This mysterious move, unfamiliar even to the elders, left them gaping. Is that the legendary divine power, the word follows the law, and with one word, all laws cease? I heard one of the elders exclaimed, stunning everyone. Chen Shui took a hard fall, struggling to stand despite the pain. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, noticing a shift in the atmosphere, mobilized the dark aura of his long sword, revealing a cold murderous intent. Quickly, he found a gap in my defense without hesitating. Propelled by demonic energy, his speed was so fast that only afterimages were visible. Blood Demon Slash. Qin Ping'an executed his move, and the air filled with a bloody scent. As a sideline disciple, this was his strongest martial art. Seeing his sword about to hit me, a smile appeared on his face. But the next moment, with a loud bang, the smile stopped, his sword had struck the ground hard. In panic, he searched for my position, but before he could turn around, he felt a great force on his back and was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. I slowly walked towards him, blood demon slash, infusing the sword with all the blood evil in the body to activate it. Unfortunately, your swordsmanship only gets the form but not the essence. Then, a steel knife appeared in my hand, and as I focused, a vast blood mist filled the arena, emanating a deathly aura. Qin Ping'an's complexion changed as he realized something, but before he could speak, I swiftly activated the knife in my hand, leaving only an afterimage. Blood demon slash. With a thunderous boom, the entire arena was smashed into a huge pit several meters deep, leaving everyone speechless with shock. After this battle, my position in the clan was completely transformed. Later, I called Qin Ping'an aside to express my intention to recruit him. But how could a genius like him easily submit to another? At that time, Qin Ping'an couldn't make a decision. He only said, in life, I am a person of the Chun family, in death, a ghost of the Chun family. However, I wasn't upset. Instead, I cheerfully took out a dark green scroll from my storage ring. The scroll radiated waves of spiritual energy. Although your 9-star talent will attract the family's attention, at most, it will teach you an 8-star technique. What I have here is a 9-star technique called Xianyan Emogong. It's not a Chen family technique, so you can cultivate it with peace of mind. With that, I handed the scroll to him. At that moment, Qin Ping'an was stunned. A 9-star technique was rarely seen even among the top forces of the entire 3,000 realms, and if word got out, it would surely cause a frenzy. He was breathing rapidly but still hesitated, knowing well that there are no free lunches in the world. Noting his concerns, I smiled and said, I already have other cultivation techniques. This Xianyan Emogong is of no use to me. Whether you decide to follow me or not, you are still a disciple of the Chun family. Take it. Afterward, I patted his shoulder in appreciation. This moved Qin Ping'an profoundly, bringing tears to his eyes. He immediately knelt on one knee and fist-palmed in salute. After lifting him up, we chatted idly for a few more moments before Qin Ping'an excused himself. As he looked at the green scroll in his hand, his eyes gradually hardened with determination, as if he had made some decision. Meanwhile, I went inside to check on the phoenix egg. I nourished it for a while with the aura of gods and demons. Observing the multicolored phoenix egg in front of me, I had a feeling that it was about to hatch. Time flew by quickly. Everything that happened during my talent test had already spread throughout the entire Qin family, causing quite a stir. This incident also reached the ears of some hostile forces. The presence of Chen Tiandao alone was already suffocating for them, and now there was another monstrous son. This made them feel a deep crisis. Consequently, a massive conspiracy against me began to brew, of which I was totally unaware. At that moment, I was immersed in joy because, just now, the phoenix egg in the corner seemed to come to life. Countless spiritual energies formed a massive vortex around it, greedily absorbing everything. Clearly, this was a sign of its imminent birth. Sure enough, soon the clear sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The birth of a heavenly and earthy beast was often accompanied by tribulation clouds. What's more for a multicolored phoenix that had absorbed the aura of numerous gods and demons. Quickly, its eggshell began to crack inch by inch, and a small head peeked out from it. Just as I was about to take a closer look at its appearance, 6 incredibly thick and terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning struck down directly towards it. Boom! With a loud bang, lightning as thick as an arm struck the body of the little phoenix straight on. The seemingly terrifying lightning did not cause any damage to the little phoenix. With its 7-colored phoenix bloodline, coupled with having absorbed Chen Nian's divine and demonic chi for many years, its body had long been extraordinary. This one lightning bolt was not enough to look at. But this little guy's temper seemed to be not small. Although this thunderbolt did not cause it any harm, it had somewhat angered it. Only to see the pupils of the little phoenix change violently, its blood-colored pupils seemed like it was going to tear the heaven and earth apart, and it whistled a long whistle, followed by inciting its pitch-black wings to fly up in a single bound. It crossed the roof and flew straight towards the sky. Seeing this scene, the corner of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly, and there was little concern in his eyes. After all, this little fellow's bloodline was here, and with him sitting in the center, what could go wrong? This little fellow, his temper is really not small. Chen Nian smiled faintly as his body flashed and followed him out. The noise that erupted from Chen Nian's side quickly startled the Chun clan crowd, especially the elders. Chen Nian was the future of the family, so there must not be any damage. Therefore, when they heard the noise from Chen Nian's side, the elders and Chen Tianyin rushed over as fast as they could. Seeing Chen Nian standing unharmed on the roof, Chen Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Great nephew, what happened? Are you alright?" Chen Tiannin's voice was a bit rushed, fearing that something would happen to Chen Nian. The elders also looked at him with nervous faces. When Chen Nian heard this, his heart warmed and he immediately said with a smile, "Don't worry, second uncle, I'm fine, it's that little guy who came out." Following Chen Nian's gaze, the crowd looked over, only to see that in the sky, a dark cloud shrouded the sky, and underneath the dark cloud, there was a phoenix that emitted a gust of golden aura and black aura. Seeing this scene, the crowd froze. They all knew the origin of this phoenix. It was the son of the lord of the phoenix domain, who had accompanied Chen Nian for 6 years, and today, it had even come out. It was simply unbelievable. This little fellow, what a strong bloodline power. The Grand Elder frowned, somewhat incredulously. He had seen the Lord of the Phoenix domain, that 7-colored phoenix, and its bloodline power was so strong that it was almost on the verge of returning to its ancestor. However, when he saw the little guy in front of him, he suddenly shook. This little fellow's bloodline power was even more powerful than the Phoenix domain lord. Chen Tiannin also exclaimed in astonishment. This bloodline power, could it be that it has returned to its ancestor and reached the level of the 9-colored phoenix? The 9-colored phoenix, that was the legendary originator of the Phoenix clan. The power of the bloodline was terrifyingly strong. In the future, breaking through the Same King realm was as simple as eating and drinking water, and there was even a glimpse of the legendary Great Emperor possible. Such an existence is simply too heaven-defying. The eyes of the elders were filled with fire. An existence that was expected to be a great emperor was so important to the entire Qin clan. Chen Nian sniffed and didn't say anything, only secretly pondering in his heart. Over the years, he and Chen Tiandao had read many ancient books in addition to cultivating in the secret realm. The bloodline in this little guy was more than just a 9-colored phoenix. With his divine demon chi boost, his talent was afraid to have surpassed the original Phoenix clan patriarch. After all, the divine demonic chi came from an extraordinary source, and after staying by Chen Nian's side for so many years, this little guy had absorbed quite a bit of divine demonic chi. In the future, it might be able to go even farther. For him, it would also be a not-so-small boost. At this moment, Phoenix Domain. The originally sleeping lord of the Phoenix Domain suddenly opened his eyes, a pair of giant eyes shooting up into the sky, the bloodline connection allowing it to sense the birth of the little phoenix. Suddenly, a burst of refined light violently erupted from the eyes of the lord of the Phoenix Domain. This bloodline power, I'm afraid it exceeds that of my Phoenix clan patriarch. Incredible, simply incredible. One must know that the original Phoenix clan patriarch was the top bloodline of the 9-colored phoenix, and in the entire 3,000 realms, that was the top bloodline power. Its strength had even broken through the shackles of the Saint King realm and reached the Great Emperor realm. That was the topmost great power in the entire 3,000 domain. With the addition of its bloodline power, the Phoenix domain was definitely the topmost existence in the 3,000 domains at that time. Only later, the Phoenix domain patriarch disappeared, and all the great emperor powerhouses in the entire 3,000 domains seemed to have disappeared overnight. As for the Phoenix domain, the strength of the 9-colored Phoenix bloodline never appeared again. Unexpectedly, today, such an existence not weaker than the Phoenix clan patriarch had appeared from its descendants. What an incredible thing this was! The Phoenix domain lord's eyes were filled with surprise. The decision to leave the little phoenix by Chen Nian's side in the first place was truly correct. The rise of my Phoenix clan is just around the corner. It should be known that it itself was also a 7-colored Phoenix bloodline, and although the power of the bloodline was wirelessly approaching the proximity of the 9-colored, that little distance was like a heavenly moat that was difficult to overcome. And it can clearly feel the little Phoenix body bloodline power of the powerful. That was why it was extraordinarily fortunate in its heart that it had left the little Phoenix beside Chen Nian in the first place. This supreme divine demon body was truly terrifying. It was worthy of being one of the top physiques in the 3,000 realms. The power of the divine devil was greatly beneficial to their Phoenix clan. And Chen Nian was even backed by Chen Tiandao, the entire 9 heavens demon domain. As long as he didn't fall in the future, his achievements would be unlimited. And if Phoenix domain is bound to usher in a new rise. At the thought of this, the heart of the Phoenix domain's lord could not help but feel a little excited. It was as if she saw the glorious future of the Phoenix domain. It smiled faintly and directly transmitted its voice to a group of elders, saying, "Pass on my order, go to my clan's treasury and select 10 pieces of magic treasures to gift to the Chen family's young lord, and in addition, select 100 Phoenix warriors and send them along to the Chen family as Chen Nian's guards." One must know that the Phoenix clan of the Phoenix domain was sparse in number, but every single one of them was extremely powerful. After all, the power of the bloodline was here. The warriors of the Phoenix clan had never served as guards for outsiders. This was because they had a noble bloodline and were proud of the world. However, it was not expected that the Lord of the Phoenix Domain would directly want to send 100 Phoenix Clan warriors to Chen Yen as guards. If this were to be spread out, it would definitely cause shock throughout the entire 3000 domain. And although the crowd of elders were dismayed, but they also didn't dare to disobey Feng Jiuwan's order, and one by one, they nodded their heads in agreement. On the other side, the Chen family. Although the power of lightning was powerful, it was nothing to a returning top demonic beast like the little phoenix. Those thunderbolts were merely giving it a chance to quench its body. Even that couldn't bring it too much pain. Only a phoenix cry could be heard as the little phoenix flew recklessly through the thunderbolts, not putting the so-called thunderbolts in its eyes in the slightest. Immediately afterward, the little phoenix made a dive and came directly beside Chen Yen. It looked at Chen Yen with an affectionate expression. The one that had just been so spirited at the moment seemed like a little baby in front of Chen Yen, well behaved. Only to see the little phoenix give a phoenix chirp. Chen Yen smiled and said, "Are you trying to get me to sit up?" Clank! The little phoenix once again called out. Chen Yen faintly smiled, and without hesitation, he directly moved his body slightly and sat on the little phoenix's shoulders. Only to see the little phoenix chirp with a phoenix call, a dive, directly carrying Chen Yen up into the sky. Although the little phoenix had just been born, its speed was extremely fast, comparable to the flying speed of a human supreme realm martial artist. In Chen Yen's ears, there was a loud sonic boom and the sound of biting wind whistling past. Fast, it was really too fast. And this scene was likewise watched by countless Chen clan disciples. The phoenix, this creature that should have appeared in the Phoenix Domain, had unexpectedly appeared in their Chen family at this moment. One must know that the Phoenix Domain was one of the 6 great domains, and its depth was even stronger than their 9 heavens demon domain. "Look guys, there's someone on the phoenix!" Suddenly, an unknown person in the crowd shouted out. Immediately afterward, everyone's gazes looked over in unison. That's right, it was someone. Moreover, the figure's age didn't look too old, and its figure wasn't too different from theirs. For a moment, the crowd froze in unison. My god, there is actually someone who dares to tame a phoenix. Oh my god, who the hell is this that isn't afraid of assassination by the Phoenix Domain? In the entire 3000 domain, there aren't many people who would dare to tame a phoenix like this, right? Seeing this scene, the crowd froze. Everyone did not expect that there was actually someone who dared to be so bold as to tame a phoenix. In the crowd, Pingon Chan looked in the direction of the sky with a slight disbelief in his eyes. That figure seems to be the young clan chief. Chin Pingon's eyes were very good, and coupled with the fact that he had been in close contact with Chen Yen, he recognized Chen Yen with a single glance. However, his eyes were filled with shock. One must know that phoenixes were already rare, plus the Phoenix Domain was strong. No one would even dare to offend the Phoenix Domain to tame a phoenix. This was completely looking for death. And Chen Yen had done it. It was simply unbelievable. Chen Pingon clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. This young matriarch was truly no ordinary person. Thinking back to that night, a 9-star technique was given away as soon as it was said, without the slightest hint of procrastination. Nowadays, he even has a phoenix mount. You would never know just how many unknown cards this young patriarch had. At this moment, the determination in Chen Pingon's heart could not help but become even stronger. He was not a fool, although his talent of 9 stars was the top talent in the entire 3000 regions, and was one of the few in the Chen clan. However, there was an indelible gap between genius and genius. Obviously, Chen Yen was the topmost genius. There was no one. Compared to him, everyone was a mole cricket. Unbeknownst to the Chen clan disciples below, the discussion had already exploded. The little phoenix brought Chen Yen soaring through the sky a few times before smoothly bringing him back to the small courtyard. As the little phoenix landed with Chen Yen, the elders suddenly froze. One by one, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This little phoenix, just born, it had actually reached the transcendent realm. One must know that Chen Yen had only cultivated for 6 years from birth to the present and was only at the peak of the no-phase realm. And this little guy even surpassed Chen Yen at birth. One could imagine just how terrifying the power of his bloodline was. A moment later, the elders came back to their senses, and one by one hurried over, their eyes full of surprise, and their mouths smilingly congratulating. Congratulations to the young clan chief for this boost. The young patriarch's valor is divine. The rise of my Chen family is just around the corner. The elders all greeted them at this moment, their eyes full of surprise, and their mouths full of praise one after another. It wasn't false, each and every one of them was speaking from the heart. The more one touches Chen Yen, the more one can feel the fearfulness of this young patriarch. Whether it was talent, strength, or opportunity, it was simply terrifying. Compared to when they were young, it was more than just a huge cut. press simply not a level grade. As for them, not only did they not feel any jealousy, but their hearts were filled with joy. After all, Chen Yan and they were all one. Chen Yan's future was immeasurable, and they were bound to make a step forward as well. Chen Tianyin smilingly patted Chen Yan's shoulder and laughed out loud. Great nephew, well done. Listening to the praise from the crowd, Chen Yan smiled faintly, his heart not really fluttering. He touched the little phoenix's head, feeling the intimacy coming from the other party. Little fellow, just born, how about a name for you? Hearing Chen Yan's words, the little phoenix nodded happily, just like a child. Chen Yan smiled faintly, stroked his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. How about the name Ni Huang? Ni Huang. After Chen Yan finished speaking, the little phoenix instantly became excited and gave a phoenix cry towards the sky, its excited cry instantly resounding throughout the entire Chen family. Obviously, this little fellow was very satisfied with this name. Chen Yan smiled faintly, also satisfied with this name. He smilingly touched Ni Huang's neck. Then I'll call you Ni Huang from now on. Ni Huang. Ni Huang let out a long cry, followed by rubbing his head against Chen Yan's body in a well-behaved manner, constantly expressing his closeness. To the Neiwang, Chen Yan was the person it was closest to. In its view, Chen Yan was its birth mother. Not to mention that the aura on Chen Yan's body made it even more fascinated. The divine and demonic aura had this inexplicable attraction to the entire group of demonic beasts. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the elders were also filled with joy. For them, the stronger Chen Yan was, the more confident they were. Nightfall. Ever since Chen Yan had emerged from the gate, the entire Chen clan was no longer silent, and the entire clan was filled with rumors about Chen Yan. The young patriarch's natural talent was unbelievable, even surpassing the 9-star talent and reaching the legendary 10 stars. His strength is even more unfathomable. Today, he even tamed a phoenix as his mount. One must know that this was a phoenix, which was the top existence in the entire 3,000 domains, and the phoenix domain was even an extremely ancient existence in the 10 great upper domains. Its depth was too much deeper than the 9 heavens demon domain. Not many people in the entire 3,000 domains dared to tame a phoenix as their mount, because this was a complete provocation to the entire phoenix domain. Not many people had the guts to do so. Chen Yan, on the other hand, did just that. Not only that, what the crowd didn't know was that this phoenix that Chen Yan had tamed, that was the phoenix domain lord's own heir. Knock knock knock. A knock came from outside the door, and the corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly as he softly said, "Enter." As soon as the words fell from the doorway, Chen Pingan pushed his way in. Seeing Chen Yan sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Pingan's eyes were filled with respect and awe. This respect was not only for Chen Yan's strength and background, but also because of his talent and strength, as well as his behavior. In all these years, it was the first time that Chen Pingan had so much respect for someone. Pingan sees young lord. Chen Pingan respectfully performed a big salute, his eyebrows lowered, not daring to look directly at Chen Yan. Chen Yan smiled faintly. Pingan, what is the reason for coming to me so late? Chen Yan had a slight guess in his heart as to what Chen Pingan had come for, but did not point it out, instead looking at him with a smile on his face. Chen Pingan raised his head, then straightened up again and knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "In the large Chen family, Pingan admires two people the most. One is the domain master, who has led my Chen family to glory with the strength of one person. The other is the young lord. The young lord has an outstanding talent that Pingan has never seen in his life. If the young lord does not abandon him, Pingan is willing to follow the young lord, and from now on, the only person who will look up to the young lord is the young lord's head." After saying that, Pingan Chen took out a long sword and made a heavy cut on his hand, and immediately blood flowed out. Pingan is willing to follow young lord in this life. If I violate this oath, heaven and earth will destroy me. Pingan Chen's eyes were filled with determination. The blood on his hand was still flowing. This was the poisonous oath he had made with his own blood. The heavenly Tao of the 3,000 domains could be different from earth, and the oath made here was recognized by the heavenly Tao. If one violated it, they would definitely be spurned by the heavenly Tao. Looking at the determination in Pingan Chen's eyes, Chen Yan froze. Although he guessed that Chen Pingan had come to him tonight because he had figured it out. However, he had not expected that this kid could be so resolute that the blood oath had been issued. However, this also made Chen Yan appreciate it even more. A 6-year-old child, to have such a heart, and the talent was still quite good, decisive and careful, and more importantly, intelligent and progressive. Such a talent was simply unattainable. For a time, Chen Yan was satisfied. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and instead of sitting on the bed, he got up and walked over to Pingan Chen, helped him up, and gently wiped his right hand on the place where he was injured. A black magic chi flowed around and landed on Pingan Chen's injured wound. Pingon Chen immediately felt a surge of warmth, a gentle itch came from his wrist, and his originally bleeding hand instantly stopped bleeding, and his hand did not even have half a scar. Chen Pingon looked stunned for a moment. The young lord's methods were simply too mysterious. Since this is the case, from now on you will follow me around. In the future, you will be grateful for this decision today. Chen Yan smiled faintly, his words filled with confidence. Carrying a system, having the backing of the topmost family in the 3,000 regions, and even having the memories of his previous life. If such a template couldn't take off, then he could take a kitchen knife and cut himself. And although Pingon Chen's talent was good, it was not unique. Throughout the 9 Heavens Demon region, as one of the 10 upper regions, there were not many people with 9-star talent, but there were also quite a few. Currently, of all the existing people in the Chen family, there were roughly 17 people who possessed the 9-star talent. 9-star talent was just a faster cultivation speed than others, but it didn't mean that one could necessarily go very far, and one could even die prematurely. After all, there were many geniuses, and a genius that did not grow up was ultimately nothing but a shovel full of dirt. Moreover, Chen Pingon's identity was only a sideline in the district, and did not have any deep background, so it was also difficult to obtain better resources. If there was no Chen Yan, Chen Pingon would have started slower than others just by starting out. In this world of great struggles, one slow step was a slow step. Unless one was endowed with great fortune, only then would they have a chance to rise above the rest. And hearing Chen Yan's words, Chen Pingon thought deeply. He clenched his fists and firmly said, "Pingon obeys." Chen Yan smiled faintly at his words, and then immediately pulled out a metaphysical black spatial ring and handed it over to Pingon Chen, saying with a smile, "This spatial ring is considered a meeting gift for you." Chen Pingon sniffed and immediately froze. A space ring? This thing was not some crappy item. Spatial rings were made from Empyrean stones, which were extremely difficult to find, and the craftsmanship of a spatial ring was extremely complex, so it was impossible for an ordinary chi practitioner to make this thing. His divine sense sank into it, and when he saw the space inside, his entire body instantly froze in place. This space ring has 300 cubic meters. For a moment, Chen Pingon only felt his throat go dry and his eyes were filled with disbelief. One must know that a 3 to 5 cubic meter spatial ring was an extremely hard to find treasure that was worth a lot of money. His parents had been good fighters in the Chun family's collateral lineage during their lifetime, having the strength of the peak of the No-Phase realm, and had made a lot of achievements for the Chun family. Even so, one of the most precious treasures the two of them left behind after their deaths was a 5 cubic meter spatial ring. And Chen Yan casually waved his hand, and it was a 300 cubic meter space ring, and it was also stuffed with cultivation resources. This was a huge amount of money. Those resources Chen Pingon did not look at them in detail, but, at a cursory glance, the resources inside could even make some King Realm powerhouses move. The cultivation levels of the 3,000 domains world were divided into the following: Chi Practicing Realm, Devoid of Mortality Realm, God Concentration Realm, Sky Breaking Realm, Phaseless Realm, Transcendent Realm, King's Realm, Supreme Realm, Emperor Realm, Holy Entry Realm, and Holy King's Realm. One must realize that he was only a peak God condensation martial artist who had just touched the threshold of the Sky Breaking Realm. Although he had lost his father and mother at an early age, his heart was much stronger than his peers. However, in the face of such a large amount of resources, as well as this 300 cubic meter space ring, even if Pingon Chen was no longer good-natured, he could not help but feel an uproar in his heart at this moment. The young patriarch's outburst was simply too generous. Seeing Chen Pingon hesitate, Chen Yan faintly smiled and once again pulled out a black and red long knife from the spatial ring on his body. This long knife was as demonic as blood, its body black and red, as if it was stained with the blood of countless people. This was actually true. This knife was obtained by Chen Yan from the system's lottery. This knife was called Blood Moon. It was a 7-star level, high-quality treasure knife. This knife had an extraordinary origin and was incomparably sharp. Not only that, this knife also had a special function. Once the blade was sheathed, the blood-colored body of the blade could even emit a mental attack, causing the opponent to briefly lose their concentration. Although it was only a brief moment of disorientation, the duel of experts was meant to be in a matter of moments. So although the quality of this blade was only 7 stars, in fact, it's not inferior to a normal 8-star treasure blade in the slightest. And when he saw this knife, Chen Pingon's eyes were about to fall out in excitement in general, and his eyes were even flooded with blood. As soon as this blade was sheathed, he could feel how powerful it was. There is also this Blood Moon, the 7-star treasure blade. It is also being sent to you as well. Work hard and don't let the treasure blade become dusty. Chen Yan's calm voice rang in Chen Pingon's ears, like a thunderbolt falling beside his ears. 7-star treasure blade, sent to me. Chen Pinggan's eyes were filled with disbelief. A 7-star quality treasure knife? This was not some crappy item. The value of this knife was in no way inferior to this 300 cubic meter space ring in one's hand. Even, for someone like Pinggan Chen, who regarded the knife as his life, the value of this knife was even higher than this spatial ring. After being stunned for half a day, only then did Pinggan Chen sort of react and said with some trembling, "Young lord, these two gifts are simply too precious, Pinggan does not dare to accept them." That's right, although Pinggan Chen was also very moved, the things given by Chen Yan were simply too precious, and could be said to be of immense value. Chen Yan sniffed, smiled faintly, gently patted fearfully at Chen Pinggan's shoulder and said smilingly, "Pinggan, 1,000 gold is easy to obtain and a general is hard to find. Although this treasure is good, but in my opinion, not as good as 1/10,000,000th of you, take it and cultivate it properly, don't disgrace me, in the future, this young master still has a use for you." Chen Pinggan sniffed and looked at Chen Yan with a genuine look on his face. 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to obtain, but a general is hard to find. The young lord is truly a man of God. As the saying goes, a man dies for a friend who understands him, and a woman pleases herself. And at this moment, Chen Pinggan only felt a warm current welling up in his heart, and his eyes could not help but get wet. He took a step back, followed by kneeling down fiercely in Chen Yan's direction. "Many thanks for the young lord's honor, this life of Pinggan is the young lord's, if the young lord says east, Pinggan will never go west." After saying that, Pinggan Chen knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Since his birth, his parents had died early. Having both parents die at a young age, he had tasted the cold and warmth of the human world, which was why he had a mature mind and was good at hiding things. And Chen Yan was the only person who had treated him so well for so many years. First, it was the 9-star technique, and now it was the space ring and the precious sword that were given to him. Although he was of the devil's path did not mean that words were not trustworthy, and it did not mean that favors were not returned. Quite the contrary, on the contrary, it was those famous and honorable sects that were duplicitous and untrustworthy. With this kneeling, Pinggan Chen was considered to have completely pressed himself onto Chen Yan's body. Even if Chen Yan asked him to die now, he would not refuse. A scholar would die for a friend who understands him, as it were. "Get up, I, a member of the devil's way, do not kneel to heaven or earth, except for my parents, no one else is worthy of your kneeling." Pinggan Chen, however, shook his head and said, "The young lord's favor is like a new creation. Pinggan does not kneel to heaven or earth, he only kneels to his parents and the young lord." In Chen Pinggan's heart, Chen Yan's status was even equal to that of his parents. It was no wonder that this was the case, Chen Yan's kindness to him was simply too valuable. In the face of Chen Pinggan's pledge of loyalty, Chen Yan was very satisfied. This was the effect that was wanted. With Chen Pinggan's talent and heart, he would be of great use in the future, and would become his most important squad in charge of the Chen family. He smiled slightly and said, "It's getting late, go back to rest early." "Yes." Hearing this, Pinggan Chen respectfully got up, bowed, and then retreated. Even as he walked to the door, holding the space ring and blood moon blade in his hands, his eyes were still difficult to calm. When Pinggan Chen walked away, Chen Yan sank his mind and recited silently in his heart. System, checking personal attribute panel. Ding, checking. Host, Chen Yan. Cultivation level, peak of the no-phase realm. Technique, 9 revolutions divine demon technique, 9 stars. Martial arts, flickering flower finger, 9 stars. Destructive sword technique, 9 stars. Misty shadow steps, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine devil body. Talent, devil's way blessing. Aptitude at arm's length, words follow the law. Number of draws, 48 inch. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Yan did not hesitate and softly said, "Conduct a super draw." This thing called System Lucky Draw was purely based on luck. Good luck could draw 8 or even 9-star goodies. But if one's luck was close, it might be some kind of lady's panties, ice silk cuffs or some kind of black silk or something like that. However, when 10 ordinary draws were synthesized into one super draw, the quality of the items obtained was drastically increased, and it was almost impossible to draw something too trashy. Soon, a huge carousel in front of Chen Yan spun rapidly. Immediately afterward, the pointer stopped at a certain spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-star body training divine skill, divine elephant prison suppressing strength, gold. Seeing the system's reward, Chen Yan was stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength. This thing was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, when he was on the Blue Star, he knew that this martial art was extremely strong. This technique was a qigong created by the Supreme Lord, which claimed that the human body was composed of 840 million particles, and if each particle was cultivated into the power of the divine elephant, it would not matter if it tore the heavens apart and roared down the stars. 840 million god elephant particles if all awakened, then the flesh hand-tearing stars, across the starry sky is not a matter of words, the end is horrible. Chen Yan's martial arts skills and aptitudes are not lacking, the only thing that is lacking is this body training technique. Although his physical strength is good, but compared with the real physical cultivation martial artists, it is still far worse. Throughout the 3,000 realms, there were many branches of martial artists. In addition to the devil, Taoism, and Buddhism, there were also some other tiny branches, such as body cultivation. The lineage of physical cultivation had a long history and was said to have been passed down from the ancient times. Every body cultivator does not cultivate techniques, does not practice true qi, and only hammers the physical body. The flesh will be hammered into copper skin and iron bones, even harder than some 7 or 8 stars of the top weapons. Nowadays, in the 3000 domain, the physical cultivation had declined, and there were not many strong people, but they were not absent. The reason why the lineage of body cultivation had declined was not that it was not strong, but because body cultivation was too strong, resulting in excessive difficulty in cultivation, and every body cultivator was often in unrivaled existence at the same level. But, from the time they stepped onto the path of body cultivation, they had to endure pain that was difficult for normal people to endure. The slightest carelessness would lead to the end of all life. Therefore, although physical cultivation was powerful, very few people in the entire 3000 domain world took this lineage, and because it was too difficult to cultivate, the number of strong people in this lineage was also small. As for why they didn't practice both physical and martial arts, practicing both true qi and physical cultivation, this point is also very simple. The entire 3000 domain had not been without people who had tried this for hundreds of thousands of years. But in the end, without exception, almost all of them failed. Why? Because human energy is limited. If it is divided into two, cultivate true qi and body training at the same time, in the end, it is not high, not low, difficult to go far. Therefore, almost no one in the entire 3000 regions dared to try this. But Chen Yan was different, he had the system, and even more so, he was backed up by the Chen family's endless resources, so he was naturally sure of himself. Physical and martial dual cultivation, the addition to battle power was simply too great. If he wanted to shatter the void and achieve greatness, apart from true qi, his physical body cultivation should likewise not be relaxed. Even, he had a hidden speculation. If he wanted to truly transcend and achieve the position of a great emperor, it would be difficult to do so by just practicing true qi and not cultivating the physical body. Anyway, the system is in hand, might as well give it a try. With his mind made up, Chen Yan no longer hesitated and collected his thoughts, focusing on the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. It had to be said that this body training technique was incomparably profound. The predecessor who was able to create this technique was truly an unparalleled genius. Every particle activated could have the power of a giant elephant. It was incomparably terrifying. With the system's addition, coupled with Chen Yan's terrifying talent, in one night, he was initiated. A full 20 particles were awakened. The increase brought about by the 20 particles was not great for the current him, and he could merely feel that his own strength was a bit greater. However, one must realize that this was only 20 particles from just one night's cultivation. What if it was 220,000 particles? Moreover, Chen Yan knew that the power of the giant elephant was only the beginning. The types of elephants, there are thousands of changes. Giant elephants are young, transformed into dragon elephants are green, transformed into yuan elephants are strong, transformed into divine elephants. It is the great fulfillment. After the giant elephant there was the dragon elephant, after the dragon elephant there was even more yuan elephant, and only after that was the divine elephant. If one were to reach the level of divine elephant, that would truly be tearing stars with one's hands, crossing starry rivers, and becoming an emperor in the flesh. Thinking of this, Chen Yan's mouth couldn't help but spread into a smile. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength, it really is extraordinary. Although he had only just begun, Chen Yan was full of confidence. As the sky dawned, Chen Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, slightly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely terrifying aura surrounding the entire Chen family. This aura was exceptionally familiar. He frowned slightly. This aura, could it be second uncle? Thinking of this, Chen Yan suddenly widened his eyes, followed by a flash of surprise in his eyes. That's right, this aura Chen Yan was very familiar with. It was precisely the aura coming from the Chen family's second uncle, Chen Tianin. Moreover, underneath this breath, Chen Yan was able to sense that it was extremely unstable, as if a volcano was erupting, which contained an extremely terrifying power. Could it be second uncle is about to break through. Thinking of this, Chen Nian's eyes flickered slightly, his eyes filled with joy. Last time, he had given Chen Tianyin a 9 turns yellow apricot, and he hadn't expected that he would break through so soon. I have to say, the medicinal effect of this 9 turns yellow apricot was truly powerful beyond compare. Chen Tianyin was already in the middle stage of sainthood, so if he made a breakthrough, he would have to step into the late stage of sainthood. For those who had entered the saint realm, every breakthrough was like mud. The stronger Chen Tianyin's strength was, the strength of the Chen family would also increase greatly. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Nian put on his clothes and shoes, and then walked towards Chen Tianyin's residence with great speed. "See you, young patriarch." The elders of the Chen clan arrived here early, and when they saw Chen Nian, each of them bowed respectfully. There was respect in their eyes. With regards to Chen Nian, not a single one of the 36 elders of the Chen clan dared to have any different thoughts. Everyone was aware of this young patriarch's terrifying talent. Chen Nian nodded and said softly, "How is second uncle doing?" Grand Elder Chen Tianan walked out, flicking his beard and smiling. "Young master, second master is currently at the key to breaking through, but with second master's talent, breaking through shouldn't be a problem." Speaking of this, Chen Tianan couldn't help but feel some envy in his eyes. To think that he had lived for so many years, and was more than 3 times older than Chen Tianin, and had only cultivated to the peak of Saint Entry, wanting to reach that legendary Saint King realm was simply too difficult, and it was almost hopeless for him in this life. And Chen Tianin, this kid, although it is his junior, but if this breakthrough, then its strength is already no less than his own. At such a young age, he had broken through to the late stage of Saint Entry, and the future of the Saint King realm was within reach. How could Chen Tianan not be envious of this? However, envy was envy, but he also knew that they were all family members, and the stronger Chen Tianin was, the deeper the Chen family would be. The current Chen family was almost supported by Chen Tiandao alone. Although its strength was terrifying, and it was hard to find one stronger than him in the entire 3,000 regions, the family could not always rely on Chen Tiandao alone. It had to be said that Chen Tianin and Chen Tiandao were born from the same mother, and their talents were both so terrifying. And this young master in front of him, his natural talents seemed to be even better. Perhaps, one's hope of breaking through the Saint King realm in the future lay with the young lord. Thinking of this, Chen Tianan rekindled his confidence. His own Saint King realm, it seemed, was not far away. Hearing Chen Tianan's words, Chen Nian gently nodded his head and did not say anything more as he peacefully stood aside, his gaze looking inside Chen Tianin's house. One could only see that at this moment, the entire house was emitting an extremely terrifying demonic aura. With the entire house as the center, a vortex was formed, greedily devouring the surrounding together with the demonic qi. Even, all of the devilish qi in the entire Chen family seemed to have disappeared by about 20% out of nowhere. After all, this was the breakthrough of an expert at the Saint Realm level, and the amount of demonic qi consumed was naturally not few. Everyone in the Chen clan also stared blankly in Chen Tianin's direction, only to see the next moment. Suddenly, in the sky, the wind was raging. Immediately afterward, a chanting sound emanated from within Chen Tianin's room. The loud sound wave was like the roar of a lion in the east of the river, causing the crowd of Chen clan disciples to be swayed in their minds. Chen Nian was also startled, but being burdened with the supreme divine demon body, he didn't suffer too much. In the next moment, the room suddenly began to vibrate violently, and a surge of heavenly demonic qi formed an immense and incomparable column. The pitch-black column shot straight up into the sky, and the terrifying demonic aura covered the sky, as if the entire sky was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, only a violent shout could be heard as a huge incomparable figure rose up into the air. That person was none other than the Chen clan's second master, Chen Tianin. "A mere heavenly Tao, how dare you stop me?" Humph. Chen Tianin did not place the so-called heavenly Tao in his eyes in the slightest. Since his lifetime, he had looked out of the corner of his eye. For the devil's way, cultivation was originally against the heavens, and he never believed in fate. If one were to say that the most convincing person in this world, and the only one who convinced him, it was his elder brother, Chen Tiandao. The rest of the people, even if it was the lord of the Phoenix domain, or the head of the 2 major sects of Buddhism and Taoism, Chen Tianin still didn't have half a bit of conviction in his heart. Therefore, how could he give in when a mere heavenly Tao wanted to stop him from cultivating? In one hand, he held a huge black axe. This was Chen Tianin's weapon of choice, the demonic heavenly battle axe, which was an 8-star treasure weapon. "Break it for me!" Chen Tianin's eyes were scarlet with a murderous aura in them, his body was burning with demonic aura, and his entire body was as terrifying as a god or demon. Even when Chen Tianan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked in his heart. He did not expect Chen Tianin's strength to be so terrifying. Although this Chen family's second master looked dangly on a regular basis, his strength was truly something that could not be underestimated. This strength made him, a veteran powerhouse who had stepped into the peak of Saint Entry for a long time, feel a hint of death. Indeed, worthy of being the domain lord's own brother, his talent and strength are terrifying to the extreme. Looking at this scene, Chen Tianan couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in his heart. Chen Tiandao's own brother was indeed not an ordinary person either. Only seeing an axe go down, the originally chaotic sky was suddenly cleaved out, and the dark sky lit up immediately afterward as daylight dispelled the endless darkness. This axe directly scratched a heavy mark across the entire sky. The endless darkness disappeared, and the aura on Chen Tianan's body stabilized. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Heavenly Tao? It's nothing more than that. After saying that, he let out a cold laugh as his figure slowly landed on the ground, and his pair of giant axes were also put away. But having just broken through to the late stage of Sage Entry, the aura on his body had not yet had time to dissipate, so much so that as soon as he landed, the crowd of elders felt an inexplicable pressure coming from their bodies. This aura caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. However, Chen Yan had nothing to fear from this aura from Chen Tianan's body because of the protection of his supreme divine demon body. Eldest nephew, second uncle has become a success. From now on, second uncle will take you to the heavens and into the earth, and make merry day after day. Chen Tianan laughed out loud, his eyes filled with excitement. Thanks to the 9 revolutions of yellow apricot given by his great nephew, otherwise it would have taken at least a few more decades of bitter cultivation to reach this step. At this moment, Chen Tianan's gratitude towards Chen Yan was indescribable. Even if he were to let him die for Chen Yan at this moment, he would be willing to do so. The strength of a late-stage entry sage was far too powerful than before. Chen Tianan clenched his fists and could feel the endless power coming from his body. His talent was already different from the norm, plus he had been personally guided by Chen Tiandao since he was a child, and with the addition of various undercards, although he was not able to defeat a Saint King realm powerhouse, he was not without the slightest power to fight back. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the first person under the Saint King realm. Chen Yan smiled faintly. Congratulations to second uncle for being one step closer to the Saint King realm. Although a Saint King powerhouse and the Saint Entry realm looked a stone's throw away, the difference was huge. All under Saint King were mole crickets. This phrase described it appropriately. For the human race, a Saint King realm powerhouse's lifespan increased greatly and could live for tens of thousands of years. Of course, once a beast of heaven and earth like the phoenix broke through the Saint King, its lifespan would be even longer, and could be said to be hundreds of thousands of years long. And after Chen Tianan broke through to the late stage of Saint Entry, the distance to the Saint King realm wasn't that far away. Chen Tianan was overjoyed in his heart when he heard this. If it was before, although he was extremely talented, there was still a considerable distance compared to Chen Tiandao, and it wasn't easy for him to enter the Saint King realm. Wanting to break through in a short period of time was simply a pie in the sky. Unless there was some special opportunity. However, now that he had Chen Yan, he felt that the day of breaking through to Saint King was not far away. This great nephew of his own family was so mysterious that he couldn't even see through Chen Yan in the slightest. Even Chen Tiandao had said that this son was also elusive to him. However, the two brothers had tacitly not probed Chen Yan to the end, but instead had given him a great deal of trust and freedom. Why? Because Chen Yan was a member of the Chen family. No matter how mysterious he was, the ultimate beneficiary must be the Chen family. As long as the Chen family could prosper, did it matter what Chen Yan's identity was? Of course it doesn't matter. Therefore, over the years, even though Chen Yan had always come up with something that caused even Chen Tiandao to be unusually shocked, he had not gotten to the bottom of it in the slightest. And Chen Yan also knew this, which was why he was so reckless. In this world, there was no fear of you not having secrets. Every powerful person who had cultivated to the Saint King realm, which one didn't have secrets and situations of their own? What was most feared instead was not having secrets. Such a person, without a great fortune to protect them, often did not go far. Therefore, Chen Tiandao did not care what special secrets Chen Yan had. As long as he was dedicated to the Chen family, as long as he was still his son, he, Chen Tiandao, would bear all things. Even if Chen Yan had stabbed him through, there was still him, Chen Tiandao. This was the bottom line of the number one person in the devil's way. Chen Tianan laughed, gently patted Chen Yan's shoulder. Uncle and nephew looked at each other and smiled, understanding each other's thoughts. Just as the crowd was talking and laughing, a deacon suddenly ran in hurriedly, and when he saw Chen Yan and the elders, he hurriedly saluted. Subordinate Chen Lai, see young patriarch, see second master and all the elders. Chen Yan was the first to speak. Get up and speak, what's the emergency? Seeing Chen Lai hurriedly run in, Chen Yan frowned. thinking that something big had happened. Chen Lai also did not dare to be slow, and immediately said, "Young lord, the holy maiden of the Phantom Demon sect seeks to see young lord." Phantom Demon sect? The elders looked at each other in dismay as Chen Nian gave a silent recitation and pondered slightly. In the Nine Heavens Demon region, the Chen family was a dominant family, a well-deserved hegemon of the entire Nine Heavens Demon region. And naturally, the Chen family wasn't alone in commanding the billions of territories. There were quite a few sects and families under the Chen family's command. These included 3 sects, 1 faction, and 5 families. These 9 forces are the vanguard under the Chen family. In addition to making annual offerings to the Chen family, if there is a battle, they also have to contribute. This Phantom sect is precisely one of the 3 sects. The door are all female cultivators. Cultivation is the Phantom Devil lineage. One by one as beautiful as a flower. Illusion skills is first class. Not only that, the Phantom Demon sect's strength is not weak, and its patriarch is a powerful person who has entered the Saint Realm. It's not even time for the clan meeting yet, and it seems that the Phantom Demon sect's holy maiden has come to the door for something important to happen. Chen Pingon analyzed. Chen Nian sniffed, nodded, and didn't say anything more. Let's go, and see what this Phantom sect holy maiden has to do. Yes. The elders sniffed and said yes, following behind Chen Nian. Not long after, the Chen family's parlor. There were 2 women waiting in the hall for a long time, one long and one young. The long one was around 30 or 40 years old, looking not too young, but her face did not have the slightest crease, and her delicate face was filled with a mature flavor. Perhaps it was because she had just experienced a great battle. Her face was a bit pale and her qi and blood were a bit lacking. Her name was Jiang Ping, and she was the 3rd elder of the Phantom Demon sect, at the peak of the Emperor realm. Jiang Ping looked at the holy maiden on the side, wanting to say something. She finally couldn't hold back and opened her mouth. Sacred Maiden, is it really possible to hand over my Phantom Demon sect's ancestral land to the Chen clan? The Phantom Demon sect had been around for a long time, with a very long legacy, and its heritage was even a few points stronger than the Chen family. However, the Chen family had produced a Chen Tiandao, and in just a few hundred years' time, they had transformed the Chen family. Not only had they unified the Nine Heavens Demon region, but they had also become one of the top 10 forces of the 3,000 regions all of a sudden, and they were as terrifying as they were. On the contrary, the Phantom Demon sect, the last thousands of years has withered greatly, a serious loss of talent. The clan is less and less strong, and even to their generation can only be reduced to the Chen family's subordinate forces. If the first generation of the Phantom Demon sect's patriarch knew about it, he was afraid that he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. However, they had no choice. The Chen family was powerful and extremely overbearing. Anyone who didn't respect them was killed. Previously, the Nine Heavens Demon region was full of sects, but after the Chen family became powerful, they slaughtered a large portion of the disobedient forces. Therefore, the Phantom Demon sect had to follow suit. However, today, the Phantom Demon sect had suffered a great calamity and their vitality had been greatly injured, so if they were to offer the Phantom Demon sect's ancestral land to the Chen family again, then they would truly not have the face to see their ancestors again. However, Shui Luer sighed, and although there was some reluctance in her eyes, there was nothing she could do. Although she was the sacred maiden of the Phantom Demon sect, now that the Phantom Demon sect had lost its power and suffered a great calamity, she was really at the end of her tether. Elder Jiang, why would I want to be like this? If I don't do this, I'm afraid that my master's life will be difficult to protect, and my Phantom Demon sect's 10,000-year-old foundation will also be destroyed. Saying that, Shui Luer leisurely sighed, her eyes obscurely flickering. When Jiang Ping heard this, she also sighed helplessly, as she knew that what Shui Luer had said was the truth. Just as the two of them were talking, outside the door, the Chen family crowd walked in. Shui Luer didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly stood up, her gaze looking outwards. With just one glance, all of her eyes landed on Chen Nian's body. This teenager wasn't very old, but he exuded an air of nobility all over his body, and moreover, there was an impulse in Chen Nian that wanted to make her submit. Even the urge that she could be ravaged by the other party with just a word. Shui Luer knew that this impulse was not some kind of illusion, but rather, it was a kind of bloodline suppression that came from within the bloodline, just like the bloodline suppression between demonic beasts. See the young clan chief. Shui Luer wasn't stupid, he knew that this teenager who walked in front of the elders with an honorable status must be that legendary Chen clan young lord, Chen Yan. She also didn't dare to be slow in the slightest. One must know that this Chen family young lord was Chen Tiandao's own son. With this, who would dare to disrespect him? Moreover, it was said that this young patriarch had amazing talent and unlimited potential, so Shui Luer naturally dared not be even more reckless. Chen Nian slowly walked over to the main seat and sat down immediately afterward. and all the elders also sat down in their positions. Well, what is the Phantom Demon sect doing here this time? Chen Yan didn't bother to beat around the bush with them and asked bluntly. When Xue Luo heard this, she didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly arched her hand and said, "Young Patriarch, the Phantom Demon sect's Grand Elder has colluded with a dozen or so elders as well as extraterritorial forces to usurp my master's position as Patriarch, so I would like to ask the young Patriarch to make a decision for my Phantom Demon sect." After saying that, Xue Luo began to tear up, her large tearful eyes very moving. A pair of incomparably white long legs were brightly shining and exceptionally moving. Besides, Xue Luo's face was simply impeccable, as delicate as a ghost sack's, pure with a hint of demonic, and that pair of chest peaks was even more costly. After all, it was the holy daughter of the Phantom Demon sect. In addition to good talent, her own looks were naturally not bad. With such a face value, it would be difficult for anyone to resist if they saw it. However, Chen Yan frowned and snorted coldly, his body's murderous aura radiating out as he disdainfully said, "What, trying to charm me?" When Xue Luo heard this, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, followed by a quick arch of her hand to admit her mistake, saying, "Luo wouldn't dare, it's only because Luo was born with a seductive demonic body that she was not able to control herself for a moment before she made such a big mistake. I hope that the young Patriarch will forgive her." Of course, Xue Luo knew in her own heart that it was definitely not the so-called lack of control. It was good that she was born with a charmed demon body, but just now she saw that Chen Yan was only a 6-year-old child, and thought that he must not have seen the world, so she thought to take a wrong turn and use her charmed physique to seduce Chen Yan. As long as Chen Yan agreed to help her, then the Phantom Sect's crisis could be lifted. However, Chen Yan's willpower was terrifyingly strong, and her own natural seductive body, although she didn't use her illusions, it wasn't something that a child could resist. And Chen Yan not only resisted it, but also realized it at the first moment. Such terrifying strength was simply frightening. Chen Yan snorted coldly. Whether it was unintentional or not is clear in your heart. He also didn't want to continue discussing this topic, and followed up with, "The Phantom Demon sect's turmoil is an internal fight within the sect. It is inconvenient for my Chen family to intervene, so the Holy Maiden should please return," Chen Yan said in a cold voice, without the slightest bit of emotion in his words. Although Xue Luo was stunningly beautiful, to someone like him whose heart was set on the Great Tao, even the most beautiful woman was nothing more than a red-powdered skeleton, nothing at all. The Devil's sect had always been concerned with profit. Although the Phantom Demon sect that Xue Luo belonged to was a subordinate force of the Chen clan, whoever was in power would have no influence on the Chen clan. But does it matter to the Chen family who was in power? Not really. Whether it was Xue Luo's master, or the Grand Elder who was now usurping power, whoever was in power had to pay tribute to the Chen clan, and they had to obey the Chen clan's orders. Therefore, there was no need for the Chen clan to get involved in this mess, because there was no need. Chen Yan naturally had to see things from the starting point of the Chen family's interests. As for the elders in Chen Tianin, when they heard Chen Yan say this, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. For them, whether they helped the Phantom Demon sect or not, there was no harm in it. After all, it was just a small subordinate sect that could be annihilated with the lifting of a hand for the Chen clan. However, they were more concerned about Chen Yan's style of handling things. Obviously, Chen Yan's words were completely in line with the Chen clan's interests, and his thoughts were clear. A Chen family helmsman with a brain was what they needed more than anything else. As soon as Chen Yan's words fell, Xue Luo's face began to look grave. She did not expect a mere 6-year-old to have such a mindset. He truly deserved to be Chen Tiandao's son. Sure enough, he was not a good person. She pondered for a moment and lightly bit her lips, as if she had made some decision, and softly said, "Young clan chief, if you are willing to help my master, the young woman is willing to follow the young clan chief from now on, washing and cooking and warming the bed without complaint." After Xue Luo finished speaking, Zhang Ping instantly froze. Following Chen Yan, doing laundry and cooking, and warming the bed. What kind of operation is this? Why wasn't this discussed before? Zhang Ping's eyes were filled with disbelief as she hurriedly discouraged. "Holy Maiden, you mustn't, you are the future of the Phantom sect. If you do this, the foundation of my Phantom sect will go up in flames." As she said that, Zhang Ping became more and more agitated, saying no. And why would Xue Luo want to be like that? It was just that the only other bargaining chip she had on her that she could look at, other than the Phantom Demon sect ancestral lands, was herself. The Phantom Demon sect's ancestral land was related to the future of the Phantom Demon sect and the foundation of the sect, so it could not be lost unless it was necessary. Therefore, Xue Luo's only bargaining chip right now was herself. Similarly, she believed that with her own poise, Chen Yan did not have any reason to refuse. In the entire Nine Heavens demon region, she was the first person to carry a well-deserved face value. There were countless suitors. Even quite a few young disciples of the Chun family had fallen into licking dogs after seeing her with a single glance, not to mention some of the sect disciples and loose cultivators outside. She didn't even need to purposely exude the power of seduction for those people to walk away when they saw her. Just as Shui Luer felt that things were just about done, Chen Yan suddenly opened his mouth. Laundry and cooking and warming the bed? Are you good at that? Shui Luer. Seeing that you don't dip your fingers in the water, I can tell at a glance that you're not a worker, so what's the use of keeping you? As for warming the bed, I only cultivate and don't sleep, so I can't use you. Chen Yan finished with a calm face, and a hint of dislike even flashed in his eyes. When Shui Luer heard this, her entire body was dumbfounded. Herself. This was being disliked. In all these years, this was the first time. As the holy maiden of the Phantom Demon sect, since she was a child, she had always listened to the flattery of others. When had she ever been humiliated like this? If it was anyone else, she would have already slashed her sword over. However, the one who said this was Chen Yan, and she could only forcefully hold back the anger in her heart, and had to squeeze out a smile. Young matriarch, although I am not good at laundry and cooking, I can learn. Moreover, I was born with a charmed demon body, a 9-star talent. I am 16 years old this year, and I am at the early stage of transcendent. Chen Yan sniffed, smiled faintly, and faintly said, Transcendent early stage, is it very strong? Very strong? Although it's nothing to these elders of the sacred realm, it's still stronger than your 6-year-old brat. However, before Shui Luer could say anything, she suddenly felt a huge force coming from her body, and all of a sudden, it pressurized her to the point where she couldn't catch her breath. In the next moment, she saw Chen Yan looking at her with a smirk. Early transcendent stage, nothing more than that. When she felt the aura coming from Chen Yan's body, Shui Luer's entire body was confused. This aura, was it coming from Chen Yan? One must know that he was merely a 6-year-old child. Surprisingly, he was able to emit such a terrifying aura. It was truly chilling. This aura of Chen Yan's was at least at the peak of the no-phase realm. One must know that throughout the 3,000 regions, the cultivation levels, from low to high, were Qi-practicing realm, devoid of mortality realm, God concentration realm, sky-breaking realm, phaseless realm, transcendent realm, king's realm, supreme realm, imperial realm, sacred entry realm, and sacred king's realm. The next realm at the peak of the phaseless realm could be the transcendent mortal early stage. And she had only cultivated to the peak of the phaseless realm when she was 14 years old, not expecting Chen Yan, a mere 6-year-old, to have such strength. It was simply shocking. Not only that, although there was still a gap between Chen Yan's cultivation and her own. However, Shui Luer could clearly sense that Chen Yan's strength was far more than simply the phaseless realm, as she sensed a hint of death from the other party. In other words, as long as the other party wanted to, he could finish himself off at any time, killing someone across the ranks. Although she could also do it, but that was only based on the fact that the other party was an ordinary casual cultivator with little background or powerful martial arts. But she herself was the holy maiden of the hallowed Phantom Demon sect, and she could actually be taken out by Chen Yan by crossing the ranks. What a frightening thing this was. For a moment, Shui Luer looked at Chen Yan as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes filled with fear. This guy, he was simply a freak. Such a terrifying strength at such an age. Simply not human. No, there was also his old man, Chen Tiandao, who was also not human. This father and son, they were really stronger than each other. Although Chen Tiandao was not from the same period as Shui Luer, she had grown up listening to her master's father talk about Chen Tiandao, and the fear of him was very deep in her heart. As the number one person in the Devil Dao and the controller of the Nine Heavens Devil region, Chen Tiandao's residual power was deeply in the heart of every devil cultivator. Only, it was not expected that as Chen Tiandao's son, Chen Yan had been even worse. It could be called terrifying. Shui Luer swallowed her saliva, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, Chen Yan stared at her with a smile on his face, smilingly opening his mouth. 9-star talent, Phantom Demon body, not a bad base. It's a pity that following the Phantom Demon sect is a bit of a waste. Shui Luer's talent was considered good, but the Phantom Demon sect had limited resources and limited merit laws. Its Shinsek's Gong method was nothing more than an 8-star Gong method, and it was still mutilated, and its true quality was only roughly around 7 stars. Under the cultivation of such a merit law, much of Shui Luer's talent was wasted, which was a bit of a shame. When Shui Luer heard this, she lowered her head and pursed her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. Chen Yan followed up. However, such chips alone cannot impress me. If there are no special chips, the two of you are afraid that you will have to leave. Chen Yan smiled faintly, looking at the two with an indifferent face. Although there was a smile on his lips, his heart was as cold as iron. He wasn't the type of licking dog that couldn't walk away when he saw a woman. There was no denying that Xuelua was beautiful, more beautiful than all the girls he had seen. But so what? If you don't become a great emperor, you are ultimately just a shovelful of bones, just passing clouds. It doesn't count for anything. Therefore, even though Xuelua was no longer beautiful, Chen Nian wouldn't choose to help her if she didn't have enough leverage. He wouldn't do anything without benefits. When Xuelua heard this, she became a bit anxious. She hadn't expected Chen Nian to be so difficult to deal with. She had set her chips so high, but the other party still didn't agree. Since this was the case, there was only one last bargaining chip left. Thinking of this, Xuelua clenched her fists and silently chanted in her heart, "Master teacher, elder ancestors, please forgive Xuelua for her unfilial sins." After saying this in her heart, she raised her head and stared tightly at Chen Nian's pupils, but those pupils were demonic and unrivaled, like the sun, making it difficult for people to look directly at them, as if he was a natural-born emperor, and staring at Chen Nian's eyes on her own would be a great disrespect. Against the immense pressure within her heart, Xuelua looked at Chen Nian and said in a single word, slowly, "Young patriarch, Xuelua has another treasure to offer." "Treasure?" Chen Nian sniffed and showed some interest, but still looked at her with an indifferent face and said, "The so-called heavy treasure, but don't be yourself again." Hearing Chen Nian's mockery, Xuelua was both ashamed and annoyed, but she didn't dare to say anything more at the moment. Instead, she obediently pulled out a stone key from her bosom. "This stone key is the only key to open our Phantom Demon Sect's ancestral ground." "Phantom Demon Sect's ancestral land?" Chen Nian frowned, clearly not quite knowing the value of this ancestral land. The elders also looked puzzled. It was clear that they did not know much about the Phantom Demon Sect's ancestral ground either, and did not know what valuable treasures were inside. Only Jiang Ping looked at the key in Xuelua's hand with a face of flesh pain, but there was nothing she could do about it. Only to hear Xuelua leisurely say, "My Phantom Demon Sect was inherited from the Supreme Demon Sect 300,000 years ago, but 200,000 years ago, the Supreme Demon Sect fell and was divided into 3 branches, and my Phantom Demon Sect is one of them. Among the successive generations of our Phantom Demon Sect's inheritance, the ancestral ground is the key that successive patriarchs have guarded. According to my master's words, there is a thunder pool in the middle of my Phantom Demon Sect's ancestral land." Thunder pool. Upon hearing these 2 words, the elders of the Chen clan, including Chen Tianin, all of them widened their eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing that Chen Nian still didn't quite understand the meaning of the word thunder pool, Grand Elder Chen Tianan explained. The so-called thunder pool is the origin of the growth of 10,000 thunderbolts in the heavens and earth. The thunder pool is the place where lightning originates, and is extremely difficult to find. For martial artists, it is greatly beneficial. Not only does it help to enhance their cultivation, but if it is for physical cultivation martial artists, it is an excellent place to cultivate. On top of that, the thunder pool may harbor the heart of thunder, and if swallowed, one may be able to comprehend the lightning divine ability, which is of infinite use. When Chen Nian heard this, both of his eyes instantly released golden light, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. He didn't really care about the thunder system divine aptitude or anything else. Anyway, with the system in hand, there was a chance to obtain divine abilities and whatnot. What he cared about was that the thunder pool was an excellent place for physical cultivation martial artists to train. He had only obtained the divine elephant prison suppressing strength last night and had awakened 20 grains of giant elephant power after a night of cultivation. If there was the addition of the thunder pool, the speed of cultivation would definitely be greatly accelerated. Chen Nian's mind conjured up the image of his physical body crossing the star river and tearing the stars with his hands. It was just too powerful. Thinking of this, Chen Nian no longer hesitated and looked at Xuelua with a slight warmth in his eyes. "What do you say? There are such treasures, then we are a family. A family still say what 2 families say," he said smilingly. "In that case, don't worry, Miss Xue, I, Chen Nian, have always been a helper and a fighter, so I'll do this favor." Xuelua. Elders. Chen Tianin. Jiang Ping. Helping people? Fighting for justice? Which of these 2 adjectives describes you? Seeing Chen Nian grinning, his white teeth showing, he looked harmless, like a big boy next door. However, Xuelua knew that this guy was definitely a master who wouldn't give up without seeing a rabbit. Having just begged for most of the day to no avail, Chen Nian was like a different person as soon as he took out his own benefits. The contrast between before and after was so great that Xuelua was speechless. However, she didn't dare to say anything more. After all, this was the Chen family's young patriarch, and it was already a great fortune that he could agree to help, even though the ancestral land was more than likely going to be lost, but there was no way around it. If she didn't save her master, the Phantom Demon Sect would be gone, and she would naturally be at the head of this holy maiden, and would also face the pursuit of the Grand Elder. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Shui Luo did not hesitate to sell her ancestral land. Seemingly afraid that Chen Nian would back out, Shui Luo barely hesitated before she hurriedly said, "Many thanks to the young patriarch for his righteous assistance, Luo is grateful for this in her life." Who knew that Chen Nian smiled faintly and said, "No need to be polite, oh yes, when this is over, you can stay by my side as a servant girl serving tea and water." Shui Luo, didn't you just not want it? Good fellow, your old man asked for the key to the ancestral land, and now you're not even letting yourself go. It's really like plucking feathers from geese. It's too refined. For a while, Shui Luo couldn't help but feel a bit tired. This fellow, Chen Nian, was simply too difficult to deal with. He was simply a human savant. She also had no choice but to obey. Yes. Shui Luo arched her hand and answered, while Jiang Ping on the side wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. With things having come to this, one could only hope that Chen Nian would be able to save the Phantom Demon sect as soon as possible. Then, young patriarch, when are we going to set off? Of course now. Chen Pingan smiled faintly, his soft eyes filled with laughter. After all, he couldn't wait a moment for that Phantom Demon sect's thunder pool. The subtlety of the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength was something he had long been mesmerized by. Hearing Chen Nian's words, Shui Luo also froze for a moment, not expecting Chen Nian to be so forthcoming. However, she was also happy about it. Going to the Phantom Demon sect earlier would be one less point of danger for Master Teacher. She hurriedly arched her hand and said, "Since that's the case, then many thanks to the young patriarch." Chen Nian smiled faintly and then turned his gaze to the side. "Second uncle, are you free to accompany me on a run?" Chen Tianyin had just broken through to the late stage of sacred entry, and was also looking forward to trying out his strength, not to mention protecting his eldest nephew, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He, our great nephew opened his mouth, "Your second uncle will have to go even if he has to go through fire. Don't worry, with uncle here, even the king of heaven won't want to hurt you a hair." Chen Tianyin patted his chest and said with a confident face. Of course, he also had this confidence. The second master of the Chen family was also renowned in the entire 3000 domain. As for Shui Luo, when she heard that Chen Tianyin was willing to go to the Phantom Demon sect together, a smile instantly appeared on her even. She was aware of Chen Tianyin's fierce reputation. Chen Tiandao's only real brother, he was also a lawless lord since he was a child. His strength was even more terrifying. With him here, the Phantom Demon sect's Grand Elder must not be able to turn over any waves. Chen Nian smiled faintly at his words. He naturally had no doubts about his own second uncle's strength and loyalty. Since that's the case, then bring another 200 Xian guards along. The Xian guards were Chen Nian's personal guards, and there were a total of 500 of them. Don't underestimate these 500 Xian guards. An army that could be used to protect Chen Nian was not something that ordinary people could enter. Each of these guards was a transcendent realm martial artist, and there were a total of 5 small commanders among the guards, each of which was at the king realm cultivation level. Such a force could walk horizontally in an ordinary central domain. And this was only a portion of Chen Nian's guards. Yes. Hearing Chen Nian's arrangement, the elders naturally had no objections and arched their hands in agreement. Chen Clan Domain. A pitch-black spirit boat rose into the air, instantly ascending above the clouds. Spirit boats were magic treasures for rushing. Throughout the 3000 domains, spirit boats were extremely difficult to manufacture. Coupled with the fact that they were extremely large, it would take an average forger several years to create one, so this led to an extremely small number of spirit boats. And this spirit boat is a 7-star spirit treasure, belongs to Chen Nian's private custom, is when he was born Chen family and elder gifted, speed is extremely fast, more strong defense function, extremely rare, even the whole Chen family does not have how many ships. 200 Xian guards escorted the inside of the spirit boat. Shui Luo looked at the extremely fast-flying spirit boat, her eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of envy. Their Phantom Demon sect also had a few spirit boats, but they were all just 4-star, and whether it was speed or performance, it was comparable to Chen Nian's spirit boat. Even, she was too embarrassed to call her own a spirit boat, a small broken boat was more like it. Chen Nian slowly walked over and stood behind Shui Luo, smiling. It will arrive in about 2 hours or so, there's no need to worry too much. Hearing the voice behind her, Shui Luo hurriedly turned around, and seeing that it was Chen Nian and Pingan Chen behind her, she didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly saluted. Many thanks to the young patriarch. Chen Nian smiled faintly and nodded. I think you have a lot of potential. Shui Luo froze, not expecting Chen Nian to suddenly say this. Chen Nian continued. Following me will be the best decision you'll ever make in your life. After saying this, Chen Nian gave a mysterious smile, stopped speaking, and turned to leave. Shuelure froze in place, looking at Chen Nian's departing back. Her eyes couldn't help but feel a little confused. This man, why was he always so confident? So what if it's a 9-star talent, compared to the young lord? It's just a firefly compared to the white moon. A voice suddenly came and interrupted Shuelure's thoughts. She looked up and saw that it was none other than Pingon Chen who had just stood behind Chen Nian. Although she didn't know Pingon Chen's name, she knew that this person was by no means simple and exuded a terrifying aura all over his body. Although he was a bit young for her, Pingon Chen's age seemed very young, and to have such strength at such an age was absolutely extraordinary. However, being lectured by a teenager like this, Shuelure's heart was also self-satisfied. She snorted coldly. 9-star talent, phantom demon body, in the entire 3,000 regions is considered a genius. Your young master's mouth is not small. However, upon hearing Shuelure's disdain for the young lord, the killing intent in the eyes of the originally indifferent Pingon Chen flickered, emanating a dense murderous aura all over his body. Chen Pingon, 6 years old, 9-star talent, cultivation, early stage of the skybreaking realm. Since practicing the 9-star technique given by Chen Nian, the Xianyan Devil technique, along with various resources, Chen Pingon had directly crossed over the peak of the condensation realm and broke through to the sky-breaking realm. And hearing Chen Pingon's words, Shuelure also put away the arrogance in her eyes and gained a few more points of gravity. 9-star talent. A 6-year-old sky-breaking realm? This was also a monster. Such a genius was willing to follow Chen Nian? Just as Shuelure had a shocked look on her face, Chen Pingon's sword was suddenly sheathed. A cold aura flashed by. The entire space seemed to freeze as a dense murderous aura swirled. Boom! Pingon Chen's right foot fiercely stomped on the ground, and his figure catapulted out with an extremely fast sound, just like an arrow shadow. The next moment, in mid-air, cold moon. The residual moon was like a shadow. A mutilated blade shadow instantly broke through the air. The extreme speed of the residual shadow was so fast that it even froze time. When Shuelure saw this sudden scene, she could not help but widen her eyes. The speed of Chen Pingon's strike was so fast that she had not even reacted yet. However, fortunately, she was 2 great realms higher than Pingon Chen, and with a violent flash of her figure, she was considered to have barely dodged Pingon Chen's strike. Her figure swayed as she landed on the ground, a few strands of her gorgeous hair scattering on the ground around her ears. Kid, you dare to sneak attack me? Shuelure's eyes widened as her eyes went cold, her eyes filled with anger. This kid dared to sneak attack himself? Shuelure's heart was incomparably angry, her chest rose and fell. If it wasn't for the fact that Pingon Chen was Chen Nian's person, she would have made her move long ago. However, in the face of Shuelure's anger, the killing intent in Chen Pingon's eyes did not diminish as he snorted coldly. Anyone who insults the young lord shall be killed without pardon. In Chen Pingon's eyes, Chen Nian was his heaven, his only faith. This faith even surpassed his parents and transcended everything. All those who dared to insult Chen Nian would be killed without pardon, no matter what realm the other party is in. I have a sword that cuts through everything. Seeing the murderous aura in Chen Pingon's eyes, Shuelure could not help but stall. She did not expect that just because she had casually made a remark, Pingon Chen would have such a big reaction. Only to see Chen Pingon snort coldly. Young lord's talent and genius is the best in the 3,000 domains, and will surely step into the Emperor realm in the future. You are nothing but a frog in the bottom of a well. How dare you defy the young lord? Chen Pingon snorted coldly, the cold aura in his eyes slowly retracted, and immediately turned around to leave, without looking at Shuelure again. Looking at the back of Pingon Chen's departure, Shuelure's eyes held a few moments of fear. The kind of murderous aura and indifference in Pingon Chen's eyes caused her to be chilled. Although he was still just a teenager, Shuelure had no doubt about this teenager's future achievements. 9-star talent, even more so with such a heart, and the resources of the Chen family. How could such a young man be nameless? Chen Nian, just what kind of person are you? How could you make such a genius willingly follow you? Stepping into the Emperor realm, what a big mouth. Truly, I can't see through it. Shuelure sighed languidly, her curiosity towards Chen Nian increased a few more points in her heart, and even her decision to follow Chen Nian was a little less resistant, and there were also a few more points of hidden anticipation. She was too eager to know what surprises this man could bring her. Time passed slowly. Chen Nian wasn't idle either. Even when he was on top of the spirit boat, he was constantly cultivating. This was his firm belief since childhood. Not sparing a single moment of cultivation time, no silicon step could lead to 1,000 miles. Although his talent was the best in the 3,000 regions, if he didn't work hard, sooner or later, he would be caught up. This was something that he knew all too well. Therefore, for so many years, even at night, he seldom slept, instead replacing it with cultivation. Young lord, ahead is the Phantom Demon sect. At the doorway, the Xian Guard's commander stood respectfully and said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft then he got up and pushed open the cabin door. On the spirit boat, Shui Luo and Jiang Ping stood somewhat uneasily, especially when they looked at the land of the Phantom Demon Sect's clan not far away. The two of them had even more anxiety in their eyes. The betrayal of the Grand Elder was almost overnight. When night fell, the entire Phantom Demon Sect was reduced to a killing ground. The Grand Elder had joined the 10 elders within the sect in a joint rebellion, and had also colluded with foreign forces, and overnight the Phantom Demon Sect had changed the sky. Thanks to the desperate resistance of Master and a few other elders, Shui Luo and Jiang Ping were able to escape. Almost there. Hearing Chen Tianin's voice, Shui Luo turned her head and gently nodded. Suddenly, Chen Tianin's brows furrowed, and a wave of disgust rose in his eyes. Chen Yan also noticed that Chen Tianin's mood was off and spoke curiously. Second uncle, what's wrong? Chen Tianin narrowed his eyes and sank his mind, his divine sense instantly dispersing in all directions. The divine sense of an entry Saint Realm powerhouse was incomparably powerful, instantly enveloping the entire Phantom Demon Sect. Half a second later, he frowned and said, "In this Phantom Demon Sect, I detect an aura that irritates me." Chen Yan froze. An aura that made Chen Tianin very upset? However, Chen Tianin didn't look deeper into it, as that aura was hidden, and he wasn't too clear on what exactly it was, so perhaps he had probed wrongly. Don't worry, great nephew, with your second uncle here, even the King of Heaven won't be able to touch a hair on your head. Chen Tianin snorted coldly, and the entire space seemed to freeze. Strong people at the late stage of sage entry had already begun to touch the power of rules. It was obvious that Chen Tianin had also initially grasped this kind of ability, and just a cold snort was so terrifying. Chen Yan smiled faintly and nodded. Soon, the spirit boat entered the airspace above the sect and spiraled straight down to the ground. At this moment, the Phantom Demon Sect. Grand Elder Luo Hongqiu narrowed her eyes and looked at the spirit boat with the Chun clan's logo not far away, a hint of coldness flickering in her eyes. She didn't expect that bitch Shui Luo to go to the Chen family to ask for help. When really, it was somewhat unexpected. Grand Elder, the Chen family's people are here, what should we do? The second elder on the side had a slight fear in her eyes. She couldn't be clearer about what kind of goods the Chen family was. The overlord of the Nine Heavens Devil region, the number one force in the Devil Dao. Hegemony, doing as they please was everyone's impression of the Chen family. The second elder still remembered when that young man named Chen Tian Dao, who had risen like a comet in just a few hundred years, had chopped off a 10,000-year-old mountain of the Phantom Demon Sect with a single strike of his hand. Such godlike strength was simply chilling. And since the rise of the Chen clan, they had always been subservient to the Chen clan, so naturally, they had developed no small amount of fear. However, Luo Hongqiu sneered and said, "So what if the Chen family is here? Don't forget that we aren't without external assistance. That lord said that if we get the ancestral key, he can take us out of the Nine Heavens demon region, and there's still a chance to break through into the Saint realm." Luo Hongqiu had been stuck at the peak of the Emperor realm for many years, and his bottleneck had never loosened. Therefore, faced with the temptation of breaking into the Saint realm, she was naturally hard to resist. The second elder on the side also flashed greed in his eyes when he heard this. That was the legendary sacred realm. Entering the Saint realm, dipped in the word saint, was enough to see that it was extraordinary. Once one stepped into it, one's lifespan would increase greatly, and one's strength would be comparable to today's cloud of mud. Alright, wait and watch my eyes. That adult's background, even the Chen family wouldn't dare to be too reckless. At that time, you and I will have shelter, and we will also be able to break into the Saint entry realm, why not? Hearing Luo Hongqiu's words, the second elder's eyes were filled with greed, and he hurriedly arched his hand. Yes. After the spirit boat landed, Grand Elder Luo Qiuhong and a group of elder disciples surged over, squeezing out a few smiles on their old wrinkled faces, like a pimp soliciting prostitutes. Greetings to all the adults of the Chen family. Luo Qiuhong's face was fawning, her attitude impeccably humble. With her thoughts, she would try not to clash with the Chen family if she could. If there was really no other way, then one could only have a hardened heart. Therefore, a firefight with the Chen family was a desperate move as a last resort. As the spirit boat landed and the cabin door opened, Luo Qiuhong looked up and met Shui Luo eye to eye. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are all red in the eyes. Shui Luo's originally unsettled heart rose and fell once again, her eyes filled with killing intent. For the first time in such a long time, she wanted to kill someone so badly. Seeing that it was Shui Luo, Luo Qiuhong was first stunned, and then she reacted in a hurry, letting out a cold laugh in her heart, the flattery on her face unabated. She knew that Shui Luo was nothing at all. If she could win the Chen family over to her side, this Shui Luo would surely die. Luo Qiuhong looked backward, only to see Chen Yan slowly walking down. When she saw Chen Yan, Luo Qiuhong frowned and froze a little for a moment. Who was this child who looked to be just 6 or 7 years old, and the Chen family would even send a child to preside over it? However, before Luo Qiuhong could ponder, a mountain-like body instantly made her about to be petrified. Second master. When she saw Chen Tianin's figure, Luo Qiuhong seemed as if her mouth was demented, and her entire body was stunned. Chen Tianin, throughout the 3,000 regions, especially the Nine Heavens Demon region, who didn't know that this was Chen Tiandao's own younger brother, and the only younger brother at that. The weight of this was self-evident. Moreover, Chen Tianin wasn't a kind man or woman. Killing and robbing people, and destroying clans were all at hand. She originally thought that the Chen family would at most send an elder to scout around, but she didn't expect this Chen family's second master to personally come. Instantly, Luo Qiuhong instantly felt bad. The original seamless plan seemed to have missed something at this moment. Second master? Hearing Luo Qiuhong's words, the Phantom Demon Sect's group of elders were suddenly shocked in their hearts as well. This is the Chen family's second master Chen. My god, how did this god of murder come? However, Chen Tianin did not have any expression on his face as he silently stood behind Chen Yan. You are the Phantom Demon Sect's Grand Elder, Luo Qiuhong, right? Hearing Chen Yan's questioning, Luo Qiuhong froze. After looking at Chen Yan and then at Chen Tianin, he froze. This child, what exactly was his status? Why was even second master Chen so respectful to him? In the entire Nine Heavens Demon region, could it be that there was someone even more honorable than Chen Tianin? In her mind, other than Chen Tiandao, Luo Qiuhong really couldn't think of a second one. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, a bright light appeared in Luo Qiuhong's mind. I had long heard that 6 years ago, Chen Tiandao gave birth to a son, and on the day of his birth, the entire sky of the Nine Heavens Demon region changed color. However, for so many years, Chen Tiandao had also never released any information about this young matriarch to the public. Can it be that? This is the one. Young lord is asking you. Seeing Luo Qiuhong remain silent for a long time, Chen Tianin was instantly offended and snorted coldly. This light voice landed in Luo Qiuhong's ears like a thunderbolt, instantly waking her up. She hurriedly said, Enlighten young lord is. Yes, I am the Phantom Demon Sect's Grand Elder, Luo Qiuhong. After knowing Chen Yan's identity, Luo Qiuhong's eyes instantly darkened, and her entire person was somewhat depressed. Why? Originally, according to Luo Qiuhong's thoughts, if the other party was just an elder of the Chen clan, the big deal would be to unite with that lord and kill him together, then escape from the Nine Heavens Demon region, and with that lord's shelter, it was thought that there would be no danger to his life. But this person in front of her was Chen Tiandao's own son, the future controller of the entire Nine Heavens Demon region. She wouldn't dare to do that even if she had 10,000 guts. Once anything happened to Chen Yan, there was no doubt that Chen Tiandao would truly go crazy. That man, himself, was an unapologetic madman. And if a madman went mad, I'm afraid that by that time, the entire 3,000 regions would be in a major earthquake. If he was caught, I'm afraid that he would be plunged into endless pain in his life. Furthermore, there was still a Chen Tianin by Chen Yan's side, and this was not a simple master. Thinking of this, Luo Qiuhong lost her mind for a while. Looking at Luo Qiuhong's obscurely changing eyes, Chen Yan coldly snorted and said, Where is the Phantom Sect Patriarch? He was also too lazy to talk nonsense with Luo Qiuhong. The biggest reason why he was willing to help Shui Luo was because of the Phantom Demon Sect's Thunder Pool. At the moment, he only wanted to hurry up and resolve the internal chaos in the sect and subsequently enter the Thunder Pool. This was because the closer he got to the Phantom Demon Sect, it was as if the giant elephant force within him became even more excited. The feeling of excitement was indescribable, and was even more pleasurable than the feeling of men and women exercising together. Therefore, Chen Yan simply didn't bother to talk nonsense to her and asked straightforwardly. This. Luo Qiuhong was momentarily stumped and exchanged glances with the second elder. Young lord, that Jiangqi has long had an insubordinate heart. I have long admired the Chen family for a long time. I am willing to offer the entire Phantom Demon Sect with both hands. Right now at this time, Luo Qiuhong could only hope that Chen Yan would cut in on the benefits and just let it go. One must know that although the resources of the entire Phantom Demon Sect could not be called as vast as a sea of smoke, the hundreds of thousands of years of heritage was definitely not bad. To just offer it up with both hands and let the king take it, whoever heard that would be moved. Shui Luo was even more filled with anger when she heard this. Especially seeing Luo Qiuhong's humble and fawning appearance to sell without any heartache to sell the Ancestors Foundation. However, Chen Yan was expressionless, a face that was cold and stern. Don't make me say it a third time, people, where the hell is it? Chen Yan's voice was not loud, but everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was clearly June time, but the crowd coincidentally winced in unison. Cold, it was just too cold. Even Luo Qiuhong was frightened by Chen Yan. This not-so-young lord didn't seem to be that simple. She glanced at the second elder, clenched her teeth, and as if she had made some sort of decision in her heart, she whirled around and said, "In that case, please have the young lord and also the second master follow me." Chen Yan sniffed and glanced at Chen Tianyin, and the uncle and nephew exchanged a look. "Lead the way." Chen Yan didn't bother with nonsense and instructed the other party to lead the way. Luo Qiuhong didn't dare to be slow, and the two of them and the second elder walked in front, while Chen Yan, Shueluer, and Chen Tianyin walked behind them. This was the path leading to the Phantom Demon Sect's dungeon, and Shueluer was no stranger to it. Not long after, the crowd arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, and Luo Qiuhong respectfully said, "Young master, Jiang Qi is inside." When Shueluer heard this, she was overjoyed and rushed straight in without hesitation. "Young master and second master please." Luo Qiuhong made a please, and immediately stood respectfully to the side, her head lowered. Chen Yan and Chen Tianyin looked at each other, only to see Chen Tianyin nod imperceptibly, and Chen Yan instantly understood in seconds. "In that case, then please ask Elder Luo to lead the way." "Yes." Luo Qiuhong didn't dare to say anything more, and immediately walked ahead with the second elder, leading the two of them into the dungeon. This dungeon was the place where the Phantom Demon Sect imprisoned serious criminals. The dungeon was dark, gloomy and humid, with a few cockroaches passing by a few people from time to time, and spider webs all over the place, making it filthy. There were originally quite a few prisoners here, but after the two mutinies, all the other prisoners were killed, leaving only Jiang Qi alone. Soon, the crowd walked to the cell where Jiang Qi was held, only to see Jiang Qi's limbs tied, white prison uniform stained with blood, the whole person cloaked hair, emaciated. She seemed to have been knocked unconscious, her face and mouth were covered in blood, her eyes couldn't even open, and she was hanging in the middle of the cell in a dying state. When Shueluer saw this scene, her eyes instantly turned red. One must know that her master was the renowned Phantom Demon Sect patriarch, with a stunningly beautiful face, a soft body, and even the strength of the Saint Realm. Such a stunningly beautiful person had countless suitors in the entire Nine Heavens demon region. There were even people who were willing to risk their lives to see her. Today, she was unexpectedly like a bereaved dog, her body bruised and battered. Shueluer had been an orphan since she was a child, and it was Jiang Qi who had raised her, and this relationship was also that of a teacher and a mother. Now this situation, how could she bear it? In her heart, she couldn't wait to skin Luo Qiuhong and the others. Chen Yan glanced at Luo Qiuhong and said with a faint smile, "Elder Luo, I am somewhat curious." "Curious?" Luo Qiuhong froze, then said respectfully, "What is young lord curious about?" Chen Yan looked at Jiang Qi's figure, then looked at Luo Qiuhong rather playfully and said with a smile, "As far as I know, this patriarch Jiang's cultivation had already stepped into the sacred realm 20 years ago, and is considered a good expert in the Nine Heavens demon region. With just this group of stinking fish and shrimp of yours, how did you manage to capture this patriarch Jiang?" Chen Yan's words were like a thunderbolt landing on Luo Qiuhong and the second elder's ears. It was. Although they were peak Imperial Realm martial artists. However, the difference between the Emperor Realm and a Saint Initiation Realm powerhouse was a complete difference between clouds and mud. There was no comparison between the two. In front of Jiang Qi, there was no difference between the two of them and a stinky fish or shrimp. As for why they were able to catch Jiang Qi, the two of them looked at each other with inexplicable coldness in their eyes. In the next moment, the two figures backed up extremely fast. After retreating for 5 or 6 meters, the two figures stopped and said with a cold snort, "Lord Yuan Hui, isn't it time for you to come out?" Just as the two men's words fell, a majestic voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Amitba Buddha, senior citizen Chen, the old monk has greeted you." Hearing this sound of Amitba Buddha, the gazes of the crowd looked over in unison. Chen Tianyin let out a cold smile, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I said, why does this honored one feel a repulsive aura? So it's you, old bald ass. Yuan Hui, you dare to meddle in the affairs of my Nine Heavens demon region, you really are impatient with life." The man in front of him, whose Dharma name was Yuan Hui, was the fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, one of the 10 great upper regions, the top power of the Buddhist domain. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had ruled in the Buddhist domain for tens of thousands of years and was extremely domineering. These Buddhas, full of benevolence and morality, were actually even more domineering than the Chun family. Throughout the entire Buddhist domain, there were no other forces other than the Great Thundering Sound Temple, all of which were dealt with cleanly by the Great Thundering Sound Temple in various ways. Ruled the entire Buddhist domain for tens of thousands of years, day and night brainwashing, the entire Buddhist domain, but there are those who do not believe in Buddhism, all were treated as heretics. And heresy, the only way is death. However, these vultures also boast of the right way, has always suppressed the devil's domain, and the people regarded as a flood of fierce beasts. Therefore, Chen Tianyin, who has always been quick-tempered, and the Buddhist domain have extraordinarily deep conflicts. This Yuan Hui in front of him, the conflict between him and Chen Tianyin was not once or twice. Unexpectedly, this old thing was looking for death and dared to come to the Nine Heavens demon region, and also dared to meddle in the internal affairs of the demon region. However, Yuan Hui only smiled faintly, his fat head and hypocritical laughter seemed extraordinarily false. Amitabha Buddha, this is not true of the Qingshi master, these two female Shi masters have already planned to abandon their darkness and follow our Buddha. I see that the monks are quite intelligent and have a destiny with my Buddha, why don't you return to the Buddhist realm with me, convert to my Buddha, and you will also be able to obtain a position as a Buddha and share in the ultimate bliss. How can this joy be better than that? Chen Tianyin snorted coldly, killing intent in his eyes. Put your mother's fart, and you too, dare to betray, I will definitely skin you both and give you two naked to hang on the city gates. Damn it! These two losers were really bold, how dare they collude with those old vultures from the Buddhist domain. For the first time in many years, Chen Tianyin was this angry. To say who he hated the most in these 3,000 domains. Undoubtedly, it was the Buddha domain's group of bullshit Buddhas who were full of morals and ethics. This group of people's mouths are full of benevolence, righteousness and morality, but in reality, what they do is even more vicious and poisonous than the devil's way. Family members? Oh, is a joke. These people will not be soft to kill the clan. They devil, although ruthless, but that is to the enemy. The so-called magic way, talking about fast and furious, talking about the heart, never hypocritical, never morally upright. The devil's way also has its own backbone and beliefs. He, Chen Tianyin, hated these hypocritical old vultures the most. Luo Qiuhong and the two second elders looked at each other and couldn't help but winces. The two of them hanging were not Yuan Hui, able to be so calm in the face of Chen Tianyin's anger. The two of them looked at Yuan Hui as if they were seeking help. Only to see Yuan Hui faintly smiled, recited Amitabha Buddha, two big fat hands took Luo Qiuhong and the second elder's jade hands, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned and said, "Don't worry, my Buddha is compassionate, it is our duty to transform all beings." With the Buddha domain in place, the two monks can rest assured that the Chen family is just a rising star. My Buddha domain has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years and has a deep heritage, so what if it's that Chen Tiandao? When this matter is over, the two of you bring the phantom demon sect disciples to go with me to the Buddha region, to share the ultimate happiness. Hearing Yuan Hui's words, the two of them were greatly relieved. Right, the Great Thunder Sound Temple's heritage was not comparable to the Chen family. Even if he, Chen Tiandao, was more heaven-defying, would he still be able to go to the Great Thunder Sound Temple and kill the two of them? The two of them looked at each other, their hearts were a little more open, although they were a little disgusted that this old monk was moving his hands, but at the moment, there was no other way but the Buddhist domain. In that case, thank you, Master, the two of us have long been longing for the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yuan Hui smiled faintly and nodded gently. The old bald donkey is really speaking out of turn. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is nothing more than a place to hide dirt, a group of moralistic people. If Buddha knew that there were descendants like you, I'm afraid that he would have died of anger long ago. Hearing Chen Yan's voice, Yuan Hui's gaze looked over. This young monk is? Luo Qiuhong sniffed and hurriedly said, Master, this is Chen Tiandao's son, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yan. Chen Tiandao's son? Chen family young master, Chen Yan. Hearing Luo Qiuhong's explanation, Yuan Hui abruptly widened his eyes filled with surprise. He never thought that he would be able to meet Chen Tiandao's son on his trip to the Phantom Sect. One must know that 6 years ago, on the day of Chen Yan's birth, almost all of the famous major powers in the entire 3,000 domains knew about it, and the Buddha domain was naturally no exception. The Buddha domain had always viewed the Nine Heavens demon region Chen family as heretics, especially Chen Tiandao, the first person of the devil Dao. They regarded it as a flooding beast. In a short period of hundreds of years, he had broken through the Saint King realm, and his talent was simply breathtaking. He had traveled all this way, and could be called unbeatable in a horizontal push, never having been defeated. Even after breaking through the Saint King realm, he encountered the joint efforts of several Saint King realm powerhouses, and surprisingly retreated unharmed and in one piece. After that battle, the entire 3,000 regions could not help but look sideways. Throughout the 3,000 regions, there were countless heavenly prides, but there were none as terrifying as Chen Tiandao. And Chen Tiandao's son, if he inherited such a terrifying talent, then the Chen family would definitely usher in a great prosperity. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire Buddhist domain would face no small disaster. Therefore, they were naturally concerned about the birth of the Chen family's young lord. However, on the day of the young lord's birth, there were no more messages. No matter how they probed, there were no results. Although 6 years had passed, the Buddha region had never given up on searching for information about the Chen family's young master. Yuan Hui did not expect that just by coming to the Phantom Demon sect to complete the mission of the Buddha's son, he would be able to come across the Chen family's young master who had not had any news for 6 years. This was simply a stroke of luck. If the Chen family produces another character like Chen Tiandao, I'm afraid that my Buddhist domain will suffer the repercussions. If we can kill this Chen family young lord here, then the future of the Chen family will be cut short, and no matter how strong Yi Chen Tiandao is, he won't be able to turn any waves. Yuan Hui smiled and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Chen Yan, his heart already moved with killing intent. He knew how terrifying Chen Tiandao was, so he didn't want the Chen family to produce a second Chen Tiandao. After all, the relationship between the Chen family and their Buddhist domain was not very good. The two families were even said to be hostile. Although if he beheaded Chen Yan here, Chen Tiandao was afraid that he would be furious. But so what, no matter how strong Yi Chen Tiandao is, my Buddha domain has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years and has a deep heritage. Just Saint King realm powerhouses alone have produced hundreds of them over these hundreds of thousands of years. It's hard not to be afraid of a mere Chen Tiandao. Although the Nine Heavens Demon region was ranked as one of the 10 great regions, it was only supported by Chen Tiandao. No matter how strong Chen Tiandao was, could he be stronger than the Buddhist domain's hundreds of thousands of years of heritage? It was impossible. In Yuan Hui's heart, he already thought highly of Chen Tiandao, and was well aware of the other party's fearsomeness. However, in his heart, their Buddhist domain Great Thunder Sound Temple was the heavenly existence, the truly invincible existence. Chen Tiandao was nothing more than a junior. Even if he was stronger, there had to be a limit. Making up his mind, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled and said, "So it's the saint son of the Chen clan, disrespectful 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 disrespectful. I see that the saint's son is born intelligent and rich in wisdom. Why don't you convert to my Buddha? My Buddha domain is the top 3 existences amongst the 10 upper domains, with a deep foundation. If the saint's son is willing to follow me to the Buddha domain, my Buddha domain will definitely pour all of my resources for the saint's son to step into the realm of the great emperors in the future." Chen Yan was instantly happy when he heard this. This old bald donkey, still thinking of beckoning himself down? When really, his brain had been kicked by a donkey. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze ghostly, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. The old bald donkey is not very good looking but thinks quite beautifully. Buddha domain? Oh, just a place to hide dirt and grime. My devil's wayman, fastidious, as you wish, like you and other such hypocrisy, I cannot see. You bald asses claim to be the right way, but the ability to kill and destroy people's families is not small. Mouth is all Amitba Buddha, heart is to kill and destroy the hook, really dirty. I poo, like a bitch, and went and stand. Chen Yan's words were like knives, not polite. He had long since learned about the Buddhist realm in this world. The so-called Buddha in the Buddhist domain's Great Thunder Sound Temple was not a good person. Although he disguised himself as a kind face, but in fact, the killing of people behind their backs did not have to be done by the Chen family less. Slaughtering a city at the drop of a hat was masked as a degree of enlightenment. The mouth is full of benevolence and righteousness, but the heart is full of business. Therefore, Chen Yan does not have any good feelings towards these vultures. Not only that, the demonic domains in this world rarely recited scriptures in Buddhism, and most of the time they came to practice martial arts. This was completely different from the Buddhism of Chen Yan's previous life. Although there were some scum in the Buddhism on the Blue Star in his previous life, there were also true Buddhist masters. Those masters chanted and recited Buddhist scriptures for decades and studied them, not practicing martial arts and fighting viciously, but rather cultivating their bodies and nourishing their minds. This is what a monk should truly do. On the contrary, these people in the Buddhist domain are more devilish than the devil's path, yet they call themselves Buddhas. When it really is a bitch, it's both a pawn and a stand. Chen Tianyin sniffed and laughed, patting Chen Yan's shoulder with an excited expression. Ha ha ha, great nephew, well said, a painful scolding. For how many years, he had long hated these old vultures. But he was not smooth-tongued, and cursing didn't hurt. Chen Yan, this kid, although not very old, but scolding is really poking straight to the chest. Killing people also want to kill the heart. When Yuan Hui heard this, he was furious. Chen Yan's words were completely rubbing his Great Thunder Sound Temple on the ground. One must know that ever since he was born, he had been brainwashed by the Great Thunder Sound Temple day and night, and the loyalty in his heart to the Great Thunder Sound Temple and to the Buddhist realm was difficult for ordinary people to match. Hearing Chen Nian's insults, Yuan Hui was naturally very upset. Good, you're very good, Saint Son of the Chen clan, and you, Chen Tianyin, the two of you will stay here today. Yuan Hui snorted coldly, and the aura on her body instantly erupted. Late stage entry Saint. Terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire dungeon, and the originally dark dungeon began to shake as the light swayed. Joke, just with you, you're not even close, this day, this honorable man will execute you. Chen Tianyin naturally wasn't one to be messed with, grinning, the smile on his lips was like a hypnotic talisman. The two had fought countless times before, but no one could do anything about it. There was no other reason, because Yuan Hui's cultivation level was at the late stage of sainthood, which was stronger than Chen Tianyin who was at the middle stage of sainthood in terms of cultivation level. However, Yuan Hui was also unable to help Chen Tianyin. Although this fellow was crazy, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. If it was a normal mid-stage sacred initiate, Yuan Hui would be able to take down the opponent within 10 moves. But Chen Tianyin was different, and even if it was a life and death battle, he would not necessarily be his opponent. However, what Yuan Hui didn't know was that Chen Tianyin had now broken through to the late stage of Saint entry, and his strength had increased drastically, and he could be called the number one person under the Saint King. Execute me? You and other evil devils in crooked paths, everyone will be executed. Today I will do justice for heaven. Saying this, Yuan Hui's eyes froze as he took a step forward and stood in front of Luo Qiuhong and the second elder, and a round purple gold mantle suddenly appeared in his hand. He smiled mysteriously, his eyes filled with excitement. Chen Tianyin, today, I will do justice for heaven. After saying that, the purple gold bowl in Yuan Hui's hand was instantly thrown out. The original palm-sized purple gold bowl instantly swelled and became larger, followed by enveloping Chen Nian several people like a small world. Fortunately, before coming out, Lord Buddha Z gave me the purple gold mantle, so I've made a great achievement today. It was important to know that this purple gold bowl was an 8-star spiritual treasure that was terrifying. With Yuan Hui's realm catalyzing this purple gold mantle, under the Saint King realm wanting to break free from the confinement of this purple gold mantle was tantamount to a fool's errand, almost impossible. Moreover, this purple gold mantle was not just a prisoner. There were thousands of inscription formations within the purple gold mantle, and once the enemy was enveloped within it, it could launch an attack in an instant. Not only that, this purple gold mantle was also able to isolate all breaths, so even if Chen Tianyin wanted to ask for help from the outside world, he couldn't do so. Even if Chen Tianyin was no longer strong, he would still have to drink his heart out today, along with the Chen clan saint's son. If this matter was accomplished, it would definitely be a great achievement for the Great Thunderclap Temple. Maybe the host will bestow some great treasure, and by then, he will have broken through the Saint King realm. Saint King. For Yuan Hui, it was definitely a realm that his heart yearned for. He had been practicing for more than 700 years now, and only after so many years of hard cultivation did he reach today's realm. As for Chen Tiandao, his short cultivation time was shorter than his, and now that he had broken through the Saint King realm early, his cultivation had long been unfathomable. And as Chen Tiandao's younger brother, Chen Tianyin, he was even able to match him. This was simply humiliating for Yuan Hui. He had also been holding a breath in his heart for a long time, desperately wanting to break through to the Saint King realm. Today, if he could kill these two here, it would definitely be a great achievement. Thinking of this, Yuan Hui's eyes couldn't help but turn a little scarlet as he looked at the duo of Chen Nian and Chen Tianyin with greed flickering in his eyes. Master Yuan Hui, this Chen Nian is Chen Tiandao's only heir. If he dies here, then the Chen family. I'm afraid that they won't stop. Chen Tiandao's frighteningness, as a member of the Nine Heavens demon region, Luo Qiuhong was still quite clear about it. That man was like the reincarnation of a god or devil, terrifying beyond measure. However, at this moment, Yuan Hui's mind was filled with breaking through the Saint King realm, so where did she care about much? Besides, no matter how strong Chen Tiandao was, could it be that he dared to challenge the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple by himself? Humph. It was tantamount to a fool's dream. Yuan Hui didn't even think about it and snorted coldly. Old lineage has its own plans. Hearing the indifference and chill in Yuan Hui's tone, Luo Qiuhong couldn't help but shiver as well. This old bald donkey, with his previous kind brows was simply like two people. Yes. Immediately, Luo Qiuhong didn't dare to say anything more. This matter that had happened up to now had completely exceeded her expectations, and at this moment, she only hoped that she would be able to live well. This was her only expectation. Young patriarch, Luo is sorry for putting you behind bars. Shui Luo also didn't expect things to come to such a pass. If it wasn't for herself, Chen Nian wouldn't have been in danger at all. If anything happened to Chen Nian, the entire Phantom Demon sect would have been razed to the ground, I'm afraid. Chen Yan faintly smiled and said, I won't go back on my word for what I promised, and as for the small purple gold bowl, it's nothing. He glanced at his second uncle and said with a smile, Second uncle, can it be broken? Can, but it will take some scrapping. If it was the Chen Tianyin from before, he really wouldn't have been able to break this purple gold bowl. However, he had just broken through the late stage of sage entry and his strength had skyrocketed. He was already strong in his own right, and now that he had broken through, he was comparable to a Saint King realm powerhouse. Breaking this violet gold bowl, although not simple, was not impossible to do. However, Chen Yan smiled faintly and used a secret technique to transmit his voice. Second uncle, later on, I'll take you to instantly move directly in front of that old bald donkey, and you'll directly finish that guy off. Chen Tianin's eyes widened when he heard this. Take me to teleport out. Are you kidding me? One must know that as a late-stage sacred realm entrant, Chen Tianin would have to waste a great deal of effort if he wanted to go out. And Chen Yan, a mere peak phase-less realm martial artist, even said that he wanted to take himself out instantaneously? This was not a joke. However, he also knew that his nephew never joked and was very mysterious, so he might really have a way. Chen Tianin didn't ask too many questions and secretly nodded his head. Good. After discussing with Chen Tianin, he turned back and glanced at Shui Luo. Hold on to my hand. Shui Luo was stunned, but seeing Chen Yan's serious expression, the word she originally wanted to inquire didn't come out, and she could only nod heavily. On the other hand, looking at the crowd trapped inside, Yuan Hui's eyes showed a murderous aura as he chanted an incantation under his breath. Chen Tianin, I will send you to hell. With that said, the inscription formation in the purple gold mantle was catalyzed, instantly launching an attack. However, at this very moment, Chen Yan muttered softly under his breath, a stone's throw away. That's right, the move that Chen Yan had utilized was none other than his own divine ability, the end of the sky at hand. Although the purple gold mantle could isolate all breaths, covering the crowd like a pot lid. However, it was unable to stop Chen Yan from utilizing his divine ability. The so-called divine ability was a touch of the power of the law, and at arm's length, it was a divine ability that touched the power of the laws of space, and could ignore all obstacles. Now that Chen Yan's cultivation level was not high, if he waited for him to break through into the Saint Realm, he would be able to completely reach the ability to travel up to 10,000 miles in a single thought. However, with his current cultivation level, the divine ability to move 1 or 2 miles in an instant was no problem at all when activated at the end of the sky, and he and Yuan Hui were only a few meters apart. There was absolutely no problem using the at hand's end at this distance. Boom! In just an instant, Chen Yan appeared in front of Yuan Hui with Chen Tianin and Shui Luo. In a split second, Yuan Hui's eyes widened abruptly. However, just before he could react, Chen Tianin's pair of iron fists came directly against his face. Dragonine Tiger Whistling Fist. An 8-star fist technique broke through the air, and this punch was infused with Chen Tianin's entire body, not holding back in the slightest. A pair of iron fists weighed 10,000 kilograms, and the air around them Brahma rustled. Chen Tianin suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Hui, and had the intention to do so. Plus, with Chen Tianin's cultivation, Yuan Hui simply had no way to dodge even if she knew. Boom! An iron fist smashed straight into Yuan Hui's face. In just an instant, Yuan Hui's entire body was like a sharp arrow breaking through the air, being smashed straight out and landing hard on the ground. The force of this iron fist was too great, and Yuan Hui's entire body landed on the ground, directly smashing through the earth, appearing as a tens of meters long deep pit. At once, a huge pit more than 10 meters deep appeared out of nowhere in the entire dungeon. Sand and soil flew in the sky, filling the entire dungeon. As for Luo Qiuhong and the 2 second elders, they froze in place when they saw this scene in front of them. The Great Thunder Sound Temple's 5th elder was just directly sent flying? It wasn't. The duo could see some fear in each other's eyes. It seemed that this hand to be cold. Soon, when the mist cleared, in the middle of the huge pit, Yuan Hui's figure slowly stood up. The originally clean robe was tattered and stained with dirt, and his plump face was green and purple, instantly resembling a pig's head. The teeth were directly slapped away in a row. One must know that just now, Chen Tianin had directly disliked his face and laid down a deadly force. Although Yuan Hui's strength was strong and this strike failed to kill him, he was definitely seriously injured. His face was even more like a pig's head, looking rather pitiful. How is this possible, you? How is it possible for you guys to escape from this violet gold bowl of mine? Yuan Hui's eyes were filled with disbelief. It was really hard for him to believe that the three of them had escaped from his violet gold mantle so easily. One must know that this was an 8-star supreme treasure, and it was also lent to him by Lord Buddha's son, from the ancient times, with an extraordinary origin. How could someone escape from it so easily? Chen Tianyin smiled faintly at his words. To be honest, if it was with his current strength, he would also be able to break this purple gold bowl, but he definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. It would at least take a good deal of effort. Even if it came out, it would still wear out quite a bit. As for Chen Yan's operation just now, he probably understood in his heart. That was definitely touching the power of the laws of space. That's right, the laws of space. One must know that the power of laws was something that could only be controlled by a Saint King realm powerhouse. Of course, if one wanted to break through the Saint King realm, one must also control the power of laws. There are 3,000 great roads, and there are also 3,000 law powers. A normal person could break through to Saint King by mastering the power of a single law. And nowadays, Chen Tianyin was also slowly mastering the power of laws, and the progress was not slow. However, this spatial law power, he might not be able to touch it in this lifetime. Why? Because the power of law 3000, among them, the first two are space and time. There is a saying, space is king, time is honored. These two forces of law are not simple. Since ancient times, the entire 3000 domains, there are not many geniuses can control these two forces of law. And Chen Yan, a mere phaseless realm martial artist, had actually mastered the legendary power of space. Although it had yet to form a law, this was enough to shock people. At the very least, the entire 3000 regions had not heard of such a genius since ancient times. Although he had known that his own nephew was extremely mysterious, Chen Tianyin felt at this moment that he had still underestimated this brat, when it really was too uncomplicated. Even more mysterious than his elder brother. However, the more mysterious Chen Yan was, the happier Chen Tianyin was. This kid, in the future, might actually be able to step into the emperor realm. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Tianyin's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about those long-ago things, his gaze redirected to Yuan Hui who stood shaking in the huge pit, a hint of coldness flowing from his eyes. This fellow, he will definitely die today. Chen Tianyin let out a cold smile, his eyes flashing with killing intent recklessly. Old vulture Yuan Hui, today is your time to die. After saying that, Chen Tianyin's aura condensed, and a monstrous demonic aura instantly swept across the entire dungeon. Even Jiang Qi, who was tied up and unconscious in her prison cell, couldn't help but be shaken awake by this aura. At this moment, Chen Tianyin was like a god and a devil. His black hair was 3000 zhang, the airflow around him rustled, and his robe was even hunting. A terrifying aura constantly rose. Not far away, Luo Qiuhong and the two second elders were even more nearly scared to pee by this aura, and the two of them fell limply to the ground, their eyes filled with fear. Even the two of them didn't even have the heart to escape, because the two of them knew that even if the two of them escaped to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. Right now, they could only hope that Yuan Hui would win. However, Yuan Hui was even more shocked than the two of them. With a row of broken teeth, he was quite a bit leaky, and even so, he still bit down on his remaining teeth, his eyes staring deathly at Chen Tianyin's silhouette as he said word for word, Entry. Entry Saint, late stage. That's right, it was the late stage of Entry Sage. Upon sensing Chen Tianyin's strength, Yuan Hui's entire body was dumbfounded. Chen Tianyin had unexpectedly broken through to the late stage of Saint Entry without even realizing it. One must know that Chen Tianyin had only cultivated for more than 300 years so far, whereas he, Yuan Hui, had taken 700 years to cultivate to the late stage of Saint Entry. 700 years. That was a difference of more than 2 times. Even so, Yuan Hui, who had used 700 years to cultivate to the late stage of Sacred Entry, was still called a genius by the Great Thunderclap Monastery, a genius who was expected to break through to the Saint King realm. However, when compared to Chen Tianyin, he instantly fell a little short. This fellow, when he was only in the middle stage of Saint Entry, he was able to be on par with himself. Now that he had broken through to the late stage of Saint Entry, his strength had greatly improved, and I was afraid that he really was the first person under the Saint King realm. Moreover, he had just been injured by his sneak attack, so he was afraid that this time, he would really be in danger. Thinking of this, Yuan Hui's heart had a few more moments of fear and unwillingness. His state of mind cultivation was far from being able to keep up with his strength cultivation, and for so many years, he still only focused on his martial arts cultivation while ignoring his state of mind. Seeing the shocked Yuan Hui, Chen Tianyin's heart ached. He grinned, with a few ferocious moments at the corners of his mouth. Old bald donkey, old me will send you on your way to meet your Buddha in the western heaven today. After saying that, Chen Tianyin did not hesitate, his body instantly disappeared in place like a ghost. Seeing this, Yuan Hui's eyes abruptly widened. This speed, even he couldn't keep up. There was no other reason. Chen Tianyin's cultivation technique was too bizarre, and the martial arts he had mastered were exceptionally uncomplicated, seemingly ancient martial arts, and the martial arts in his body had the shadow of Chen Tiandao. One must know that as the number one person in the Devil's Way, Chen Tiandao naturally cultivated an unusual martial art. As his own brother, it was not surprising that Chen Tianyin had a shadow of his martial arts. However, this was enough to show that Chen Tianyin was difficult to deal with. Old bald donkey, old me will send you away today. As soon as his words fell, he only saw Chen Tianyin appear in midair behind Yuan Hui at some point, only to see the pitch-black longsword in his hand sheathed at some point. The pitch-black longsword was like a black ghost in the midst of this dark and sunless dungeon, taking people's lives. This move, the name is, Seek the Devil. As soon as Chen Tianyin's words fell, a terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire dungeon. This move, Seeking Demon, was a move that Chen Tianyin had realized after 2 whole months of epiphany alone in the middle of a 10,000-foot cliff. It was also the sign that he had found his Tao. It was also his honor to send Yuan Hui away with this move. The terrifying sword shadow instantly engulfed Yuan Hui's figure. No, I'm not convinced. Only Yuan Hui's defiant voice was left echoing in the air. Boom! The entire dungeon instantly erupted with a loud noise. Yuan Hui's miserable voice was also instantly swallowed up. When the smoke cleared, Yuan Hui's figure had already disappeared, and all that remained in its place was a tattered and mutilated robe. Nothing else remained. After all, the power of Chen Tianyin's move was so great that it could even pose a considerable threat to a Saint King realm powerhouse. Under this strike, everything else became powder. As for the purple and gold bowl, since no one was in control of it, it also instantly fell to the ground, lying quietly on the ground. Chen Tianyin skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Sure enough, a waste, not even a single relic." The so-called relics were the essence produced by Buddhist monks after their death. However, not all monks would produce relics, only those Buddhist disciples with a high level of Taoism would produce relics. Obviously, although Yuan Hui's cultivation was good, his Buddha nature was very low and did not produce relics. Chen Yan smiled faintly, his gaze looking towards the two of them, Luo Qiuhong and the second elder. At this moment, the two were almost on the verge of peeing in fear, paralyzed on the ground, their eyes dull and without light. Colluding with the Buddha domain, the two of you really have a lot of guts. Chen Yan's cold voice came out, immediately causing the two of them to kneel on the ground in fear, kowtowing repeatedly. Please, I beg young lord to spare my life. The two of us are also possessed, please young lord spare my life. The two knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing. However, Chen Yan's gaze grew colder and colder. He still understood the principle of cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. What's more, the other party had dared to collude with the Buddha domain and wanted him dead. This was something Chen Yan could not tolerate. He coldly said, "Second uncle, skin them both and hang them on the city tower of my Qin clan's main city to inform all the large and small forces of the Nine Heavens demon region that this is what will happen to them if they dare to collude with the forces of the outer regions." That's right, this hand of Chen Yan's was to kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. These two were both at the peak of the Emperor realm, and were considered somewhat famous in the entire Nine Heavens demon region. But even so, as long as they colluded with the forces of the outer domain, they would both be stripped of their skins and their tendons. This was undoubtedly a deterrent to the major forces. Chen Tianyin grinned and said in a biting manner, "Don't worry great nephew." Hearing the uncle and nephew's conversation, Luo Qiuhong and the second elder were instantly scared out of their wits and urinated. Constantly kneeling and kowtowing, even the clothes on their bodies were removed, trying to charm the two. Please young master, second master spare your life, the two of us are willing to do anything, spare our lives, spare our lives. The two men's heads knocked heavily on the ground, their bodies naked. Although the two were not young, their skin was still well maintained for cultivators, and they looked no more than in their 30s, with their charms still intact. However, Chen Yan and Chen Tianyin had no interest in these two. This kind of person was like a white-eyed wolf. If they spared the two of them this time, in the future, if they had the chance, these two would fear that they would retaliate even harder. This kind of person living was a hidden danger. Chen Tianyin did not talk nonsense, a sword chi surged out and the two were instantly killed. With his current cultivation, killing martial artists below the Saint Realm in seconds didn't require any wasted effort. Chen Yan picked up the purple gold bowl on the ground and looked at this thing with some curiosity. An 8-star supreme treasure was not bad for him. After all, with the lottery system in place, even the 9-star supreme treasures he had a few of them, and there were about a dozen or so 8-star weapons, which was wide open. However, the purple gold bowl was the first time he had seen this weapon. Inside, it was densely written with inscription formations, very subtle. Inscription formations had been passed down since the ancient times, only that most of them had been lost nowadays. With such a subtle formation, and still written on the inside of an 8-star supreme treasure, a magic treasure that was originally only used to confine the enemy simultaneously possessed the ability to attack. It had become a supreme treasure that had both offensive and destructive capabilities. This is somewhat interesting. Chen Yan's divine sense dipped in. Instantly, as if it had touched some kind of prohibition, an illusory silhouette instantly surfaced in Chen Yan's mind. It was a young monk, clad in a metaphysical golden robe, sitting cross-legged on top of a futon with his hands clasped together, his body emanating a golden light. Only to see the young monk suddenly open his eyes flashing with golden light as he looked at Chen Yan. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes. Although the person in front of him was only a shadow, it made him feel a trace of pressure. Who are you? The young monk's silhouette suddenly opened its mouth, and a burst of Sanskrit sounds came out. Chen Yan narrowed his eyes and did not speak. The two of them just stared at each other. In the sea of consciousness, Chen Yan's figure suddenly moved, and a long knife appeared in his hand. Break! The blade slashed out, and the shadow broke. He probably guessed the identity of the young monk. After all, at this age and in this outfit, he should be a Buddhist son of the Buddhist domain. Chen Yan was also too lazy to talk nonsense with him, directly chopping the silhouette to death and severing his connection with the purple gold bowl. Now this purple gold bowl is no master thing, as long as branded with Chen Yan's own mark, can be urged to use. As for what this Buddha thought in his heart, that was not something Chen Yan cared about. The position of the two, also destined that the two of them will eventually be a mortal situation. At this moment, billions of miles away in the Buddha domain, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes, followed by a mouthful of blood gushing out. Lord Buddha's son, what happened? Seeing spirit dust suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, the elders on the side hurriedly surged over, hastily probing spirit dust's condition. Spirit dust had cold eyes, and a slight killing intent flickered in his indifferent eyes. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "No harm done. How is the situation at Yuan Hui's place?" When he had accidentally learned that there was a thunder pool that had been passed down for over 100,000 years in the Phantom Demon Sect's ancestral land, he had sent Yuan Hui to secretly rush to the Phantom Demon Sect. Although the Nine Heavens Demon region was the territory of the Chen clan. However, the thunder pool was of great importance to him. The heart of thunder contained in the thunder pool was greatly beneficial to the Buddhist Dharma he cultivated, and if he could obtain that heart of thunder, his cultivation would definitely be able to advance even further, and he might even be able to comprehend the lightning divine ability. How could Ling Chen let go of such a temptation? However, the purple gold bowl that he had lent to Yuan Hui was unexpectedly erased from his divine sense at this moment. And from the last image that came from the divine sense, it was known that the person was even younger than him, but his cultivation was not to be underestimated. The strength displayed by that blade was by no means simple. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. They didn't know what Yuan Hui's condition was. After all, Yuan Hui was hundreds of millions of miles away in the Nine Heavens Demon region, and there was no information coming in. Just as the crowd looked at each other in dismay, suddenly, a small shaman at the door hurriedly ran in, panicking. Enlighten the Buddha's son, all the elders, the fifth elder's life lamp, shattered. What? The entire hall instantly fell silent, and the eyes of everyone were filled with disbelief. The life lantern was shattered. One must know that the life lamp was refined by one's divine soul. If the life lamp was shattered, it meant that the person's soul was scattered to the heavens and the earth. In other words, the fifth elder was dead. Hearing that Yuan Hui was dead, everyone was shocked. It should be known that Yuan Hui was the Great Thunder Sound Temple's fifth elder. His status was extraordinary, and his strength was even at the late stage of sainthood, so if not for the intervention of a Saint King realm powerhouse, it would be impossible to kill him. But his life lamp had actually shattered. This news caused the crowd to be viciously taken aback. Could it be that Chen Tiandao had made a move? In the entire Nine Heavens Demon region, other than Chen Tiandao, they really couldn't think of anyone who could have such strength to decapitate Yuan Hui without even having the time to escape. As for Ling Chen, when he heard that Yuan Hui had been killed, his eyes revealed a slight murderous aura. Yuan Hui was the fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, with a cultivation of the late stage of entering sainthood, and dying in the Nine Heavens Demon region like this was definitely a weakening of their Great Thunder Sound Temple's strength. Moreover, Ling Chen was afraid that the heart of thunder that he needed would be snatched away by someone else. Not only that, this was a complete slap in the face of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The fifth elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had died in the Nine Heavens Demon region. If he didn't even let out a single fart, then the entire 3,000 regions were afraid that they felt that their Great Thundering Sound Temple had wimped out. This was something Ling Chen could not tolerate. He snorted coldly and looked at the elders in the Great Hall. Go, inform the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Law Enforcement Elder to lead 3,000 Buddhist soldiers to make a trip to the Phantom Demon sect. If you dare to kill someone from my Buddha domain, even Chen Tiandao will have to pay the price. When the elders heard this, they didn't dare to have any objections and hurriedly arched their hands and said yes. One must know that the only person in the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple who dared to order those three elders like that, other than the abbot, was this Lord Buddha Z. Lord Buddha Z's position in their Great Thunder Sound Temple was supreme, even surpassing the abbot in the hearts of the group of elders. However, no one up and down the Great Thunder Sound Temple was unconvinced. It was because everyone believed that this Buddha's son was the future Lord Buddha who would lead the Great Thunder Sound Temple to great prosperity. After the elders retreated, only Ling Chen was left alone in the Great Hall, sitting on top of his futon, his gaze looking into the distance, his mind constantly recalling Chen Yan's figure. Just what kind of person is it that makes this Buddha's son feel a trace of fear? It's really not simple. Among his peers, there were countless heavenly prides, but few could make Ling Chen feel that kind of heart-stopping fear. Chen Yan was one of those few. The reason why he had sent 3 Saint King Realm elders to make a trip to the Phantom Demon sect was, firstly, to retrieve the face of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Secondly, naturally, he wanted to see just who that teenager who made his heart skip a beat was. Phantom Demon sect. The Xian guards under Chen Yan joined Chen Pingon in beheading all of the elder disciples who were loyal to Luo Qiuhong, leaving none behind. These people were a scourge if they were kept. As for Jiang Li, although her heart was reluctant, after all, these were her Phantom Demon sect's disciples, she didn't dare to say anything more. For Chen Yan, the awe in his heart was even greater than Shui Luer, because in the entire Phantom Demon sect, no one was more aware of Chen Tiandao's fearsomeness than her. My concubine thanks the young patriarch for his help, otherwise my Phantom Demon sect's 10,000-year-old foundation would have been destroyed. Dragging her tired body, Jiang Li respectfully saluted. Although her face was pale, her stunning face was more like that of a sickly beautiful woman, with a mature flavor written on her face, even without using any feats, it was enough to charm countless people. Chen Yan smiled faintly at his words. Patriarch Jiang is polite, saving you is nothing more than a deal between me and Luer. A deal? Jiang Li froze, and then his gaze turned to Shui Luer. Lul, what deal did you make with the young patriarch? This. Hearing her master's inquiry, Shui Luer bit her lips lightly, not knowing where to speak. Master, Luer gave the key to the ancestral land to the young patriarch and, from now on, be the young patriarch's maid, serving day and night. What? Hearing Shui Luer's words, Jiang Li froze. Ancestral land key? And to have Shui Luer as a maid? This price was too big. Especially the ancestral ground key, that was the root of the Phantom Demon sect's inheritance to this day. If she gave it to Chen Yan, she, Jiang Li, would be ashamed of her ancestors. Young matriarch, isn't this deal too? Jiang Li hadn't even finished speaking when she suddenly saw Chen Yan's smiling eyes with a rather playful look. Patriarch Jiang, Chen Yan, am a man of my word, and I won't go back on my word once I've finalized a deal. However, I won't allow anyone to stand me up, you know what I mean. Although Chen Yan's words were plain, Jiang Li, who was old and sophisticated, could hear the threat in Chen Yan's words. If she refused Chen Yan's deal, she was afraid that the entire Phantom Demon sect wouldn't exist. She couldn't be clearer about what kind of goods the Chen family was. Overbearing, doing as it pleased, destroying a domain was as easy as eating and drinking, not to mention her district, the Phantom Demon sect. Chen Tianin alone was enough to exterminate the Phantom Demon sect 100 times over. Chen Tianin is not a kind man or woman. The fact that I traded with you is because I think highly of you. If you don't keep your word, don't blame me for destroying your entire clan. What color seduction is not good. He wasn't a fool who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. Jiang Li glanced at Shui Luer with some difficulty, and at this moment, Shui Luer was also very apprehensive inside. She was really desperate before she resorted to this. Fortunately, Jiang Li didn't blame her either, and as if she had figured something out, she nodded and said, Luer, take out the key. Ah! Shui Luer was stunned, then she reacted in a hurry and pulled out a key from her spatial ring. This was a key made from an ancient divine stone, unique in the world and simply impossible to imitate. Jiang Li took the key and handed it to Chen Yan, respectfully saying, Young patriarch, this is my Phantom Demon sect's ancestral ground key, please accept it with a smile. When does the young patriarch want to go to the ancestral ground? I'll have Luer lead the way for you at that time. Jiang Li's tone was respectful. It was because she knew there was no way she could disobey. She didn't have a choice. It was a good thing that Chen Yan had accepted Shui Luer as his maid, which was considered a good thing for Jiang Li. Although Chen Yan had been in seclusion all these years and no news had been transmitted, But Jiangli was not a fool. The young patriarch who could make Chen Tianyin so respected and the Chen family heavily protected could not be a waste. Moreover, Chen Yan was Chen Tiandao's own son. Even if he had only inherited a tenth of his talent, that would still be something. Therefore, leaving Shui Luer by Chen Yan's side would definitely result in higher future achievements than staying in the Phantom Demon sect. After all, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and a number of elders had been betrayed and killed, and the Phantom Demon sect had suffered a great deal of injuries, and its strength and depth had greatly weakened. Shui Luer hugging the Chen family's thigh was also a good thing for the Phantom Demon sect. At least she didn't have to worry about being swallowed up by a few other forces. Chen Yan smiled faintly at his words. This Patriarch Zhang was still considered a smart person. A man who recognized the times was a wise man. If Jiangli dared to make any excuses, Chen Yan would definitely make his move without hesitation. Joking aside, he was the Devil Dao Emperor's son, the first person of the Devil Dao's own son, and such things as killing and destroying the clan should be engraved in his bones. In that case, then please ask Luer to lead the way now. The reason Chen Yan had come to the Phantom Demon sect was for that thunder pool. The giant elephant power within him was already hungry and thirsty. It was as if there was a force in the ancestral land that was calling him. When Shui Luer heard this, she glanced at her master and after receiving permission, she respectfully said, "Yes." After saying so, she took a step ahead of Chen Yan. Chen Yan did not hesitate and followed. Because the Phantom Demon sect's ancestral ground had a prohibition, only one person could be allowed to enter at a time. Before Chen Yan went in, he had already instructed Chen Pinggan and Ni Huang to stay at the Phantom Demon sect to guard it. Chen Tianyin was worried about Chen Yan's safety, and while sending someone back to the Chen clan to notify the elders to come and protect the law, he was also guarding the entrance to the ancestral land, fearing that Chen Yan will encounter any danger. For the Chen clan, Chen Yan was the future, and could not afford to fail. Young Patriarch, you can enter directly with the key. Ancestral land prohibitions, only with the key can you enter, otherwise you will suffer an attack from the ancestral land. Chen Yan nodded, holding the key high in his hand as he slowly walked in towards the front. The environment of the ancestral ground was tranquil, and he took large strides forward, when suddenly, a stone door seemed to have sensed something, and instantly lifted up with a buzzing sound. Chen Yan held up the key and slowly walked in. The next moment, Chen Yan suddenly felt a burst of dizziness, before his eyes a white blur, simply could not open his eyes. There was even a spinning of the sky, making him feel as if he was in a 10,000-foot sky. After a long while, the dizziness gradually subsided. Chen Yan also slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was not a forest wonderland with green trees and vines, but a cliff. The dark black sky was filled with thunder. Something seemed to be hidden above the clouds. The thunder clouds roared, and from time to time, a few lightning bolts crashed down, striking the top of the mountain. The surrounding area was barren and dark, and the bushes were pitch black, as if they had been struck by lightning. Is this the Phantom Demon sect's ancestral ground? It's a bit interesting. Chen Yan looked at the scene in front of him, but he was not afraid, and the feeling of excitement in his heart became a few points stronger. The power of the giant elephant stirred in his cells. That thunder pool, I'm afraid it's at the top of the cliff. Feeling that excitement coming from his body, Chen Yan knew that the thunder pool of the Phantom Demon sect's ancestral ground should be at the top of this cliff. He just wanted to rise up in the air, but he realized that this ancestral land seemed to have its own rules. As if his true chi was suppressed, it was difficult to invoke it at all. It seems that this ancestral ground is not simple. There are other caves in heavens, and it is surprising that even true chi cannot be invoked. Thinking of this, Chen Yan also stopped running his true chi and directly took big strides towards the top of the mountain. The path to the top of the mountain was far more difficult than expected. With every step Chen Yan took, he felt a huge force coming from his body. It was as if there was an invisible hand that was slowly putting pressure on him, making it difficult for him to advance an inch. However, it was fortunate that Chen Yan possessed a supreme divine demon body, forging his flesh from a young age and growing up immersed in medicinal baths. His flesh was different from normal people. Moreover, he had also cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, and although he had only awakened 20 giant elephant particles, the addition to his physical body was not small. While walking, Chen Yan also guessed why for so many years, the people of the Phantom Demon sect hadn't even climbed to the top of the mountain. The Phantom Demon sect were all women, not practicing their physical bodies, mainly practicing illusions, and relying mainly on the power of seduction against the enemy. Physical cultivation is extremely weak, this side of the world directly confinement of true chi, so the face of this cliff road, naturally cannot climb up. Not long after, Chen Yan had already seen the thunder pool in the middle of the mountaintop. It was a purple spring. However, the spring water was filled with lightning, and even lightning from the sky landed from time to time, splitting on top of the thunder pool. The thunder pool that had been inherited for over 100,000 years contained an extremely terrifying power of lightning. Seeing this scene in front of him, the blood flow in Chen Nian's body couldn't help but speed up a few points. He let out a loud shout and, against the pressure, rushed to the top of the mountain in an arrow step. In an instant, when he rushed to the top of the mountain, the pressure in his entire body seemed to have disappeared in that instant, and he gasped for air, his body unusually relaxed. Only, the moment he stepped into the top of the mountain, there were a little more black thunderclouds in the sky, and they gathered together to make a huge thundercloud. Of course, Chen Nian didn't pay attention to the changes in the sky, but instead placed his gaze in the thunder pool in front of him, the blood in his body churning as if it was summoning him. This is the thunder pool, the power it contains is truly not simple, the gusts of lightning power, even I am a little startled. That's right, looking at the lightning power contained in the thunder pool, Chen Nian had a somewhat heart-stopping feeling. But more than that, it was excitement. Without any hesitation, he walked forward. The next moment, Chen Nian directly leapt down and jumped into the thunder pool. Hiss! At once, as if it had touched some kind of prohibition, the lightning in the thunder pool seemed to come alive, and Chen Nian felt the pain of lightning coming from his entire body. The pain intensified. Chen Nian also did not dare to slow down at all, and immediately revolved the divine elephant prison suppression strength. The gong method raced through Chen Nian's body. Not only the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, even the 9 revolutions divine demon technique within his body was also running at breakneck speed. Ah! For a moment, a sour feeling emanated from Chen Nian's entire body, right down to his pores. Lightning continuously wrapped around Chen Nian's body, swimming back and forth across his body like a thunder snake, twisting and turning. 21 particles. 22. 301. The giant elephant particles within Chen Nian's body were awakening, and his flesh seemed to be filled with endless power. The power of a giant elephant could overturn mountains and reclaim the sea. Just as Chen Nian was enjoying the sustenance brought to him by the thunder pool, in the sky above him, a huge black thundercloud tens of kilometers in size coalesced at some point. The next moment, rumble! A roar came from within the thundercloud. A thick thundercloud the size of an arm fell in an instant, landing precisely on Chen Nian. The power of the thunder and lightning instantly awakened Chen Nian, who roared angrily and rigidly resisted the power of the thunder and lightning from the sky. However, the lightning power was like a tidal wave, one wave after another, continuously surging towards Chen Nian's body. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Nian's body had been struck hundreds of times, and his entire body was somewhat numb, his hair had long since been struck, and his entire body was pitch black. However, after that strike just now, the lightning didn't immediately fall, but instead seemed to be building up its strength. In the sky, the incomparably thick thunder dragon roared out violently, the sound of dragon roars, and the sound of thunder and lightning resounded through the entire sky. Sure enough, it's coming. Looking at the dense aura of thunder and lightning in the sky, Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. He knew that this thundercloud was storing up its strength in an attempt to deal him a fatal blow. The next moment, only the thunder dragon tumbled, and immediately afterward, a huge ball of lightning poured out, rushing straight towards Chen Nian's physical body. That enormous pressure and endless sense of oppression caused one's scalp to go a little numb. The dense lightning breath was like the end times, wanting to overthrow the entire world. If it was a normal person, they might have been scared to death before they came into contact with the lightning. But, at this moment, Chen Nian, not only did he not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead, his body was boiling with hot blood, as if it was burning, and the giant elephant particles in his body were constantly churning. Since this is the case, then let me see the power of this lightning. Boom! As soon as Chen Nian's words fell, thunder and lightning instantly poured over him, and the enormous lightning wrapped around him. Ah! Between heaven and earth, Chen Nian's screams echoed. Pain, extreme pain. But this pain, Chen Nian had been enduring. He didn't know how long it had been, as if it had been a century, but he only felt numbness all over his body. Suddenly, Chen Nian's aura condensed. His originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. Give it to me, break. Transcendent. Boom. The aura on Chen Nian's body continued to climb, breaking through the transcendent mortal realm in one fell swoop. A 6-year-old transcendent mortal, if this were to be spread out, it would fearfully make countless people's jaws drop. Breaking through the transcendent mortal, Chen Nian felt his strength skyrocket, and the terrifying thunderbolt that had just landed on him no longer felt the pain it had just felt. Soon, this wave of lightning dissipated and was building up its strength again. However, Chen Nian snorted coldly. Damn, there's no end to this. His right hand condensed, and a 9-star Supreme Treasure Heaven Slayer blade instantly appeared in his hand. This was a 9-star Supreme Treasure that he had obtained from the lottery, a 9-star treasure blade. The name of the blade, Heaven Slayer. In an instant, Chen Yan's entire aura condensed as he slowly stood up from the thunder pool and walked slowly, his body naked and blackened by the lightning, yet emanating the sound of splitting thunder and lightning. Enough splitting, it's my turn. Chen Yan's eyes instantly changed. The left eye was a golden light, while the right eye was pitch black. It was like a god and a devil. After breaking through Transcendent, Chen Yan's strength had skyrocketed by countless amounts, and coupled with the breakthrough in Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength, at this moment, Chen Yan felt like he had never been more powerful. With 10,000 grains of giant elephant strength and transcendent mortal realm cultivation, Chen Yan himself didn't even know how terrifying he was now. The thunderclouds in the sky also seemed to have sensed that Chen Yan was out of sorts, as if they had become furious. The power of lightning condensed at great speed. In the next moment, a thunderbolt formed the shape of a thunder dragon, thick and unrivaled. Chen Yan snorted coldly. This day, taste my sword as well. Godslayer slash. Godslayer slash. This was the greatest killing move Chen Yan had ever mastered, a 9-star martial art. When a blade slashed out, it was divinicide. In an instant, the air around him seemed to freeze as a huge blade shadow slashed up against the thunder dragon, endless demonic chi churning. Boom! A violent sound was produced in the sky as a violent explosion was created. The entire 10-mile radius was affected by the aftermath. After the sound of the explosion, only the thunder dragon was shattered in an instant, and the pitch-black sky instantly dissipated and was replaced by day. The lightning in the sky directly disappeared. Chen Yan let out a cold laugh, heaven, but nothing more. System, check the personal attribute panel. Ding, checking. Host, Chen Yan. Cultivation level, early transcendent realm. Technique, 9-turn divine demon technique, 9 stars, divine elephant prison suppressing strength, 9 stars, 10,032 particles. Martial arts, flickering finger, 9 stars, destructive sword technique, 9 stars, misty phantom steps, 9 stars, godslayer slash, 9 stars. Physique, supreme divine devil body. Talent, devil's way blessing. Aptitude at arm's length, words follow the law. Number of draws, 52 inch. Looking at his attribute panel, the corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly. His body was filled with terrifying power. Early transcendent stage, 10,000 giant elephant particles. With such a terrifying power stacked on top of each other, although Chen Yan's strength today was only in the transcendent mortal realm, under a casual punch, even a king realm powerhouse would be afraid to drink his own blood if he was a little careless. If you add Chen Yan's various aptitudes in martial arts, as well as the most precious treasure, under the supreme realm, it is almost difficult to have an enemy. That's right, Chen Yan, who was only in the early transcendent stage, was strong enough to rival the peak of the king realm. With his talent today, he was even better than Chen Tiandao back then. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Suddenly, Chen Yan suddenly felt what seemed to be a powerful energy fluctuation in the sky. He raised his head, and when the piece of dark clouds above his head dispersed, he happened to see a purple heart. The heart was purple in color and was still beating continuously, with purple lightning flickering around it. This is Heart of Thunder. Chen Yan couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. The Heart of Thunder was a heaven and earth oddity that could only be nurtured by the thunder pool after tens of thousands of years of gestation, containing extremely powerful lightning power, and if it was refined, there was still a chance to comprehend the thunder system divine ability. Not only that, the thunder and lightning power contained within it was even more beneficial for him to quench his body and cultivate the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. Seeing this, Chen Yan didn't hesitate to tap his toes and run straight into the sky, taking hold of the Heart of Thunder. Instantly, Chen Yan felt the powerful electric current from the Heart of Thunder. However, having just experienced hundreds of lightning strikes, his body had long since developed antibodies. The current emanating from this Heart of Thunder was nothing to him now. Holding the throbbing Heart of Thunder, Chen Yan smiled at the corner of his mouth and immediately sat down on his knees and began to refine the Heart of Thunder. At this moment, the Phantom Demon sect, Chen Tianyin sat guarding Chen Yan at the entrance to the ancestral land. Suddenly, a disgusting aura came from the sky above the entire Phantom Demon sect. He looked up, and it was a huge spirit boat, with golden light shining above it and Buddhist sounds. The Buddhist sect, coming so fast. Chen Tianyin snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. Although he had long guessed that these old vultures of the Buddhist sect would not relent, Chen Tianyin did not expect these fellows to come so quickly. He slowly stood up, his eyes looking at the spirit boat with a ghostly gaze. At this time, Jiang Qi and Shui Luer as well as the Chen family's group of Xian guards had also gathered over. On the spirit boat, 3,000 Buddhist soldiers descended in an instant, each of them holding swords, guns, clubs and sticks of various weapons, wearing grey coarse monks' clothes and reciting Amitabha Buddha under their breath. The three people at the head were none other than the Great Thunder Sound Temple's Great Elder, Second Elder, and Law Enforcement Elder. The three stood side by side, and after reciting Amitabha Buddha, the Grand Elder's voice instantly spread throughout the entire Phantom Demon sect. Evil devils and foreigners, dare to maim the elders of my Great Thunder Sound Temple, their crimes should be punished. Today, following the order of the Buddha's son, the Phantom Demon sect's entire clan will be sentenced to death. Just as the Grand Elder's voice fell, Chen Tianyin sneered and slowly walked forward. Yuan Fong, what a big nerve, daring to come to my Nine Heavens demon region to wreak havoc. I don't know how to die. Yuan Fong sniffed and let out a cold laugh. Chen Tianyin, it was you who killed Yuan Hui, wasn't it? Not bad, that old bald donkey deserves to die, as well as you old bald donkeys. Sooner or later, I will slaughter your Great Thunder Sound Temple. These vultures of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, all of them were moralistic. Chen Tianyin's heart had long been displeased. Behind Yuan Fong, the law enforcement elder snorted coldly, squinting his eyes, quite a bit unruffled. Chen Tianyin, don't think that I won't dare to kill you if you have Chen Tiandao protecting you. You dared to kill my Great Thunder Sound Temple's fifth elder. Today, I'll let you pay in blood. After saying that, the law enforcement elder's aura condensed, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire Phantom Demon sect. Early Saint King. That's right, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was the lord of the Buddhist domain, and with its profound depth, the number of Saint King realm powerhouses was quite a lot. This law enforcement elder had lived for 2,000 years and was a Saint King realm powerhouse. Chen Tianyin was not afraid in the slightest and said with a cold smile, Old Waste, cultivating for more than 2,000 years only at the early stage of Saint King, an age that is really living on a dog's leg. One should know that Chen Tianyin had only cultivated for more than 300 years so far, and had already reached the late stage of Saint Entry. In comparison, this law enforcement elder was pulling across the line. Hearing Chen Tianyin's mockery, the law enforcement elder's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. One must know that as the enforcement elder of the Great Thunderclap Temple, apart from the presiding officer and the Buddha's son, there had never been anyone who had spoken to him in such a manner. When really, he was looking for death. Today, I will dispense with evil devils such as you. After saying that, the law enforcement elder's body flickered with a burst of golden light, followed by his hands clasping together. The sound of Brahman music burst out, and suddenly countless palms appeared behind him. 10,000 Buddhas. In the next moment, countless palms in the sky fell down like comets towards Chen Tianyin's direction. This terrifying aura caused the crowd to all glaze over. Without a great emperor, the Saint King realm was the strongest battle force in the 3,000 regions. Looking at this move, Jiang Qi's gaze was filled with nothing but gravity and despair. This move was enough to wipe out the entire Phantom Demon sect. It was simply too easy for a Saint King realm powerhouse to exterminate a sect. Although she was also a sacred realm martial artist, she was considered a ranked expert in the 3,000 regions. But in the eyes of a Saint King realm powerhouse, it was simply not enough to look at. As for Chen Tianyin, just like him, he was only at the Saint Entry realm, so he was afraid that he would perish under this strike. However, before Jiang Qi could react, he only saw the blade in Chen Tianyin's hand cross, and a cold smile escaped the corner of his mouth. Old bald donkey, you want to behead me too? Break! A blade slashed out, without any splendor, just a simple move. However, it was this simple move that contained endless might. Boom! A loud bang instantly erupted in the sky, and a huge explosion exploded in midair. The terrifying airflow even made it difficult for Shui Luer and Pingon Chan and the others to withstand it. It was fortunate that Jiang Qi was able to protect the crowd in time, or else she was afraid that she would have been seriously injured by the airflow. Seeing Chen Tianyin easily receive his strike, the law enforcement elder had some disbelief in his eyes. Although this move did not use all of his strength, it was by no means something that a mere sacred realm entry martial artist could easily follow. The corners of Chen Tianyin's mouth rose slightly as the devilish aura on his body continued to rise. Old bald donkey, today I will return your move. Saying that, the blade in Chen Tianyin's hand seemed to roar as if it was filled with whales. This blade, I've been saving it for 100 years for you bald donkeys. 100 years to sharpen a blade. Name of the blade, execute the Buddha. After saying that, the originally clear sky instantly darkened, and the entire Phantom Demon sect was instantly filled with the sound of evil spirits crying and wailing, as if it was as terrifying as hell. This move, named Punishing Buddha, was a blade that Chen Tianyin had spent 100 years practicing. Along with that slash-seeking demon, it was one of Chen Tianyin's two major killing moves. Rumble. A huge saber shadow instantly encroached. The appalling power even caused the law enforcement elder to widen his eyes, a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. The huge blade shadow instantly enveloped the law enforcement elder's body. Without hesitation, he operated his true chi to form a scalding golden barrier. Golden Bell Shield. Boom! After a violent sound, instantly, the barrier cracked in response. The law enforcement elder's eyes widened steeply. He did not expect his golden bell shield to be broken in an instant. He, Chen Tianyin, was only a sacred realm entry martial artist. How could he have such terrifying strength? It was impossible. However, the blade chi did not hesitate and instantly engulfed the law enforcement elder's figure. After a loud bang, the sky was flooded with a thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, the crowd stared deathly in the direction of the law enforcement elder. Cough. As the smoke cleared, a cough rang out. In the next moment, the crowd saw the law enforcement elder who was dressed in rags, with a blackened face, and was not lightly injured. At this moment, his no longer had the lofty aura that he had just had. More like a beggar, standing aside in rags, his eyes filled with endless anger. Chen Tianyin. You, how dare you hurt me? That's right, with that strike just now, Chen Tianyin had actually seriously injured him. How many years had it been? This was the first time he had been seriously injured by someone. And the one who had injured him was still just a sacred realm entry Gryling. A great shame, simply a great shame. If this was spread out, his Yuan Yu's face would be disgraced. Filled with rage, Yuan Wu glanced at the Grand Elder Yuan Fong and the second Elder Yuan Ding behind him and snorted coldly. Just now, when he saw himself being assassinated, these two people just watched from the sidelines and didn't step in to help. This enmity, he had sort of written it down. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had a long heritage, and there were naturally factions fighting within. It was obvious that the first elder, the second elder and Yuan Wu did not get along, and did not even have the intention to help, causing himself to lose face. However, it's not a big deal. Today, all the people present in the Devil's Sect, not a single one of them would want to walk out alive. He forced himself to endure the sea of blood churning and let out a cold snort, a terrifying killing intent permeating his eyes. Evil devils in crooked paths, looking for death. Rulai Divine Palm. The Rulai Divine Palm was Yuan Wu's killing move, a 9-star martial art, and one of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's Jinshu martial arts. Only a huge palm appeared in the sky, instantly covering the entire Phantom Demon sect. In an instant, the sun was covered, and the entire Phantom Demon Gate turned pitch black. Looking at the huge palm print in the sky, Chen Tianyin also knew that this old fellow was truly angered. Only, with that move just now, he had expended 80% of his entire body's true chi, and at this moment, he was afraid that it would be difficult to resist this move. Just as the crowd felt the aura of death, suddenly, a pitch-black sword cut across the sky, directly severing that huge palm. As the Rulai Divine Palm was interrupted, Jinwu spat out a mouthful of blood furiously, and the aura on his body once again dimmed by a few points. Yes, what kind of person is it that dares to sneak up on the old man? Get the hell out of here. Anger. Extreme anger. For many years, it was the first time Jinwu was this angry. In front, there was Chen Tianyin who had seriously injured him, and after that, there was the mysterious person who had assassinated himself. At this moment, he was bruised and battered, and was as unusually disheveled as a bereaved dog. Seemingly sensing that something was wrong, Grand Elder Yuan Fong and Second Elder Yuan Ding looked at each other, both seeing some concern in the other's eyes. However, the next moment, a lazy voice came from beyond the 9 heavens. Ask this father who he is? Joke. You bunch of vultures dared to break into this honored 9 heavens demon region, when you really didn't put this honored one in your eyes. This honored one hasn't made a move in 100 years. It seems that the world thought that this honored one was dead. As the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared high in the sky. The visitor wore pitch-black robes, a pitch-black longsword hovered beside him, and his handsome and awe-inspiring face could not be seen to be happy or angry. Son. See Domain Lord. See Lord Domain Lord. Instantly, Jiang Qi froze at the sight of the visitor, and hurriedly pulled Shui Luer down to her knees. Immediately afterward, everyone from the Phantom Demon sect, as well as the Chun Clan's group all knelt down without hesitation. The person who came was none other than the 9 heavens demon region's domain master, the number 1 person in the demon Dao, Chen Yan's dad, Chen Tiandao. Seeing Chen Tiandao arrive, Chen Tianyin was instantly overjoyed. From a young age, Chen Tiandao was extremely protective of him. The two brothers grew up depending on each other. To Chen Tianyin, his own brother was like a brother, like a husband. The reason why he was working so hard was also because he wanted to catch up with Chen Tiandao. Brother, these old vultures bullied me and tried to cut my great-nephew. You must avenge your brother and great-nephew, said Chen Tianyin with a crying face and snotty nose. Just now, he was overbearing, but this was more like a child who had been bullied. The crowd looked confused and rushed at Chen Tianyin and cursed. Chen Tianyin, you fart, it's clearly you who sneak attack the old man, you slander people. However, after Yuan Wu finished speaking, Chen Tianyin's shouts became even louder. Brother, you saw it, he dared to be mean to me in front of you. Brother is so bitter. Throughout the entire 3000 domain, who didn't know Chen Tiandao's domineering, calf-protecting behavior? One must know that the Nine Heavens Demon region was nothing more than a middle region in the beginning, and the reason why it was able to be promoted to an upper region was because Chen Tiandao alone killed his way out. The fierce reputation of such a ruthless person was naturally chilling. Chen Tiandao stared at Yuan Wu while listening to his foolish brother's cries. Suddenly, he grinned, but underneath his bright smile was a ferocious color hidden. Yuan Wu couldn't help but win a cold war. Coming to my Nine Heavens Demon region, killing my brother and chopping up my son, you've got guts, they're not small. Chen Tiandao's tone was not quick, but everyone felt a monstrous killing intent. Instantly, the entire sky turned dark red, like the arrival of doomsday. Yuan Wu's body suddenly trembled a little. No, I didn't cut your son. However, just as Yuan Wu's words fell, in the next second, Chen Tiandao suddenly disappeared in place. Before Yuan Wu could react, Chen Tiandao's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Wu's body in an instant. The next moment, only a slap could be heard as Chen Tiandao slapped out directly. Boom! Yuan Wu's body flew straight out as if it was out of control, directly smashing into the ground, leaving behind a huge pit tens of meters deep. He tremblingly climbed out of the deep pit, a mouthful of old blood directly gushing out. At this moment, Yuan Wu no longer had the appearance of a so-called virtuous monk. His thin face was directly swollen by Chen Tiandao's slap, his body was churning with qi and blood, and his body had already been seriously injured, forcibly enduring the pain and covering his chest, his true qi undulating. However, Chen Tiandao did not intend to let Yuan Wu go just like that. The demonic aura of the longsword suspended beside him revitalized greatly, and the monstrous demonic aura broke through the sky. Terrifying. It was truly too terrifying. Was this the strength of the number one person of the Devil Dao? Countless people looked at Chen Tiandao's figure and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Monk Chen, let's be forgiving, could it be that Monk Chen alone wants to challenge my great Thunder Sound Temple? Although he did not get along with Yuan Wu, Yuan Fang could not just stand by and watch him being beheaded by Chen Tiandao in front of him. This was a loss of face for the great Thunder Sound Temple. Moreover, if anything happened to Yuan Wu, when he returned, the abbot would naturally ask for punishment. When Chen Tiandao heard this, his gaze turned cold, he turned his head to look at Yuan Fang and suddenly laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha, joke. Great Thunder Sound Temple? What the hell? The crowd was stunned at his words. What was the Great Thunder Sound Temple? This Chen Tiandao, it was too rampant. One must know that amongst the 10 great upper regions, the Great Thunder Sound Temple's heritage was not shallow, and could be ranked amongst the top 3 existences. There were quite a few Saint King Realm powerhouses within the temple that were out in the open. Such a top-tier power had not been placed in Chen Tiandao's eyes in the slightest. Rao Yuanfang was enraged. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was the place he grew up in, and he had lived for thousands of years, so he naturally could not allow anyone to slander it. He narrowed his eyes, recited Amitabha Buddha, and said in a cold voice, "Since that's the case, then I'd like to request for a lesson from the Qin Shishir. Yuan Fang would like to receive a lesson from the Shishir's high level of skill." Teach? You are not worthy. Chen Tiandao glanced at him disdainfully. You 3, come together. What? Hearing this, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Chen Tiandao, was this crazy? Challenging 3 Saint King Realm powerhouses by himself? Although one of them was seriously injured. But the remaining 2 were not simple. The senior monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple who had lived for thousands of years had deep roots and unfathomable strength. Especially Grand Elder Yuan Fang, who stepped into the middle stage of the Saint King Realm hundreds of years ago. What strength he has today, no one knows. But it was definitely not something that an ordinary Saint King Realm martial artist could compare to. Although Chen Tiandao was very strong, but there had to be a degree for him to be even stronger. How strong could a rising star be? Yuan Fang smiled coldly at his words. Good, you're very good, the 2 senior brothers, follow me and join me. I want to see if this legendary first person of the Devil Dao is truly capable. Yes. Second Elder Yuan Ding nodded his head in agreement. The law enforcement elder at the side had a swollen, fat face, and reluctantly replied yes. To be honest, he really didn't want to go on anymore. He's all fucking hung up, so he's still playing shit. But Yuan Fang had opened his mouth. If he didn't dare to go on, then he wouldn't have the face to go out and meet people in the future. Chen Tendo sneered and was about to make his move. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from the depths of the phantom sect. The crowd first froze, then their gazes looked over in unison, only to see that within a stone door, a teenager stepped out slowly with the 9 revolutions black lotus. The teenager was barefoot, with only a robe draped over his body. His indifferent aura was like an exiled immortal, but the devilish aura surging through his body was more like a devil king who had fallen into the mortal world. Great nephew! Seeing Chen Nian walk out of the ancestral land intact, Chen Tianyin shouted out in excitement. Ha 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 ha, second uncle, father. Chen Nian grinned, a few more smiles on his tender face. Father? Second uncle? This was Chen Tiandao's own son? Yuan Fang naturally knew that 6 years ago, Chen Tiandao had given birth to a son, but he had been hidden by the Chen family for 6 whole years without any news. Today unexpectedly came out of the world. Looking at the aura on Chen Nian's body, Yuan Fang instantly felt a hint of crisis. 6 years old. Early transcendent cultivation. My God! This talent was not inferior to their Buddha son at all. Even, Yuan Fang could detect that Chen Nian's body had qi and blood like a dragon, and his physical body was feared to be exceptionally strong. Such a talent, although he didn't want to admit it, might have surpassed their Buddha son. If this kid grew up, he was afraid that in the future, he would be even more terrifying than Chen Tiandao. Thinking of this, Yuan Fang's eyes flashed with endless killing intent. However, Chen Tiandao detected this killing intent very clearly. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yuan Fang and let out a cold smile. It seems that you have murderous intent towards my son, so I'm afraid I can't keep you in this world. Originally, Chen Tiandao hadn't planned to take Yuan Fang's life. After all, as the Grand Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, his status was still not simple. If he was beheaded, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was afraid that he would not be willing to stop. At that time, he was afraid that it would trigger a domain war. Although he, Chen Tiandao, was not afraid of war, if a domain war were to break out, the Chen family was afraid that there would be countless deaths and injuries. However, this old bald donkey, Yuan Fang, was looking for death, and even dared to have murderous intentions towards Chen Nian. Trying to kill Chen Nian in front of Chen Tiandao, this was absolutely intolerable to Chen Tiandao. The biggest scales in his life were his family. His wife, his brother, his son, were the closest people in this world, and the people he would spend his entire life guarding. And for Yuan Fang to dare to have murderous intentions towards Chen Nian, then no matter what the consequences were, he had to die. After saying that, Chen Tiandao's figure violently disappeared in place, like a ghost. No one could see his figure. In the next second, he unexpectedly appeared directly in front of Yuan Fang. The long sword was sheathed and the pitch-black blade was eerie, just like an absolute devil's sword that wanted to slaughter the entire world. Shadow Strangle. The long sword seemed to split into countless sword vectors that shot up into the sky towards Yuan Fang's face. Yuan Fang was startled in his heart and raised his golden bell shield while using the Zen staff in his hand to fend it off. Seeing this, the second elder at the side did not dare to hesitate and rushed forward to help. In an instant, the golden bell shield shattered, and the two of them managed to withstand this strike from Chen Tiandao. However, this was still just an appetizer. Chen Tiandao's eyes were suddenly pitch black, and his endless strands of hair blew with the wind, suspended in the air as he murmured softly, "Dark shadow, cage." Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth was pitch black, and a huge black cage appeared around the two of them, Yuan Fang and Yuan Ding. Seeing this scene in front of them, the two of them were instantly startled. This is the law of darkness. It was important to know that every Saint Initiation Realm martial artist who wanted to break through to the Saint King Realm had to master the power of laws. There were 3,000 laws, and naturally, there were strong and weak. And this dark law was the top 10 ranked top law. Throughout the entire 3,000 domain for hundreds of thousands of years, very few people had been able to master the dark law. Every person who had mastered the darkness law was not a heavenly pride. And Chen Tiandao was such an unprecedented heavenly pride. The two were trapped in a prison, their surroundings engulfed in darkness. In Chen Tiandao's law, the two of them would also be greatly weakened. This was because this was Chen Tiandao's domain. "Senior brother, let's break this prison together." Yuan Fang sniffed and nodded. Nowadays, they could only hope that the two of them could break this prison. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would be killed on the spot. With that said, the Buddha light around the two of them trembled greatly, followed by the operation of the power of the laws. Vajra Luohan Demon Volt. Surplus voodoo power. The two instantly infused their entire body's true qi and rushed to blast out at one of the points. The violent attack instantly caused the entire shadow cage to shake violently. However, the next moment, the two were shocked to find that the cage was not even the slightest bit broken. "This father did not intend to kill you, but you should never, ever, have had killing intent towards my son." Inside the shadow cage, Chen Tiandao levitated his body, his figure seemingly blending in with his surroundings. This was his domain, and here, he was the king who dominated everything. When a king was angry, millions of corpses floated and thousands of miles of blood were shed. He looked at Yuan Fan with a cold snort. This old bald donkey even dared to generate killing intent towards Chen Yin in front of him. He really didn't know how to die. Chen Tiandao knew that if he even did not kill the chicken to warn the monkey, then in the future, Chen Tiandao's entry into the world might be backstabbed. He only had this one son. Moreover, this son of his was exceptionally mysterious, and his talent was even greater than when he was young. He was the future of the Chen family. If something happened to Chen Yan, Chen Tiandao would even dare to have the entire world buried with him. A mere Buddhist domain elder. Not even half a finger is better than my son. After saying that, in the eyes of Yuan Fan's fearful eyes, Chen Tiandao disappeared into thin air, merging with the blackness. King's Landing. Only Chen Tiandao murmured softly under his breath. In an instant, the entire shadow cage was filled with demonic chi, and the terrifying demonic chi rose up into the sky, transforming into a giant black dragon. My heavens, Lord Domain Master's power of law is just too terrifying. That's right, so what if it's the Buddha domain, with Lord Domain Master here? I fear no one in the nine heavens demon domain. That's right, Lord Domain Lord's divine might is invincible. Even Chen Tianyin looked at Chen Tiandao's move, King's Landing, with a shocked expression. Handsome, it was just too handsome. See, great nephew, your old dad is too handsome, simply overbearing. In an instant, Chen Tianyin transformed into Chen Tiandao's dog-licking little fanboy with countless little stars twinkling in his eyes. In fact, for so many years, Chen Tianyin had also been aiming for him. No matter what happened, he absolutely believed in Chen Tiandao unconditionally. This was the self-consciousness of being a younger brother. Chen Yan could not help but be shocked by Chen Tiandao as well. At this moment, Chen Tiandao was like a black knight monarch with endless black flames in his eyes. This was a born emperor. The Lord of Darkness. Yuan Fan, today, this father will send you down to meet your bullshit Buddha. With that, only a loud explosion could be heard. The next moment, the entire heaven and earth wailed. Ah, no! Chen Tiandao, old. Lao Di, don't obey. Unfortunately, after Yuan Fan finished speaking, his torso instantly exploding in blood and flesh, not even a whole body. Between the heavens and the earth, it instantly rained blood. The rain of blood clattered down, clearly dripping onto everyone's bodies. This was the sign of a Saint King Realm powerhouse falling. Saint King Realm powerhouses had already touched the ground of the Tao and were connected to the heavenly Tao. Every time a Saint King Realm powerhouse passed away, the heavenly Tao would rain down blood. This was the heavens wailing. Looking at the scene before them, countless people's eyes were filled with shock. The crowd of the Nine Heavens demon region, as well as the group from the Great Thundersound Temple, all had shock in their eyes. One must know that Yuan Fan Ko was the Great Thundersound Temple's Grand Elder, with a mid-Saint King Realm cultivation, and was just so easily beheaded by Chen Tiandao. This was also too terrifying. Especially law enforcement elder Yuan Wu. At this moment, he was huddled in a corner shivering. The Great Elder in the middle stage of Saint King was gone. Was he still far away? Chen Tiandao sneered, dispersed his shadow cage, and looked at the stupefied second elder Yuan Ding. Get lost and go back and tell those old vultures of your Great Thundersound Temple that if they dare to bully the small with the big and take a shot at this father's son, this father will surely slaughter the entire Buddhist domain. Remember, this father is true to his word. It was important to realize that the Buddha domain was one of the 10 upper domains, with a vast area of billions of miles and countless living beings. However, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of Chen Tiandao's words. His voice was more like it was coming from the nine hells. Yuan Ding couldn't help but shiver as he looked at Chen Tiandao with a look of fear filling his eyes. Although the presiding officer had told them about Chen Tiandao's fearfulness before, but hearing is not believing and seeing is not believing. At today's sight, it was not only described as terrifying. Even the Grand Elder in the middle stage of the Saint King realm was easily strangled by Chen Tiandao. In the entire Great Thundersound Temple, was there really anyone who could block the sword in Chen Tiandao's hands? This thought instantly spread and proliferated in Yuan Ding's heart. However, he also knew that now was not the time to think about these questions. Yuan Ding nodded his head repeatedly, no longer having the arrogance that he had just had. After all, compared to pride in life, it was still life that was more important. This was especially true for powerful people like them who had cultivated to the Saint King realm over thousands of years. The higher the cultivation level, the more afraid of death they were. Because the cost of time was too great, and it had been hard to cultivate to this point, no one was willing to die. Yes, old lineage will definitely bring it. Yuan Ding's tone of voice wasn't even that hard anymore, and he didn't even have the courage to gaze into Chen Tiandao's eyes. The power of the dark laws was just too terrifying, and it really scared him as well. Although he had luckily picked up a life today, he would have to recuperate for at least a few decades before he could recuperate. As for law enforcement elder Yuan Wu, he was even more miserable. He had been beaten by the two brothers Chen Tianin and Chen Tiandao one after another, and although he hadn't died, he was seriously injured. Without some heaven and earth spiritual treasures to nourish him, he was afraid that he would be left with a lifelong hidden disease. Seeing that the Buddhist sect's crowd no longer had the courage to entangle themselves in a fight, Chen Tiandao gave them a disdainful look. These vultures, each one of them seemed to be highly respected in their daily lives, but in reality, they were people who were greedy and afraid of death. A bunch of losers. Not even being able to comprehend life and death, and still wanting to make progress is like a fool's dream. The path of cultivation is a path against the heavens. Without the courage to die well, naturally there will be no hope of reaching the top. These old guys, Chen Tiandao couldn't look at any of them. Alright, get lost. Remember, next time, if you and the others dare to take half a step into the Nine Heavens Demon region and interfere in the internal matters of my Nine Heavens Demon region, I, Chen Tiandao, will personally send you all to meet the Buddha. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but shiver coldly, and then they hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Soon, the second elder, as well as the law enforcement elder, picked up the relics left behind after Yuan Fang's death, and took the spirit boat to fly away at great speed, flying in the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple at great speed. They didn't dare to stay in this hellish place for even a moment longer, especially law enforcement elder Yuan Wu. The scene of the great elder's death in front of his eyes was still fresh in his mind, and his face was even more fiery. Chen Tiandao, too scary. Looking at the departing back of the Buddhist sect's group, the entire Phantom Demon sect erupted in a burst of jubilation. Lord Domain Master is invincible. Lord Domain Master is invincible. The entire Phantom Demon sect looked at Chen Tiandao with reverence. Easily decapitating the Grand Elder of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and defeating three great Saint King Realm powerhouses with the strength of one person. How heaven-defying was this? If this was spread out, the entire 3,000 realms would be shocked. At this moment, the Buddhist domain, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, was in chaos up and down, because the Great Elder's life lamp, unexpectedly shattered. One must know that the Grand Elder was one of the top combatants of their Great Thunder Sound Temple. With a cultivation of the middle stage of the Saint King Realm, there were only a handful of people in the entire 3,000 domains who could kill him. Not to mention that there were two Saint King Realm powerhouses, the Second Elder and the Law Enforcement Elder, together. With three Saint King Realm powerhouses all together, and 3,000 Buddhist soldiers following them, such a battle force could go wrong? How was this possible? At this moment, all the elders gathered in the Great Hall, and all of their faces did not look good, and were even a little nervous. In the Great Hall, the abbot slowly walked in from the doorway. He was white-browed and bearded, not very tall, about 5 feet long, wearing a hot golden robe, his body glittered with golden light, and he walked in with a serious face. In addition to Buddha Z, the surrounding elders saw this and rose to salute. This was because in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the status of the Buddha's son was equal to that of the abbot. The relationship between the two was subtle, equivalent to one being the current head of the Buddha and the other being the future head of the Buddha. He calmly walked to the main seat, recited Amitabha Buddha, and then sat cross-legged. The Great Elder's life lamp is shattered. Does the Buddha head know why this is? The abbot directly opened the door. His gaze was like a torch, and no joy or sorrow could be seen on his calm face. However, the crowd could still detect the anger of the presiding officer, and the elders were all silenced, not daring to speak. It was important to know that this presiding officer had been famous for a long time, and was a renowned big shot in the entire 3,000 regions. He had long since stepped into the late stage of the Saint King Realm cultivation, and was one of the top 10 recognized experts in the entire 3,000 domain. Buddha Z frowned and explained. Back to the abbot, a few days ago I sent the 5th elder to the 9 heavenly demon regions Phantom Demon sect to seize the ancestral ground key with the intention of capturing the Heart of Thunder. I didn't expect the 5th elder's life lamp to shatter, so I sent the 1st elder, 2nd elder, and the law enforcement elder with me to the 9 heavens demon region to take a trip. After saying that, the abbot's brows furrowed and his face became a bit ugly. 9 heavens demon region? However, before he could say anything, a small shaman outside the door hurriedly ran in. Enlighten the abbot, the Buddha's son, the elders, the 2nd elder and the law enforcement elder have returned. The crowd was stunned as the abbot spoke. Go, summon them in. Yes. Not long after, the 2nd elder walked in with the bloated-faced law enforcement elder along with him. The crowd froze when they saw the scene in front of them. Crap. Who is this pig head? Why did it feel so familiar, but couldn't recognize it? Greetings to the abbot, Buddha's son. The second elder and the law enforcement elder bowed and saluted. The crowd heard the law enforcement elder's voice, and only then did they recognize it. One by one, they looked at the figure of the law enforcement elder in front of them and almost didn't drop their jaws in shock. This was the Great Thundersound Temple's cold and merciless law enforcement elder. The precepts were very strict, and one item was all serious and cold, making people look at it with some shivers. Throughout the Great Thundersound Temple, if one were to say who the disciples were most afraid of, it would definitely be this law enforcement elder. However, at this moment, he had unexpectedly turned into a pig's head. This contrast was more than great. It was simply shattering the three views. The crowd could not help but gulp. Even the abbot was puzzled and frowned. What happened? The second elder skimmed a glance at the law enforcement elder, and then he began to explain. Back to the abbot, the three of us went to the Phantom Demon sect by order of the Buddha's son, and we didn't expect to encounter Chen Tiandao. Chen Tiandao. Hearing those three words, the abbot's face was a little unsightly. In the entire Buddhist domain, I'm afraid he was the only one who knew how terrifying this first person of the devil Tao was. He was an array of worldly wonders. Even in the millions of years of history of the 3,000 domains, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. That's right, top 10. This was the abbot's evaluation of him. He had never seen such a terrifying young man. One had to know that throughout the entire 3,000 domain, in its millions of years of history, there had been countless heavenly pride supreme beings and countless strong men. But in his opinion, for Chen Tian to be ranked in the top 10 in terms of talent and aptitude, this was absolutely supreme praise. The abbot frowned and said, "Did Chen Tiandao say anything?" Seeing the abbot inquiring, the second elder didn't dare to hide anything and immediately spoke. Chen Tiandao said that if my Great Thundersound Temple dares to strike out at his son, bullying the small with the big, he will slaughter the entire Buddhist domain. And the reason why the Grand Elder was beheaded by Chen Tiandao was because he had murderous intentions towards Chen Tiandao's son. When the second elder finished speaking, there was a death-like silence in the entire hall. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. Suddenly, an elder broke the silence. Truly outrageous, a mere Chen Tiandao dares to make an enemy of my Great Thundersound Temple, and threatens to slaughter the entire Buddhist domain. Truly he does not know how to die. That's right, just an evil devil and foreigner, truly unbridled. Not bad. According to my old line of thinking, it would be better to send troops to the Nine Heavens Demon region, or else the world will still think that my Buddhist region is afraid. Fair enough, I also second the motion, send troops to the Nine Heavens Demon region and behead Chen Tiandao. Yes, behead Chen Tiandao. At once, the entire Maharaja's treasure hall was filled with anger, and the eyes of each elder were filled with rage. Chen Tiandao's move was completely a naked provocation to their Great Thundersound Temple. Beheading the Great Thundersound Temple's Grand Elder and threatening to slaughter the entire Buddhist domain. Each and every one of the people were in high positions, so they naturally couldn't stand this kind of anger. What's more, for them, the Nine Heavens Demon region was just a rising star. They, the Buddha region, had hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance, so it was hard not to be afraid of a mere Nine Heavenly Devil region? Listening to the crusading voices of the people in the Great Hall, the abbot flatly said, "All right." Instantly, the originally noisy hall fell silent, the gazes of the elders looked over, and even Spirit Dust looked at the abbot with some curiosity, not knowing what he had planned. This matter, let's leave it at that. Also, from now on, you and other older generation martial artists are not allowed to take the initiative to strike at Chen Tiandao's son. The abbot finished speaking, and instantly, the entire hall was deathly silent. Just like that? They are not allowed to take the initiative to strike against Chen Tiandao's son? What the hell is this? One must know that for so many years, their Great Thundersound Temple had acted in an overbearing manner. No force has ever dared to provoke them like this, because any power that did so was all uprooted. Even Ling Chen did not understand why the abbot was so afraid of that Chen Tiandao. Could it be that that man's strength was so terrifying? So terrifying that even the abbot was afraid? How was this possible? Knowing the doubts in the hearts of the crowd, the abbot's gaze was ghostly as he slowly said, 50 years ago, the lords of the 10 great upper regions had organized a grand event to discuss the Tao in a certain secret realm, and I was invited to participate. After the discourse was over, 10 of us had competed in that secret realm, and we also witnessed Chen Tiandao's strength with our own eyes. The crowd listened with great interest, and Ling Chen curiously said, "Abbot, how strong is that Chen Tiandao?" The abbot suddenly closed his eyes, sighed, and softly said, "He is invincible under a great emperor, and 1 for 1 above a great emperor." Hearing the abbot's words, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes filled with shock. Crap! He is invincible under a great emperor, 1 for 1 above a great emperor. How terrifying was this? In today's 3000 domains, there had long since been no great emperor powerhouses, so wouldn't that mean that Chen Tiandao was the number 1 person in the 3000 domains? How was this possible? One must know that he had only been cultivating for a mere 300 years. Which of these elders present hadn't cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years to reach their current level of strength? The strongest abbot had spent 2000 years cultivating to the late Saint King realm. Even so, it was considered a heavenly genius. But Chen Tiandao, in just 300 years, had surpassed the abbot. How is this possible? How could there be such a terrifying person in these 3000 domains? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of an ancient god or demon? The hearts of the crowd were filled with questions, but since the abbot had said so, they naturally wouldn't question it. Spirit Dust likewise couldn't help but frown. Although he had known that Chen Tiandao was terrifying, it was only after the abbot had said this that he realized that this person was so uncomplicated. 300 years of time. It was truly terrifying. And the reason why the abbot hadn't told the crowd was that it was really a bit difficult to talk about it. After all, it would be like growing others' ambition and destroying one's own. Moreover, this person was still an absolute devil. He turned his head and glanced at Spirit Dust and said, "However, all of you do not need to be alarmed. Now that the world of great struggle has opened, the path of empire has opened, the Buddha's son was born with a Buddhist heart. In the future, he will definitely ascend the path of empire and enter the empire realm. Sooner or later, he will surpass Chen Tiandao." When the crowd heard this, they immediately looked better. Yes, so what if Chen Tiandao was even stronger? This Buddha's son of theirs was born with a Buddha's heart and wisdom roots. There were even rumors that he was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. That Chen Tiandao was only born a few hundred years earlier than the Buddha's son. In the future, the Buddha's son might step into the emperor realm and surpass Chen Tiandao in one fell swoop. Hearing the abbot say this, the hearts of the crowd began to settle down again. Ba Buddha, the poor monk will live up to the expectations. Buddha Z's face was grave as he recited the Buddha's name. The elders also nodded their heads. Phantom Demon Sect, in the middle of the grand hall. Chen Tiandao sat lazily on the ground, with Chen Tianin and Chen Nian both sitting beside him. Chen Tianin's face was filled with joy as he smiled and laughed as he rushed at Chen Tiandao to take credit. He, brother, just now you weren't able to see. That old bald donkey Yuan Wu was seriously injured by my younger brother's move. If I wait for me to refine my cultivation a little bit more and master the power of the law, I will be able to beat that old guy in one move. To seriously injure an early Saint King's powerhouse by crossing over the stage with an entry Saint realm cultivation, Chen Tianin indeed had the pride to do so. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly and nodded his head. Not bad, late stage of the Saint entry realm, not a bad cultivation speed. Although Chen Tianin's cultivation speed was not comparable to his own, it was not bad when compared to the heavenly pride of all generations. Ha. Chen Tianin smiled his heart broken with joy. Ever since he was a child, what he longed for the most was to be recognized by his brother. All along, he had regarded Chen Tiandao as his goal, that was why he had worked so hard, and today, when he received Chen Tiandao's approval, Chen Tianin was naturally happy in his heart. "Nianer, you have surprised my father." Chen Tiandao's gaze turned and looked at Chen Nian with a smile. With his current cultivation level, Chen Nian naturally had no secrets in front of him, and a glance revealed his actual cultivation level. 6 years old, early transcendent stage, chi and blood like a dragon. With his current strength, he was afraid that an ordinary King Realm powerhouse would be able to kill him in seconds. Such strength could no longer be considered terrifying, but should be heaven-defying. To think that when he, Chen Tiandao, was 6 years old, he was not as terrifying as Chen Nian. Moreover, this kid was very mysterious, with all sorts of treasures, techniques, and martial arts coming out of the woodwork. Even he himself had obtained a 9-star technique from Chen Nian, and had gained a great deal after comprehending it. However, Chen Tiandao never thought to ask Chen Nian where he got these things from. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as he doesn't have any bad intentions towards the Chen family, that's fine. Chen Nian scratched his head and hammed and hawed. Although he hid it well, he also knew that he couldn't hide it in front of his father, who was the number 1 person in the devil's path. He laughingly said, "Luck, got a little bit of small chance." "A small chance?" Chen Tiandao smiled slightly and didn't care, but spoke. "With your current cultivation, it's time to enter the world to hone your skills and gain some insight." Although Chen Nian's cultivation was sufficient, he did not have much experience in the world, and his actual combat experience was insufficient. There was still a need for more training. Chen Nian sniffed and nodded. "Yes. My father set up a marriage for you some time ago, so you should make a trip there in a few days." Chen Nian. Chen Tianin. Kiss. Marriage? Are you kidding? Chen Yan was dumbfounded. How could his own old dad still find himself a daughter-in-law without a word? Pops, you're joking, right? Chen Yan said as he looked at Chen Tiandao with a dumbfounded face. Chen Tendao smiled faintly. Your father never jokes. Don't worry, you'll definitely like the marriage I've set for you. With that, he stood up and with his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth in the middle of the great hall, slowly saying, in the 3,000 domains, there are 10 top forces, each occupying the 10 upper domains, both in terms of strength and resources are the top existence in the 3,000 domains. The marriage that Father has set for you is one of the top 10 forces, the holy daughter of the Purple Sky Divine sect, Lin Xingcheng. This Purple Sky God sect, occupying the Purple Sky domain, one of the 10 major domains, was a top 10 power on par with the Chen family. The Purple Heavenly Sky God sect had an extraordinary origin, with countless disciples, with outer, inner, and true 3 levels of inheritance, inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, and with a heritage that was not in the least bit worse than that of the Buddha domain. Each generation of the Violet Sky Divine sect has a holy daughter and a holy son, all of whom are supreme prides. And the marriage that Chen Tiandao had set for Chen Yan was that holy daughter of the Purple Sky Divine sect. Chen Yan frowned when he heard this. Father, even if that Purple Sky Divine sect is strong, there's no need for my son to settle for less. That Lin Xingqing I haven't even met, it's not appropriate to settle for a marriage, right? In this life, Chen Yan was focused on cultivation, and looked down on the matters of men and women. Furthermore, even if it was to be a marriage, in his opinion it should be a free love affair. A betrothal was more or less unnecessary, right? Seems to have guessed that Chen Yan answered this way. Chen Tiandao laughed and said, my father naturally can't harm you. The reason why I want you to be betrothed to that Violet Sky Holy Maiden is because of 3 reasons. Firstly, that Purple Heaven Holy Maiden has the best looks in the 3,000 domains, so it's not a loss to try it out. Secondly, that Purple Sky Virgin is born Cold Ice Holy Body, is the excellent partner of dual cultivation. If with the dual cultivation, the cultivation is bound to be greatly improved. Thirdly, if you are betrothed to the Violet Sky Holy Maiden, you will be able to enter the Violet Sky Mysterious Realm with one of them a year later, and this is the key to my father's extreme efforts to facilitate this betrothal. That's right, the main reason why Chen Tiandao was trying his best to facilitate this time was for the opportunity to enter the Violet Sky Secret Realm. The Secret Realm of the Violet Heavens? Chen Yan looked at Chen Tiandao with some confusion. This was the first time he had heard of this place. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly and explained. The reason why the Purple Heavenly Sky Divine sect has been so able to carry on its legacy for millions of years and endure is because its first ancestor was known as the strongest great emperor ever in the history of the 3,000 realms, the Purple Heavenly Sky Divine Emperor. The Violet Sky Divine Emperor is the recognized #1 great emperor of the 3,000 domains, with the power to change the heavens and the sun, and the Violet Sky Divine sect that he single-handedly founded has endured for more than 1,000,000 years, and has always been one of the top forces in the 3,000 domains. Chen Yan and Chen Tianyin listened with interest as Chen Tiandao recounted the history of the Violet Sky Divine sect. That Violet Cloud Divine Emperor was admired even by Chen Tiandao. His talent was absolutely heaven-defying. The Violet Sky Divine sect founded by one person had lasted for over 1,000,000 years and was still one of the top forces in the entire 3,000 realms to date. He paused and continued. And this Purple Heavenly Secret Realm, which was passed down from that Purple Heavenly Divine Emperor, opens every 200 years. Only 20 people can enter each time it opens, and they must be under 30 years old. Hearing Chen Tiandao say this, Chen Yan then sort of understood the power of the Purple Heavenly Secret Realm. That was something that had been passed down from the Violet Sky Divine Emperor. I'm afraid that the reason why the Purple Heavenly Sky Divine sect was able to endure was also inextricably linked to this secret realm. The reason why my father allowed you to be betrothed to that Violet Sky Holy Maiden is because the Violet Sky Secret Realm can only be entered by disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect. If outsiders want to enter, the only way is to get betrothed to the Holy Maiden, but it's extremely difficult to get betrothed to the Holy Maiden of the Violet Sky, and there's only one person who has been successfully betrothed to the Holy Maiden of the 3,000 domains for so many years. Only one? Chen Yan was quite curious. After millions of years, there was only one person who was successfully betrothed to the Violet Sky Holy Maiden. Then how strong must this person be? The ability to eat soft food was absolutely first-rate. Chen Yan smiled and said, Pops, who is this person, with such a strong ability to eat soft food? Could it be that he has some superiority? Hearing Chen Yan's words, Chen Tiandao's face instantly darkened. First, this is not soft eating. Second, this soft food eater is your father. Chen Yan. Eat? The soft eater is my father? In other words, my mom was the last holy maiden of the Violet Sky Divine sect? Good fellow. Chen Tianyin, who was on the side, almost didn't die from laughter when he saw the father and son in this state, rolling on the ground with his stomach hurting from laughing. Laughing me to death, brother. I didn't expect that the first person to say that you are a soft eater would be my great nephew, ha 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 ha. Looking at this Chen Tianyin's unlucky appearance, Chen Tiandao was immediately furious, coldly snorted and kicked up. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Chen Tianyin was kicked aside and hurriedly stopped laughing, but he still couldn't help but stand aside to stifle his laughter. Chen Tiandao glared at this foolish brother of his, and then he said rather solemnly, "There is a great secret inside the Purple Heavenly Mystery Realm. If I wasn't fortunate enough to enter the Purple Heavenly Mystery Realm in the first place, my father wouldn't have the strength he has today." Although he didn't know how Chen Tiandao's strength was, but Chen Yan wasn't stupid, easily killing a mid-Saint King realm martial artist in seconds. Chen Tiandao's strength was feared to have very few enemies in the entire 3000 domain. And such a person went so far as to say that without the Violet Sky Secret Realm, he wouldn't have the strength he has today. In other words, this Purple Heavenly Secret Realm was afraid that it really did have a great secret. It was no wonder that this Purple Heavenly Sky Divine sect had managed to survive for eternity. Chen Yan sniffed and also put away his playful smile. He knew that he had a lot at stake in this matter and stood up and said, "I understand, tomorrow I will head to the Violet Sky Divine sect." Only then did Chen Yan understand his own old man's bitterness. Not to mention that the Purple Heavenly Sacred Maiden's looks alone are the best in the world, but she also has a cold ice holy body, and her dual cultivation is also buffed. Simply this Purple Sky Secret Realm is enough to let Chen Yan heart moved. Chen Tiandao faintly smiled and said, "There is no rush. That Purple Sky Divine sect is not that safe, old dad. I also offended a lot of people when I married your mother back then. You must always pay attention to your safety. I will arrange a protector for you to protect you." It was important to know that the Violet Sky Divine sect had had one holy son and one holy daughter throughout the generations. The two had grown up together since childhood. The rule of the Violet Sky Divine sect throughout the generations was that the holy son married the holy daughter. However, the previous holy daughter was snatched away by Chen Tiandao, which naturally made many enemies within the sect. Although they were afraid that Chen Tiandao's strength would not be able to blatantly lay their hands on Chen Yan, it was not impossible to use some small means. Chen Tianyin smiled and said, "Brother, I'll accompany my great-nephew. There's me, don't worry, I'll carry the flag and protect the road for my great-nephew." Chen Tiandao? Carrying the flag and protecting the road? What the hell are you carrying? I'm relieved my ass. With your three-legged strength, you're not even close. If you don't enter the Saint King, you're ultimately a mole cricket. Although Chen Tianyin's cultivation was unrivaled in the Saint Entry realm, it was still quite a bit worse for a Saint King realm powerhouse. The gap between the Saint King realm and the Saint Entry realm was not a single star. Although last time, Chen Tianyin had heavily injured Yuanwu with his own various secret techniques, if not for Chen Tiandao's timely arrival, Chen Tianyin would definitely be dead. From tomorrow onwards, you and I will return to the ancestral land, and you are not allowed to leave the gate until you enter the Saint King. Chen Tianyin. Not entering Saint King, not allowed to leave the gate? Crap, why don't you just kill me? The late stage of the Saint Entry realm to the Saint King realm was a big hurdle. Because the power of the laws was extremely difficult to comprehend, an ordinary person might find it difficult to cross over in a lifetime. Even though Chen Tianyin was extremely talented, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend the power of laws in a short period of time. Brother, do you really have the patience to treat your dear brother like this? Chen Tianyin blinked pitifully at Chen Tiandao with a pleading look. However, Chen Tiandao snorted coldly. If you can't break through to the Saint King realm, you'll honestly stay in the ancestral land for the rest of your life. Chen Tianyin. Cam. I should have known that I wouldn't have mouthed off just now. At this moment, Chen Tianyin wanted to slap himself a few times. 9 ancestors, come out. As Chen Tiandao's voice fell, behind him, an old man clad in a black robe suddenly appeared. He did not have any fluctuations of demonic chi all over his body, as if he was an ordinary old man, and there was a long scar on his pale and dry face, which made him look fierce. However, upon seeing the visitor, Chen Tianyin gulped in disbelief. Crap, 9 ancestors, you're still alive. The 9th ancestor, an old generation Chen family powerhouse who was once at the early stage of the Saint King realm cultivation, hadn't appeared in front of the crowd for hundreds of years. The last time he saw the 9 ancestors, Chen Tianyin was still a teenage lad. He had always thought that the 9 ancestors were dead. Unexpectedly, this old man was still alive? 9 ancestors. Brat, dare to curse your old ancestor. Believe it or not, the old ancestor will seal your cultivation and throw you into the sea of blood to feed the fish. Hearing the ninth ancestor's threat, Chen Tianyin was instantly dumbfounded. One must know that he grew up listening to this nine ancestors' stories. What with killing like a man, destroying clans, and terrorizing the world, it was all routine for his old man. This ninth ancestor was temperamental and had a huge temper, killing people at the drop of a hat. However, this ninth ancestor hadn't been heard from since 300 years ago, and Chen Tianyin thought that his old man was dead. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. 300 years ago this nine ancestors was an early-stage Saint King realm powerhouse. Now that so many years had passed and had been hidden by Chen Tiandao for so many years, one didn't know how terrifying his cultivation was again. But, Chen Tianyin knew that the ninth ancestor killing him was definitely like killing a chicken. Ha 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 ha, nine ancestors, I'm joking, don't be angry, your old man, I'm so happy to know that you're still alive. The ninth ancestor glared at Chen Tianyin without any good humor. This brat, there wasn't a single good word coming out of his mouth. Back then, the old man was severely injured by the Buddha domain's group of old vultures in a backstabbing attempt, and almost sat down in the ancestral ground. If it wasn't for the help of the heavenly Tao, the old man was afraid that he would have died in the ancestral ground. In the beginning, the nine ancestors were backstabbed by that group of old bald asses from the Buddha domain, and they were already seriously injured when they returned to the ancestral ground. If it wasn't for Chen Tiandao appearing in time and saving him with various secret medicines, otherwise, at this moment, he would already be a shovelful of yellow earth. Chen Tiandao faintly smiled and said, "The debt between the Great Thunder Sound Temple and our Chen family will be settled sooner or later." Hearing the words Great Thunder Sound Temple, the eyes of the nine ancestors flashed with killing intent. It was these moralistic old vultures who spoke of evil demons and crooked paths in one breath and wanted to cut them down to the bone. But in reality, those guys were doing things that were more like the devil's path than them. One day old me will need to slaughter the Great Thunder Sound Temple with my own hands. The nine ancestors snorted coldly, and the scars at the corners of their eyes became even more frightening. Chen Tiandao nodded and said, "This time, I invited the nine ancestors to come out to the mountain because I have something important to ask." With that, Chen Tiandao pointed to Chen Nian and smiled. "This is my son Chen Nian. I'm troubling the nine ancestors to protect the Tao for my son." That's right, Chen Tiandao had invited the nine ancestors out from the ancestral ground to have him guard the Tao for Chen Nian. "No problem, you are at the helm of my Chen family. I, Chen Feng, will follow your orders." Chen Feng, which was also the name of the nine ancestors. The ninth ancestor's gaze turned to Chen Nian. Suddenly, his eyes widened with some disbelief in his eyes. "Tisk, Tsk, Tiandao, this son of yours is even more perverted than you." When Chen Tiandao was young, the nine ancestors had regarded him as the future of the Chen clan, and he had not failed the nine ancestors. However, now that he saw Chen Nian, the ninth ancestor's eyes were only filled with shock. An early transcendent mortal cultivation, chi and blood like a dragon, and the power of thunder and lightning faintly appearing on his body. This kind of terrifying aura, was it really possessed by a 6-year-old child? This father and son, they were truly more perverted than each other. This talent, it made his eyes water. To think that when he was young, he was also a renowned genius, but compared to Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, it was a piece of shit. Shit. So envious. Chen Tiandao looked at Chen Nian with a smile. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. My son has the qualifications of a great emperor. The nine ancestors also smacked their lips and said with a smile, not bad, there is the capital of a great emperor. With you father and son around, I'm afraid that my Chen family will be heading to an unprecedented height. Excited, extremely excited. At this moment, the ninth ancestor's gaze towards Chen Nian twinkled with little stars, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. With Chen Nian around, the Chen clan had a future. This kind of talent, their Chen family was bound to prosper greatly. He even saw the scene of overthrowing the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yes, don't worry, I'll take care of Nianer. Old me, Chen Feng, swear by the heavenly Tao oath to protect Chen Nian with my life for the rest of my life. The ninth ancestor did not hesitate and directly swore with the heavenly Tao oath. In this life, guard Chen Nian and never betray. Because in Chen Nian, he saw the future of the Chen clan. After how many years, he finally saw the hope of the Chen family's rise. Chen Tiandao had brought the Chen family into one of the top 10 top forces. Chen Nian, on the other hand, was afraid that he would push the Chen family's power to an even higher level. Hearing that the nine ancestors had actually made a heavenly Tao vow, even Chen Tiandao could not help but freeze for a moment. He didn't expect the ninth ancestor to be so dry. However, it was also true that someone like the nine ancestors, who had experienced countless times of life and death, only wanted to properly cultivate his family's offspring at this moment. And Chen Nian's talent was enough to shock the entire 3,000 realms. Chen Yan stepped forward and arched his hand. Chen Yan seized the 9 ancestors. Good. The 9th ancestor laughed out loud and patted Chen Yan's shoulder, his eyes filled with appreciation. This brat was good. Nyener, with the 9th ancestor here, you can rest assured that this world can go anywhere, and those who can carry this blade of the old man's, there are no more than 20 people in the entire 3,000 domains. Saying that, the 9th ancestor's breath rose. A terrifying demonic aura surrounded him, and in the next moment, it instantly swept through the entire phantom demon sect. Countless people could not help but shiver as they sensed this terrifying aura. Even Zhongli, who was recuperating in his room, couldn't help but feel his heart tighten when he sensed this aura. This aura doesn't seem to be that of Lord Domain Lord. Sure enough, this Chen family's depths are not simple. Saying that, she slowly closed her eyes, not daring to have any other small thoughts in her heart. Crap, the 9th ancestor's divine power is overwhelming. Great nephew, with the 9th ancestor here, no one can hurt you. One must know that throughout the entire 3,000 domain, there were more than billions of living beings. Out of so many people, there were only 20 people who could carry a blade from the 9 ancestors. Of those 20 people, there were even fewer who could defeat the 9 ancestors. Such strength was indeed extremely terrifying. Although the Chen family had only risen in the last few hundred years, its heritage was not as deep as the other few major powers. However, with Chen Tiandao's many years of operation, the Chen family could not be simple. In that case, Chen Yan thanks the 9 ancestors. Ha 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 ha, there's no harm in it. I hope to see the day you step into the Great Emperor. Inside the Great Hall, the atmosphere of chatting among the 4 members of the Chen clan was very high. Chen Tiandao and the 9 ancestors also introduced Chen Yan to some matters of future cultivation. They had also cultivated step by step from the Qi practicing realm, one step at a time, and had fought for hundreds of years, so whether it was all kinds of experience in killing people or martial arts, it was all worthwhile to learn from. Chatting until evening, Chen Yan felt that he had gained a lot. Chen Tiandao waved his hand and said, Nyener, you and 9 ancestors will cultivate for a few days at the Phantom Demon sect, and then go directly to the Violet Sky Divine sect once you've taken care of things. Good. Chen Yan nodded his head in agreement. Walking out of the Great Hall, Zhongli had already arranged a room for Chen Yan. Lord Yun Lord, if there is something you can command, my subordinate will not disturb Yun Lord's rest and will leave first. Humph. Chen Yan gave a hum, and Zhongli gently closed the door behind him. After Zhongli left, Chen Yan called out the system. System, checking personal attribute panel. Ding, checking. Host, Chen Yan. Cultivation level, early transcendent realm. Technique, 9-turn Divine Demon Technique, 9 stars, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 9 stars, 32,032 particles. Martial Arts, Flickering Finger, 9 stars, Destructive Sword Technique, 9 stars, Misty Phantom Steps, 9 stars, Godslayer Slash, 9 stars. Physique, Supreme Divine Devil Body. Talent, Devil's Way Blessing. Aptitude at the Edge of Heaven, Words Follow Words, Thunder, and Lightning Field. Number of draws, 49 inch. Originally, Chen Yan had only awakened over 10,000 giant elephant particles, but after absorbing the Heart of Thunder, the terrifying energy of the Heart of Thunder directly washed his cells. It directly soared from over 10,000 giant elephant particles to over 30,000. This increase in Chen Yan's strength was also extremely terrifying. Not only that, Chen Yan had directly comprehended a lightning divine ability, the Thunderbolt Domain. The so-called Thunderbolt Domain was the construction of a domain with the power of Thunderbolt, which not only could erupt with powerful thunderbolt power, but could also limit the speed and strength of the opponent. It is equivalent to a simplified version of the laws. To know why Saint King realm powerhouses were terrifying, the most important thing was because of the power of their laws. The power of laws touched the realm of the Tao. And the lightning realm that Chen Yan had mastered was a simplified version of the laws, which was naturally terrifying. It was no wonder that the great Thunder Sound Temple Buddha had placed such importance on the Heart of Thunder in the first place. And after sending the 5th elder to capture this Heart of Thunder, he had sent 3 more sacred King Realm elders to come. Only, he didn't realize that all of this had been a graft for Chen Yan. With a slight smile, he looked at the number of draw points he had, and directly came up with a 10 consecutive draw. System, 10 consecutive draws. Ding, drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an iron sword, an ordinary iron sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the purple sky holy maiden's belly pocket, hot and steamy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special temperament, exiled temperament, increases favor with all the opposite sex, gold color. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, the stash spirit bead, gold color. When the 10 consecutive draws ended, Chen Yan couldn't help but be a little shocked. A handful of 10 consecutive draws had resulted in 2 golden-colored goodies. Today's luck was truly good. Chen Yan's eyes looked towards the 2 golden rewards. The first was the Exiled Immortal Aura, increasing the favorability of all members of the opposite sex towards Chen Yan. Although this thing didn't have an absolute increase in strength, it was definitely a rare good thing, a must-have treasure for eating soft food. The second is the Spirit-Stealing Bead, capable of hiding his breath. As long as Chen Yan doesn't want to, no one under the Great Emperor can see through his cultivation. This is a great use. After all, Chen Yan's current cultivation, chi and blood, was like running around naked in the eyes of a bunch of bigwigs. Today, the 9 ancestors had seen through Chen Yan's cultivation with a single glance. If one could conceal one's cultivation, it would be entirely possible to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Showing weakness to the enemy often had the effect of taking them by surprise. It was like a poisonous snake that normally hid in the trees, but once food entered its territory, it immediately transformed into a god of death. After checking out these 2 golden-colored supreme treasures, Chen Yan looked amongst several other items. Ordinary iron sword? Throw it away. This one. The belly pocket of the Holy Maiden of the Purple Heavens. Crap. Chen Yan looked at this purple-colored bib in front of him, which was still emitting a gust of hot air and a fresh fragrance, and could not help but swallow his saliva in a daze. As if. Or just changed down, body fragrance burst, let a person rise endless blind thoughts. This fucking, even people have not seen, the bib first to me to steal over. Chen Yan a burst of speechless. Really my good system. He coughed dryly and hurriedly threw the thing into his spatial ring. Since it was going to the Violet Sky Divine sect, it should be kept for now, it might be useful. Of course, this thing couldn't be discovered by the Violet Sky Sacred Maiden, or else she'd think he was a pervert. In that case, Chen Yan would really have no defense. A few other things were also ordinary and of little use. Chen Yan threw them aside. As the night gradually deepened, he sat on his bed and began to cultivate. And at this moment, the Violet Sky Divine sect, inside the room of the Violet Sky Holy Maiden, Lin Xinchang was bathing in the hot air inside her room as she slowly wiped her jade body. She was 14 years old this year. Although she wasn't very old, her face and body had long since grown. That stunningly beautiful face and perfect body, if someone were to see it here, they would definitely salivate. Especially this face, even a woman would instantly fall in love when she saw it. Only, at this moment, Lin Qingqing's face was a bit unsightly. Chen Yan, just what kind of person is it and why did Master Teacher want to betroth me to you? Today, Lin Qingqing's master, who was also the patriarch of the Violet Sky Divine sect, informed that he had helped her set a marriage, which was the 9 Heavens Demon region, Chen Tiandao's own son, Chen Yan. Although Lin Qingqing did not want to marry the holy son of the Violet Sky Divine sect, Wang Jian, but to have her betrothed to a man she did not know, Lin Xinchang was also extremely resistant in her heart. What's more, as far as she knew, this Chen Yanchen clan emperor's son was only 6 years old this year, and was still a brat whose hair hadn't even grown. For her to be betrothed to such a brat, Lin Xinqing's heart was hard to accept. However, it was difficult to disobey her master's orders. She had been raised by her master since she was a child, and she did not dare to disobey her master's orders. Even if she didn't agree with it anymore, there was nothing she could do about it. Inside the room, Lin Qingcheng sighed, a grudging look falling on her face, her eyes full of despondency. As the holy maiden of the Violet Sky Divine sect, her future was never something she could control herself. A long time later, Lin Qingcheng shook her head, no longer thinking about these things. It was better to take a step forward. She stood up, her naked body, her delicate figure was even more charming under the candlelight. Tall figure, slowly walked out from the barrel, toes tapping, white body emerged, like a heavenly jade body of absolute beauty. When she was about to put on her clothes, she suddenly frowned. Hee, where is my belly band? Lin Qingcheng immediately froze. She remembered that she had just placed her belly band here. Why was it gone? As a King Realm martial artist, naturally, there would not be any cases of bad memories. In other words, it is hard to believe that someone just stole my belly band? Thinking of this, Lin Qingcheng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly turned her body around and quickly put on her clothes, fearing that the person was still around. Although she had just been thinking about the betrothal matter, but wanting to steal her belly band silently was by no means something that an ordinary person could do. What's more, this was the inner courtyard of the Violet Sky Divine sect, guarded by countless elders of the sect. It was simply impossible for an outsider to be able to take away one's own belly band silently. Lin Qingcheng narrowed her eyes, and the cold ice aura came out from all over her body, and where she was surrounded by, the cold ice was densely covered. This was the ultimate ice, colder than normal ice, like the coldness from the 9 ghosts. Could it be that there is a traitor within the clan? Lin Qingcheng frowned slightly, and her divine sense could not detect anything even when she spread out in all directions. She did not want to make a big deal out of this matter. After all, if it was known that her belly band had been stolen, the entire Violet Heavens divine sect was afraid that it would cause endless hot debates. If I find out who dared to steal my belly band, I will split you alive with a sword. Lin Qingcheng snorted coldly, her heart was upset, her chi and blood surged, she turned around and went to bed, sat on her knees, and only began to cultivate after she had regulated her breath. The next morning, the early morning sunlight shone in through the window slit and landed on Chen Nian's face. Knock knock knock. A knock came from the doorway. Chen Nian opened his eyes and faintly said, "Enter." The next moment, Shui Luo pushed her way in. She had a long black dress, one good long hair, and her charming appearance looked as mature as a beautiful woman. "See you, young lord." Shui Luo's face no longer had the same condescension as before, and she looked at Chen Nian with a bit more awe. This all wasn't just because of the fearsome Chen clan and the invincibility of Chen Tiandao. It was more towards Chen Nian herself. She had been practicing for 16 years, but she was only at the early transcendent stage of cultivation. But what about Chen Nian? At only 6 years old, he was already transcendent. Moreover, Shui Luo could sense that Chen Nian's transcendent realm was completely different from her own. In other words, him wanting to kill himself was as easy as crushing an ant. This undoubtedly made the always arrogant Shui Luo a little frustrated that she was not even as good as a 6-year-old child. But, the good thing was that she figured it out. In this world, there were always those demonic heavenly prides, just like Chen Tiandao, that terrifying devil Dao Emperor that the world could only fear. And Chen Nian was obviously someone like that as well. Shui Luo knew that although she was a 9-star talent, there was still a bit of a gap compared to those teenage heavenly prides. The best thing to do was to follow in the footsteps of the heavenly prides. If Chen Nian were to step into the Emperor realm one day, then her achievements wouldn't be far behind. Therefore, after a night of figuring things out, Shui Luo couldn't wait to come to Chen Nian's room early in the morning. "What is it?" Hearing Chen Nian's open inquiry, Shui Luo suddenly knelt on both legs and arched her hands in a salute, her face serious, the original flirtatious look on her face disappearing and turning into solemnity. The young master has high aspirations. With the young master's talent, in the future, he will definitely step on the Emperor's path, break the stars, and step into the supreme realm. Luo knows that her talent is average, so she would like to swear by the heavenly Dao oath that she is willing to follow young lord in this life, and that if young lord asks for anything, Luo will die by all means. This was the first time that Shui Luo had knelt to someone other than her master, and it was still a 6-year-old child. But she did not feel any humiliation in her heart. Instead, she was vaguely looking forward to it. She lowered her head and did not dare to look directly at Chen Nian's gaze, nervous yet excited inside. Chen Nian pondered for a moment, and was also a bit surprised, not expecting this Shui Luo to look soft and weak, but to be so resolute. It was not bad at all. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he gently said, "Following me, the road is not that good, and you might even pay the price of your life. Have you really thought about it?" Shui Luo heard this and knew that Chen Nian was agreeing. She hurriedly said, "Avenue 50 Heavenly Diffraction 49. I and other cultivators would have fought for that unknown one. Luo is sure that the young master is my road. This life follows the young master. 10,000 deaths will not be changed. I wish the young master to be clear." After saying that, Shui Luo kowtowed with a heavy thud, her eyes filled with determination. Especially this time, the phantom demon sex matter had taught her one thing. Strength is the root. Only by following the strong could one become stronger. Although the phantom demon sect was not small, compared to the Chen family, it was like a frog in the bottom of a well, and compared to Chen Nian, she was like a firefly to the white moon, a far cry. She wanted to become stronger. Good. Chen Nian smiled faintly and couldn't help but call out. When he took in a person, besides looking at the person's talent, he valued the heart. This was true of Pingon Chen, and it was also true of the current Shui Luo. 9 stars of talent was already considered good. More importantly, Shui Luo's heart was good. In this world, if one did not have a heart to become stronger, sooner or later, one would die a miserable death. Because of the weak and the strong, the law of the jungle, only the strong would be constant. "Get up. From now on you will follow me." Shui Luo instantly rejoiced at his words. "Many thanks, young lord." She stood up with an excited face and looked at Chen Nian's figure with an indescribable joy in her heart. Even so, Shui Luo had a strong feeling in her heart that following Chen Nian would be the most correct decision in her life. Although she didn't know where this feeling came from, it grew stronger and stronger. "You come forward." Shui Luo sniffed and walked up to Chen Nian without hesitation. Only to see Chen Nian pull out an ancient scroll from his spatial ring, purplish black in color with extremely ancient lines on it, revealing a trace of a mysterious aura. Just this hint of aura caused Shui Luer to instantly hold her breath, looking at the scroll in Chen Nian's hands with a slight fervor. This is the 9-star technique, Phantom Demon Spirit Technique, which is just right for your Phantom Demon body's physique, and it will be twice as easy to cultivate. This Phantom Demon Spirit Technique was obtained from Chen Nian's lucky draw, and was a 9-star technique that was most suitable for the Phantom Demon body. Once cultivated, it was extremely terrifying and could charm all beings. Even at the time of its completion, it was able to construct an illusory realm with one's own strength, trapping millions of people. This was somewhat similar to the function of infinite moon reading from an anime that Chen Nian had watched in his previous life, except that this technique was even more powerful. And upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Shui Luer instantly froze, looking at the scroll in Chen Nian's hands with a confused expression. This is a 9-star merit technique. A 9-star merit technique. What a concept this was. There weren't many doors of such a merit law in the entire 3000 domain. And the merit law that their Phantom Demon sect practiced was nothing more than a crippled 8-star merit law, and although it was stronger than the 7-star merit law, there were no small loopholes because of the crippling. However, Chen Nian's first strike was actually a 9-star merit law. How did this make her not be shocked? Seeing Shui Luer frozen in place, Chen Nian smiled faintly and placed the scroll in her hand. Remember, this emperor's son does not raise wastes under him. There are all kinds of techniques, martial arts, and resources, but let me see your worth. So what if it was a 9-star technique? It was nothing to Chen Nian. What he wanted was for the other party to bring value to himself. If Shui Luer was still unable to support herself with the martial arts and resources she provided, then I'm sorry, I will take back everything I gave before. Chen Nian, do not raise trash. And Shui Luer understood the meaning of Chen Nian's words. Clenching the scroll in her hand, she respectfully saluted. Subordinate obeys. Luer will definitely live up to young lord's expectations. Luer is willing to be the strongest sword in young lord's hands. After saying that, Shui Luer's eyes grew more and more resolute. She knew that she had made the right choice with this one, and she knew how the road ahead would go. Either follow the young lord into the path of the emperor, or die. She was willing to be the strongest blade in Chen Nian's hands. Chen Nian felt relieved when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not bad, take it and cultivate it. Come with me to the Violet Sky Divine sect tomorrow. Also, the matter of the merit law must not be told to anyone. Yes, Luer obeys. After Shui Luer left, Chen Nian got up, stretched, and pushed open the door. Pingdong Shan lived in the courtyard next to him, only to hear the sound of sword chi streaking across the courtyard. Chen Nian smiled slightly and walked over with interest. He only saw Chen Pingdong wearing a martial arts uniform, practicing his sword in the courtyard, sweating profusely and diligently, while 9 ancestors sat on the side, pointing out to Chen Pingdong with great interest. Sword hilt upward 3 inches. Left foot 1 inch to the right, be fast. Power up at the waist and abdomen, be ruthless in your power. Seeing the 9 ancestors instructing Chen Pingdong, Chen Nian smiled faintly and watched from the sidelines with interest. It had to be said that the 9 ancestors, as a Saint King realm expert, one of the top great powers in the entire 3000 domains, had a ruthless eye. It was easy to see the subtle mistakes in Pingdong Shen's moves. Soon, after Pingdong Shen finished practicing a set of swords, his entire body was drenched in sweat and panting. In terms of hard work, Chen Pingdong did not lose out to Chen Nian in the slightest. He had grown up without parents. Naturally he knew the importance of strength, and inwardly he was cut to want to become stronger. That feeling of becoming stronger, he was too eager for it. See you, young lord. Seeing Chen Nian arrive, Chen Pingdong hurriedly bowed and saluted. Chen Nian smiled faintly, slowly walked over, patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, not much progress." He still remembered that when Chen Nian had just started to accept Chen Pingdong, he was still very green between his moves. Right now, although it was still almost interesting, it had improved too much compared to before. Moreover, it was also remembered that at the time of the testing assembly, Chen Pingdong's strength was still at the peak of God condensation. Later on, with the 9-star technique, Xianyan Demon Technique, given to him by Chen Nian, coupled with the stacking of all kinds of resources, Chen Pingdong's cultivation had directly broken through to the middle stage of the hollow-breaking realm. It was important to know that throughout the 3000 regions, the cultivation levels from low to high were Qi Practicing Realm, Devoid of Mortality Realm, God Concentration Realm, Sky Breaking Realm, Phaseless Realm, Transcendent Realm, King's Realm, Supreme Realm, Emperor's Realm, Sacred Realm, and Holy King's Realm. As for Chen Pingdong, at the age of 6, he had reached the middle stage of the Sky Breaking Realm. Although this was still quite a bit worse than Chen Nian, it was definitely considered a first-rate genius. Young lord is too kind. Chen Pingdong heatedly smiled and scratched his head. His eyes were filled with excitement after receiving Chen Nian's praise. The 9 ancestors slowly stood up, flicked their beards, and said with a smile, "Nyenner, this kid's talent is but good. I can see that this kid is very talented in the sword path, and also works hard. Not bad, a good seedling. I didn't realize that there are quite a lot of good seedlings in this life of my Chen family." Early this morning, before dawn, the ninth ancestor heard the sound of sword practice coming from Ping and Chen's courtyard. He curiously walked over to take a look and found Ping and Chen practicing with his sword. After watching for a while, he took the initiative to teach Ping and Chen. After all, they were all disciples of the Chen family, and the ninth ancestor was moved to cherish his talent. Ping'an has good talent and an excellent heart. He is a good seedling. If the ninth ancestor is free, he can teach more, and in the future, he will also be a great help to my Chen family, Chen Nian smilingly suggested. The ninth ancestor nodded non-committally at his words. Not bad. In the future, if there is anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask the old man, and when there is time, the old man will also personally pass on a few moves to you. When Pingdan Chen heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, nine ancestors." The ninth ancestor laughed and patted Chen Nian's shoulder. "You brat, you're obviously just a 6-year-old child, but you speak in an old-fashioned manner." As soon as the nine ancestors' words fell, they suddenly froze. Why can't old me detect any true chi fluctuations in Nyenner's body? Only yesterday, he could clearly sense Chen Nyen's cultivation situation, early transcendent mortal cultivation, chi and blood like a dragon, that terrifying aura that made the ninth ancestor a little envious. And now, Chen Nyen looked like an ordinary 6-year-old child, without any aura fluctuations in his body. Even he, a Saint King realm powerhouse, couldn't see through it. It was really strange. This kid was really quite mysterious. However, the nine ancestors had no intention of exploring. Everyone had their own secrets. If Chen Nyen didn't even have any secrets, then he wouldn't go far. The Cheng Tian Dao at the time was also filled with mysteries from childhood to adulthood. Chen Nyen sniffed and smiled faintly without replying. At this time, outside the door, the phantom demon sex maid came to deliver a message. Reporting to Lord Young Patriarch, the Patriarch has prepared a meal for all the adults in the main hall. Lead the way. Yes. After the maid finished speaking, she led Chen Nyen and the three of them towards the grand hall. After experiencing a great battle, the buildings of the phantom demon sect were 10-1 and looked exceptionally miserable. However, this grand hall was intact and should be guarded by some kind of formation. At the entrance of the hall, Zhongli personally came to greet her. In front of this young matriarch, she didn't dare to have any bravado at all. Joking aside, if she upset Chen Nyen, if Chen Tiandao blew his breath slightly, she would be gone. "See you, young clan chief, old ancestor." Although Zhongli didn't recognize the nine ancestors, she could probably guess that this was a certain old ancestor of the Chen clan. Chen Nyen nodded, and immediately followed Zhongli inside. He sat at the main seat, with the nine ancestors and Pingdan Chen and Zhongli sitting around the side. As for Shui Luer, after obtaining the merit law that Chen Nyen had given her, she would still be in closed-door comprehension of the merit law this time. The temptation of the 9-star feat technique was not ordinary. It could completely drive people crazy, not to mention the fact that the current Shui Luer was bent on becoming stronger, so she naturally couldn't wait to cultivate it. "Young clan chief, this is the meal I personally prepared for you. All of the meals were just made by me early this morning." This large table of dishes in front of him was exceptionally sumptuous. Chen Nyen did not expect that this Patriarch Zhang would still be able to cook, and his handiwork was not bad at all. Chen Nyen smiled and said, "Patriarch Zhang has worked hard." Zhongli smiled charmingly. Her right face was still in style, and Chen Nyen's heart couldn't help but swing a little. To say the most flavorful, it had to be a mature woman like Zhongli, mature and charming. Having seen the world, she had more flavor than those young girls. No hard work, no hard work. Hearing Chen Nyen's words, Zhongli hurriedly waved her hand. "If it wasn't for the young patriarch, my phantom demon sect's 10,000-year-old foundation would have been destroyed. Zhongli honors you." After saying that, Zhongli picked up the wine in front of the table and drank it all in one go. The aroma of the spirit wine overflowed, while her delicate face revealed a slight blush. She wasn't good at drinking, so her alcohol consumption wasn't too good. Chen Nyen smiled and said, "Patriarch Jiang is polite. I'm still young, so I won't drink." "I don't dare to, young patriarch, be my guest." How would Zhongli dare to force Chen Nyen to drink? A 6-year-old child being forced to drink by herself. You'll see if Chen Tiandao cuts her. This meal was Zhongli's special thanks to Chen Nyen. He made it with his own hands. If it wasn't for Chen Nyen, I'm afraid that the entire phantom demon sect would be ruined. Zhongli drank a lot of wine. Her face was red, the hidden light veil on her body was even more delicate, and from time to time, she came into close contact with Chen Nyen. Chen Nyen was also provoked by the heartbeat accelerated a few points. After all, Zhongli, this kind of mature woman's charm, there are really not many people can resist. Moreover, don't look at Jiang Li's origins from the Phantom Demon sect, all charming bones, but she was actually still a virgin. On the side, Chen Pingon was even too shy to look directly at him, and lowered his head to eat his meal. Soon, after a meal was finished, Chen Yan's several people also left. Tomorrow several of them would be heading to the Violet Sky Divine sect. After a few people left, Jiang Li's face was flushed red as she lay on her back in the main hall. The light veil on her body was so thin that she could even see the inner lining through the veil. The delicate figure, lying lazily, and the red face made countless men haunted. This young patriarch's determination is really not simple. Jiang Li put away the flirtatiousness on her face. She had just done that in order to thank Chen Yan, and secondly, she was also naturally testing this young patriarch's fixation. After all, in the future, Luer would have to serve this young patriarch morning and night. What she didn't expect was that the young patriarch's mind was really hard. Shui Luer hadn't followed the wrong person. After resting and recuperating for a day in the Phantom Demon sect, early the next morning, Chen Yan's few people took a spirit boat and prepared to head to the Violet Sky Divine sect. The Violet Sky Divine sect was far away from the Nine Heavens demon region, and even if the spirit boat flew there at breakneck speed, it would still take 2 days. At the moment, on the spirit boat, there were only Chen Yan, the 9 ancestors, Shui Luer, Chen Pingon and Chen Yan's little pet, Nihuang. After a day and a night of cultivation, Shui Luer's gong method conversion was complete, and her entire body's aura became different. The Phantom Demon spiritual technique was the cultivation technique that best fit the Phantom Demon body, and the increase was so great that the power of charm in Shui Luer's body became even stronger, and the demonic qi in her body became even more pure. Just by converting the technique, it was no surprise that Shui Luer's strength had increased by at least 20%. Young lord, this is the clear spring tea that Luel personally brewed, try it. Shui Luer wore a short black dress, the hemline of which just reached the root of her thighs, and that hidden feeling couldn't help but make people think about it. She didn't wear much on top either, her chest was snow white. She bent over and squatted in front of Chen Yan. That glimpse of beauty was perfectly revealed in front of Chen Yan's eyes. Big, very big. I have to say, this world's girls develop really early, only 16 years old, already fully developed. This size, at least D. The capital is really strong. Seeing this scene, Chen Yan couldn't help but get a little hot. This little goblin, wearing such an exposed dress, on purpose. He coughed dryly and took the tea handed over by Shui Luer. Cough cough, alright, retire and go cultivate. Seeing this, Shui Luer smiled sweetly. After knowing Chen Yan for so long, she had never seen him so embarrassed. It seemed that her own charm wasn't too bad. As you command. If young lord has any needs, just call out to Luer. Luer will definitely fulfill any needs young lord has. After saying that, Shui Luer retreated with a smile. Shui Luer's departing back was even more alluring as she walked with a sway, her ass twisting just right. Each time a twist, the skirt fluttered up, just about to see when the skirt fell at the right time, so that people could not see the reality. Chen Yan looked at this little goblin's departing back and smiled helplessly. This little goblin. Although Shui Luer didn't use the power of seduction on Chen Yan, but her flirtatiousness was between her hands and feet, more than 10 years of time cultivated, not to mention wearing so exposed, how could she not have any ideas? Chen Yan is also a normal man, naturally there is desire. Besides, he is a devil, naturally he will not suppress his heart. To follow one's heart is to be a devil. It was a pity that he was only 6 years old now, still small and not developed enough. On the side, Nihuang rubbed against Chen Yan, his pitiful appearance was endearing. Although Nihuang was born at the transcendent realm, in front of Chen Yan, it was more like a child. Chen Yan touched Nihuang's forehead and pulled out a few pills from his spatial ring and threw them into Nihuang's mouth. 6-star pills, go refine them. Newt. The Nihuang chirped happily, its eyes filled with joy. As a 9-colored phoenix, the power of the bloodline in its body was exceptionally powerful, and it hardly needed much cultivation. As long as the resources were abundant enough, its cultivation would continue to rise. Pills were this little guy's favorite thing. They were as sweet as sugar beans and contained extremely powerful energy, the best tonic for it. Although there was a slight amount of Dan poison in the pills, the flames within Nihuang's body were completely capable of refining these Dan poisons. Chen Yan smiled faintly and also slowly closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. The time on the road passed quickly for the crowd immersed in cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Isn't that the Violet Sky Divine sect? Shui Luer pointed at a huge divine mountain not far away, her eyes filled with surprise. For so many years, she had never been out of the Nine Heavens demon region, let alone this Violet Sky Divine sect, which was one of the 10 great forces. The divine mountain that Shui Luer pointed to was bell-mined and auriferous, with 18 peaks arching around it. The gazes of the crowd also looked over with Shui Luer's voice. Not bad, that's the Violet Sky Divine sect. The 9 ancestors nodded and spoke. He had almost gone through the entire 3000 domain's top 10 forces in his early years, so he naturally recognized the Violet Sky Divine sect. The Violet Sky Divine sect, it looks quite grand. Pingdong Shen stared closely at the location of the Violet Sky Divine sect and could not help but sigh. Although the Chen family's buildings were also very splendid, they were still inferior compared to this Violet Sky Divine sect. The 9 ancestors faintly smiled and said, "This is a top power that has been inherited for millions of years, so it's naturally not ordinary, but if we're talking about strength, my Chen family, I'm not afraid." The Violet Sky Divine sect was profound, but their Chen family wasn't as simple as they thought. On the surface of the Chen family, although only Chen Tiandao was extremely strong, but in actuality, there were quite a few true hidden strengths. For example, the 9 ancestors who had been hidden by Chen Tiandao for hundreds of years, and the outside world thought that he was dead. If it wasn't for having to protect the Dao for Chen Yan, he was afraid that he was still hiding. Afraid? Impossible. What's more, with Chen Yan in this generation, it would be even more impossible to be afraid. Chen Yan said smilingly, "Ninth ancestor, this purple sky divine sect should not be an ironclad one, right?" Entering an unfamiliar place for the first time, Chen Yan naturally wanted to find out about the forces within the sect first. The 9th ancestor sniffed and nodded his head. Not bad, the Violet Sky Divine sect has quite a few factions. In addition to the patriarch of the Purple Heavenly Sky God sect, there are also 18 inner sect elders that occupy each of the 18 peaks, and the strength of these 18 inner sect elders ranges from the entry Sacred Realm to the Sacred King Realm. This current Violet Sky Holy Maiden is the shut-in disciple of the contemporary Violet Sky Divine sect patriarch, and is also your mother's senior sister. Chen Yan froze when he heard this. What the hell? Mother? Mother's senior sister? Then I should be called little sister-in-law. Crap, I married my sister-in-law? Is this fucking playing so openly? Seeing Chen Yan's dumbfounded expression, the 9 ancestors laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't panic, your mother is the current Violet Sky Divine sect patriarch, Xian Xianqiu's own daughter. When your mother married your father, your grandfather hadn't yet taken in this Violet Sky Holy Maiden. Besides, we're in the devil's way, a sister-in-law is a sister-in-law, how exciting is that?" Saying this, the 9 ancestors raised their eyebrows at Chen Yan, their eyes filled with laughter. Chen Yan. Stimulating. Stimulating is quite stimulating. It just sounds a bit beastly. Chen Yan swallowed his saliva, and the 9 ancestors faintly smiled and said, "Nyener, on this trip to the Violet Sky Divine sect, you need to pay attention to 2 people. 2 people? The 9th ancestor didn't sell himself short and opened his mouth. The first one is the current 6th elder of the Violet Sky Divine sect. He was once the previous holy son of the Violet Sky Divine sect, and was robbed of his wife by your father, and holds a grudge in his heart. Another one is the current Violet Sky Saint son. One was the one whose father snatched away his wife, and there was another who was betrothed to Chen Yan. These 2 fathers and sons were living reapers of holy women. It had to be said that the previous saint's son and this saint's son were completely 2 great grievous seeds. Their wives were snatched away from them in a haphazard manner. The 9 ancestors smiled and continued. The rules of the Violet Sky Divine sect are quite interesting. Each generation's saint son and saint daughter doesn't necessarily have to be a disciple of the patriarch. All disciples of the entire sect can compete for it, relying on the strength of their talent to determine it. And this generation's saint son, Wang Jian, is none other than the previous saint son, the 6th elder's personal disciple. Chen Yan was stunned when he heard this. A good fellow? People's master and disciples' wives were all snatched away by Chen Yan and his dad. What a fucking sin! Did this master and disciple dig up people's ancestral graves in their past lives to be so miserable? The 9th ancestor said with a domineering face. However, Nyener, you don't need to worry, the Purple Sky God sect patriarch is your grandfather. There is also the old man for you to protect the way, even if it's the Purple Sky Sacred Son as usual, not a wimp. Although since Chen Yan's mother Xian Ziyue married Chen Yan's father, Xian Xianqiu was very annoyed at this, so that the father and daughter since then no longer have contact. But, after all, it is a parent-daughter, broken bones are still connected to the tendon. Not to mention that Chen Yan is his old man's grandson. It is said that the old man is the next generation. Xian Xianqiu can stand by and watch Chen Yan being bullied? That would be impossible. Chen Yan faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry 9 ancestors, I know." Afraid? There was nothing for Chen Yan to be afraid of. His old man was Chen Tiandao, and in addition to the 9 heavenly demon region behind him, there was also the Phoenix region to back him up, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The spirit boat was flying at a very high speed. At this moment, the Violet Sky Divine sect is not calm. Patriarch's room. Reporting to Master, the Qin clan's imperial son has already entered my Violet Sky Divine Sect's territory and will arrive in roughly half a quarter of an hour. Hearing the report from his eldest disciple, Xian Qianqiu's pale face shook with more excitement. It had been 6 years. Ever since Chen Nian was born, there was not a moment that he did not want to visit his own grandson. But because of Chen Nian's mom, father and daughter hadn't spoken for a long time, so Xian Qianqiu couldn't pull the face to take the initiative to see him. But his heart, but all the time and the thoughts of Chen Nian. His Xian Qianqiu's wife had died early, and there was only one daughter, Xian Zuiyue, who was also his only relative, and after Chen Nian was born, he had one more relative in this world. Good. Wei Yang, you see, for the teacher this clothes to wear, okay, not mess it, and this beard is not to scrape a scrape, will not scare my grandson it. Looking at the master, so look, Wei Yang froze, then laughingly said, don't worry, Master Zun, my nephew will be very happy to see you. Xian Qianqiu was very happy when he heard this. He said smilingly, go, gather all the inner and outer sect elders and true disciples within the sect and go with the sect to greet my grandson. Xian Qianqiu's battle was not small. All the elders within the sect, as well as the true disciples, this was almost the strongest fighting force of the entire Violet Sky Divine Sect. Such a terrifying strength was only to greet Chen Nian, so one could imagine how much Chen Nian's status was in Xian Qianqiu's heart. Yes. When Wei Yang heard this, he hurriedly arched his hand and said yes, then immediately went out and hurriedly went to notify the elders and true disciples. Xian Qianqiu was left alone in his room, full of joy as he organized his clothes. The other side. Purple Chen Peak. This was the dojo of the 6th elder's lineage. Senior, it's rumored that Chen clan's imperial son is already almost here. Wang Brok said with a grim, somewhat biting expression, a fierce light in his eyes. And 6th elder Li Xiaotian snorted coldly, his face similarly unfavorable as he gripped his seat tightly, veins erupting. Deceiving, simply deceiving. I am the previous Violet Sky Saint's son. According to the rules I should have married the previous saint daughter, but that Chen Tiandao crossed the line and robbed me of my wife, and now his son is trying to rob my beloved disciple of his wife. It is really too much of a bully. After saying that, Li Xiaotian let out an explosive cry, and the favored blue and white cup in his hand instantly smashed heavily on the ground. Every time he thought of that incident hundreds of years ago, his heart was sickened and filled with humiliation. Knowing that his wife had been abducted and he couldn't beat that man, throughout the Violet Sky Divine Sect, there were quite a few people who mocked him behind his back, saying that he had no balls and was a waste. Although hundreds of years had passed since this incident, there was still a hidden thorn in his heart. Originally, he thought that his disciple had become the holy son of the Violet Sky and was going to marry the holy maiden, as a way to wash away his humiliation back then. Unexpectedly, Chen Tiandao's son snatched his disciple's wife away again. He was furious and went to seek out the patriarch for a theory, but that old man Xian Qianqiu was not only Lin Qingqing's master, he was also Chen Nian's grandfather, so naturally, he was a fat man's man. He was angry. He hated. Damn Chen Tiandao. Li Xiaotian's face was sinister, but he only dared to curse Chen Tendao behind his back, if he really asked him to go to his door to find Chen Tendao in a one-on-one fight. Sorry, he didn't dare. Although his cultivation speed was extremely fast, he had already half-stepped into the Saint King realm at a young age. But compared to Chen Tiandao's kind of demon, it was simply a difference. Master, what about this matter? Is it possible to just let it go? Wang Jian was also unable to swallow this breath. That Lin Qingqing is known as one of the 3 major fairies in the 3,000 domains. Not only is she gifted, but also looks like a heavenly fairy, dusty temperament, exquisite face, simply mesmerizing. He, Wang Jian, was also one of Lin Qingqing's admirers. He thought that he could marry Lin Qingqing smoothly, but he didn't expect that he would be snatched away by a 6-year-old brat. The hatred of stealing his wife was not shared. Wang Brok narrowed his eyes, a cold aura flickered as he let out a cold smile. Hundreds of years ago, my master did not fight Chen Tiandao and regretted for the rest of his life. Today, even if my master puts his best foot forward, he will help you destroy Chen Nian. It was because of that incident, Li Xiaotian had always had a heart demon, and he was now stuck in the half-step Saint King realm, never able to take another step forward because of that heart demon obstacle. Today, he was bound to help Wang Broken. It wasn't just for the sake of Wang Broken, but likewise for his own sake. Good disciple, don't worry, this is the Violet Sky Divine Sect. He, Chen Nian, is merely an outsider, he can't turn over any waves. Besides the master, there is also your master ancestor. His old man had a breakthrough the other day and left the gate, so it's just the right time to help you out. When he heard that his master ancestor had left the gate, Wang Guan's eyes were delighted. His old man, the master ancestor, was the supreme elder of the Violet Sky Divine Sect. His status was not lower than the patriarch's, and there were quite a few elders within the sect who had been their master ancestors' disciples. Great, if we have the help of our master ancestor, everything still has a chance. The corner of Li Xiaotian's mouth rose slightly. Your master ancestor and I can't directly take action against Chen Yan, but if you accidentally behead him, there's nothing the Chen clan can do. After all, in the case of junior disputes, the older generation did not intervene, and deserved to die. This was a rule that had always been in place in the 3000 domain, and even Chen Tiandao could not blatantly violate it. Wang Jian heard this and was instantly delighted. Don't worry master, a 6-year-old brat, I'll crush him like an ant. With a ferocious light in his eyes, Wang sneered. A 6-year-old brat who didn't even have all his hair grown, how dare he call him out? Just as the master and disciple were plotting, a disciple's voice came from outside the door. Master, the patriarch has sent a message that all the elders and true disciples in the clan are all going to the main hall to greet the Chen clan's emperor's son. The master and disciple looked at each other and smiled grimly. Go, and meet this Chen clan emperor's son. Yes. Outside the Violet Sky Divine Sect's main hall, all the elders and true disciples waited silently. Xian Xianqiu stood in the very center, looking at the distant sky with some nervousness. A group of true transmission disciples stood behind the elders with a slight disdain and jealousy in their eyes. Lin Xincheng was the dream goddess of all the disciples of their Violet Sky Divine Sect, but she was even betrothed to the Chen family's emperor's son, and that Chen family's emperor's son was still just a 6-year-old brat. If it wasn't for a good father, how could Lin Xincheng have gotten his turn? Envy, jealousy. And at this moment, within the Violet Sky Divine Sect, a huge spirit boat sailed into the sky above the Violet Sky Divine Sect, and the inner and outer disciples looked at the spirit boat in the sky with confused faces. That doesn't seem to be my Violet Sky Divine Sect's spirit boat? Look at that logo, it seems to belong to the Chen family of the Nine Heavens Demon region. The Chen family? What are you doing in my Violet Sky Divine Sect? It's rumored that the Chen family's imperial son is betrothed to the Holy Maiden. What? Oh my god, my holy maiden, why did you marry the devil's way to be ravaged? I, Zhu Dajiang, am big and strong, how nice. When it was learned that Chen Yan had come to betroth Lin Xincheng, the entire Violet Sky Divine Sect was abuzz. One had to know that Lin Xincheng was one of the 3 great fairies in the 3000 domain, with both face value and talent. Its admirers were countless, and it was surprising that she wanted to be betrothed to a 6-year-old child. This was too unbelievable? If this were to get married, would the holy maiden be sexually happy? Senior, look, that's the Chen family's spirit boat. Wei Yang shouted with some excitement. Xian Xianqiu's gaze followed as the huge spirit boat covered the sky and headed towards the Violet Sky Divine Sect. And at this moment, the gazes of the elders and true disciples also looked over. Finally here. Li Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wang Jian. A cold aura flickered in the eyes of the master and disciple. Soon, the spirit boat landed. Chen Yan slowly walked down, behind him were Qin Pingon and Shui Luer, and the 9 ancestors stood at the end of the queue. At this moment, the 9 ancestors had put away their entire body's cultivation, resembling an old man who looked a bit fierce. Seeing Chen Yan disembark from the spirit boat, Xian Xianqiu quickly stepped forward, and the grandparents stood face to face. Chen Yan smiled faintly, arched his hand and saluted. Grandson Chen Yan, see grandpa. Before Chen Yan came, his old man had specially instructed him to get closer to the old man. After all, he had abducted someone else's daughter in the first place, and this was also considered to be a father's debt to be paid by his son. Seeing Chen Yan, Xian Xianqiu almost burst into tears. However, in front of so many people, he was still slightly considerate of his status as a patriarch and didn't cry out. Good, Nyener is already 6 years old, and grandpa is finally seeing you. Xian Xianqiu walked over to Chen Yan, squatted down and touched Chen Yan's little face. The grandfather and grandson smiled heartily. Go, Nyener, follow grandpa to the grand hall. Yes, Chen Yan answered smilingly. Immediately afterward, Xian Xianqiu held Chen Yan's small hand and walked towards the grand hall. Looking at the figures of the grandparents and grandsons, the crowd all placed their gazes on Chen Yan's body. Hundreds of gazes landed on Chen Yan in unison, and among them, there was no shortage of Saint King realm powerhouses, yet Chen Yan turned a blind eye to them, still walking with a smile on his face. The 6th elder and Wang Jian stood in the crowd, looking at Chen Yan grimly, their cynical eyes on the verge of bursting into flames, the killing intent hard to conceal. And Chen Yan also clearly detected this killing intent. He gazed over and saw Wang and Li Xiaotian master and disciple. He secretly calculated in his heart and probably guessed the identity of these 2 people. He smiled disdainfully, not putting these 2 people in his eyes in the slightest. It was just 2 unlucky eggs. Hundreds of years ago, Li Xiaotian couldn't defeat his own old man, so today, Wang Jian would definitely not be his opponent either. At the end of the crowd, there was a woman in white with a haunting gaze, her eyes looking back and forth between Chen Nian and He Shuelur. The woman in white was none other than Lin Xingcheng, who snorted coldly, somewhat irritated. Without half a bit of true chi fluctuation on his body, and with such a good-looking maid, he seems to be nothing more than a playboy. For some reason, when she saw Shuelur attentively following behind Chen Nian, Lin Xingcheng was a little unconvinced. Shuelur's looks were definitely top-notch, not inferior to Lin Xingcheng in the slightest. Moreover, it was also flirtatious and had bigger breasts than Lin Xingcheng. However, even though she was only looking at Chen Nian from a distance, she felt that the other party had an inexplicable aura that attracted her, making it difficult for her to do so even if she wanted to loathe it. Lin Xingcheng snorted coldly and silently followed the crowd into the grand hall. Soon, the crowd entered the main hall with them. This was the main hall of the Violet Sky Divine sect. It was luxurious and magnificent. Lin Liang was full of sights, arcane golden stone pillars, floors made of obsidian, lights, gorgeous and splendid. Come, Nianer, a guest from afar, you sit next to Grandpa. Xian Xianxiu sat at the main seat, arranging Chen Nian the position closest to his left side. Although Chen Nian was only a 6-year-old child, he was Chen Tiandao's own son, the emperor's son of the Nine Heavens demon region. No one dared to neglect him. Yes. Chen Nian smiled faintly and immediately sat down on his knees. The 9 ancestors sat beside Chen Nian. As for Shuelur and Chen Pingan, the two of them didn't have the qualifications to sit, and stood behind Chen Nian peacefully. When the crowd of true disciples saw Shuelur behind Chen Nian, they almost drooled with excitement. It was important to know that Shuelur's face value was in no way below Lin Xingcheng's. If Lin Xingcheng was a white Tianshan snow lotus, out of the sultan untainted, like a 10,000-year-old ice mountain, then Shuelur, more like a sultry rose, anyone who sees it is also difficult to resist. That absolutely beautiful face, charming smile, huge capital, between the hands and feet is charming. Even Wang Jian couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and the grudge against Chen Nian in his heart couldn't help but deepen a few points. Damn Chen Nian, having such a good-looking mate still comes to miss my Qingcheng, F***ck. In his heart, he cursed the nationalist, but his face did not move. Soon, the attendants of the Violet Sky Divine sect began to serve various colors of delicacies. These delicacies were filled with an extremely deep spiritual qi, and the ingredients were all some powerful demonic beasts. For example, the ones placed in front of Chen Nian, there was the red flame chicken of the sky-breaking realm, the deep-sea codfish, and the mammoth of the transcendent realm. Not only that, even the spirit wine on the table was thick with spiritual qi that was comparable to a 4-star elixir. Worthy of being the Violet Sky Divine sect that has been inherited for so many years, this table of meals, terrifying spiritual qi, I'm afraid that an ordinary qi practicing realm martial artist could ascend several levels after eating it. Nianer, it's hard to come all the way through the wind. Come on, eat quickly, this is what Grandpa specially ordered to be prepared. Quickly taste it. Yes. Chen Nian smiled faintly, and everyone ate. The middle of the great hall looked peaceful, but in reality, each of them had their own agenda. Shuelur bent down and bent over, picking up the spirit wine and filling a cup for Chen Nian, the snowy whites of her chest almost sticking to Chen Nian's face. It was this gentle gesture that instantly caused countless true disciples to gnash their teeth. Grass. Chen Nian also detected the jealousy in the gazes of the surrounding crowd of true transmission disciples, but he did not care and enjoyed Shuelur's service with an open face. After some drinking and eating, they also entered the main topic of the day. Xian Xianxiu said smilingly, Nianer, I have already discussed the matter of your betrothal to Qingcheng with your father. 3 days from now is the auspicious day. At that time, I will organize a betrothal ceremony for you and Qingcheng at the Violet Sky Divine sect. The moment Xian Xianxiu's words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar. Although this matter had been known for a long time, when it came out of Xian Xianxiu's mouth, it naturally felt different. Especially all the true disciples present, each and every one of them looked at Chen Nian with eyes filled with jealousy. The goddess they had adored for years had just been swept away by Chen Nian. A 6-year-old brat. Is he any good? Besides, behind this kid was Shuelur, whose face value and looks were not inferior to Lin Xingcheng's in the slightest, and that pair of big bears made countless disciples' eyes burn when they looked at them. With this, he still came to rob their holy maiden. It was really outrageous. Just as Chen Nian was about to open his mouth, suddenly, among the true disciples, a young man with a country face and a curved sword in his hand suddenly opened his mouth. Enlightening patriarch, disciple Zhang Haotian, thinks that the betrothal is not proper. According to the ancestral system of my Purple Heavens God sect, all generations of holy daughters should marry holy sons, and senior brother Wang Broker is exceptionally talented, handsome, and a role model for all of the disciples of my Purple Heavens God sect. So how can he marry his holy daughter off to a brat whose hair hasn't even grown? What are his virtues and abilities? Chen Yan is nothing but an incompetent person who doesn't even have true qi due to his family's power. Zhang Haotian's sentence instantly caused the entire hall to hotly debate. Not bad, the Holy Son is a talented man, and the Holy Maiden even grew up as a child. That's what makes him a talented man and a talented woman. That's right, how can my purple sky divine sex Holy Maiden marry a devil? That's right, we are not convinced. The rising and falling voices of opposition in the great hall instantly caused the corners of Wang Broken's mouth to rise slightly. Just now, that Zhang Haotian was his follower, and those words were all conspired by the two of them mentioning to force Xian Xianqiu to break off this marriage. Hearing the objections of the true disciples, Xian Xianqiu also frowned. He was about to reprimand, when suddenly another voice rang out in the hall. Xue Luer narrowed her eyes, her flirtatious expression turning biting cold as a murderous intent surged in her eyes. Humph, dare to disrespect my young master. The next moment, Xue Luer's body emanated an arcane force, only to see Zhang Haotian, who had just spoken, suddenly have a dull look in his eyes, and immediately afterward, it began that he threw away the weapons in his hands and began to run madly through the hall, stripping off his clothes frantically as he did so. However, when he had just finished taking off his clothes, his entire body spewed out a mouthful of blood, and immediately afterward, he collapsed on the ground and fainted. Xue Luer let out a cold snort and withdrew her illusion. Looking at this bizarre scene, everyone couldn't help but freeze. What's going on here? Can it be that Zhang Haotian has gone crazy? No, he's been hit by an illusion. In the crowd, a true disciple suddenly shouted. Illusionary arts, killing people invisibly. This martial art mainly focused on mental attacks, seducing the enemy's spirit by building an illusion space. If the opponent was not strong-willed or defenseless, they could easily be trapped. The gazes of the crowd looked towards Xue Luer, and each of them could not help but have a few more scruples in their eyes. They knew that it was Xue Luer who had just struck. A woman with such a charming and attractive look and an age similar to theirs had struck out so viciously and horribly that even Wang Broke couldn't help but be taken aback. Illusions were still uncommon in the 3,000 realms. Xue Luer snorted coldly and looked around the room, her gaze finally landing on Zhang Haotian who had fallen to the ground. Daring to insult my young master, this time as a warning, next time, you won't be so lucky. After saying that, the entire hall couldn't help but fall silent for a moment, and all the true disciples looked at Xue Luer with a slight fear in their eyes. To know that Zhang Haotian's cultivation was good, transcendent mortal realm early stage, a hand of curved sword is also good strength, unexpectedly so easily fell in the hands of Xue Luer. It was really too terrifying. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd of true disciples looking at Chen Yan were laced with some inexplicable fear. Wang Jian suddenly snorted coldly and chided. How dare you, Chen Yan, you condone your men to injure my Violet Sky Divine Sect's disciples. This is not putting my Violet Sky Divine Sect in your eyes. As soon as Wang Broke made his exit, he placed Chen Yan on the opposite side of a group of disciples. If Chen Yan admitted it in a big way, that would mean that he was contemptuous of the Violet Sky Divine Sect, and at that time, even if Xian Qianqiu wanted to marry the Holy Maiden to him, the hearts of the crowd of elder disciples would be afraid that they would be unwilling to do so. If Chen Yan bowed his head and admitted his mistake, then Wang's purpose would be achieved. However, Chen Yan let out a cold smile, his gaze lifted slightly, and just lightly glancing at Wang made the latter's heart beat faster, as if he was being stared at by some ancient beast. What kind of thing are you? And you dare to heckle me? The two plain words instantly silenced the entire hall, and countless people held their breath as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Countless people were frightened by Chen Yan's audacity. One must know that this was the Violet Sky Divine Sect, and Chen Yan had cursed the contemporary saint son of the Violet Sky Divine Sect. Chen Yan, you seek death. Wang instantly erupted with veins, his eyes scarlet with killing intent. Originally, Wang had a grudge against Chen Yan for stealing his wife, and now the other party dared to humiliate himself in front of the entire clan elders and true disciples. It was simply a strange shame. However, Chen Yan only glanced at him lightly, not bothering to pay attention to him at all. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Chen Yan slowly stood up, a confident smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, everyone's gazes all gathered on the body of this Chen family's imperial son. That exiled aura instantly covered the entire arena. Chen Yan had his hands behind his back, and although he was still young, he gave off an impression that he was more like a teenage banished immortal, especially with that frank and calm demeanor, which attracted countless people to stop. Even Xian Qianqiu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Originally, he thought that this grandson of his was still an ordinary person with little talent. However, now it seemed as if that was not the case, especially this aura. He had witnessed the rise of countless heavenly prides, but had never seen one like Chen Yan. Grandfather, elders, true disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect, I only want to say two things. First, this Emperor's son's mother was the last holy maiden of the Violet Sky Divine sect, and Patriarch Xian is even my grandfather, so I have no ill will towards the Violet Sky Divine sect, much less look down on it. Secondly, I know that there are quite a few of you who are dissatisfied with my betrothal to Lin Qingcheng, and even hold grudges, but this Emperor's son doesn't care. The swallowed sparrow knows the will of the great swan. If there are those who don't submit to it, this Emperor's son will be there to the end. Overbearing, just too overbearing. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned by Chen Nian. However, the next moment, Chen Nian's aura radiated out, and instantly, the entire hall was instantly dumbfounded. Transcendent. Early transcendent stage. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded when they felt the aura coming from Chen Nian's body. Transcendent mortal early stage, was that bullish? Of course not. For the Violet Sky Divine sect, the number of martial artists at the transcendent mortal realm could be quite a few, and most of the true disciples' cultivation would not be weaker than the transcendent mortal realm. However, you have to realize that Chen Nian was just a 6-year-old brat. What were they still doing when they were 6? Digging in the mud? Crap, am I not fucking crazy? A 6-year-old transcendent mortal? Holy shit, it's really the transcendent realm. This scent can't be wrong. Is this the Chun clan's imperial son? This talent is too terrifying, isn't it? Countless true disciples exchanged words, their words filled with shock. How could such a talent be described with more than just the word demonic? It was simply heaven-defying. A 6-year-old transcendent, not to mention the entire Violet Sky Divine sect. There weren't many of them even in the millions of years of history of the 3,000 regions. Not to mention these true disciples, even the 18 great elders of the Violet Sky Divine sect were in shock. Xian Xianxiu was even more frightened. Holy shit! This grandson of mine, he's already transcendent at the age of 6? This talent, no one in the entire Violet Sky Divine sect can compare. Even Chen Tiandao back then, I'm afraid he wasn't this terrifying, right? At this moment, the minds of the people in the Great Hall were varied. Wang Jian snorted coldly, his eyes looking at Chen Nian with a stern look. What bullshit 6-year-old transcendent, it might be fooling people with the help of some secret treasure. As soon as Wang's words fell, some people instantly snapped out of it. Yes, a 6-year-old transcendent, how is this possible? Maybe it was just using his secret treasure to release its breath to scare people. There were quite a few frauds these days. Coupled with the fact that these people were already hostile towards Chen Nian, they were even more unconvinced that he had transcendent mortal strength. In particular, some of Wang Jian's lapdogs hastily chimed in. That's right, the Saint's son is right. How can there be a 6-year-old transcendent martial artist? That's right, you really think you're the reincarnation of an ancient god, and you're still 6 years old transcendent. 6-year-old transcendent? Are you kidding? Even the Saint's son doesn't have such a talent. How do you deserve it? That's right, the guy who makes up stories. Wang Jian had operated in the sect for so many years, and with the help of his master, instantly a large group of true disciples began to question Chen Nian's strength. Even some of the elders looked at Chen Nian with skepticism. Chen Nian sniffed and smiled faintly, mockingly looking at Wang Jian, that condescending expression making Wang Jian very uncomfortable. He had always been the only one to look down on others like this. He never thought that one day someone would look at him with such an eye, and it was still a little kid. That look was like looking at a monkey, mocking and teasing. Really? Then how do you want this emperor's son to prove it? Chen Nian smiled faintly, a disdainful expression in different eyes, as if it wasn't the Violet Sky Saint's son in his eyes, but a waste. Wang Jian was made uncomfortable by Chen Nian's eyes, but he still forced himself to hold back his anger as he gazed into Chen Nian's eyes and said, "Since you said that you are in the transcendent realm, my Violet Sky Divine sect also has quite a few transcendent martial artists. How about the Imperial Son competing with them, and also letting us open our eyes to the strength of the Chun family? How about that?" Wang Broken's words were instantly recognized by the crowd of true disciples. Not bad, since the Chun clan's Imperial Son has such an outstanding talent, why don't we have a match? That's right, I'm not talented, I've just entered Transcendence and would like to have a match with the Emperor's son. Me too. Me too. Wang Broke instantly aroused the wariness of countless true disciples. An outsider who wanted to marry their Violet Sky Divine Sect's holy maiden. How could these true disciples who usually coveted Lin Qingqing swallow this? Shut up, the Emperor's son has traveled thousands of miles from the Nine Heavens Demon region. He is an honored guest of my Violet Sky Divine Sect. How can he be unreasonable? The Grand Elder on the side received a hint from Xian Qianxiu's eyes and opened his mouth to relieve himself. When the other people heard the Grand Elder speak, they all wilted and didn't dare to speak. Only Wang Jian laughed coldly and said, "The Grand Elder is wrong. The Qin clan's Imperial Son is interested in proving his strength, and we are just trying to learn about the Imperial Sun's high level of skill. It just so happens that this senior brother next to me has a mid-transcendent mortal cultivation level, and wants to learn the Emperor Sun's masterstroke, so I'm sure the Emperor Sun won't refuse, right? When the crowd heard this, they all looked over. Beside Wang Jian was a thieving man, not very tall, but unusually lewd, holding a thin black sword in his hand. Isn't that Li Feng? TSK, this Li Feng is the loyal lapdog of the Holy Sun. A mid-transcendent cultivation is not simple. That's not true. It's rumored that this kid even killed a late transcendent mortal bandit last month when he went down to the mountains to practice. TSK, this Emperor's son is afraid that he's going to be planted. When they saw Li Feng, a gloating expression appeared on the faces of the crowd. Not to mention whether this Emperor's son was in the transcendental realm or not, even if he was afraid that he would not be a match for this Li Feng, knowing that even late-stage transcendental martial artists would not be able to beg for fruit when they encountered this Li Feng. Li Feng walked forward and smiled lewdly. Li Feng of the Violet Sky Divine Sect, I still hope that the Emperor's son will teach me. Emperor's son won't be afraid, right? Hearing Li Feng's mockery, Chen Nian frowned, only feeling raucous. Who are you to challenge me? A mere lapdog wanted to come and challenge himself? What about him being worthy? It was like a dog trying to bite you. Is it hard to believe that you want to fight this dog? If Chen Nian really answered this guy's challenge, wouldn't that mean that he and Li Feng were biting each other? He could see through Wang Jian's small mind at a glance. When Li Feng heard this, his face clouded over as he looked at Chen Nian with a ferocity in his eyes. However, Wang Brok was still arching fire from the side, sneering as he looked at Chen Nian and said, "Can it be that the Imperial Sun is afraid?" Afraid? Chen Nian laughed out loud, and immediately said disdainfully, "This Imperial Sun has no interest in dogs, but your dog doesn't seem to be very obedient. How dare you look at this Imperial Sun with such eyes? Then I'll help you teach it a lesson." As Chen Nian's words fell, the crowd was still looking at him with confused faces, not knowing what he meant by that. However, the next moment, Chen Nian let out a cold snort and flicked out a finger. Flick finger. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura swept through the entire hall, and the crowd felt the terror of Chen Nian's move. The next moment, knowing that this was a 9-star martial art, coupled with Chen Nian's terrifying true chi, not to mention that this Li Feng was only a mid-transcendent mortal martial artist, even a late transcendent mortal would have to be seriously injured. Boom! A finger of true chi landed on Li Feng's body. His entire body was like a kite with broken strings. He flew out without the ability to fight back, spitting out a mouthful of blood furiously, and directly collapsed on the ground and fainted. Chen Nian smiled coldly and looked at Wang Jian with a mocking face. "Remember, mind your dog, don't look at this Emperor's son with that kind of look, or next time, I'll send him to hell." Chen Nian's gaze was cold, looking at Wang as if he was looking at a corpse, without the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes. Originally, according to his character, Li Feng would definitely die. But after all, it was the first time he had come to his door, and the patriarch was still his own grandfather, so if he didn't look at the face of a monk, he couldn't just kill someone as soon as he came. That would push the entire Violet Sky Divine Sect to his own opposing side. Just establish your own prestige. There was also this Wang Broken, who had no small intention of killing him, so Chen Nian naturally wouldn't let him go. As for how to do it, Chen Nian already had a plan in his mind. First he would make him lose his reputation, and finish his reputation in front of all the disciples of the Violet Sky Divine Sect, and then he would take his life. The so-called murder, kill the heart. And seeing Chen Nian seriously injure Li Feng with a single finger, immediately, the entire Violet Sky Divine Sect hall fell silent. The eyes of countless true disciples and elders were filled with shock. They couldn't be clearer about what Li Feng's cultivation level was. Although he was a bit obscene, his strength was not weak. He had a mid-transcendental mortal cultivation, and his fine sword was as good as a late transcendental mortal martial artist. Such strength was actually directly killed by Chen Nian in seconds. My god, how is this possible? Naturally, they wouldn't think that Chen Nian and Li Feng had teamed up to put on an act, and it wasn't possible to put on an act. Wang Jian swallowed his saliva and looked at Chen Nian with some horror. Just now that finger, he was very close, so he was able to feel the power of that finger. But Chen Nian was just a 6-year-old child. How could this be possible? Gentlemen, are there any objections? Chen Nian looked around the room and asked with a smile. Any objections? Who the hell has any objections? Wang Jian snorted coldly, feeling a loss of face, and immediately turned his head away. Li Xiaotian was even more furious. He didn't expect that the carefully designed link would allow Chen Nian to act like a pussy. Damn it, Chen Tiandao, why is your son as demonic as you? I'm not convinced. At this moment, Li Xiaotian's heart was roaring wildly. He really couldn't figure out why Chen Tiandao's son was also so demonic. The hatred of taking his wife more than 300 years ago, Li Xiaotian remembered it until today. Watch, Chen Tiandao, you snatched my wife, sooner or later, I will let my disciple kill your son. Li Xiaotian looked at Chen Nian with a flash of killing intent. Xian Xianqiu sat on the main seat, seeing his grandson's spiritedness, the smile on his face was about to overflow. Although he was the patriarch of the Violet Heavens divine sect, he was actually not a monolithic figure within the sect. Apart from him, there was another Taishan elder within the sect whose strength was not weaker than his, and sixth elder Li Xiaotian was that Taishan elder's shut-in disciple, so quite a number of elders within the sect had defected to that Taishan elder. Good, Nian's talent is outstanding, it's hard to find an enemy in the entire 3,000 regions. Chen Nian smiled faintly and humbly said, Grandpa is overstating it. Looking at Chen Nian in such a courteous and humble manner, the crowd was unable to connect him with the rampant and domineering appearance just now for a moment. Ha 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 ha, since everyone has no doubts about Nianer's natural strength, let's discuss the matter of the engagement ceremony. This clan has looked at the date, 10 days from now will be the auspicious day, at that time I will organize the engagement ceremony for you in Qingcheng. As soon as Xian Qianqiu's words fell, the entire hall was once again silent. Seeing the patriarch's appearance, this was very satisfied with Chen Nian. However, it was also true that one was his own grandson and the other was a close disciple, so it was definitely a case of fertilizer flowing to outsiders. But at this moment, the crowd no longer dared to look at Chen Nian with naked envy, because everyone could see that Chen Nian's natural talent was by no means below Chen Tiandao. Then what kind of person was Chen Tiandao? The number one person in the 3,000 domain demon road. With his own strength, he had brought the entire Chen family to one of the top 10 forces, and had suppressed the 3,000 domain for hundreds of years. They had all seen Chen Tiandao's terrifying natural strength and were fearful in their hearts. Now, Chen Nian could be called the next Chen Tiandao, and even stronger, they were naturally fearful within. However, Li Xiaotian snorted coldly and stood up, saying, Patriarch, I don't think this matter is proper. Chen Nian and Qingcheng should be aunts and nephews according to seniority. If Chen Nian takes Qingcheng, wouldn't that be messing up seniority, and my Purple Heavens divine sect is afraid that I'll be made fun of by the people of the world. Furthermore, according to the old calendar, the Holy Maiden should marry the Holy Son. How can it be changed just because of a single word from the patriarch? I think that we should let the Chen family's emperor's son compete against my disciple, and the winner will be betrothed to Qingcheng. When Li Xiaotian finished speaking, the entire hall was in an uproar. Indeed, according to seniority, Lin Qingcheng was Chen Nian's sister-in-law, so if the two were betrothed, it would definitely lead to no small amount of criticism. Furthermore, a holy maiden marrying a holy son, this was the old calendar for hundreds of thousands of years. If Xian Qianqiu directly married Lin Qingcheng to Chen Nian, he was afraid that it would cause resentment from the disciples within the sect. After all, in their opinion, Chen Nian is still an outsider after all. Xian Qianqiu abandoning the sect's holy son for an outsider, anyone who hears that will be chilled. Xian Qianqiu also knew the power of Li Xiaotian's words. Narrowing his eyes, a chilling intent was revealed. Nianer, do you have any thoughts on Elder Li's words? Chen Nian sniffed, did not answer directly, but smiled slightly, his gaze looking towards Li Xiaotian. This is the famous sixth elder of the Violet Sky Divine sect, Li Xiaotian, right? Li Xiaotian sniffed and let out a cold smile. Not bad. The corners of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly as he mocked. My mother once mentioned Elder Li in front of me many times, saying that you were once beaten by my father and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the ground and begging for mercy like a dog. I never thought that I would have the honor of meeting Elder Li today. Truly you were able to bend and bend to the will of the people of my generation, a model for my generation. Xian Xianqiu, Wang Jian, a crowd of disciples and elders? Everyone was directly dumbfounded by Chen Nian's words. Crap, it was too ruthless. This fucking other people come up to flat A, you fucking come up to open big A, and you're picking on other people's scars to rub salt in them. Too hard. To know that when Li Xiaotian was brutally beaten by Chen Tiandao, and finally knelt on the ground begging for mercy, many elders have the impression, only fearing the supreme elder behind Li Xiaotian, coupled with the fact that so many years had passed, no one dared to say anything. The hell knew that Chen Nian had directly said it in front of so many people. This fucking is even more ruthless than a public slap in the face. Li Xiaotian had a gloomy face, that face was cloudy and uncertain as if a volcano was about to erupt, and his terrifying aura instantly made the crowd of true disciples tremble in fear. Wang Jian, who was on the side, knew that his master was moving to real anger. The matter about Chen Tiandao was definitely his taboo, and today Chen Nian had actually stabbed through this taboo in front of so many people. Chen Nian, do you realize that you are playing with fire? Li Xiaotian's scarlet eyes stared deathly at Chen Nian. If his eyes could kill, he was afraid that he would have died a million times. Is that so? The corners of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly as he continued to taunt. What, being rubbed up against by my old man so hard that you want to seek revenge on me? No, the sixth elder of the hallowed violet sky divine sect is so graceless that he only dares to bully a 6-year-old? The author kneels to ask for a wave of urging gifts. Readers greatly support more. Tomorrow the author fights to the death to add more. The more urging in gifts, the more add more. The author kneels to thank all the handsome readers greatly. Boom! Chen Nian's words were like a thunderbolt landing in Li Xiaotian's ears. He immediately had a surge of blood energy going to his head, scarlet eyes, and a terrifying killing aura filling his body. The killing intent of a peak sacred realm martial artist instantly caused many true disciples to feel terror, and even some elders felt a hint of horror. One must know that Li Xiaotian was the previous holy son of the Violet Sky Divine sect, with outstanding talent, and originally had the opportunity to take over the position of the Violet Sky Divine sect's patriarch. However, because Qin Tiandao's appearance directly caused his Dao heart to shatter, it was almost impossible for him to break through the Sing King realm in this lifetime. Of course, there was a way to break through, which was to defeat Qin Tiandao one-on-one. However, the possibility of this method was less than or equal to 0. With Qin Tiandao's current strength, Li Xiaotian simply couldn't even receive a single move. The difference between the two was like an ant trying to trample an elephant. Looking at Li Xiaotian with a face of shock and anger, Chen Nian smiled faintly, looking very frank. Joking, in front of so many people, Li Xiaotian dared to make a move? Even if he dared, could he beat the 9 ancestors? Not to mention his grandfather. Elderly, don't be angry, there's no use in being angry, you don't dare to hit me, why bother, being angry hurts your body. Hearing Chen Nian's words, at once, the entire hall froze. Crap, is this really a 6-year-old fucking kid? The ability to kill people and kill their hearts was just too terrifying. Chen Nian these words, Li Xiaotian is afraid to slow down for several years or not necessarily slow to come, perhaps in the future cultivation suddenly remembered today's events, afraid that we'll go into the fire. The killing power of these few words was no less than the humiliation of Chen Tiandao stepping Li Xiaotian under his feet in the beginning. It was only that one used strength and the other used words. Li Xiaotian clenched his fists, snorted coldly, and put them down helplessly. He really didn't dare to make a move against Chen Nian openly, not to mention whether it would work out or not. Even if it did, Chen Tiandao was afraid that he would slaughter the entire Violet Sky Divine sect. Just thinking about Chen Tiandao, Li Xiaotian, trembled all over his body. It was a kind of fear that came from the depths of his soul. However, immediately afterward, Chen Nian smiled faintly and turned his words around. I know that Elder Li is quite dissatisfied with my engagement to Lin Qingcheng, so let's do it this way, I'll give you a chance. When the crowd heard this, they were stunned. Even Li Xiaotian and Wang Jian could not help but look at him curiously. 10 days from now will be the betrothal ceremony of Lin Qingcheng and I. At that time, if Wang Broken is not convinced, I can have a one-on-one match with him in front of all the disciples of the clan. If I lose, the betrothal will be called off. If I win, then Lin Qingcheng will marry me. How about it? Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone froze when they heard Chen Nian's words, each with eyes full of doubt, not expecting Chen Nian to say something like this. One had to know that Wang Broken was the holy son of the Violet Sky Divine sect, exceptionally gifted, and even more so with a special physique, the Xiaoyang physique, and was also a king realm powerhouse. Such a juvenile heavenly pride king, Chen Nian, a mere brat of the transcendent mortal realm, would even want to fight with him single-handedly. Are you kidding me? Even Li Xiaotian and Wang Broken's master and disciples were dumbfounded to think that Chen Nian was joking. Chen Nian, wouldn't think that he could defeat the King Realm's Wang Broken with his transcendent mortal realm strength, right? How could this be possible? Xian Xianqiu hurriedly rebuked. Nianer, no jokes are allowed above the Great Hall. The matter of betrothal is originally a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. How can it be a child's play? He was also shocked by Chen Nian's words, fearing that his grandson would be provoked and make some wrong moves in a hot-headed manner. Chen Nian's talent was nothing to speak of, it was definitely top-notch, even Wang Broken couldn't compare to him, but he was still young after all, how could he possibly be Wang Broken's opponent? However, Chen Nian had his own plans. Although he was explicitly at the early stage of the transcendent mortal realm, but in addition to that, he was also a body cultivator, and the power of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength wasn't simple. Chen Nian, who had awakened over 30,000 particles, was comparable to a king realm martial artist in terms of physical cultivation alone. Coupled with his supreme god demon body, all sorts of divine abilities, and the 9-star martial arts, it could be said that he was invincible below the supreme realm. Against a king break, he was still sure of himself. Moreover, if he didn't defeat Wang Jian in front of everyone, the entire Violet Sky Divine sect would not be convinced. It would be better to do it all at once. Furthermore, for this competition, he was prepared to directly kill Wang Broken in order to eliminate any future problems. The hatred of taking his wife was something that no man could endure, and Chen Yan didn't like the idea of leaving himself with any hidden security problems. Instead of keeping a poisonous snake that coveted him at all times, it was better to cut off the roots. Since Wang Jian wanted to kill him, he would first take out Wang Jian and then find a way to take out Li Xiaotian. This was the devil's way. Grandpa, grandchildren aren't joking, only I have a request. Request. Li Xiaotian swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said excitedly. WH. What request? Chen Yan faintly said. I request, a life and death battle. A life and death battle. Crazy, right? The so-called life and death battle was when the two opposing sides signed a life and death contract, and the battle could only end if one side died. Everyone did not expect Chen Yan to play such a big game. Li Xiaotian and Wang Jian were first stunned, then they glanced at each other, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This damn, double happiness. Good, I promise you, a life and death battle is a life and death battle, no backing out. Wang Jian stood up excitedly, his eyes filled with joy. So what if you, Chen Yan, have a heaven-defying talent? You're nothing more than a mere transcendent realm, crushing you is nothing more than crushing an ant. The corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly. A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise. Wang Jian also hurriedly said. Looking at the two who had already decided, Shen Xianqiu could do nothing even if he was no longer willing to do so, as he looked at this grandson with a ghostly gaze. That confident countenance even made him a little startled. It was hard to believe that Chen Yan was really confident. At this moment, the Violet Sky Divine Sect, the Holy Maiden Hall. Lin Qingchang was sitting on the bed, and when she heard the maid's report, her eyes snapped open in some disbelief. Linger, are you telling the truth? Back to Holy Maiden, it's 1,000 times true, the slave girl saw it with her own eyes in the main hall. Lin Qingchang sniffed and murmured with a frown. Hiss? What kind of cards does this Chen Yan have? Is it possible that he really thinks that he can defeat Wang by being a mere transcendent? Although she didn't like Wang Broken either, she had to admit that the other party's strength was by no means weak. Among the crowd of King Realm martial artists, he was definitely a top-notch existence. And how could Chen Yan, a mere early-stage transcendent, be his opponent? Could it be that he was crazy? It shouldn't be. How could the son of Chen Tiandao and Xian Zero Moon be a madman? Lin Qingchang was puzzled and kept pacing back and forth in the great hall. His curiosity about Chen Yan could not help but increase. This fellow, it seems, is not simple. The banquet to greet Chen Yan in the grand hall ended, and the crowd left in droves. This banquet today could be called the most wonderful banquet they had ever experienced in their lives. Having seen the demonic talent and viper's mouth of the Chun clan's imperial son. Having seen elderly being verbally abused by a child who didn't dare to fight back. But the most shocking thing was the life and death battle 10 days later. He, Chen Yan, a demon of the transcendent realm, was going to have a life and death battle with Wang Jian. Soon, this news instantly spread throughout the entire Violet Sky Divine Sect. Crap, really, the Chun clan's imperial son is transcendent at the age of 6? Holy shit. Oof. So what if he's transcendent at the age of 6, isn't his brain not enough? A mere transcendent realm really thinks he can defeat the Holy Sun? That's right, Lord Saint's son is a King Realm teenage pride, even more so with the Xiaoyang body. He is definitely a top King Realm martial artist. That's right, this Chen clan emperor's son is afraid that he's going to die. All up and down the Violet Sky Divine Sect were discussing the matter of Chen Yan's one-on-one life and death battle with Wang Jian. Almost everyone felt that Chen Yan would be dead. There had to be a limit to how evil a person could be. A 6-year-old transcendent was already enough to shock the 3,000 realms, and you still want to challenge a King Realm powerhouse. The key is that this is not an ordinary King's realm, that can be the same teenage pride, the top king. Even Xian Xianqiu was not confident. At this moment, only Xian Xianqiu, Chen Yan and the 9 ancestors were left in the hall. Nyener, you're confused. Wang Broken's strength isn't that simple. In the entire 3,000 domain, there are no more than 10 martial artists under the Supreme Realm that can defeat him. You've only just broken through the Transcendent Realm. How can you fight him to the death? Saying that, Xian Xianqiu's eyes were filled with anxiety. The 9 ancestors were also silent. He had spent some days with Chen Yan and knew that Chen Yan was not stupid, but he truly did not understand this matter today. Looking at the 2 old men, Chen Yan faintly smiled and said, "Grandfather, 9th ancestor, I'm not stupid. How could I possibly seek my own death?" After Chen Yan finished speaking, the 9th ancestor and Xian Xianqiu glanced at each other with some doubts in their eyes. "I am certain." The 4 simple words instantly shook the duo to their core. "How many percent?" The 9th ancestor curiously said. 10%. Chen Nian smiled confidently, not the slightest bit of worry in his eyes. Since he dared to do so, he was bound to have a foolproof grasp of the situation. The ninth ancestor and Xian Xianqiu glanced at each other and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This kid, he really dared to say it. However, since Chen Nian had said so, the two of them naturally respected Chen Nian's thoughts. Since that's the case, then grandfather won't stop you, be careful with everything. 9 ancestors also nodded. Don't worry Nianer, if there are any accidents at that time, old me will fight to the death to save you even if I break the rules. That's right, the ninth ancestor had already thought that if Chen Nian was defeated at that time, he would save him even if he broke the rules. Chen Nian's life was the most important thing. As for the rules and whatnot, screw it, I'm a devil, talk to me about rules? Chen Nian smiled, his heart warmed, smilingly nodded his head and did not refute. The three of them chatted for a while in the main hall and went back. Xian Xianqiu had already arranged rooms for Chen Nian's few people, all of which were top-of-the-line guest rooms. Originally, Xian Xianqiu also wanted to let Chen Nian accompany him to sleep for a few nights. After all, it is his own grandson. Since he was born, he has not seen, this time to meet naturally want to get close to close. But Chen Nian refused Xian Xianqiu's good intentions. After all, he has a lot of secrets, although Xian Xianqiu is his grandfather, but after all, not biological parents, the defense, or to prevent a hand. One could not trust others too much, even if it was one's own relatives. For Chen Tiandao and Xian Zero Moon, Chen Nian would not share his secrets with them either. Young lord, this is the eye-brightening tea I prepared for you. Shui Luer walked in with a cup of tea in her smiling eyes and placed it in front of Chen Nian. At night, she wore very little, a black light veil that was incredibly thin and translucent, and her body had a faint foreign fragrance if nothing else. Chen Nian sniffed and smiled faintly. Good, if there's nothing else, go down. However, when Shui Luer sniffed, she did not leave in a hurry, but turned around and brought in a basin of hot water from outside the door. Luer will first serve young lord to wash his feet. Saying this, Shui Luer placed the basin at Chen Nian's feet and bent down to squat. Originally not wearing much, this squatting down, the flash of Snow White in front of her chest instantly surfaced in front of Chen Nian's eyes. White tender, big and round, Chen Nian can't help but gulp at the sight. This little goblin, it's really tantalizing. Shui Luer also seemed to notice Chen Nian's wrongness, and with a cheeky smile, somewhat happy, she removed Chen Nian's shoes while placing them into the water. The temperature of the hot water was just right, and it was obvious that Shui Luer had put her heart into it. At least you're the holy maiden of the Phantom Demon sect, don't you feel condescending to wash my feet? Shui Luer shook her head affirmatively as she sniffed. It is a three-life blessing for Luer to follow young lord. Luer is willing to serve young lord for the rest of her life. Shui Luer's words were very certain, without the slightest bit of falsehood. During this period of time, her strength had risen greatly after practicing the 9-star technique given by Chen Nian, the Phantom Demon Spirit technique, and not only that, Chen Nian had given her various 8 and 9-star techniques to practice without stinting. Shui Luer saw hope for the future, and that hope was exactly what Chen Nian had given. In other words, Chen Nian had given her a new life. Chen Nian smiled faintly and said no more. Shui Luer cleaned Chen Nian's feet very carefully. That pair of jade hands rubbing back and forth on her feet was very crispy. It had to be said that Shui Luer was worthy of being from the Phantom Demon sect. Merely washing a foot could give one a tingly and tantalizing feeling. Half a quarter of an hour later, the 9 ancestors pushed the door in, and Shui Luer walked out with the foot washing water. Nianer, what's so important about calling out to the old man in the middle of the night? The 9th ancestor, who had just been practicing in the next room, heard Chen Nian's voice transmission and hurried over. Chen Nian smiled at his words and asked, 9th ancestor, if you were to conceal your form, would anyone in the entire Violet Sky Divine sect be able to discover you? The 9th ancestor was stunned, not sure why Chen Nian would suddenly ask this. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he confidently said, Old me's concealment technique is top-notch, even your old man wouldn't necessarily be able to discover old me's concealment. At this point of the art of concealment, the 9 ancestors really didn't lose to anyone. Chen Nian smiled at his words. Well then, there is a small matter that I would like to trouble the 9 ancestors with. What to trouble or not to trouble, Nianer, you open your mouth. The 9th ancestor will not excuse himself on the mountain of swords or the sea of fire. Chen Nian sniffed and smiled hee, and immediately pulled out a purple belly band from his spatial ring, and although the heat did not exist, he could still smell the refreshing fragrance coming from the belly band. This is the Purple Sky Holy Maiden's bib. I hope that the 9 ancestors can help me put this bib into Wang Broken's room silently. 9 ancestors. There are still behind, the author strives to code words, tired author also want a cool readers, everyone do not rush, ask for a wave of 5-star praise, urging more, small gifts, please. Looking at the purple belly band in front of him, the 9 ancestors were in deep thought for a while. Just now. Is it too fast to agree? Is this a fucking ghost? The purple sky saintess's belly band? It's still purple. Is it hard to believe that purple is very charming? The 9 ancestors swallowed their saliva as they looked at the purple belly band in Chen Nian's hand, and it even gave off an aroma. That, Nianer, people's holy maiden's belly band has been gotten by you. Honestly, tell the 9th ancestor, do you have any special fetishes? Chen Nian. For a moment, Chen Nian choked and stopped. Do you believe me when I say that this is a gift from the raffle? He coughed dryly and blushed slightly as he said in succession. Ahem, 9 ancestors, that's not the point. The point is to put this thing in Wang Jian's house silently, don't let him find out. Saying that, Chen Nian winked at the 9 ancestors, that clear and bright eyes, at the moment looked like a little devil. Bad and evil. The 9 ancestors glanced at the purple belly band in Chen Nian's hand, and then glanced at Chen Nian, who had a face of a chicken thief, and instantly understood what this brat was planning to do. Seize the bamboo shoot na. That Wang Jian had really fallen into bad luck when he met Chen Nian. Ironically, his reputation would not be protected. Alright. 9 ancestors pondered for a moment and agreed. He took the purple belly band that Chen Nian handed over. It was slightly cool in his hands, still a bit slippery, and the aroma was overflowing. The 9th ancestor lightly smelled it, not to mention, it was quite fragrant. He coughed dryly, quite a bit embarrassed. Then I will go. Go. Chen Nian hemmed and hawed, a flash of cunning in his eyes. There was naturally a reason why Chen Nian did this. For one thing, Wang Broken still had some reputation in the Violet Sky Divine sect, and many disciples were loyal to him, so if he were to directly behead him at that time, it might cause some resentment. So this move, first to make Wang Broken's reputation stink. Stealing someone's belly band, this matter spreads out, the face of his ancestors will have to be disgraced by him. Secondly, naturally, it is bad for his moral heart. Steal Lin Qingqing's belly pocket. If this matter spreads out, then Wang Jian's moral heart is naturally greatly impeded. And then when he fights with him, he can also use this to influence the other side. Can be said to be all good and no harm. As for whether or not the technique was subtle, Chen Nian didn't care at all. He was a devil. How would he care about these moral principles? The most important thing was to be able to achieve his goal. At night, the 6th Elder's Hall. A few oil lamps flickered. The empty hall looked a bit dark. In front of the hall, Li Xiaotian stood in front of Wang Broken. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. This Chen Nian really doesn't know the heights of heaven. He really thinks that he is invincible in the world just because he has a bit of talent. Although Li Xiaotian was shocked by Chen Nian's horrifying talent, he never thought that Chen Nian would dare to take the initiative to fight with Wang Guan, and that it would be a life and death battle. Wasn't this looking for death? One must know that this was a life and death battle that Chen Nian himself had taken the initiative to place. Even if Chen Nian was killed, he, Chen Tiandao, couldn't do anything about it. Wang Broke also laughed coldly, jokingly. He wasn't a waste. How could he not even be able to take down a 6-year-old brat? So what if he was in the transcendent mortal realm? The number of King Realm martial artists who had died in his hands all these years were too many to count. I really didn't expect that the famous first person of the Devil Dao, Chen Tiandao, would have given birth to a stupid son. Don't worry, master, I will definitely avenge master's death. Hearing the 3 words Chen Tiandao, Li Xiaotian's eyes turned red. He laughed loudly and heavily patted Wang Broken's shoulder. Good. I'm naturally relieved that you're going to fight, this time. Let that Chen Tiandao taste the pain of losing his son. It just so happens that if you win that Chen Nian, you can betroth Lin Qingqing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But you can't be too gullible. No matter what, he's also Chen Tiandao's son, so he might have some backhanders. At the end of the day, Li Xiaotian still mentioned Wang Jian somewhat cautiously. After all, he was Chen Tiandao's own son, so he might have some means. However, when Wang heard this, his eyes instantly became excited, and he didn't put Li Xiaotian's admonition in the slightest bit to heart. That Lin Qingqing he had been coveting for a long time, that stunningly beautiful face, dusty temperament, just like a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world. Moreover, Lin Qingqing is still cold ice saint body. If it is with the dual cultivation, the cultivation is very beneficial. So what if there are means, no matter how much background that is just a transcendent martial artist in the district, can it still turn the sky? Yes. The master and disciple glanced at each other, followed by a loud laugh, as if they were victorious. The dim lights in the great hall swayed in the laughter. Taking advantage of the night, the 9 ancestors concealed their forms and directly arrived at Wang Broken's small courtyard. As the holy son of the Violet Sky Divine sect, Wang had his own independent small courtyard in 4 or 5 beautiful maids. The small courtyard was quite beautiful with abundant spiritual energy and a gurgling stream. The 9 ancestors didn't care to enjoy any scenery, tapping their toes and slipping in with their hidden figures. This should be in that kid's room. After the 9 ancestors entered the master bedroom, They looked around. The interior of the room was relatively simple, a bed and a desk, that's all. Where would be a good place to put this? He had probably guessed Chen Yan's thoughts, so this also required him to put it in a place that could not be discovered by Wang Zhuan, but could not be too hidden. Thinking about it, he lifted up Wang's bed. With a hefty smile, he placed the belly band under the bed. Not bad, just right. After doing this, 9 ancestors suddenly heard a voice from outside. See the Holy Sun! See the Holy Sun! The 2 maidservants bowed and saluted when they saw that Wang Broken had returned. Oomph! And tonight, Wang seemed to be very excited, nodding his head, and his feet couldn't help but be a little lighter. Hearing the sounds coming from outside, the corners of 9 ancestors' mouths rose slightly as they smiled evilly. Kid, messing with my family's emperor's son, you're really unlucky, pay attention in your next life. After saying that, he concealed his figure and left Wang Broken's special courtyard. With his cultivation, as long as he wasn't willing, no one in the entire Violet Sky Divine sect would discover his trail. When the 9th ancestor returned, he resumed his orders to Chen Yan. When Chen Yan received the good news from the 9 ancestors, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he began to secretly plot what to do next. Today's 3rd shift was delivered, slightly late, sorry, the author will continue to add more tomorrow, and will definitely be delivered earlier. I also hope that the handsome readers give a 5-star positive feedback, urging more, a small gift would be better, the old minister thanks. The next morning. See you, young lord. Chen Pingon and Xue Luer both bowed and saluted. Chen Yan nodded with a smile and rose. Follow me to the Holy Maiden Hall. The Holy Maiden Hall, which was also where Lin Xingcheng resided, was in an independent small mountain peak, close to the main peak. Xue Luer sniffed and said with some hesitation. Young lord, you and Lin Xingcheng are not yet betrothed. It's not appropriate to go to her chambers so rashly, right? After all, Lin Xingcheng was a woman. Chen Yan going to her bedchamber so rashly and directly was afraid of causing offense. There's nothing appropriate or not, if this emperor's son wants to go, then it's appropriate. Chen Yan's words were not to be questioned. He certainly didn't go to Lin Xingcheng in order to increase his feelings, but he had other plans. Xue Luer didn't dare to say anything more when she heard this. A few people went out the door. Chen Yan summoned Niwang. On weekdays, the Neiwang stayed in the Imperial Beast Ring on Chen Yan's body, which was a place like a small space used to specifically store demonic beasts. Newt. As soon as the Neiwang came out, it excitedly ate and rubbed against Chen Yan's body. Mid-transcendent mortal, not bad, work harder, the king realm will be able to take shape, then you won't have to stay in the royal beast ring every day. Niwang originally possessed the bloodline power of the 9-colored phoenix, and its body contained an extremely terrifying power, plus Chen Yan had been feeding it with high-grade elixirs, so this little guy's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Naya. Hearing Chen Yan's words, the Neiwang looked very excited, shaking its head and rubbing against Chen Yan with an excited face. Chen Yan smilingly rubbed the Neiwang's head and directly sat on the Neiwang's back, immediately looking towards Xue Luer and Chen Pingon and said, You two also come up. Yes. The 2 of them hurriedly followed Chen Yan and sat on the Neiwang's back, and the Neiwang raised its head to the sky with a long roar, immediately followed by rushing up into the sky. Xue Luer's eyes were filled with excitement and delight. This was the first time she had sat on a phoenix, this feeling, so subtle. To know that the phoenix is the top demonic beast of the 3000 domains, its bloodline power is extremely terrifying. The lord of the phoenix domain is even a top powerhouse. Throughout the 3000 domains, not many people dare to capture the phoenix as a mount openly. If this is known by the phoenix domain, it is a capital offense. The neon phoenix flew above the Violet Sky Divine sect, instantly attracting the gazes of countless disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect. Crap, that's a phoenix. Holy shit, it's still true. How could a phoenix appear in our Violet Sky Divine sect? Can it be that a certain elder has tamed a phoenix as a mount? The direction of that phoenix's flight seems to be the Holy Maiden's residence. Could it be that the Holy Maiden has tamed a phoenix? The crowd looked at the sky and chattered, the excitement in their eyes hard to hide. That was a legendary phoenix, the dominator of the phoenix domain. They had only heard of it but had never seen it. The dominant lord of the sky. Wherever the neon phoenix passed by, the disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect all looked up and watched. Even some of the deacons and elders had envy in their eyes. Although the deacons and elders of the Violet Sky Divine sect did not have low cultivation levels, they did not dare to capture a phoenix as a mount. That was equivalent to going to war with the phoenix domain directly, and no one dared to take on this responsibility. Soon, several people landed outside the Holy Maiden Hall, and Chen Yan put the Nephoenix into the Imperial Beast Ring. This is the Holy Maiden Hall. Who is the visitor? A few people had just stood still when the 7 or 8 maids of the Holy Maiden Hall surrounded them. These maids were all tutored by Lin Xingqing on weekdays, and each one of them had a condensation realm cultivation. Although their cultivation was not high, it was quite good for these maids.
Chen family emperor's son Chen Nian, here to find Lin Xingcheng.
Chen Nian smiled faintly, his expression bland. When the few maidservants heard this, you looked at me and I looked at you, and they couldn't help but be a little stunned. Chen Nian, who in the entire Violet Sky Divine sect didn't know, the emperor's son from the Chen family, Lin Xingcheng's future husband. Imperial son, wait a moment, I'll go report to Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Saying that, a maid hurriedly ran into the other courtyard, and after about half a quarter of an hour's time, that maid ran back and respectfully said, the Holy Maiden said to invite Imperial son alone to go in.
Chen Nian sniffed and glanced back at the duo.
You two wait here for me for a while.
Yes.
The two of them arched their hands and said yes as Chen Nian walked towards the courtyard under the guidance of that maid. Shen Pingan glanced at Shui Luer and silently walked to a secluded spot and began practicing his sword. His sword was very fast, although it was only in the middle stage of the hollow-breaking realm, but it was harsh and decisive between each move, killing and killing viciously. These sword moves were all imparted to him by the 9 ancestors, and he lived up to his name, practicing like an ascetic every day. Shui Luer, who was on the side, looked at Pingan Chen who was practicing, and couldn't help but feel a little more admiration in her heart. Although Chen Pingan's talent was not as good as Chen Nian's, but this hard-working energy to cultivate was really too terrifying. Even Shui Luer could not help but admire it. Seeing that Chen Pingan was working so hard at such a young age, Shui Luer also set her mind right and practiced her illusion arts in another place.
Walking into the other courtyard, Chen Nian smelled the aroma of a purple diamond flower.
It was a purple spirit flower that bloomed once every 2 years, and each time it bloomed, a faint refreshing fragrance surrounded it. The courtyard was clean and tidy, and Chen Nian followed the maid to the door. Imperial son, please enter, the Holy Maiden is waiting for you inside the house.
Good. Chen Nian did not hesitate and directly pushed the door in.
Inside the house, a young girl in a long white dress was sitting on top of a futon. Her stunningly beautiful face and ethereal temperament, just like a fairy descending to the earth, could be described as absolutely beautiful. Even Chen Nian could not help but freeze for a moment. This face and Shui Luer were about the same, but the temperament of the two was completely opposite. Shui Luer was charming and moving, like a little demon, but Lin Xingcheng was more like a fairy who descended to the earth and did not eat the earth. Beautiful. Beautiful beyond words. No wonder so many disciples of the Violet Heaven's divine sect were mesmerized by her. They did have this principle. Seeing Chen Nian arrive, Lin Xingcheng also looked at Chen Nian with a curious face. For her, this was also the first time he had met Chen Nian face to face and up close. A 6-year-old child, but not the slightest bit of childishness could be seen on his face. His handsome face was written with a light-hearted demeanor, and his body was surrounded by an outlandish aura if nothing else. This was Chen Nian's exiled temperament that attracted Lin Xingcheng. Looking at Chen Nian like this, he didn't look like a madman seeking his own death by any stretch of the imagination, but how could he be a match for Wang Jian?
What is the matter with the emperor's son coming?
Lin Xingcheng's voice came out, unusually light. Chen Nian smiled faintly and casually found a futon to sit on.
It's not to see what my fiancé looks like.
Chen Nian was frank. Lin Xingcheng sniffed, but did not have any aversion, and still said with a calm face.
Fiancé is afraid not necessarily, right, the emperor's son and king break the appointment. If you lose, I'm afraid that you and I will never see each other in this life.
Chen Nian sniffed and the corner of his mouth rose slightly.
What, does the Holy Maiden think that I will lose?
Lin Xingcheng pondered for a moment, staring at Chen Nian's confident face, somewhat unable to see through him for a moment. Although your talent is terrifying, you are too impatient, in my opinion. The chances of you winning are no more than 10%. 10%, or Lin Xingcheng said it was high. In fact, in her heart, Chen Nian was afraid of certain death. After all, she was well aware of Wang's broken strength. It was absolutely impossible for a transcendent mortal realm martial artist to match. Although Chen Nian's talent was terrifying, in the end, he was still just at the early transcendent stage. Chen Nian smiled mysteriously as he heard this. Whether it's life or death, the Holy Maiden will be clear when the time comes. But today, I came to find you for 2 things.
2 things?
Lin Xingcheng sniffed and frowned in curiosity.
What is it? Chen Nian said smilingly.
I know that you are dissatisfied with Grandpa's decision, but you also loathe Wang Jian, and you don't want to marry anyone. Lin Xingcheng sniffed and did not say anything. Just as Chen Nian said, she did not want to get married, but she did not have the ability to change this matter. Although the Holy Maiden had a high status, she was not yet able to decide her own fate. Chen Nian glanced at her with a smile and continued. You are a cold ice saint body. If I were to dual cultivate with you, it would be beneficial to the cultivation level. However, this emperor's son does not care.
the path of cultivation is inherently counterintuitive. Relying on a woman to raise your cultivation level is something that this emperor's son does not care about. Lin Xingcheng heard this and became even more curious, not knowing what Chen Nian meant by this, only to see Chen Nian start to continue immediately afterward. The reason why I agreed to this marriage is not because of your Kolai sacred body, nor because of your looks, but because of that purple sky secret realm. That's right, the only reason Chen Nian agreed to this marriage was because of that purple sky secret realm. The biggest key to Chen Nian's old man's achievements today was that violet sky secret realm. If it wasn't for the purple heavenly secret realm, Chen Tiandao definitely wouldn't have such a terrifying strength right now. Therefore, Chen Nian was also very curious about that secret realm. However, the purple heavenly secret realm was only open to disciples of the sect, and the only way for Chen Nian to enter that secret realm was to be betrothed to Lin Xingcheng, so that he would also have the identity of the purple heavenly divine sect. So, that was the key to his willingness to be betrothed. As for Lin Xingcheng's looks and the so-called Kolai saint body, he did not care. In this world, strength was fundamental. Beauty could be had, but not coveted. This emperor's son is willing to make a promise with you that after I come out of the violet sky mystic realm, I will withdraw my marriage with you, so that you don't have to worry about the matter of Dao couple. When Lin Xingcheng heard this, her eyes widened as if she had heard something incredible. Chen Nian, to withdraw from marriage? Lin Xingcheng knew that her looks had made countless men go crazy for her, and even Wang Guan was infatuated with her. However, she never expected Chen Nian to care nothing about her looks and even want to withdraw from her marriage. This was simply unbelievable to Lin Xingcheng. What you said, but it's true. Lin Xingcheng's voice trembled slightly as she said with some excitement. Chen Nian smiled slightly. Do I have to lie to you? That's right. Chen Nian had no need to lie to himself at all. Besides, as the Chen family's imperial son, Chen Nian's status was noble and he simply did not care to lie and cheat people. Instantly, Lin Xingcheng was not calm anymore and looked at Chen Nian's face with a few more ripples. Why are you doing this? Lin Xingcheng did not understand. Her looks could definitely charm the crowd, her talent was even top-notch. She could not figure out why Chen Nian would take the initiative to withdraw from the marriage. An ordinary person who was betrothed to herself would definitely be rushing to kowtow and kneel in gratitude. Chen Nian sniffed and calmly looked at Lin Xingcheng and said, "You are indeed very beautiful, but this emperor's son doesn't care. What I want is to break through that great emperor realm, or even surpass it. I want to see what lies beyond this world, and what lies above the great emperors." In other words, this emperor's son wants to break the boundary barriers of these 3,000 domains, so it's none of my business if you're as beautiful as the heavens. Chen Nian's voice was calm, but it fell on Lin Xingcheng's ears like a thunderclap, instantly enlightening her. She was somewhat shocked as she looked at the man in front of her who was so much younger than her, and for some reason, she actually realized that she could not see through Chen Nian. This man's ambition was simply too great. Breaking through a great emperor wasn't enough, but he even had the delusion of surpassing a great emperor. She didn't know where Chen Nian got his courage and confidence. Only after a long time did Lin Xingcheng slowly come back to her senses and nodded her head. I understand. After saying that, she looked at Chen Nian with a somewhat complicated expression. On the one hand, she was grateful, but on the other hand, she was also a bit lost. Chen Nian was the first man who was indifferent to her looks, even actively eschewing it, which couldn't help but make her feel a little frustrated. This was the nature of women. When a man lunged towards her, she loved it, but as soon as the man moved away from her a little and made a gesture towards her that it was nothing more than that, she would feel frustrated again. But Lin Xingcheng also quickly calmed her mind and spoke. No matter what, I owe you a favor. Although she was a bit lost, Lin Xingcheng was even more happy that she did not have to marry someone she did not like. No matter what, the ending was good. Chen Nian smiled faintly, knowing that he had achieved his goal. He came to Lin Xingcheng, naturally with a purpose in mind. This first thing was to lay the groundwork and gain Lin Xingcheng's favor. The second thing was the purpose of his coming to Lin Xingcheng this time. There is a second thing. Chen Nian opened his mouth smilingly. This would cause Lin Xingcheng's attitude towards Chen Nian to change, looking at him with some gratitude in her eyes, and speaking in a voice that was not as cold. You say, I want to have a good chat with Wang. I wonder if Sacred Maiden can take me along to Wang's compound. Lin Xingcheng. Chen Nian wanted to talk to Wang? What is there to talk about with this relationship between the two of them? Could it be that Chen Nian wanted to reconcile with Wang? It couldn't be. Lin Xingcheng frowned slightly, curious. What do you have to talk about with him? Chen Nian sniffed and casually said, casual chat, know yourself and know your enemy so that you can fight 100 battles without danger, and find out the truth. Lin Xingcheng sniffed and nodded in agreement. In her opinion, the possibility of Chen Nian winning was very small, so it was good to poke around in advance, and perhaps find Wang Jian's weaknesses.
She nodded and said, "Good, in that case, then I will accompany you on your trip."
If it was before, Lin Xingcheng was naturally unwilling to take care of Chen Yan, but he had first won Lin Xingcheng's gratitude by withdrawing from the marriage, so Lin Xingcheng naturally would not refuse this small matter. When Chen Yan heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and his heart was already happy.
Good show, it's going to start.
There is one more shift in the back, try to code hard, the author is once again 3 shifts today. Thank you all for urging for more, 5-star praise, small gifts, the old minister kneeling to thank. Chen Yan and Lin Xingcheng walked out the door and called Shui Luo and Chen Pingdan, who were practicing on the side, over. Upon seeing Shui Luo, Lin Xingcheng could not help but frown. The woman beside Chen Yan's side was not below herself in looks, and even the charm in her bones was extraordinarily alluring.
No wonder Chen Yan had little interest in his own looks.
Instantly, Lin Xingcheng felt some discomfort in her heart, but her face did not show it.
Young lord.
The two of them, Shui Luo and Chen Pingdan, arched their hands and saluted.
Chen Yan faintly smiled and said,
"Well, this is Lin Xingcheng, the holy daughter of the Violet Sky Divine sect." The two of them sniffed and glanced at Lin Xingcheng. Chen Pingdan was nothing, although Lin Xingcheng was indeed attractive, he only loved the sword in his hand.
A woman?
It will only affect the speed of my sword. As for Shui Luo and Lin Xingcheng, when they glanced at each other, they couldn't help but feel a bit of comparison in their hearts.
Women like to compare, especially beautiful-looking women.
As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless it is a male and a female. However, Shui Luo was still good and smiled faintly at Lin Xingcheng.
Let's go and make a trip to that saint's son,
Chen Yan said, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he instantly summoned the neon phoenix. When she saw the phoenix that Chen Yan summoned out, Lin Xingcheng could not help but stare with wide eyes, and her eyes could not help but be a little shocked.
Phoenix, this is your mount?
Lin Xingcheng looked at Chen Yan with some shock.
Not bad, come up.
Saying this, Chen Yan leapt up and sat on the back of the neon phoenix, while Chen Pingdan and Shui Luo also sat behind Chen Yan. Lin Xingcheng was still frozen in place, looking at this phoenix in front of her with a confused face. To know that she, who was the noble saint daughter of the Violet Sky Divine sect, did not even dare to own this kind of phoenix mount, and this phoenix bloodline power of Chen Yan's was not simple at first glance, with that strong imperial aura. However, she didn't hesitate too much as she floated up and landed on the Nephoenix. The Nia Huang shot up into the sky and flew towards Wang Broken's other compound. Along the way, Lin Xingcheng stood behind Chen Yan, looking at his back with curiosity in her eyes. This Chen Yan was still really impenetrable. Not only was he willing to withdraw his marriage with himself, he also had a phoenix mount. Not only that, not only was his maid not inferior to herself in looks, even her cultivation talent was good. For a while, Lin Xingcheng began to waver on the victory or defeat of the battle between Chen Yan and Wang Jian.
Chen Yan, would he really lose? Soon, several people saw Wang's compound, and the moment the crowd landed, Wang detected the aura of several people. Chen Yan.
Upon seeing Chen Yan, Wang narrowed his eyes as killing intent flickered in his eyes. However, when Wang turned his gaze and saw Lin Xingcheng behind Chen Yan, his face suddenly changed.
Xingcheng, why are you here?
Seeing Lin Xingcheng and Chen Yan come together, Wang was surprised.
When did these two come together?
The corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly.
My fiancé accompanied me around. What's your opinion? Seeing Chen Yan's smiling face, Wang was furious in his heart. However, in front of Lin Xingcheng, he didn't dare to have a fit, he just snorted coldly at Chen Yan, and then his eyes looked at Lin Xingcheng and said, Xingcheng, we haven't seen each other for a long time, why don't we go to my room to discuss the Tao, how about it? Lin Xingcheng sniffed and frowned slightly, she hated it when Wang Jian called her so affectionately. However, she glanced at Chen Yan and thought of what Chen Yan had asked her to do. Lin Xingcheng still nodded her head and agreed. Aha!
Hearing Lin Xingcheng nod her head, Wang Broke's entire body instantly became excited, as if the sky was falling. He had known Lin Xingcheng for so many years, and the other party had never given him any good looks, not to mention entering his special courtyard and discussing the Tao with him. Wang Jian was so excited that he looked at Chen Yan with a godly face, and the corners of his mouth could hardly hide the upturn. Chen Yan, Xingcheng and I are going to have a good discussion on the Tao, you are not welcome here. However, as soon as Wang Jian's words fell, Lin Xingcheng spoke. I'll join him, if he doesn't go, I won't go either.
Wang break. What the hell?
He looked at Chen Yan and then Lin Xingcheng with a confused expression, as disgusted as if he had eaten a dead fly.
The corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly, and he almost didn't burst out laughing as he looked at Wang's unlucky face. Excuse me, can I go in? Can.
Wang Jian said at Chen Yan without any good humor, and in his heart, he had long wanted to dismantle him. Just wait, in a few days when I kill you in front of the entire clan, Xinchang will also marry me by then. Wang Brok secretly said in his heart. The two of them followed behind Wang and walked into the other courtyard. Along the way, Wang Brok thoughtfully stood beside Lin Xinchang, carefully introducing her to the various layouts of his small courtyard as a way to show off his own compulsion. Lin Xinchang is too lazy to take care of this bastard. Not only is Wang not interested, but he is even more energized.
Inside the room, Wang smiled and said, Xinchang, this is my room, look how neat. Aha!
Lin Xinchang gave a flat
puffing. Chen Yan didn't hold back and let out a giggle.
Wang Brok glared fiercely at Chen Yan, and then immediately curried favor with Lin Xinchang.
Saint Sun Wang, why do I smell a special odor in this room of yours? Special odor? Wang Jian frowned and blurted out. What odor? Chen Yan explained smilingly.
I'm naturally more sensitive to scent. I can smell that within this room of yours, there is an odor from my fiancé.
Wang Jian. Lin Xinchang.
Seeing Lin Xinchang's somewhat unkind gaze, Wang hurriedly said.
Chen
Yan, don't spit blood, how could my room have Xinchang's scent?
Is that so?
The corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly, and he had the decency to pretend to be searching. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Wang Wan's bed and said with a look of certainty.
The scent is coming from here. Could it be that you secretly hid some personal items from my fiancé?
Hearing the words intimate items, Lin Xinchang suddenly frowned. She suddenly remembered that she had lost a belly band a few days ago when she was bathing.
It was hard to believe that Wang Jian had stolen it.
At once, Lin Xinchang looked at Wang with a slight skepticism in her gaze. Wang Brok froze and said sharply.
It can't be. I, Wang, am open and honest. How could I possibly do this kind of stealing?
The corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly.
Is that so?
Saying that, he directly went forward and lifted the mattress. Instantly, a purple-colored belly pocket was reflected in the eyes of the two.
Wang Jian? Crap. This. Whose fucking bib did you put under my bed? Slander me someone is slandering me
Seeing the purple-colored bib on his bed, Wang instantly felt like the sky was about to collapse.
Who is this slandering me?
Lin Xinchang narrowed her eyes at the moment, her body was chilled, looking at her own belly bib lying quietly under Wang's bed. She probably knew what had happened. 5 days ago, when she was bathing, Wang took advantage of her inattention and stole her belly band. That was her intimate apparel, and it was even placed under her bed to be masturbated by him night after night. Thinking of Wang's lewd look at night, Lin Xinchang could not help but feel a wave of nausea. Her body trembled with killing intent. Although she loathed Wang before, she could not talk about killing intent. However, today, Lin Xinchang was truly moved to kill.
Wang bro,
how dare you take advantage of my bath and steal my personal clothes? Wang sniffed and looked at Lin Xinchang, who was showing all her killing intent. He could not help but shiver. Looking at Chen Yan, who was snickering on the side, he hurriedly said,
Xinchang, you know me, I, Wang, am absolutely a decent person.
It must be this kid who stole it and put it in my room. You must believe me. However, Wang Broken's words drew a cold laugh from Lin Xinchang. My personal clothing was stolen 5 days ago, and he hadn't arrived at the Violet Sky Divine sect at that time.
Can it be that he stole my intimate apparel across billions of miles across the sky? He has this ability. Hearing Lin Xinchang's questioning, Wang Jian also panicked.
Right, Chen Yan had only arrived at the Violet Sky Divine sect yesterday, so how could he possibly steal Lin Xinchang's belly band?
So by that reckoning, the murderer was himself?
No, I didn't fucking steal it.
Instantly, Wang Jian panicked.
However, just as he was still trying to explain, the sword in Lin Xinchang's hand was already sheathed.
Ice seal 10,000 miles. A cold aura came out of the sheath, and instantly, the entire courtyard all froze.
This ice was the ice of extreme cold. It was abnormally cold. Just when the sword on was about to chop Wang Jian's head, he hurriedly dodged and managed to avoid Lin Xinchang's move. However, his hair was split apart by Lin Xinchang's sword, and his entire body was cloaked in hair, just like a madman. He wanted to continue explaining, but when he saw Lin Xinchang looking so furious, he swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to stay here any longer. Glancing at the window beside him, he hurriedly flew out.
His strength was not as good as Lin Xinchang's, let alone a furious Lin Xinchang.
When a woman got angry, her fighting strength directly soared. So the good man refused to do anything beforehand, and Wang Brok directly took the 36th plan and walked away as the best plan. But at this moment has been filled with anger in the chest. Lin Xinchang where will let her go. She snorted coldly.
Today, either you die or I die.
Knowing that what Wang Jian had stolen was her personal clothing, this was completely humiliating her. After saying that, Lin Xincheng directly tapped her toes and flew out. The only person left in the room was Chen Nian, who had a smile on his face. With the two gone, he didn't need to hold back his laughter. Looking at Lin Xincheng's purple bib on the bed, he smiled and picked it up. Do not say, the quality of this bib is really good, silky smooth, this quality is afraid of 3-star magic treasure hardness. He laughingly received the bib into his storage ring, as evidence. Immediately, Chen Nian slowly walked out from the front door. As soon as he stepped out of the other courtyard, Shui Luer and Chen Pingan greeted him. Young lord, I just saw Lin Xincheng chasing Wang Jianfei away. Shui Luer said with some confusion. Just now, looking at the two of them, it seemed like they weren't fooling around, and appeared to be really fighting. Especially Lin Xincheng, with that furious look, it was like an exterminator, wanting to decimate Wang. The corners of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly, an uncontrollable smile hanging on. Wang Bro stole Lin Xincheng's belly band and placed it under the bed by me. Shui Luer, Pingan Chen. The two of them looked at Chen Nian with confused faces. Wang Jian, stealing Lin Xincheng's belly band? This is so fucking perverted. Shui Luer suddenly frowned. Ha? That's not right. Isn't this Lin Xincheng the young master's fiancé? Why was the young lord so happy when his own fiancé had her belly band stolen? The corners of his mouth couldn't even suppress the smile that was rising. For a while, Shui Luer even had the illusion that Wang Guan's theft of Lin Xincheng's underwear had something to do with Chen Nian, but she didn't dare to ask more. Chen Nian said smilingly, Go, follow me to find Lin Xincheng. After saying that, Chen Nian summoned the Niwang, and the three of them sat on its back in preparation for searching for Lin Xincheng. And at this moment, Wang Jian was running wildly and Lin Xincheng was chasing after him with her sword. Only Lin Xincheng's speed was faster than Wang, and in a matter of moments, she caught up, and after looking at him with a few swords, Wang took the opportunity to pull away again. The surrounding group of disciples looked confused. Why was the holy maiden Lin Xincheng chasing after the holy sun? And looking at this situation, it wasn't a joke. Crap, what's going on? Why are the holy sun and holy maiden fighting? It's not a fight, it's the holy maiden chasing after the holy sun to chop? I seem to have just heard that the holy sun stole the holy maiden's belly band and hid it underneath her own bed, and it was just discovered by the holy maiden. What? Upon hearing that Wang Jian had stolen Lin Xincheng's belly band and hid it under his own bed, all the disciples of the entire Violet Sky Divine sect were all dumbfounded. Crap, playing so perverted? Stealing a bib too? To know, Wang Jian is the holy son of the Zhixiao Divine sect, usually is also very serious, also looks like a gentleman, how will do this kind of thing? When it really is a dead pervert who knows people's faces. For a time, Wang Jian's status in the hearts of the disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect plummeted. After all, if he had stolen someone else's underwear, it would have been fine, but what he had stolen was actually Lin Xincheng's. How many disciples up and down the entire sect took Lin Xincheng as their dream fairy? How many people were having rendezvous with Lin Xincheng day and night in their dreams? But their dream wife's belly band was stolen by another man. What the fuck was the difference between this and greening them? For a while, Wang Jian became a street rat that everyone in the Violet Sky Divine sect was yelling at. Master! Master, help me! Wang Jian ran all the way to Li Xiaotian's residence. Li Xiaotian also heard Wang's cries and rushed out, and then he saw Lin Xincheng chasing and hacking at Wang. He hurriedly stopped Lin Xincheng, and only then did Wang hide behind Li Xiaotian, panting heavily. He had just been chased all the way by Lin Xincheng, fleeing in a panic, and had been slashed by her several times. Thanks to his own timely dodging, otherwise he was afraid that he would be seriously injured. Senior nephew Xincheng, why are you chasing after my disciple and shopping? Do you know the rules of the sect? Disciples are not allowed to kill each other? After Li Xiaotian finished speaking, Lin Xincheng let out a cold snort, a chilling aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Wang. Right at this moment, Chen Nian and all the elders of the Violet Sky Divine sect, the patriarch, also rushed over at the news. 5 days ago, Wang took advantage of my bath and stole my belly band and placed it under my bed. Hearing Lin Xincheng's words, the elders and Xian Xianqiu froze. Wang, stealing Lin Xincheng's belly bib and putting it in his own bed? Crap, what a fucking pervert. Even Li Xiaotian couldn't hang on to his face at the moment. He turned his head, looked at his disciple who was in a bit of a mess and frowned. Broken child, did you really steal Xincheng master nephew's belly bib? Wang Broken sniffed and hurriedly denied it. Master, I didn't. How could I be so underhanded when I am the holy son of the Violet Sky Divine sect? However, as soon as Wang Break's words fell, Chen Nian on the side pulled out Lin Xincheng's belly band from his spatial ring. You fart, this belly pocket was just found from your room. Knowing people, I didn't expect you to be so underhanded as to steal my fiancé's belly pocket. Chen Yan's face carried 3 parts anger, 3 parts abhorrence, and that disguised look made Shui Luo freeze.
Young lord, wasn't he quite happy just now?
This. Wang Broken was as uncomfortable as eating a dead fly at the moment, wanting to retort but not knowing where to start. He could only stammer with an aggrieved look on his face.
Lin Xingcheng snorted coldly. Sixth elder, please get out of the way, I'm going to chop him to death.
The plain sentence contained endless anger.
The sixth elder was momentarily speechless and looked at Wang Jian behind him, and for a moment, he was out of reckoning.
Shen Xianxiu spoke at this time.
Although Wang is at fault, his crime is not fatal, but in order to deter the disciples within the sect, some punishment is needed. Punish Wang Guan to face the wall for 10 days from now on at the Thoughtfulness Cliff. The Thoughtfulness Cliff, that wasn't a good place. It was a cursed place in the Violet Sky Divine sect, but anyone who entered there would have their body's true chi suppressed and their cultivation limited. Not only that, in there will suffer spiritual attack. Ears are always accompanied by inexplicable sound. That sound seems to come from the 9 ghosts. Even many disciples directly went crazy after facing the wall there for a period of time. Li Xiaotian and Wang Jian heard this and could only accept this punishment. After all, stealing Lin Xingcheng's bellyband was not a trivial matter. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Chen Yan smilingly returned Lin Xingcheng's bellyband to her. Knowing people, I really didn't think that Wang Jian was this kind of beastly pervert. Hearing Chen Yan's words, Lin Xingcheng also thought deeply. He didn't expect Wang, who always looked upright, to be this kind of person. Thank you for today.
Chen Yan first agreed to withdraw from the marriage and then helped her find her bellyband. At this moment, Lin Xingcheng only had gratitude for Chen Yan.
Chen Yan waved his hand smilingly and said, "It's nothing, I'll leave first."
Good. The two of them exchanged greetings, and then Chen Yan, Shui Luo, and Shen Pingan returned to their own courtyard. Lin Xingcheng glared viciously at Wang before leaving, snorted coldly, and left as well. At this moment, only Wang and Li Xiaotian were left looking at each other.
Tell me honestly, what's going on with this today?
Li Xiaotian was a bit angry. He didn't believe that Wang would do such a thing.
Wang sniffed and honestly retold what happened today in its original form.
After Li Xiaotian heard it, he couldn't help but frown.
Are you saying that Chen Yan and Lin Xingcheng took the initiative to go to your room today?
Yes.
Wang Broke nodded affirmatively.
Li Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly.
You've fallen for Chen Yan's scheme.
This matter today definitely has nothing to do with Chen Yan. Although there was no evidence, but Li Xiaotian was too clear. The Chen Tiandao in the beginning was also playing with himself in the same way. Their Chen family has always been this, as not to speak of martial arts. What in move lost move, all give you to make on. You play with him explicitly, he plays with you negatively, but when you play with him negatively, you will realize that you can't play with others at all. And will recall when Chen Tendo to their own do those things. Li Xiaotian cannot help but angry teeth itchy.
Chen family, too hateful. It doesn't follow the rules at all. Wang Jian sniffed and instantly came to his senses as well.
He let out a cold snort, and the killing intent towards Chen Yan increased in his heart. This fellow had not only destroyed his own position in the hearts of the group of disciples and elders of the Violet Sky Divine sect, he had even destroyed the good impression he had left on Lin Xingcheng. It was simply outrageous.
Don't worry, master, it's not just the Thoughtfulness Cliff. After I wait for 10 days, I will definitely chop off Chen Yan's dog's head. Wang Broke said with an affirmative face.
10 days passed quickly for martial artists like them, and no one would be able to save Chen Yan by then.
Good. In front of absolute strength, Chen Yan's little skill won't be able to turn any waves. Li Xiaotian also couldn't help but nod his head in affirmation.
He definitely believed in Wang Broken's strength. It was impossible that he couldn't even defeat a small kid from the district.
Wouldn't that be a laugh? Wang, Holy Maiden Hall. After Lin Xingcheng came back, she was still a little angry in her heart for not chopping up Wang. She clutched the purple bib in her hand. When she thought of this thing being ravaged and masturbated by Wang Jian, Lin Xingcheng couldn't help but feel that the bib in her hand was so dirty. She let out a cold snort, and a true chi surged in, directly shattering the bib. Sitting on the futon, Lin Xingcheng also gradually calmed down. She once again thought back the events of today properly. Suddenly,
Lin Xingcheng frowned, feeling that today's events seemed.
There was something wrong.
From Chen Yan's sudden visit, to pulling her along to Wang Guan's room, and finally discovering the belly pocket, it all seemed so coincidental. It was this coincidence that made Lin Xingcheng a little surprised. But that bib was lost 5 days ago. At that time Chen Yan had not yet arrived at the Purple Sky Divine sect, and how could he possibly steal his own bib? After all, Lin Xingcheng didn't know that there was such a heavenly thing as a system that existed. Immediately, she shook her head, signaling that she should be overthinking and that everything was a coincidence. After all, the time of the loss of the belly bib did not match up with the time of Chen Yan's arrival at the Violet Sky Divine sect.
Oomph, damned king break, beast.
Lin Xingcheng snorted coldly with a slight killing intent in her eyes. Soon, today's events quickly fermented in the Violet Sky Divine sect. But after Wang was punished to face the wall for 10 days at the Thought Cliff, some disciples who originally couldn't believe it were instantly dumbfounded. Crap, I really didn't think that Wang would be such a beast, even stealing the Holy Maiden's belly pocket. It's really outrageous.
That's right, not only is it lewd, but it's also nasty.
I heard Wang Jin stole it while the Holy Maiden was bathing a few days ago. Maybe the Holy Maiden has all been peeped at by him. What, it's simply outrageous, my Holy Maiden was peeped on by such a dead pervert.
That's it.
Instantly, the entire Violet Sky Divine sect was in an uproar, and even 6th elder Li Xiaotian received a lot of curses along with it. There were even people who said that the Holy Maiden's belly band was stolen by Li Xiaotian, who instructed Wang Jian to steal it. Even, the more this matter changed, the more outrageous it became, and in the end, it even evolved into, Sacred Son Wang stole the belly pocket late at night, and the master and disciples slobbered night after night. 10 days passed very quickly, and during these 10 days, the Purple Sky Divine sect's disciples had not stopped talking about Wang Jian. The entire sect was cursing him. After all, he had stolen the dream girl of the entire sect's disciples, Lin Xingcheng's belly band. However, during these 10 days, the emergence of another big event had made the crowd's curses towards Wang Jian much less, and that was the betrothal of Chen Yan and Lin Xingcheng. Today was the day the two were betrothed, and the entire clan was festive with lights and colors.
Master, it's almost time, we should go to the Grand Hall. Wei Yang bowed and saluted.
Xian Xianxiu sighed, some concern in his eyes. Alas, it's time to go, but old me is still a little worried about Nianer in my heart. Although Wang Jian had faced the wall for 10 days at the Thought Cliff, he was bound to come out today in a bad state. But even if it was no longer good, it was still a King Realm powerhouse. Chen Yan was just a mere early transcendent martial artist, how could he possibly beat Wang? He was afraid that Chen Yan would drink blood in this Violet Sky Divine sect.
Wei Yang pondered for a moment and said,
"Don't worry, senior, although I don't have much contact with Nianer, I can sense that this nephew of mine is by no means an ordinary person. Besides, junior sister and Chen Tiandao's aren't simple, and their son is afraid that he can't be normalized." Xian Xianxiu sniffed and nodded, his mood soothing a bit. "Let's go, no matter what happens later, old me must ensure that Nianer's life is safe." Xian Xianxiu's eyes grew more and more determined. Later on, if Chen Yan was undefeated, he would never stand by and watch Chen Yan be killed by Wang Guan. After all, Chen Yan was one of the few relatives he had left in this world. At this moment, the outside of the Violet Sky Divine sect's main hall was bustling with activity. The disciples of the entire sect, from the outer sect to the inner sect to the true disciples, were all gathered here. The elders were also waiting here early.
"Patriarch has arrived." With a shout from the disciples, Xian Xianxiu entered. "See you, sovereign."
The crowd didn't dare to be slow, as the entire sect's disciples and elders bowed their hands in unison. "All of you are excused. Today is the day that my Purple Sky Divine sect's holy daughter, Lin Xingcheng, is betrothed to the Nine Heavens Demon Regent's Chen family's imperial son. Come on, invite the two newcomers." After Xian Xianxiu finished speaking, the attendant disciples immediately said, "Yes." Immediately afterward, Lin Xingcheng was seen stepping into the air in a red robe. She walked idly, 10,000 years of cold ice forming under her feet with every step. The surrounding disciples all raised their heads to gaze at the situation, their eyes filled with admiration. Today's Lin Xingcheng is wearing a red robe, the makeup on her face is also carefully dressed, absolutely beautiful face, cold appearance, to a crowd of disciples seems to have endless attraction. Beauty! It was really beautiful beyond words.
"See the Holy Maiden! See the Holy Maiden!"
With every step, many disciples bowed their hands and saluted. In the Violet Sky Divine sect, Lin Xingcheng's reputation was not lower than Xian Xianxiu's. Soon, Lin Xingcheng stood beside Xian Xianxiu as she slightly curtsied and saluted.
"Master! Good!"
Looking at Lin Xingcheng like this, Xian Xianxiu's eyes were filled with joy.
"Crap, what is that?"
Suddenly, a disciple in the crowd shouted out, followed by the gazes of the crowd looking over in unison.
"Phoenix! Phoenix, that's a phoenix! I've seen that phoenix, it was flying over my Violet Sky Divine sect a few days ago. Not bad, I've seen it too. Hee, look guys, is that the Chen clan's imperial son on that phoenix?"
A true disciple in the crowd recognized Chen Yan's figure. After all, they were shocked by Chen Yan's domineering aura in the Grand Hall in the first place, and they were afraid that they would not be able to forget Chen Yan's appearance in their lifetime.
Crap, it's still true. Can it be that Chen Yan is the owner of this phoenix? My god, the Chen family's depths are so deep that they even dared to have a phoenix as a mount?
Looking at Chen Nian sitting on the phoenix, the gazes of the crowd were filled with envy. The phoenix, that was the overlord of the sky, no one dared to use a phoenix as a mount, not even Xian Xianxiu, unless he wanted to go to war with the phoenix domain. But Chen Nian just did it so boldly. Newt! The neon phoenix let out a long chirp in the sky above the violet sky divine sect, followed by a week of circling, before Chen Nian leapt down from the phoenix and landed straight next to Lin Xingcheng. This manner of appearance instantly drew the amazement of countless disciples. Even the crowd of true disciples and elders could not help but sigh in awe. Grandpa! Chen Nian smiled faintly and bowed at Xian Xianxiu. Good! Xian Xianxiu smiled faintly, looking at Chen Nian with eyes full of doting. He took a step forward and stood in front of the crowd, using his true qi to infuse his voice. This clan declares that the betrothal ceremony between the Chen family's emperor's son and Lin Xingcheng shall now begin. Slow! Just as Xian Xianxiu's words fell, a voice came from the air. The crowd looked up to see that it was a pudgy man with a gloomy aura emanating from his body and a somewhat distorted face. Crap, that seems to be Wang Broken. The crowd recognized Wang at a glance. Only at this moment, he was in a bit of a mess. His hair was unkempt and his face was unkind. After he had come out of the thought cliff, he was afraid that he would miss the betrothal ceremony, and he didn't even have the time to freshen up a bit before coming straight to this great hall. The suffering he had endured for many days was bound to be repaid 100-fold by Chen Nian. Wang Jian walked slowly, his gaze fixed dead on Chen Nian and Lin Xingcheng. Chen Nian, the debt between you and I has yet to be settled. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. He was the one who had caused himself to look like this, and even had his reputation amongst all the disciples of the sect fall to pieces. He had also snatched away Lin Xingcheng who originally belonged to him. Damn Chen Nian! When the crowd of disciples saw this scene, they couldn't help but murmur. Crap, how did Wang Broken become this hellish? Poof! Releasing himself night after night against a holy maiden's belly pocket, how could he not be disheveled? That's right, I really didn't expect that this Wang Broken is really a human being with a beast's heart, even stealing the holy maiden's belly pocket. Luckily it's just the belly pocket, didn't steal the underwear. That's that. Listening to the surrounding disciples' comments about themselves, Wang Broken's lungs were about to explode with anger. Shit! It was all because of this scourge, Chen Nian, who had stigmatized his reputation that he had worked so hard on for years. The entire sect could be cursing him now. Even his hardcore dog legs from before were staying far away from him for fear of being called perverts as well. Chen Nian, if you have the ability, get your ass down here. Wang Jian roared once again, his eyes growing more and more ferocious. Xian Xianxiu still wanted to stir the pot and calmly said, Senior nephew Wang, your breath is still unstable. In this case, this sect allows you to go back and recuperate for the time being. After you've recuperated, then you can fight against Nianer, how about it? However, Wang Jian snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, Patriarch's good intentions, Wang. Xian Xianxiu wanted to say more, but suddenly an old voice came from above the 9 heavens. Patriarch, since this disciple grandson of mine has said that he wants to fight, then he will fight today. I will be here to watch the battle. If this disciple grandson of mine loses, then he deserves to die. The author is trying hard to make words. The words just fell, only to see from the distance, a white crane slowly flew over. On top of the crane, there was an old man with white hair and eyebrows, his eyes burning, holding a duster. Seeing this old man driving the crane, the crowd froze in unison. I go, who is this person? He looks quite immortal. Hiss, it feels like this person is so familiar, but I can't recall. It seems like I've seen it before, it seems like. Supreme Elder. Crap, I remember too, it's Elder Tai Shan. The crowd of true disciples had seen the appearance of the Supreme Elder before, and this time, they recognized it. This Supreme Elder had lived for thousands of years, his strength was unfathomable, and he was rumored to have the ability to pass through the heavens. The 9th ancestor on the side also couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this Supreme Elder, a slight scorn in his eyes. 9 ancestors, you recognize? Chen Nian inquired in a low voice. The 9th ancestor narrowed his eyes and nodded with some caution. This person's name is Li Jiushuan, he is the Violet Sky Divine Sect's Taishan Elder, he has lived for at least 3,000 years, and existed in an era even earlier than me. That's right, when this Supreme Elder Li Jiushuan shook the world with his might, the 9 ancestors had only just been born, and he naturally knew of this person's terror. It was only that Li Jiushuan had not appeared in front of the crowd for many years, and the 9 ancestors thought that he was dead. He didn't expect to be alive and well. Then how strong is this person? The 9 ancestors took a deep breath. The old man once said that there are no more than 20 people in the 3,000 realms who can defeat me, and he is one of those 20. His cultivation level, which I can't see through, may be in the same realm as your father. Chen Nian heard this and silently nodded his head, having a generalization in his mind, only to see that Supreme Elder Li Jiuxuan riding a white crane to Li Xiaotian's side. At that moment, Li Xiaotian and Wang Broken's master and disciple had a joyful look on their faces. See master! See master ancestor! After the two of them bowed respectfully, the elders, the entire sect disciples, and even Xian Xianxiu also bowed towards him. See you, Supreme Elder. Well, all rise. Li Jiuxuan smiled faintly, a kind smile on his face. Immediately afterward, his gaze turned to Chen Yan. I believe this is the Chen clan's imperial son. Li Jiuxuan's gaze was like a torch, and those deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Chen Yan was not timid and said flatly, not bad, Chen family imperial son Chen Yan. Good. Li Jiuxuan heard this and didn't say anything more. After all, at his age, he naturally wouldn't bully the young with the big and argue with Chen Yan about anything. He spoke immediately afterward. Old me has heard that you and this disciple grandson of mine, Wang Jian, have entered into a life and death battle, yes or no? Yes. Chen Yan's reply was calm. Li Jiuxuan also couldn't help but give Chen Yan a high look. This brat truly had the elegance of Chen Tiandao back then, even more so. This time, the old man has come out of the gate to preside over the life and death battle between you and Wang Jian. Don't worry, the old man won't intervene in the battle between you, but he won't allow others to intervene it will either. Having said that, Li Jiuxuan glanced at Xian Xianxiu and then at the 9 ancestors, a confident smile on his face. Although Xian Xianxiu and the 9 ancestors were both rare experts in the world, they were not enough to look at in front of him. When he had shaken the world, these two had only just been born. Li Xiaotian had known of the existence of Xian Xianxiu and the 9 ancestors, and was afraid that the two of them would save Chen Yan at the last minute, so he had invited the Supreme Elder to come out and dwell on justice. In his opinion, Chen Yan would definitely die in this battle. The 9th ancestor and Xian Xianxiu glanced at each other, instantly feeling a little tricky. Xian Xianxiu stammered and was about to step forward to say something when Chen Yan instead smiled faintly and calmly said, since that's the case, then thank you very much. But this emperor's son hopes that if Wang Broken is dying, you can keep your promise not to make a move, or else I won't let this go. When the crowd heard this, they were stunned. Was Chen Yan crazy? Did he really think that he could win and still dare to threaten the Supreme Elder? Even Li Jiuxuan was stunned, not expecting Chen Yan to be so wild. This could be even wilder than his old man, Chen Tiandao. He squinted his eyes, wanting to see him through, but it was as if there was a force in the underworld that was hindering his quest. He sighed. Worthy of being Chen Tiandao's son, don't worry, I won't intervene when I say I won't. Good. The corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly, then he slowly walked forward. The surrounding disciples and a group of elders stepped back to make room for the battle between the two. Lin Xingcheng stood in the crowd, looking at Chen Yan's back and could not help but feel a little worried. She naturally hoped that Chen Yan would win. If Chen Yan won, then at that time, he and herself would withdraw from the marriage, and Lin Xingcheng would no longer have to marry someone else and could pursue the great Tao. Everyone's eyes were on the two. Chen Yan, today is the day you die. Wang Broke grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment, he wanted to kill Chen Yan more than anyone else. It was all because of this brat that he had caused himself to be so down and out. If he didn't kill him, he would not be able to get over this hurdle for the rest of his life. Chen Yan smiled faintly at his words. Really, a pervert who stole someone's belly band still wants to kill me, you don't deserve it. Hearing Chen Yan poke himself in the sore spot, Wang Jian couldn't hold back any longer as he bellowed. Chen Yan, I want you to die. Saying that, Wang made a flash and directly rushed over. The speed of the King realm was naturally not to be underestimated, let alone a teenage Heaven's Pride king like Wang Broken, who was considered a top-notch existence in the King realm. That one move traveled in the clouds and was extremely fast. Chen Yan didn't dare to slack off either, staring intently in Wang Broken's direction, capturing the opponent's incoming path. Tian Xian 9 fists. Wang Break arrived in front of Chen Yan with a few dodges, his fist shadows were like the wind, it was impossible to see the direction, and the sky was instantly filled with countless fist shadows. Holy shit, this is Wang's famous technique, Tian Xian 9 fists, a true killing move. I didn't expect Wang Broke to directly use his own killing move right off the bat, clearly wanting to put Chen Yan to death. TSK, that's right, if this punch goes down, even a supreme realm martial artist wouldn't dare to be careless and would be injured if they were not careful. As the crowd of disciples watched Wang Broken's stance, they couldn't help but worry about Chen Yan's safety. Just as the fist shadows were about to fall, suddenly, Chen Yan disappeared in place. Hundreds of fist shadows in the sky instantly landed on the ground, smashing out large pits several meters deep. When the smoke cleared, the crowd saw that Chen Yan had unexpectedly appeared behind Wang Guan at an unknown time and was unharmed, and each of their eyes were filled with shock. No one was more surprised than Li Jiuxuan. With his cultivation level he could easily see what had just happened. Just as the fist shadow was about to land on Chen Yan, he unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. That speed, it was more like an instantaneous shift. Thinking of this, Li Jiuxuan's eyes abruptly widened as he muttered under his breath. How is it possible, this kid has even mastered the power of space? The power of space was mysterious and incomparable, and there were very few under the Sing King realm martial artists who could master this power of space. Not to mention that Chen Yan was merely an early transcendent mortal martial artist. How could he master such spatial power and make an instantaneous shift? This was simply unimaginable. Instantly, Li Jiuxuan's gaze towards Chen Yan no longer contained the contempt he had just shown, and there were a few more points of caution. Worthy of being Chen Tiandao's son, he had indeed grown up to be a demon. Only to see that in the field, Chen Yan dodged Wang Broken's attack with an instantaneous movement, and taking advantage of the other party's moment of disorientation, Chen Yan did not hesitate and activated his true chi. Flickering finger. This 9-star martial art was not simple. When practiced to its fullest, it could kill without being seen, and even a single finger could ignore spatial distance and instantly kill the opponent. Only to see dozens of fingers flying across. At this moment, Wang Guan had not yet reacted, and did not even realize that Chen Yan was behind him. But by the time he realized it, he could no longer avoid the roiling finger spells. Boom! Several finger spells landed on Wang Guan's body, and he immediately felt a huge pain in his chest, followed by flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, splashing up pieces of dust. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but all freeze. Crap, who just saw clearly how Chen Yan arrived behind Wang Jian? I didn't see it clearly either, as if it was a split second. This attack is simply flowing. Is this really just the attack power that a transcendent mortal early-stage martial artist can explode out? Gosh, this Chen Yan is so terrifying. The crowd could not help but cry out in shock when they saw this cloudy attack from Chen Yan. Wang Jian slowly climbed up from the ground. Although Chen Yan's move had caused him a considerable amount of injuries, he was after all a mid-king martial artist. His strength was not to be underestimated, and after carrying Chen Yan's move hard, he still stood up. He patted the dust on his body, his eyes indifferent as he looked at Chen Yan with a joyless expression. Chen Yan, I didn't expect you to still have a few brushes, however, today you will die. After saying that, there was a surge of true chi in Wang Broken's body, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. All that remained in the original spot was a burst of residual shadows. Fast. Extremely fast. Even Chen Yan couldn't help but be a little cautious. This Wang's speed was difficult to capture even for him. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt a terrifying true chi coming from his right front at extreme speed. He hurriedly bucketed and raised his true chi shield to ward it off. Rumble. Wang Jian's countless attacks instantly poured down like a waterfall. His attacks were so harsh and swift that even Chen Yan could not tell the direction of the other party's attacks for a moment, and could only block left and right. My god, Wang Broken's attack speed is also too fast. I can't even see his shadow. That's right, it's worthy of the strength of a top King Realm powerhouse. It's really extraordinary. This move doesn't even mention a King Realm martial artist. Even if it's a Supreme Realm martial artist who can't manage to do it, he'll still have to suffer a big loss. Hiss, then in that case, isn't this Chen Yan in danger? The crowd looked at the way Chen Yan was resisting, and in their hearts, they were afraid that they had already decided that Chen Yan was about to die. Li Xiaotian even had the corners of his mouth rising madly, his eyes filled with laughter and joy. Chen Tiandao, I will let you taste the pain of losing your son today. Li Xiaotian mocked madly in his heart. The thought that Chen Yan would fall here today made his heart incomparably joyful. But suddenly, Li Xiaotian's smile came to an abrupt end. Only to see that in the field, Chen Yan, who was originally resisting left and right, suddenly stood firm and spat out a single word from his mouth. Slow. After this word was spat out from Chen Yan's mouth, the originally excited Wang Jian suddenly felt his body stagnate, and an inexplicable huge force came from his entire body, pressurizing him so much that it was difficult for him to move forward, and that force was very mysterious, as if it was a large invisible hand. This was precisely Chen Yan's divine ability. Words follow the law. Only, with Chen Yan's current cultivation against the king break of the king's realm, this divine ability could only briefly restrict the opponent's movement, and it was also tremendously exhausting for himself. However, it was enough for a life and death battle. In just an instant, Chen Yan captured Wang Broken's figure, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as the long sword in his hand unsheathed at some point. Destruction Sword Technique. This 9-star sword technique contained a terrifying power of destruction. As soon as it was activated, the crowd standing in the distance watching the battle instantly felt an aura of destruction. The aura of destruction was naturally not taken for nothing. If Chen Yan's cultivation was supreme, this move could truly achieve annihilation. Boom! A sword struck out, and Wang Brok had wanted to dodge, however, he himself did not know why, but there was a mysterious force in the underworld that was pulling him, restricting his movements, and severely affecting his speed. He knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to dodge this move this time. In just an instant, Wang Brok clenched his teeth and instantly activated his true chi shield, using it to resist. However, he still underestimated Chen Nian's strength and the power of this sword. The shield resisted for about 1 or 2 breaths of time before it directly shattered apart, and the sword chi went straight for Wang's body. Bang bang bang! The loud sound instantly shook countless people. My god, this is Chen Nian's sword, so terrifying. Worthy of being the Devil Dao Emperor's son, this is not at the early stage of transcendent mortality. This sword would not even be able to carry me, a King Realm martial artist. Who says it's not? I've been cultivating for dozens of fucking years, and in the end I realized that I'm not even as good as a 6-year-old. I'm afraid that this life has been in vain. Brother, be confident, your next life will also be in vain. To know that Chen Nian's sword completely transcended the power of the transcendent realm, even slightly weaker King Realm martial artists were afraid that they would be directly killed by this move. Li Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes, and the way he looked at Chen Nian changed once again. Originally, he thought that he had already paid enough attention to Chen Nian, but now he realized that he was wrong. Chen Nian could no longer be described as a freak. It was simply more terrifying than his old man, Chen Tiandao. Just now, others might not be aware of it, but Li Jiuxuan clearly perceived it. Wang Jian could have dodged that sword, but was restricted by some power in the underworld, severely affecting his speed, which resulted in him only being able to utilize his true chi to resist it. That power in the underworld, even he, Li Jiuxuan, had not been involved in it, and Chen Nian had actually grasped it. The power of space, the mysterious power in the underworld, and the sword technique that contains the power of destruction. Chen Nian, you have truly opened my eyes. Li Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Nian with a slight greed in his eyes. Chen Nian had too many secrets on him. How could a 6-year-old kid grasp so many mysteries? How could it not make his heart flutter? He had been stuck at that final hurdle for countless years and had been slow to break through. How could he not want to break through? Great Emperor! That was a realm that could drive countless people crazy. As long as he could break through that realm, he would be willing to do anything. Sorry, today to eat the seat to go, a little late, the back there, the author Hardyards, kneeling to thank you all 5-star praise. When the smoke cleared, the eyes of the crowd gathered around. Only see Wang break from several meters of the pit slowly climbed out. At the moment he was tattered and torn, that a brocade robe has long been rotted into a piece of rags, hair and face, the corners of the mouth overflowed with blood. At this moment he is more like a beggar than a beggar. Wang break swaying walking, face is quite a bit pale. Just now Chen Nian, the power of that move is not simple, he was not a small impact. The eyes of the disciples and elders watching the battle from the side were filled with shock. Chen Nian had actually injured Wang to this extent? My god, this is Wang? Oh my god, that move of Chen Nian's was too powerful. It's amazing that even Wang was injured to this extent. That's right, crikey, it's just too vicious. Looking at Wang Bro's body full of wounds, the crowd was appalled. Wang wobbled and walked to Chen Nian, his eyes staring deathly in Chen Nian's direction. Those eyes were like an ancient beast that wanted to tear Chen Nian apart. Chen Nian, you are indeed not simple, a supreme genius. Wang Broken took a few heavy breaths and looked deeply at Chen Nian. He had to say that Chen Nian was the most demonic person he had ever encountered in his life, bar none. However, today, he would definitely die. Demon? A demon that hadn't grown up was nothing. To be able to force me to use this move, you're also proud enough. After saying that, a blazing flame burned on Wang Broke's body. This flame exuded a rich erosive power. Not far away, Lin Xingcheng narrowed her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried about Chen Nian in her eyes. Holy Maiden Lin, do you know what kind of move Wang Jian has used? Xue Luo asked softly. Lin Xingcheng was also a bit unsettled. She didn't expect Wang to even use this move. Wang is burdened with a special physique, the Xiaoyang physique, and the flames on his body are the fire of the sun on that day, which has an extremely strong erosive power. Lin Xingcheng paused then said. Moreover, Wang has used a secret method to raise his cultivation to the late stage of the King Realm, coupled with this sun flame. I am afraid that even I may not be able to withstand the power of this move. That's right, Wang Broken was really putting his life on the line with this move. The special secret method to raise his cultivation level, coupled with the flame of the sun. This double overlay caused his battle power to skyrocket dramatically. Of course, the after effects of this move were also quite great. After this move was made, Wang Broke's body would be depleted of true chi, and he would not be able to use true chi again for 3 months. It could be said that it was killing the enemy by 1,000 and losing 800. Everyone did not expect Chen Yan to be so strong that he was able to force this move out of Wang. When Xue Luer heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. Even Lin Xingchang was so cautious, so she naturally understood the power of this move. At this moment, the 9 ancestors and Xian Xianqiu glanced at each other and naturally understood what was in the other's mind. The two planned for one to stall Li Zhoushuan while the other went down to save Chen Yan. However, this little thought of the two could not be hidden from Li Zhoushuan. Only to see his true chi suddenly enveloping several people. If anyone dared to make any movement, he would instantly strike to kill them. There was no way around it. Li Zhoushuan's strength was no match even for the 9 ancestors and Xian Xianqiu combined. The two had no choice but to pray that Chen Yan would be able to block this move. At this moment, Wang's aura became more and more powerful. Even Chen Yan could not help but have his eyelids jump slightly. He did not expect Wang to be hiding this move. However, it was just that. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and an aura of thunder and lightning emanated from his body. Since that's the case, then I'll try this move with you as well. After saying that, he only saw the sky suddenly become dense with thunderclouds, and around Chen Yan and Wang Jian, some dense purple thunderbolts began to appear. These thunderbolts constructed a space that surrounded the two of them. The aura of the thunder and lightning grew stronger and stronger, and it even contained a gust of dragon's roar. Holy shit, what is that? Why is there even lightning around the two of them? No. That doesn't seem to be just thunder and lightning. Those thunder and lightning have actually constructed a space. Heavens, just this hint of lightning power makes me feel my heart skip a beat. What kind of demon is this Chen Yan? For a time, countless people issued this kind of soul torture. Chen Yan, just what kind of demon is he? This aura, is it really just a transcendent realm martial artist that can emit it? Why is the same transcendent? Why do I feel like a fucking loser? However, Li Zhoushuan on the side did widen his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. This is a domain. Domain, that was an ability that could only be mastered by a Saint King realm martial artist, and Chen Yan had even mastered it? Although the power that Chen Yan made was not as powerful as the domains made by Saint King realm powerhouses, this was definitely a genuine domain. My goodness! Li Zhoushuan sucked in a breath of cool air as he stared daggers at Chen Yan. He had lived for thousands of years, and this was the first time he had seen such a freak, simply not a person, but more like the reincarnation of an ancient god or devil. Old me has lived these 3,000 years for nothing. Li Zhoushuan lamented as he looked at Chen Yan with a dumbfounded expression. The next moment, Inferno Sun Obsidian, Thunder and Lightning Domain. The true chi on Wang Jian and Chen Yan's bodies were violently catalyzed. In an instant, two powerful streams of chi collided violently throughout the heavens and earth. On one side was the fiery red Inferno Sun Force, and on the other side was the purple Nine Heavens Thunder. The terrifying aura caused some disciples with weaker cultivation to directly faint, and even some King Realm and Transcendent Realm martial artists had difficulty resisting it, and their hearts had already begun to strike fear in their hearts. The thunder and lightning in the hot sun scorched, and violently, a loud sound erupted from heaven and earth. Boom! Violent explosions rose, the entire competition arena instantly rolled in smoke, countless people's gazes burned towards the martial arts stage, looking forward to who the final winner would be. Today's competition had truly opened their eyes. Whether it is some inner and outer door disciples, or some true disciples, today they are considered to have truly seen how the battle between the pride of heaven is like. The original cultivation realm cannot completely represent the strength, especially for a heavenly pride. The strike that the two had just made was casually a second kill for any ordinary Peak King realm martial artist, and even for some weaker Supreme Realm powerhouses, it was a great threat. Look guys, Chen Yan is still standing. When the smoke cleared, a disciple suddenly shouted in excitement, and the crowd's gazes followed. Only to see Chen Yan holding his sword in his hand, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling a little. His injuries were not light, but he was still standing in place. On the contrary, Wang Jian, after making that move, his true chi was exhausted, and he was lying on the ground without the slightest bit of strength. Both of them won or lost, the difference was immediate. Chen Yan carried his sword, 1 step, 2 steps. Chen Yan slowly walked towards Wang Jian. Everyone's gazes tugged along with him. When he reached Wang's body, he was about to raise his sword to behead the other party, but Li Xiaotian spoke violently. Chen Yan, how about sparing his life when you have to? At this moment, Li Xiaotian was indeed flustered. He didn't expect that Wang Jian had actually lost and was about to die under Chen Yan's sword. Spare a life? Chen Yan sniffed and laughed, his eyes looking at Li Xiaotian with some contempt. If it was me who fell here today, would you have spared me? Li Xiaotian was speechless when he heard this. That's right, if it was Chen Yan who fell there, Li Xiaotian was afraid that he couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts, so how could he spare him? Seeing that the other party was silent, Chen Nian coldly said, "You self-proclaimed righteous guys are really hypocritical, only allow you to kill others, but not allow others to kill you, really is a joke." After saying that, Chen Nian's gaze looked towards the collapsed Wang Jian, and a cold smile escaped from the corner of his mouth. "Today, I will tell you that those who kill others are always killed." After saying that, Chen Nian's sword rose. In the next moment, a good-sized head instantly flew up. "No!" Seeing this, Li Xiaotian's eyes instantly turned scarlet. One had to know that Wang Jian had been raised by him for more than 10 years, and the relationship between the two was no less than that of a father and son. Now that he had been killed by Chen Nian just like that, how could Li Xiaotian not be furious? At this moment, his hatred towards the Chen family's father and son had reached a peak. He hated. Li Xiaotian clenched his fists and stared at Chen Nian. At this moment, everyone's gazes all looked at Chen Nian in unison. Before this battle had begun, not a single person could have thought that Chen Nian would be able to decapitate Wang, not even Lin Xingcheng. After all, he was well aware of Wang Jian's strength. If he really fought for his life, even he himself might not be able to kill him. Chen Nian was only an early-stage transcendent mortal realm martial artist, so how could he possibly do it? However, reality had given him a resounding slap in the face. Chen Nian had actually decapitated Wang Jian in a dignified manner. Terrifying, just too terrifying. She looked at Chen Nian with a bit of gravity and admiration in her eyes. Chen Nian had also reached his limit, his body's true qi exhausted, and he sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. Li Jiushuan smiled as he looked at Chen Nian. At this moment in his eyes, Chen Nian was more like a treasure trove. It was actually with the strength of an early-stage transcendent mortal that he had hardened himself and killed a top king. Such talent had not been seen in the entire 3000 domain for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the undercards on this kid's body were endless, and each one of them was mind-boggling. With so many secrets, how could one not be moved? As for Wang Jian's death, it was irrelevant to him. It was just a disciple in the district, so if he died, he died. If he could obtain the secrets on Chen Nian's body, it was a matter of becoming an emperor. Li Jiushuan narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The Chen clan's emperor's son is indeed not simple. To have killed a top king with the strength of a mere transcendent realm, this is unheard of in the entire 3000 realms for hundreds of thousands of years. Chen Nian sniffed and calmly said, "Overrated." Li Jiushuan flicked his beard and said with a faint smile, "Olmi would like to invite you, the young celestial pride, to the place where I live to discuss the Tao. How about it?" Discuss the Tao? Chen Nian stared tightly at Li Jiushuan, looking at his smiling appearance. A hint of vigilance immediately rose in his heart. This old fellow, I'm afraid that he wasn't looking at the various mysteries in him. After all, he himself had just performed brightly. Chen Nian coldly said, "What if I refuse?" Refuse? Li Jiushuan suddenly let out a loud laugh, his eyes flashing with greed. "No one has ever been able to refuse an invitation from my old husband." Thinking back then, how could he, Li Jiushuan, not be an overbearing person who had always been a man of his word? It was only for the sake of breaking through to the great emperor realm that he had been in closed-door cultivation, which caused the world to fade away a bit. But the dominance in his bones was hard to hide. And now that Chen Nian was likely hiding a great chance regarding becoming an emperor, how could Li Jiushuan possibly give up? Chen Nian's face suddenly became a bit grave, and the 9 ancestors in Xian Xianqiu on the side also heard something wrong in Li Jiushuan's words, and the two of them flickered and arrived in front of Chen Nian, shielding him. "Supreme Elder, Nianer is not only my grandson, he's also an honored guest of my Violet Sky Divine sect. It's not appropriate for you to do this, is it?" Xian Xianqiu's eyes stared deathly at Li Jiushuan as he threatened. Li Jiushuan, however, let out a cold laugh. "Inappropriate? Ha 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 ha, joke. I, Li Jiushuan, have acted in my life. Why do I need others to point my finger? I'm going to settle for the secrets on this brat." How could he possibly give up the secrets on Chen Nian's body? When Xian Xianqiu heard this, his heart immediately tightened, feeling that something big was not good. Sure enough, only to see that the next moment, Li Jiuxian arrived in front of the several people with a flash, his eyes always resting on Chen Nian. Those eyes, as if he had seen the most beautiful beauty in the world, his greed was unmistakable. 9 ancestors and Xian Xianqiu glanced at each other, already having a plan in their hearts, only to see the two of them striking out left and right at the same time, intending to combine their attacks on Li Jiushuan. One must know that the two were late-stage Saint King realm martial artists, and in the entire 3000 domain, they were definitely considered to be ranked as top martial artists. However, Li Jiushuan smiled confidently, his eyes flickering with some disdain. Late Saint King realm? Too weak. He only saw him casually wave his hand, instantly dissolving the attacks of the two. He slowly walked forward while mocking.
Don't know how to die, a mere late Saint King stage is presuming to stop me? Old me, with my half-step great emperor cultivation, is it not comparable to you and the others? Half-step great emperor. That was a realm that was only second to a great emperor. Although a half-step great emperor and the late Saint King realm seemed to be just one realm apart, they were actually worlds apart. Being tainted with the word emperor was naturally not that simple, and although it was still far from being a true great emperor, it was by no means comparable to these Saint King realm martial artists. Undeterred, the two once again gathered their true chi and attacked. The terrifying true chi of a Saint King realm powerhouse was not comparable to the battle between Chen Nian and Wang Jian just now. A palm from the duo could easily shatter mountains and rivers. The wind and clouds over the entire violet sky divine sect changed abruptly as the true chi converged, and just some of the air currents caused some disciples to faint. Boom! When the two's attacks landed on Li Zhoushuan's body, only to see him unhurriedly raise a green-colored protective true chi, the two attacks landed on the protective true chi? Without even half a ripple splashing up, it directly dissipated. Seeing this scene in front of them, the two of them could not help but widen their eyes, looking at Li Zhoushuan's direction with shock in their eyes. Although he had known that there was a huge gap between him and the other party, but no one could have imagined that the two men's attacks could not even touch the other party's corner of the coat, and were blocked down so easily, simply too terrifying. The corner of Li Zhoushuan's mouth rose slightly as he glanced at the duo and softly said under his breath, "Forbidden." In the next moment, countless rattan manes instantly appeared around the two, imprisoning them to death. This spine man contained the power of laws, and the two were simply unable to break free. Facing the confinement of a half-emperor powerhouse, the two were naturally unable to break free. The nine ancestors looked towards Li Zhoushuan with a murderous look on their faces and roared, "Li Zhoushuan, if you dare to move your mind, Chen Tiandao will not let you go." Hearing Chen Tiandao's name, Li Zhoushuan still froze for a moment, and his heart winced a little. Don't look at the fact that that kid had only been cultivating for more than 300 years, but he was even stronger than himself, an old man who had been cultivating for more than 3,000 years. He even guessed that Chen Tiandao was the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, otherwise how could he have cultivated so quickly? But, right now the chance to become an emperor was right in front of his eyes, just a stone's throw away, so how could he possibly give it up? Besides, if he could obtain the secrets on Chen Nian's body and break through to the great emperor realm, then what was there to fear from a mere Chen Tiandao? Therefore, the corner of Li Zhoushuan's mouth rose slightly as he let out a cold smile and said, "Chen Tiandao? A mere child, what does an old man have to fear?" With that said, he took a step forward and was about to grab Chen Nian up. However, just as he was about to reach out, a terrifying sword chi came barreling in, heading straight for Li Zhoushuan's hands. And he instantly sensed the danger and dodged the attack with a violent dodge. But as if this sword chi did not relent, it once again flew at him. Li Zhoushuan had no choice but to raise his entire body's protective true chi to resist. Boom! Only a loud sound could be heard as the sword chi dissipated, while the body protection true chi on Li Zhoushuan's body ruptured as well. He hastily raised his head, only to see a familiar voice coming from above the clouds. "Li Zhoushuan, daring to injure my son, it seems like you don't place this father in your eyes." In the next moment, Chen Tiandao stepped into the air, and along with him, there was Chen Nian's old mother, Xian Zero Moon. The couple drifted in, and immediately, all of the gazes of everyone looked over. "My God, is this the famous first person of the Devil Dao, Chen Tiandao? Looks so young." TSK, as far as I know, this Chen Tiandao is not a good person, his cultivation strength is through the roof. The Supreme Elder is afraid that he is in big trouble. When the crowd of disciples saw Chen Tiandao, one by one, they were talking and discussing, their eyes full of astonishment. Today's day, they had seen scenes that they wouldn't have seen for hundreds of years. First, Chen Nian had hardened his early transcendent mortal cultivation and decapitated Wang Jian. And then the two late Saint King stages were suppressed by the Supreme Elder alone. Now it was even more so that even Chen Tiandao was personally present. Over the top, it was just too much. Chen Tiandao. Seeing Chen Tiandao's appearance, Li Zhoushuan's eyes had a few more moments of panic in them, and his speech was not as strong as it was just now. Although Li Zhoushuan had been in seclusion for quite a few years, he also knew the rumors about Chen Tiandao breaking through to a half-step great emperor in just a few hundred years. With such a cultivation speed, other than those ancient great powers, who else had this kind of skill? Chen Tiandao and the couple Xian Zero Moon landed in front of Chen Nian. Seeing that her son was not lightly injured, Xian Zero Moon was immediately heartbroken as she hurriedly picked up Chen Nian and held him in her arms. "Nianer, mother has come, you have suffered." Chen Nian was her own son that she gave birth to in October, how could Xian Jinyu not be heartbroken? "Mother, don't worry, I'm fine, I'm just exhausted."
In the battle with Wang Jian just now, he had not suffered any injuries, but he had just exhausted his true qi and his physical strength. However, looking at this miserable appearance of her own son, Xian Zero Moon was heartbroken. Good son, wait for mother to avenge you. After saying that, she slowly got up, her eyes burned as she looked at Li Xiaotian and snorted coldly. Tian Dao, this old man will be left to you, that Li Xiaotian, I'll kill him. After saying that, Xian Zero Moon's aura condensed, and his early Saint King realm cultivation instantly erupted. Seeing this scene, Chen Yan's eyes immediately widened. He did not expect his old mother to be at the Saint King realm cultivation level. Although for half-step great emperor powerhouses like Chen Tiandao and Li Zhoushuan, the Saint King realm was nothing. However, Xian Zero Moon had only been cultivating for a mere 300 years, and to have this level of cultivation was enough to shock people. Good. Looking at his own lady's furious appearance, Chen Tiandao couldn't help but somewhat pinch a cold sweat for Li Xiaotian. This madam of his was not such a soft woman. That was definitely a master who killed without blinking an eye. And if Chen Yan is definitely Xian Zero Moon's reverse scale, whoever dares to move him can only die. After saying that, Xian Zuiyue's figure flashed and ran straight to Li Xiaotian. She holds a silver lance, her figure is extremely fast. The elders of the Purple Heaven God sect on the side of the situation have not dared to stop. Although Xian Zuiyue is not their opponent, but Chen Tiandao is still there. Who the hell dares to take action against Xian Zuiyue? Do not want to live? Besides, Xian Qianqiu is Xian Zuiyue's own father, his own family, why do you have to do it? Li Xiaotian saw Xian Zuiyue aggressively attacking towards him. Immediately his pupils tightened. You error, don't. You error, don't. Xian Zuiyue snorted coldly, exasperated. I poo, Li Xiaotian, you also deserve to call me you error. You hurt my son, today I will take your dog's life. Saying that, Xian Zero Moon's long spear in his hand violently stabbed. Purple extreme heaven breaking. A long spear tore through the darkness, slicing through the sky, heading straight for Li Xiaotian's throat. Seeing that Xian Zero Moon held the idea of certain death, Li Xiaotian did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly revolved his true qi, and the long sword in his hand quickly blocked it. However, after all, Xian Zuiyue is a Saint King realm powerhouse. Li Xiaotian is stuck at the peak of the Saint realm for many years because of his state of mind, so he is naturally no match. With just this strike, Li Xiaotian was sent flying to a spot, and then smashed heavily to the ground. Chen Tiandao took in this scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, knowing his lady's fighting strength, he was no longer worried, his gaze spiraled to Li Zhoushuan, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Old trash, dare to make a move on my son, if I don't behead you today, this father has lived this life in vain. Li Zhoushuan snorted coldly when he heard this, and was not the least bit intimidated either. Chen Tiandao, don't think that I'm afraid of you, today, I'll act for the heavens and get rid of you. Get rid of me? Chen Tiandao laughed up to the sky and said disdainfully. The last person who dared to speak to this father like this has already been thwarted, you are the next. After saying that, Chen Tiandao's body flashed and his body melted into the darkness. Taste the wrath of this father. Darkness cage. The originally clear sky was instantly covered in dark clouds, and immediately after, the entire sky was instantly dyed black. And Chen Tiandao was the master of this black night. In the next moment, the power of the laws was activated and a huge cage enveloped around Li Zhoushuan and Chen Tiandao, surrounding the duo. Seeing this, Li Zhoushuan could not help but narrow his eyes and also hurriedly worked his true qi, not daring to be careless. This was in the middle of Chen Tiandao's law domain, and that dense force of the dark laws caused him to be a little fearful as well. Welcome to my father's world. In this prison, my father is the emperor. Sorry gentlemen, there is something at home today. I will get up early in the morning to code words. You bear with me. Everything around has already melted into darkness. Chen Tiandao's law domain will isolate the outside world from here. Li Zhoushuan looked at everything around him, but there was no fear, coldly snorted. Chen Tiandao, I am not a vegetarian either. I have cultivated for more than 3,000 years. Today I will show you the gap between you and me. With more than 3,000 years of cultivation, Li Zhoushuan's own cultivation martial arts had long since reached its peak, and the power of the laws was even more profound. And no matter how strong Chen Tiandao was, he had only been cultivating for more than 300 years. To Li Zhoushuan, Chen Tiandao was nothing more than a junior. After saying that, he condensed his fingers. Sword rise. A sword opens the heavenly gate. In the next moment, a Qinggang sword rose from the sky from behind him, heading straight for Chen Tiandao's life gate. That sword qi was exceptionally overbearing, and it contained Li Zhoushuan's law power. This Li Zhoushuan was able to break through to a half-step great emperor in 3,000 years. Naturally he was not an ordinary person, he had mastered the power of 9 laws, each of which was extremely powerful. Chen Tiandao saw that the flying sword came in a fierce manner, but he was not afraid at all. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, a demonic chi was swung out, and with the lift of his hand, he crushed the flying sword. Li Zhoushuan, if you want to hurt my father, you are far from it. After saying that, Chen Tiandao disappeared into the darkness once again. In this darkness cage, it was as if he was everywhere. Darkness strangle. Only to see a booming sound, countless tentacles instantly grew in this darkness, flying towards Li Zhoushuan. That one tentacle contained the power of the darkness laws, utilizing one's own true chi one could not break free at all. Li Zhoushuan also sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly ran up his true chi to resist left and right, and his body protection true chi was also activated. However, it was as if this tentacle could not be killed, could not be chopped off. Every time the tentacle was chopped off by Li Zhoushuan, a new tentacle was born. He let out a cold snort as thousands of sword chi flew up from him, countless sword shadows slashing through this dark cage. 10,000 swords return. In the next moment, the sword chi within Li Zhoushuan's body was like a wild horse galloping straight out. Break! Only a loud sound could be heard, and in the next moment, the dark cage was instantly cut through by Li Zhoushuan's sword chi, and the originally dim sky once again turned into a bright color. When Chen Tiandao saw this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and he couldn't help but show some interest. The old man has a few strengths. Since this is the case, this father will accompany you to have some fun. Li Zhoushuan was equally unwilling to be left behind and sneered coldly. Chen Tiandao, you're just a junior, don't be reckless, if you have the ability to go fight outside the heavens. Yes, Chen Tiandao was self-evident. The two of them were after all half-step great emperor-level powerhouses. If they really fought, this purple sky divine sect would be razed to the ground in a matter of moments, I'm afraid. In an instant, the two of them left their original position with a flash of their figures and headed straight into midair. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but be drawn over. Alas, you guys say that the battle between Elder Tai Shang and that Chen Tiandao, who actually won and who lost? Nonsense, it's definitely Elder Tai Shang. His old man has been cultivating for more than 3,000 years, his strength is unfathomable. The Chen Tiandao, no matter how strong he is, he can't even be counted as a younger brother in front of him. That's right, Elder Tai Shang was a great man who shook the world thousands of years ago. His strength is naturally extraordinary. That's right, the Supreme Elder isn't a waste, at least he has cultivated for thousands of years. How could he not be able to defeat Chen Tiandao? The crowd of disciples from the Violet Sky Divine sect couldn't help but murmur, but their words were still filled with confidence in the Supreme Elder. Just kidding, the Supreme Elder had cultivated for more than 3,000 years, casually a fraction of that would top Chen Tiandao. The Supreme Elder wasn't a waste, so how could he not be able to beat it? And Chen Nian quietly sat down to watch the show. For this cheap old man of his, Chen Nian really wasn't worried. He had been raised by his old dad since he was a child in the middle of the ancestral ground, and he naturally had some understanding of him. Don't look at his own old man's domineering, seemingly crazy. In fact, if there is no complete certainty, he will not easily move. Once he does it, it means that he is certain. Moreover, a man who had cultivated into a half-step great emperor realm in 300 years, if he didn't have some means, how could he? Chen Nian's gaze went to his own old mom, only to see that Li Xiaotian being beaten back by Xian Zero Moon, only able to resist. One must know that Li Xiaotian's cultivation level was stuck at the peak of Saint Entry, and there was a considerable gap between the Saint King realm and the Saint King realm. Moreover, Xian Zero Moon's strength at the early Saint King realm was not just on the surface. With Chen Tiandao's tutelage, even a mid-Saint King realm powerhouse would not necessarily be her opponent. After only a few dozen moves, Li Xiaotian was left with scars all over his body and blood was flowing all over his body. Is it possible that you really want to put me to death today? Li Xiaotian opened his mouth while resisting. Xian Zero Moon sneered and said, "You assassinated my son and you dare to beg for mercy from me?" Saying that, she flung her spear and instantly sent him flying. Taking advantage of the other party's serious injury, she didn't hesitate to directly stab in. Ah! The lance pierced into Li Xiaotian's chest, and he screamed miserably, followed by directly collapsing. That spear had directly pierced through the other party's heart. Even if a great emperor came, he would not be able to save him. Xian Zero Moon coldly glanced at Li Xiaotian without any mercy. Daring to hurt his son, this is considered a deserved death. He deserved it. The crowd of elders saw Xian Zuoyue killed Li Xiaotian. They did not dare to speak, quietly stood aside. Honestly, their gazes were all placed in the battle between the Supreme Elder and Chen Tiandao without any surprise. These two people's battle is to decide the direction of the battle. The moment Xian Zero Moon pierced through Li Xiaotian, the Supreme Elder was suddenly chopped to the ground by Chen Tiandao's sword and fell heavily on the ground, directly creating a huge pit tens of meters deep. Seeing this scene, the crowd froze one by one. The Supreme Elder was defeated? only to see Li Jiuxuan slowly climbed out from within the huge pit. Chen Tiandao looked at him coldly, no joy or sorrow in his eyes. His flat voice slowly said, "It has been years since this father has made a serious move. Interesting." Chen Tiandao looked strange, his eyes were all dark, his bizarre appearance instantly chilling countless people. His right hand slowly stretched out, and his aura changed once again as countless auras around him converged towards him. In just an instant, the aura in a 10,000-mile radius dropped by 30%. "Old man, this move has been pondered by my father for 3 years, so I'll let you try it today." As Chen Tiandao finished speaking, a pitch-black dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. The dragon tossed and roared in the air, its terrifying sound shocking everyone. "Devour the sky. Rumble." There was a loud roar in the sky, and immediately afterward, as if it had come to life, the black dragon flipped over the clouds and spat out mist, heading straight for Li Jiuxuan's figure. Sensing this terrifying aura, Li Jiuxuan suddenly widened his eyes and hurriedly raised his body protection chi. The black dragon roared and ran towards Li Jiuxuan. That dragon roar caused countless people to tremble. Even the 9 ancestors and Xin Xianqiu who were on the side saw this, and just by feeling the gusts of aftershocks from this black giant dragon, the two of them were panicked in their hearts. The two of them knew that if this huge dragon was rushing towards them, the two of them would definitely not have the slightest ability to defend themselves against this move. In an instant, the giant dragon instantly came into contact with Li Jiuxuan's body protection true chi. As if the green-colored true chi had encountered some natural enemy, it was instantly melted away by Chen Tiandao's black true chi, followed by the true chi shield shattering away. Boom! The black dragon instantly engulfed Li Jiuxuan's figure, and the dragon instantly transformed into black flames that raged on Li Jiuxuan's body. He continuously raised his true chi in an attempt to extinguish the fire, but realized that he could not extinguish it no matter what. For a moment, Li Jiuxuan panicked as he truly felt the aura of death. No, no! How is it possible? What kind of flame is this? It can't even be extinguished. Chen Tiandao, what kind of demonic technique did you make? That's right, even Li Jiuxuan, who had lived for more than 3,000 years, had never seen such a terrifying flame. Once he was contaminated with it, he couldn't extinguish it even after using all his strength. To know that he was a half-step great emperor-level powerhouse, but even he was unable to extinguish this flame, one could imagine how terrifying it was. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, but he had never seen such a terrifying flame. The corner of Chen Tiandao's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Li Jiuxuan like he was a dead man. He walked slowly towards Li Jiuxuan and said flatly, "This move is called Heaven Devouring. It is because this father spent 3 years fusing the laws of darkness and the laws of devouring to form a flame. Nothing can be extinguished, and there are few opponents under the great emperors." When Li Jiuxuan heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? This flame was actually a fusion of the law of darkness and the law of devouring? It must be known that the darkness law and the devouring law were all top 10 ranked law powers, incomparably powerful, and it was extremely difficult for a normal person to master one of them, not to mention mastering both of them. But Chen Tiandao, not only had he mastered them all, but he had also fused the two together, forming an irresistible flame power that devoured everything, and almost nothing could stop it. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Li Jiuxuan looked at Chen Tiandao with eyes full of horror. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Li Jiuxuan had already broken through the half-step great emperor realm 1500 years ago, and had even mastered the power of 9 laws, the strongest of which was the law of the sword, which ranked in the top 10 amongst the 3,000 laws. But even so, he had only fused 2 low-level law powers, and this fusion alone had taken him hundreds of years. But Chen Tiandao had fused 2 of the top 10 ranked laws in just 3 years. This kind of talent, who can match it? Saying that, Li Jiuxuan's gaze went back to Chen Yin. If anyone's talent could compete with Chen Tiandao, the one Li Jiuxuan could think of was this Chen Yin. But the two of them were father and son. In a flash, Li Jiuxuan's eyes instantly dimmed. In the entire 3,000 regions, how did the Chen family father and son come up with this pair of demons? Heavens! Could it be that the future of the vast 3,000 domain would be surnamed Chen? Li Jiuxuan was burned by the flames in excruciating pain, and he felt the loss of his own power. It wasn't just the flames burning, it was also devouring Li Jiuxuan's power. After all, it was a fusion of the devouring laws, so it naturally had the power to devour. In a matter of moments, less than 10% of Li Jiuxuan's power was left in his body, and he threw himself up to the heavens with a loud roar of regret at this moment. If only he hadn't struck out at Chen Yan just now. 3,000 years of bitter cultivation, ruined. He hated it. Chen Tiandao, Chen Yan, I won't let you father and son go even if I become a ghost. Fighting with his last strength, Li Jiuxuan roared out. However, Chen Tiantu was the corner of his mouth slightly raised in disdain.
Li Jiushuan, this fire of this father can devour your soul, which means that you are not even qualified to go to hell. That's right. Under this devouring fire, Li Jiushuan did not even have the qualifications to go to hell, not to mention being a ghost. Boom! Holding a heart full of unwillingness, Li Jiushuan was engulfed by a pitch-black flame, truly dissipating into the heavens and earth. With the fall of the half-emperor powerhouse, a rain of blood suddenly fell in the sky. This rain of blood was huge, even bigger than the rain of blood that fell when that bald donkey from the Buddhist sect annihilated earlier. When the crowd of Violet Sky Divine sect disciples saw this, they hadn't even regained their senses yet, and their eyes were filled with horror. The Supreme Elder who had shaken the world more than 1,000 years ago had died just like that, killed by Chen Tiandao without a fight. This man's cultivation was just too terrifying, right? My God, the Supreme Elder has actually fallen. More than 3,000 years of hard cultivation, ruined. What kind of person is this Chen Tiandao that he can have this kind of strength in a mere 300 years? Can it be that he was a great emperor in his previous life? Even if he was a reincarnation of a great emperor, it's not this outrageous. Can it be that he's an existence that surpasses great emperors? At this moment, everyone was speculating about Chen Tiandao's identity. How could someone reach such a terrifying strength in a mere 300 years? However, listening to the comments of the surrounding disciples, Chen Tiandao didn't care as he looked at the place where Li Jiushuan had dissipated. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Half-step great emperor, 3,000 years of hard cultivation. The energy contained is really quite a lot. This father's cultivation has refined a bit more, not bad. That's right, just now, after that Li Jiushuan was burned by Chen Tiandao's flames, 80% of the energy in his body was devoured by him. As for the remaining 20%, it dissipated between heaven and earth. The power of the law of devouring was exceptionally powerful, and was firmly ranked in the top 10 amongst the 3,000 laws. It was not even weaker than the other law that Chen Tiandao had mastered, the law of darkness. Just the point of devouring other people's cultivation was enough to make countless people envious. However, Chen Tiandao rarely used the power of devouring to devour other people's cultivation, because to him, most people's cultivation true qi was not pure and refuted. If he absorbed it, he would still have to refine it himself, so it would be better to cultivate it. But Li Jiushuan, this old man was different, a half-step great emperor, cultivated for 3,000 years. The true qi in his body was incredibly pure, the energy contained was even more terrifying, so after Chen Tiandao absorbed the other party's true qi, his cultivation was refined a lot more. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and slowly fell. Xian Zeromoon also welcomed him at this time. The couple looked at each other and smiled, their gazes looking towards Chen Yan. Nyener, with father and mother here, no one can touch you. Chen Tiandao's domineering words instantly caused countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. Overbearing. But no one dared to refute it. Chen Yan smiled faintly, and Xian Zeromoon said smilingly, "Good son, today is your betrothal. The little episode just now doesn't count. Let's continue." This husband and wife were more protective than one another, and their dominance was even more chilling to countless people, but for their family members, the two were gentle and incomparable. Looking at Xian Zeromoon smile, Chen Yan could not help but feel a warmth in his heart and said with concern, "Mother, you're not hurt, right?" Xian Zeromoon smilingly said, "Mother is fine, a merely Xiaotian can't hurt me." When the two were young, there was a huge difference in strength, but now, Xian Zuiyue can kill him easily. Not to mention Chen Tiandao, a single look was enough to kill him in seconds. After saying that, Xian Zeromoon looked at Xian Xianqiu again, put away the smile on her face and respectfully bowed. "Daughter Xian Zeromoon, meet father." The corners of Xian Xianqiu's eyes carried tears. Ever since Xian Zeromoon and Chen Tian left the Violet Sky Divine sect, he had never seen this daughter again. The bloodline connection could never be severed in this lifetime, even if they were both Saint King realm powerhouses. Xian Xianqiu nodded heavily. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." At this moment, he was no longer the patriarch of the Violet Sky Divine sect, but rather, as a father, he was looking forward to his own daughter. Father and daughter looked at each other and smiled, the barrier in their hearts dissipating at this moment. Xian Zeromoon smiled and said, "Father, Tiandao and I came just to attend Nyener's betrothal. Now that the things that need to be dealt with have been dealt with, why don't we continue?" "Good." Xian Xianqiu had no objection, the betrothal of his own dear grandson, he as a grandfather was naturally very happy. He hurriedly ordered a group of disciples to clean up the place where the battle had just taken place. Lin Xincheng also walked to Chen Yan's side. At this moment, her eyes no longer looked at Chen Yan with contempt, they were filled with awe. The strength Chen Yan had displayed had taken her breath away. "You aren't hurt, are you?" Lin Xincheng whispered. Next to her were Xian Zeromoon and Chen Tiandao, so Lin Xincheng was very restrained. After all,
The brutal side of the two had just surfaced in front of the crowd, so even she couldn't help but be a little intimidated. This was the fear of the strong. Chen Nian sniffed and said with a faint smile, "There's no harm, it's just some exhaustion, it'll be fine after a few days of recuperation." "That's good." Lin Xingqing nodded obediently, the frost on her face was much less. "This is Qingcheng, isn't it? The little girl is so pretty." Xian Zero Moon looked at Lin Xingqing's delicate face and handsome appearance and could not help but be happy. This little girl's talent was also not bad. If she married Nianer in the future, it would be quite suitable. When Lin Xingqing heard this, her pretty face immediately blushed and she hurriedly said, "Xingqing has met Senior's sister." Seeing Xian Zero Moon, Lin Xingqing couldn't help but feel a little nervous, not knowing if it was better to call auntie or what. Calling auntie? Then wouldn't Xian Zero Moon be in the same generation as Xian Xianshou? That would be inappropriate. As soon as she was nervous, the word senior sister came out of her mouth. Although the two were senior sisters, there was a huge difference in age, and they had never met before. The first time Lin Xingqing saw Xian Zero Moon, she only felt stunning. One should know that Xian Zero Moon was also a famous fairy that resounded throughout the 3000 domain when she was young, and her fame was even greater than Lin Xingqing. After marrying Chen Tiandao, she had even more of the mature flavor of a human woman. In comparison, Lin Xingqing could not help but be a little thin. After all, a human woman was sometimes even more appealing than a yellow-flowered girl. When Xian Zero Moon heard this, he was first stunned, then he said with a smile, "Good." In this world, seniority was not taken very seriously, not to mention the fact that Chen Nian and Lin Xingqing were not even related by blood, which was even less of a big deal. So even if Lin Xingqing was Chen Nian's sister-in-law according to seniority, there was no harm in that, and even more so, no one dared to say anything more. Soon, everything seemed to be back to business as usual in the Violet Sky Divine sect, but the difference was that there were 3 less chirping guys. The 3 generations of apprentices and grandchildren died one by one. However, the people of the Violet Sky God sect didn't dare to say anything. After all, Chen Tiandao, the absolute devil, was still here, so who dared to have any opinions? Soon, the betrothal ceremony continued. Although Chen Nian was young, he couldn't see the slightest bit of childishness on his face, while Lin Xingqing also revealed a rare slight smile. Lin Xingqing's smile was as if the icebergs were melting and everything was reviving, and Chen Nian couldn't help but feel that it looked good. Being betrothed to Chen Nian, on one hand, she didn't hate Chen Nian, and even had some admiration for him. On the second hand, Chen Nian had promised her to withdraw from the marriage, so she naturally had no reason to be unhappy. As for Lin Xingqing at this moment, whether she was happy because she could withdraw from the marriage, that was unknown. After the betrothal ceremony was over, the entire Violet Sky Divine sect was abuzz. What happened today was more exciting than what they had experienced in their entire lives. With his early transcendent cultivation, the Chen clan's emperor's son had powerfully beheaded the holy son of the Violet Sky Divine sect and betrothed the holy daughter of the Violet Sky Divine sect. Chen Tiandao had beheaded the Violet Sky Divine sect's supreme elder with his own strength. These few pieces of news also quickly spread throughout the 3000 regions. Countless people were shocked. Even some old ancestors who had been hidden for many years were not calm anymore. This Chen Tiandao is so strong, even half-step great emperors are no match for him. That purple Sky Divine sect has a lot of depth. That old man Li Jiushuan's strength is even not below that of the old man. I didn't expect that he would fall. Jia, Chen Tiandao, somewhat interesting. Old me smells the breath of the world of great struggle. Buddha domain. The abbot narrowed his eyes and recited Amitabha Buddha, then sighed. The Chen family father and son, even I can't see through them. I'm afraid the future of my Buddhist sect is worrying. The Nine Heavens Demon region and their Buddhist region were originally life and death rivals, especially since the rise of Chen Tiandao. The conflicts between the two sides had intensified. Now that the Chen family was so powerful and had produced the 2 perverts Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian one after the other, the abbot couldn't help but be a little worried. Buddha Z, however, had no joy or sorrow, her eyes were flat. Abbot needn't worry, that Chen family emperor's son will be handed over to the little monk to deal with. Buddha's son can be sure? Spirit Dust said without hesitation. Yes, but I need to borrow my great Thunder Sound Temple's greatest treasure, the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree was rumored to be used by a Buddha of the Great Thunderclap Temple, named Elder Bodhi, who had once attained enlightenment. The Bodhi tree was the Great Thunder Sound Temple's most precious treasure, which could enhance the probability of enlightenment, and the more profound the Buddha's teachings, the greater the possibility of enlightenment. It was only that every time the Bodhi tree was activated, a huge amount of resources were needed to serve as fertilizer for the tree, and only when there was a constant flow of energy could one achieve enlightenment. This huge amount of resources hurt even the Great Thunder Sound Temple's flesh, but the presiding officer agreed after a moment's slight contemplation. Although the consumption of resources was huge, but right now the world of great struggles was opening. If the Buddha's son lagged behind, they were afraid that the great Thunder Sound Temple would one day be destroyed. Since this is the case, then as the Buddha's son said, we will gather all the strength of the entire temple to help the Buddha's son achieve enlightenment.
Many thanks, presiding master.
A trace of color was added to and also in Ling Chen's joyless and sorrowless eyes. In addition to the Buddha domain, the other 10 great upper domains were also not calm, and there were even some reclusive old ancestors who had begun to come out of the mountains. The betrothal ceremony had already passed over 10 days, and the Violet Sky Divine sect had gradually regained its calm. Chen Tiandao and Xian Zero Moon husband and wife left 2 days after Chen Yan's betrothal, while Chen Yan's several people stayed in the Purple Sky Divine sect. Because a year later would be the day that the Violet Sky Divine sect's secret realm would open, Chen Yan was here waiting for the secret realm to open. The most crucial reason why he had come to the Violet Sky Divine sect was because of the secret realm. After Chen Yan and Lin Xingcheng were betrothed, the compound was arranged next to Lin Xingcheng, a stone's throw away. If it was before, Lin Xingcheng would have been disgruntled. But now, not only did she not feel any displeasure, instead, she even came to visit from time to discuss cultivation issues with Chen Yan.
At this moment,
in the middle of Chen Yan's special courtyard, the surrounding aura dropped violently, forming a huge aura vortex in Chen Yan's room, and the aura in a 3-kilometer radius dropped by 50%. Lin Xingcheng also instantly noticed the drop in aura around her. She who was cultivating slowly opened her eyes and softly said under her breath, "This talent is truly terrifying. This guy is actually about to make another breakthrough, and he is actually absorbing so much spiritual qi. His technique is thought to be uncomplicated." That's right, Lin Xingcheng knew that Chen Yan was about to make a breakthrough. The surrounding spiritual qi surged towards Chen Yan's house as if it was crazy. Merely breaking through from the early transcendent mortal stage to the mid-transcendent mortal stage required so much aura, it was truly terrifying.
However, the more spiritual qi consumed, the stronger Chen Yan's talent proved to be.
Inside the room, Chen Yan sat cross-legged, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. 9 ancestors, Shui Luer, and Pingon Chen naturally sensed the unusual movements coming from Chen Yan's room and hurriedly stood outside the room to protect it.
The surrounding spiritual qi continued to pour in.
After roughly 2/4 of an hour, the aura of Chen Yan's room reached its peak.
Boom!
Only a loud bang could be heard, and in the next moment, the confinement within Chen Yan's body ruptured in response. Countless amounts of true qi filled his dantian, and the cells within his body even cheered.
Transcendent, mid-stage.
Chen Yan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant true qi. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, some surprise in his eyes. Ever since the battle with Wang broken, he had also felt a lot of emotions, and after practicing intensely for a few days, he had finally touched the barriers of the mid-transcendent mortal stage.
System, checking personal attribute panel. Ding, checking. Host, Chen Yan. Cultivation level, mid-transcendent realm.
Technique, 9-turn Divine Demon Technique, 9 stars, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 9 stars, 35,000 particles. Martial Arts, Flickering Finger, 9 stars, Destructive Sword Technique, 9 stars, Misty Phantom Steps, 9 stars, Godslayer Slash, 9 stars.
Physique, Supreme Divine Devil Body. Talent, Blessing of the Devil's Way.
Special Temperament, Exile the Immortal Temperament. Aptitude at the end of the world, words follow the law, thunder and lightning field.
Number of draws, 62 inch.
Chen Yan's cultivation broke through from early transcendent mortal stage to mid-transcendent mortal stage. His strength had risen tremendously, and the giant elephant particles in his body had even increased by thousands, and he now had a full 35,000 particles.
With a single breakthrough, Chen Yan's strength had skyrocketed by at least 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%.
The Chen Yan from before was able to decapitate Wang, and if he were to use his current cultivation level, decapitating Wang would only be even easier, and he wouldn't be injured at all. System, 20 consecutive draws. Taking advantage of the excitement of the breakthrough he had just made, Chen Yan directly came to a wave of 20 consecutive draws, hoping to take advantage of the festivities of the breakthrough he had just made to draw something good out. Ding, drawing is starting.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-star short sword, specialized punishment.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of 6-star cutlery for high style. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special physique, the Yijian body, gold color.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining blazing dragon fruit, golden color, *5.
Soon, the 20 consecutive draws ended, and looking at the results, the corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly.
2 gold-colored rewards, not bad at all.
The other few items he just hastily glanced at and stopped looking at them, his gaze going to the two golden items. One of them was a special physique, the E-sword body. The Ajin body was an existence that could be ranked in the top 100 among the countless special physiques, and although there was no way to compare it to the supreme divine demon body that Chen Yan possessed, such a special physique wasn't weak either. Especially for those who were good with swords, it was like adding wings to a tiger. If one possessed the Ajin body, their ability to comprehend the way of the sword would be greatly enhanced. On top of that, this kind of physique had both offense and defense, and its power was not weaker than Wang Broken's Xiaoyan body and Lin Qingqing's cold ice sacred body in the slightest. However, for this kind of physique, Chen Yan naturally did not fancy it. After all, he possessed a special physique that ranked in the top 3, the supreme divine demon body, which itself had both offense and defense, and was even more infinitely varied, the subtleties of which were not as simple as they appeared. Immediately after, he then looked at the 5 blazing flame dragon fruits, which were also golden-colored items. Its medicinal power was in no way inferior to that 9 turns yellow apricot back then. Not only that, it also had one of its greatest uses in helping martial artists comprehend the laws. That's right. This was simply a heavenly tonic for those martial artists at the peak of the Saint Entry realm. In order to break through the Saint King realm from the Saint Entry realm, the most crucial thing was to comprehend the power of the laws, and this blazing flame dragon fruit was to help martial artists comprehend the laws. Of course, with Chen Yan's current cultivation level, he couldn't swallow this blazing flame dragon fruit yet, because the energy contained within it was too strong. If he ate it now, there was no way he could absorb it, and instead, it was likely that he would explode and die. However, although he didn't need this thing for the time being, his second uncle could use it. It just so happened that Chen Tianin was stuck at the Sacred Entry realm, and was still a wall away from breaking through to the Sacred King realm, and all that was missing was the comprehension of the laws, so it just so happened that this thing could give him a helping hand. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Tianin's mouth rose slightly, and his heart couldn't help but become even more joyful. Soon, the 3 Nine ancestors heard that there was no movement in the house and walked to the door of the room. "Young lord, is everything alright?" Hearing the shouts coming from outside the door, Chen Yan faintly smiled and said, "Come in." Yes. The 3 of them pushed the door in. Chen Yan, who was originally sitting cross-legged, stood up and looked at the several people with a smile. Because of the concealment beads, the few people could not feel how Chen Yan's aura was, but looking at his state of mind, they thought that he must be in good shape. The 9 ancestors smiled. "Is everything alright, Nyener?" "Don't worry, 9 ancestors, I'm fine, just a bit of a breakthrough in my cultivation." Hearing that Chen Yan had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, a few people couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was only 6 years old, and he was already in the mid-transcendent mortal stage. This speed, it was too frightening. Sure enough, the gap between man and man was even greater than the gap between man and dog. The few people chatted for a few moments and then planned to leave. Chen Yan called out to Pingon Chen. "Young lord, is there something wrong?" Chen Yan sniffed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "To send you a chance." Although the Yijin body was a bit of a chicken to Chen Yan, it was definitely a not-so-small chance for Pingon Chen. And Chen Pingon was stunned. To be called a piece of chance by the young lord, it must not be something mortal. Even more so, it was even more precious than that 9-star technique that the young lord had given him back then. Thinking of this, Chen Pingon's breathing began to catch. "Let go of your mind," Chen Yan said flatly. Chen Pingon sniffed without any hesitation. Although for a martial artist, letting go of his mind was equivalent to temporarily handing over his life to the other party, if Chen Yan had any malicious intent, he would be killed instantly. However, Pingon Chen did not hesitate because his life, his everything, was Chen Yan's. If Chen Yan wanted his life, then he would give it to Chen Yan without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Yan smiled faintly and placed his palm on Chen Pingon's forehead. The next moment, Pingon Chen suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his body, and there was a special force manipulating him all over his body. Facing the baptism of this mysterious power, although Pingon Chen did not know what was happening, he knew that the young lord would not harm him. So he guarded his mind and endured all of this peacefully and quietly. The mysterious power continuously impacted his physical body and washed him. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Chen Yan's hand slowly left Pingon Chen's head and smiled. "It's done. That's good?" Pingon Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at this somewhat blankly. Something seemed to have changed in his body, and he could clearly perceive it. The 5 senses became clearer, and everything around him seemed to have changed differently. The greatest feeling was that he had an inexplicable feeling for the sword in his hand. In other words, it wasn't the sword in his hand, but all the swords and everything in the world, as if in his eyes, all of them had a spirituality, and the sword moves that he didn't understand before seemed to open up at this moment, instantly enlightening. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world, and a whole new world unfolded in front of him. The way of the sword, as if enlightened. Cultivation, and Chen Yan's studies on the blue star in his previous life were actually the same. The reason why geniuses were called geniuses was because their brains were indeed different, and when learning knowledge their brains were able to instantly cite and integrate. And the current Chen Pingon was also like this, as if enlightened. Chen Yan smiled and said, "Feel any changes?" Chen Pingon nodded heavily and said, "Yes, my subordinate feels as if everything around me is different. The sword in my hand seems to have a spirit, I can sense its existence. On top of that, some of the sword moves that I did not understand before are now clear to me." Chen Pingon spoke without reservation. Chen Yan smiled at his words and nodded his head. "I just gave implanted a special physique in your body, the Yijian body." Special physique? Sword body? Chen Pingon instantly froze. The entire person stood at a distance with a dumbfounded expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. Something like a special physique could almost only be relied upon innately, and there were very few special physiques that were generated later in life. Even if there was, it would be a mighty powerhouse utilizing special means and spending endless resources in heart and soul to forge it for their offspring, and it was almost impossible for a special physique to be formed after birth in today's 3000 domains. But the young lord had actually implanted himself with the Yijian body. This kind of physique is found in the ancient books, that can be ranked in the top 100 among the countless special physiques, incomparably strong, offensive and defensive, and more importantly, it can assist him in comprehending the way of the sword. It could be said that this special physique was extremely suitable for Pingon Chen. However, Chen Yan was actually able to implant it a posteriori, which was simply too incredible. Even though he had long known that the young lord was mysterious and had his hand in the world, this move still shook him to the core. However, although he did not know how Chen Yan accomplished it, as Chen Yan's most loyal follower, Chen Pingon naturally would not ask. What the young lord said, he did. What the young lord did not say, he did not ask. This was where Pingon Chen was smart. "My subordinate thanks young lord's great favor. Pingon is willing to use this life to follow to the death." Pingon Chen knelt down on both knees and bowed respectfully, kneeling to thank Chen Yan for his great favor. One had to know that such a special physique could be even more precious than a 9-star technique, and Chen Yan had even given it to him just like that. Such a great favor was like rebuilding. Chen Yan faintly smiled and said, "Get up, since you chose to follow me, I naturally won't be petty, cultivate well from now on and don't let down my expectations of you." For Pingon Chen, Chen Yan still had great expectations. This kid had a good talent, a good heart, and was also very diligent, and now with the Yijian body that he had given himself, in all aspects of his configuration, he was not in the least bit inferior to the holy sons of the major powers and the like. And with Chen Yan's help, he is bound to go farther in the future and become his right-hand man. Chen Pingon sniffed and instantly moistened his eyes with tears. Although the early death of his parents had made him more mature than his peers, but no matter how mature he was still only a 6-year-old child, and in the face of Chen Yan's goodness, the gratitude in his heart was hard to express. "Don't worry young lord, my subordinate will definitely cultivate well and vow to repay young lord to the death." Chen Yan smiled faintly as he said, "Good, but today's matter must not be mentioned to anyone, understand?" If others knew that Chen Yan had the ability to implant a special physique, I'm afraid that the entire 3000 domain would be shaken. The increase of a special physique on a martial artist was simply too terrifying. And the number of martial artists who could possess a special physique was few and far between, more than just 1 in a million, it was pitifully rare. Chen Pingon sniffed and respectfully said, "Subordinate obeys." Chen Yan smiled and nodded as he heard this. This kid was smart as hell, and only needed a little nudge. "Alright, go down and cultivate, this specific quality is still good to sense, the Yijian body is not that simple." Pingon understands. After saying that, Pingon Chen once again bowed to Chen Yan and immediately turned around to leave. Not long after Pingon Chen left, Lin Xingcheng pushed the door in. Seeing Chen Yan, the frost on Lin Xingcheng's face was much less, and she did not have that rejecting look from before. After all, she really admired Chen Yan. At such an age, with such strength, it was definitely not human. "What's the matter?" Seeing Lin Xingcheng, Chen Yan was a bit surprised. "You just had a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Chen Yan sniffed and didn't hide it, nodding his head. "A small breakthrough. Lin Xingcheng? Good fellow, this is still a small breakthrough?" The aura in a 5-kilometer radius was directly sucked away by him. One must know that this was Lin Xingcheng's residence, and the surrounding aura could be 2 or 3 times denser than the outside world. "I really don't know how you cultivate, it's so terrifying." Lin Xingcheng was a bit incredulous. Chen Nian smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lin Xingcheng stopped gossiping and started talking about the main topic. This time, the opening of the Purple Sky Secret Realm will be a year later. There will be 20 people who can enter the secret realm, besides you and me. The remaining 18 people need to participate in the selection. Master said that your 2 attendants as your followers can also participate in the selection within the clan, but whether or not they can qualify depends on the strength of the 2 of them.
Chen Nian couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this.
One must know that there was no precedent for this in the Violet Sky Divine sect previously.
However, on second thought, he guessed the answer.
For one, it was because Xian Qianxiu was his grandfather and naturally wanted to favor Chen Nian. Secondly, it was naturally because Chen Tiandao had beheaded the Violet Sky Divine sect's supreme elder that day, and his terrifying strength had shocked the group of elders, so he gave a favor. After all, this favor, which was not small, was enough to make Chen Nian's heart grateful. And for those elders, it was just 1 or 2 spots, and it would have to rely on Chen Nian's men to fight for it.
So, it was just a favor along the way. Only that the opening of the Purple Sky Mystic Realm was only a year away. With Chen Pingman's current strength he should not be able to catch up. After all, he was too young. Shuelur was more or less the same. He nodded and said, "Thank Grandpa for me."
Lin Xingcheng sniffed and nodded.
"Good."
The 2 of them chatted for a few moments before Lin Xingcheng left. After all, she wasn't a person who talked a lot, although she didn't loathe Chen Nian, but all alone she didn't have much to say, so she didn't like to chat.
Time passed very quickly. 1 year later,
Chen Nian's daily routine in the Violet Sky Divine sect was to instruct Chen Pinggan and Shuelur in addition to his cultivation. These 2 people's cultivation progress was also very fast. After all, both of them were 9-star gifted, and both their cultivation speed and talent were very good. Especially Pinggan Chen, he was already practicing hard, and with the addition of that sword body, the speed of his cultivation was greatly increased. Inside the room, Chen Nian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled.
System, checking personal attribute panel. Ding, checking. Host, Chen Nian. Cultivation level, peak transcendent realm.
Technique, 9-turn divine demon technique, 9 stars, divine elephant prison suppressing strength, 9 stars, 70,000 particles. Martial arts, flickering finger, 9 stars, destructive sword technique, 9 stars, misty phantom steps, 9 stars, Godslayer slash, 9 stars, life and death talisman, 9 stars.
Physique, supreme divine devil body. Talent, blessing of the devil's way.
Special temperament, exile the immortal temperament. Aptitude at the end of the world, follow the law, thunder and lightning field, detaining souls.
Number of draws, 30-inch. After a year of cultivation, Chen Nian's strength once again skyrocketed.
In addition to his cultivation reaching the peak of the transcendent mortal realm, his giant elephant power had even reached 70,000 particles. With such a large number of giant elephant particles, Chen Nian was able to kill a transcendent mortal realm martial artist with a single punch simply by relying on the strength of his own physical body.
Such strength was terrifying. In a year's time, Chen Nian had also conducted many lucky draws. Most of the items were of average quality, and the ones that made him feel the most good, there were 2 of them. One of them was a 9-star technique called the Life and Death Talisman. The so-called Life and Death Talisman was a piece of ice condensed with water and implanted into a person's body, which could be used to control others. Although this technique could not be described as powerful, it could be completely used to control people. Without Chen Nian touching the Life and Death Talisman in the other person's body, even if a Sacred King Realm powerhouse made a move, they would not be able to disperse the control of the Life and Death Talisman, and the power of its control could be seen. As for the second one, Chen Nian treasured it even more. That is a divine ability, the name, Soul Detention.
The so-called soul detention is to detain the souls of all things in heaven and earth. As long as the other party is dead, you can detain the other party's soul and make it work for you. Even if a Saint King Realm powerhouse died, as long as his soul wasn't flying away and his soul was still there, he could detain the other person's soul. As for the power of the soul, it was probably only about 5 to 8% of the opponent's full strength, which Chen Nian had yet to try. This was because with his current cultivation, he could only detain 3 souls at most. Therefore, Chen Nian was unwilling to detain some weaker souls, but he could try it later when he had the chance. After a year of cultivation, Chen Nian's height was also a bit bigger. After all, cultivating every day, coupled with the nourishment of all kinds of mountain delicacies and seafood spirits, the 7-year-old Chen Nian was even bigger than some 12 or 13-year-old children looked. He was satisfied with feeling his own cultivation when suddenly, a knock came from outside the door.
Enter. Shuelur pushed the door open and said, "Young lord, today is the day of the grand competition. Sovereign Xian invites you over."
The grand competition was to decide on the candidates for entering the secret realm 5 days later. Other than Chen Nian and Lin Xincheng, all other sect disciples could participate in this selection.
Good. Chen Nian hummed and whirled around. Luer, how are your preparations going, are you sure?
When Xue Luer heard this, she smiled cheekily, and her charming face couldn't help but add a few more points of playfulness. Don't worry, young lord, how dare my subordinate disgrace you? After saying that, Xue Luer smiled sweetly, and her body's aura slowly radiated out.
Peak transcendent mortal. Coupled with Chen Nian's tutelage, the current Xue Luer's strength was not inferior to that of an average early king realm powerhouse in the slightest, and even if he were to explode at full strength, an average early king realm powerhouse would not be his match. Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction.
It could be seen that Xue Luer had not been lazy this year. She smiled cheekily and twisted her body. Her already plump figure was even more tantalizing at the moment, and that white pair of wiggles was very endearing. Over the past year or so, Xue Luer had also long since figured out Chen Nian's character until he wouldn't get angry. Although Chen Nian's mouth was a little dry, he could only smile helplessly.
Go. Yes.
Xue Luer followed behind Chen Nian and also called on Chen Pingan to join her. After a year of bitter cultivation, Chen Pingan's strength reached the middle phaseless realm. From the middle stage of the hollow-breaking realm to the middle stage of the phaseless realm, Chen Pingan had directly crossed a large realm in a year's time, and this cultivation speed could not be said to be fast. However, because of his age, he was still unable to participate in the face of such a battle. Although it was a pity, there was no other way.
A few people sat on the Nephrite. Because of its own bloodline, the Newang had easily broken through to the peak of the transcendent mortal realm, and was already on the verge of breaking through to the king's realm, only that Chen Nian had been telling it to suppress its cultivation, or else advancing too quickly would affect its future accomplishments, and that was why it hadn't broken through to the king's realm. However, even so, it was still a circle larger in size.
Xue Luer smiled and patted Chen Pingan's shoulder. Don't be upset, even if you don't enter the secret realm, with young lord here, your future achievements may not be weaker than mine.
Seeing that Chen Pingan was still a bit unhappy, Xue Luer smiled and said,
how about this, when I take something good from the secret realm and give you half of it, smile. When Pingan Shen heard this, he could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. Although Xue Luer was usually flirtatious and out of tune, she was actually very nice to Pingan Shen, treating him as her younger brother. Coupled with the fact that although Pingan Shen was not very old, he was very hard-working, Xue Luer also admired him more. When Pingan Shen heard this, a few more smiles appeared on his unhappy face.
Thanks a lot. Xue Luer smiled cheekily.
What's the point of being polite with me, brother?
Chen Pingan.
Just glancing at Xue Luer's chest, Chen Pingan turned his head away. Women, it only affects the speed of my sword. The crowd soon arrived at the martial arts stage of the Violet Sky Divine sect. This was the place where all the disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect competed in martial arts. When Manhwa hovered over the martial arts stage, the crowd of disciples from the Violet Sky Divine sect were not surprised to see it. After all, Chen Nian had lived in the Violet Sky Divine sect for a year now, and the crowd was naturally not surprised by this. A few people jumped off of the Nei Huang's expansive back before Chen Nian put it into the Imperial Beast Ring.
Chen Nian came to Lin Xingqing's side.
After a year of cultivation, Lin Xingqing's aura was also quite a bit stronger than before, and now her cultivation level was feared to be only a hair's breadth away from the Supreme Realm.
After all, her cultivation talent was not bad, and with the pressure brought to her by the demon Chen Nian, it was impossible for Lin Xingqing to not work hard even if she wanted to. Grandfather, all the elders. Chen Nian smiled and greeted them, and the crowd didn't dare to be slow.
Although Chen Nian had come to the Violet Sky Divine sect as an outsider in the strictest sense, no one in the entire Violet Sky Divine sect dared to treat him as an outsider. After all, Chen Tiandao's residual power was still present. Whoever dared to have any bad thoughts about Chen Nian, that would not be an old lady eating arsenic, tired of living. Nianer is here, sit and see how my Violet Sky Divine sect disciples are doing. Those who were able to participate in today's selection were the top existences among the younger generation of disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect.
Good. Chen Nian sat next to Lin Xingcheng. Soon, the matches began.
The first match was between two true disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect. One was named Tang Guang, with an early King's Realm cultivation. The other was named Li Tianhan, also with an early King's Realm cultivation. These two people were considered to be at the top level of strength amongst the group of true transmission disciples, which was very good, and originally both of them had great hopes of entering one of the 18 slots. But unfortunately, the two met in the first match, which meant that the two of them were destined to be eliminated one by one. At the very beginning, the two of them met each other in a chess match, and directly brought out 12 points of strength to fight against each other. For the two of them, this battle wasn't just a duel, but a battle that would determine the future of the two of them. If they won, only then would they have the chance to enter the Violet Sky Divine Sect's secret realm. They had grown up in the Violet Sky Divine Sect since they were young, so they naturally knew about the mysteries of that secret realm. It was left behind by the first ancestor of the Violet Sky Divine Sect, and that person was the strongest great emperor who had shaken the entire 3,000 realms. After that, the reason why the Purple Heavenly Sky Divine Sect has been able to pass on and maintain the strength of its own identity in the 10 domains, the most crucial thing is this Purple Heavenly Sky secret realm. Every time the Purple Heaven secret realm opens, the disciples of the Purple Heaven Divine Sect who enter will be able to obtain a large amount of inheritance from it, which will lead to a huge increase in their cultivation, so the two of them are not willing to let go of this opportunity. Only to see the field, instantly mud and sand filled the ground and dust billowed up. Between each move there was no holding back. In front of the future, fellow discipleship counted for nothing. The battle between the two was definitely a duel between masters for the crowd of inner and outer disciples. Every move was enough to attract countless people to applaud. However, in the eyes of Chen Nian and Lin Xincheng, the two were full of flaws. If Chen Nian were to make a move, with 30% of his strength, he would be able to completely kill the other within 2 moves. Just after looking at them for a while, he withdrew his gaze to lazily look at them. At the end of the battle, Tang Guang narrowly defeated Li Tianhan and advanced to the next round. Soon after this battle ended, one after the other continued. After about half an hour, it was finally Xue Luer's turn. Only then did Chen Yan become interested and set his gaze on the martial arts stage, while Lin Xincheng did the same, looking at Xue Luer with a furtive gaze. Only her gaze was not as calm, and the way she looked at Xue Luer always carried a few inexplicable meanings. This feeling was very strange. Even Lin Xincheng herself felt the same way, but she did not know why she had such feelings. In the middle of the arena, the moment Xue Luer stepped onto the stage, she immediately caused countless disciples to warmly pursue her. The absolutely beautiful face did not lose out to Lin Xincheng in the slightest. The stunningly beautiful body and charming face even caused many of the untouched disciples to blush, and before Xue Luer could even use her illusions, there were already quite a few people who had fallen in love with this angelic-looking girl. Xue Luer's opponent was also a true disciple at the early stage of the King Realm, named Guan Xian. This person was quite prestigious in the Violet Sky Divine Sect. His early King's Realm cultivation was not the least bit weaker than a mid-King's Realm martial artist, and previously, Wang Brok had wanted to recruit him as his right-hand man, but he had refused. I didn't expect this Xue Luer to meet Guan Xian in the first round. I'm afraid he's going to lose miserably in the first round. Tisk, TSK, yeah, even though the Xue Luer is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy and charming, this Guan Xian is an unabashed martial arts nerd and has no interest in women. And back when Wang Brok tried to recruit him, but he rejected him outright. This Xue Luer is only at the peak of transcendent mortality and has yet to break through the King Realm, so I'm afraid she'll have to kneel down. Seeing the situation on the stage, the crowd below was talking. This Guan Xian wasn't an easy man, and Xue Luer was afraid that she would have to stop here. Guan Xian, please teach me. Xue Luer. The two of them performed a salute, and then immediately began to concentrate fully, their gazes fixed dead center on each other's figures. Xue Luer knew that this Guan Xian was not simple, so she also had to be in high spirits. Suddenly, Guan Xian moved. A huge soul-severing blade made its way out. The light of the blade was biting cold and as fast as lightning. Although the blade in Guan Xian's hand was bulky, when he made it out in his hand, it didn't have the slightest bit of a bulky look to it, but instead was somewhat light and agile. Even Xue Luer couldn't help but be a little surprised. Knowing that Guan Xian had practiced this sword technique for more than 10 years, coupled with the fact that his talent wasn't weak at all, this hand of the sword was naturally perfect. Seeing this, Xue Luer hurriedly flickered her figure, running her body techniques to dodge left and right. Although Xue Luer's means of attack was not as fierce and powerful as Chen Pinggan's, her speed was not slow, and the 9-star stance taught by Chen Nian, Ling Bo Weibu, was perfect for dodging Guan Xian's various attacks. This mate of yours is well trained. On the stage, Lin Xincheng said as she watched the match between the two with interest. It was unexpected that one of Chen Nian's maidservants would have such talent. The peak transcendent mortal cultivation was feared to be no weaker than an early King Realm powerhouse. However, Chen Nian faintly smiled and said, "This is just the beginning." Although Xue Luer seemed a bit flirtatious and slutty on weekdays, she was actually more pure than anyone else, and was especially serious about martial arts. Her strength had yet to be fully realized. Sure enough, just as Chen Nian's words fell, Xue Luer made a turn and circled around behind Guan Xian. Just as Guan Xian was about to strike his sword, suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed instantly. The pink room, the flower-covered floor, and the soft bed lay on top of a marvelous woman. Her delicate body, graceful figure, and soft face made countless people spellbound.
With regards to female color, Guan Xian's heart had long been hard as iron.
With a cold smile, he recognized that this was Shui Luer's illusionary space. With regard to Chen Nian and the others, the Purple Sky Divine Sect's group of true disciples had all gained some knowledge, and among them, the one who attracted the most attention wasn't Chen Nian, but rather this Shui Luer. Such a charming and attractive woman was actually a martial artist who was good at illusion techniques. Her skill in illusion was not weak, and she had directly and silently assassinated a true disciple in the middle of the main hall. Therefore, Guan Xian had already known about this hand of his. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he slowly approached the woman, intending to cut her down, then this illusion space would not be broken. But of course, when he walked closer and saw the woman's face, Guan Xian's entire being suddenly froze.
This is Lin Qingcheng.
That's right, the graceful woman in front of him was actually Lin Qingcheng, and compared to her previous indifferent appearance, the Lin Qingcheng in front of her was gentle and virtuous, as if she was a lady of the world.
With just this one glance, Guan Xian could no longer stay away.
Thinking about it, when Wang Jian recruited him, the biggest reason why he refused so decisively was because of Lin Qingcheng. He had grown up in the Violet Sky Divine sect, and had known Lin Qingcheng from an early age, and towards her, Guan Xian had always had an inexplicable sentiment in his heart. That sentiment had started out from ignorance, and had later intensified.
He gradually realized that that sentiment was nothing else but love.
He realized that he was in love with Lin Qingcheng. It was only the status and position of the two, their talent and strength, that had gradually changed.
Although he was also a true disciple, he was still far from Lin Qingcheng's status as a holy maiden.
Lin Qingcheng was a 9-star talent with a cold ice saint body. As for him, he was just an ordinary 8-star talent, although he could be considered a minor genius, but compared to a heavenly pride like Lin Qingcheng, it was like a firefly compared to a white moon.
Not even close.
Therefore, he could only keep cultivating,
constantly making himself stronger.
In this way, he could approach Lin Qingcheng, get close to her, and even protect her. He thought that he could easily break through Shui Luer's illusion space, but the moment he saw Lin Qingcheng, all that was left behind.
He looked into Lin Qingcheng's affectionate eyes and instantly fell.
The crowd below the stage saw that Guan Xian froze in place and knew that he was caught in Shui Luer's illusion. Shui Luer condensed her mind to manipulate the illusion space. Guan Xian was a king realm level powerhouse, his strength was above hers, so she had to be careful when constructing this illusion space. If the other party once broke away from her illusion space, it would backfire on her. However, looking at this now, it wasn't too bad. This illusion space was constructed by Shui Luer, so she could naturally see everything that was happening in this space. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. She didn't expect that this Guan Xian was also secretly in love with Lin Qingcheng, and it seemed that his love was not shallow. But it was a pity that he had met this freak Chen Nian.
Guan Xian also knew that it was impossible to surpass Chen Nian by a single point in his entire life.
Whether it was his family background, talent and strength, or his looks, he was unable to match him. Therefore, he also hid this love in his heart forever. Only in the middle of Shui Luer's illusion space, Guan Xian could no longer hold back the endless thoughts in his heart.
Crap, guys, look. What is Guan Xian doing? OMG, it looks like he's kissing.
Holy shit, kissing the air and looking like he's enjoying it, too perverted. That's not right. Listen guys, it seems like he's still calling out Lin Qingcheng's name under his breath. When the crowd saw this, they all froze. Unexpectedly, the woman in the Pipe Xian illusion realm was actually Lin Qingcheng. One had to know that although his voice was not loud, the cultivation of the martial artists present were not weak, so they could naturally hear what he said. Lin Qingcheng's face on the stage instantly darkened, her eyes looking unfavorably at Shui Luer as she coldly snorted, her heart unhappy. Shui Luer had seduced Guan Xian in public, doing whatever she wanted to herself in the illusionary realm. Although it was not reality, it would likewise trigger the reverie of countless people. Her gaze secretly glanced at Chen Nian, seeing the other party's face was calm and there was no color. For some reason, Lin Qingcheng's heart breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems. Was she afraid that Chen Nian would feel bad in his heart? When did she actually care about Chen Nian's emotions? Not right, not right.
Lin Qingcheng shook her head and hurriedly drove away this emotion, followed by her gaze looking towards Shui Luer, a little bit of hostility in her calm eyes. This woman, ever since Lin Qingcheng saw her for the first time he could not like her, as if there was a premonition in his heart that the two were bound to have a not-so-small entanglement in the future. Shui Luer also felt about the same. Suddenly her right hand condensed, directly shattering the illusion. At this moment, the Lin Qingcheng in front of Guan Xian's eyes slowly dissipated, his Dao heart instantly appeared cracks, the whole person stood in place dumbfounded. Shui Luer did not hesitate, a sword stabbed the past, the spirit of the sword like a viper, waiting for the opportunity to move, a move is directly rushed to kill the target to go. And Guan Xian also seemed to feel the line between life and death, hastily woke up, instantly rising true qi to resist. However, he had underestimated the power of Shui Luer's sword, and had the intention to do so. Bang! Guan Xian's own Dao heart collapsed, and the sword was like a devastating blow, hitting the opponent straight on. With a boom, the true qi shield instantly collapsed. Immediately afterward, the sword energy instantly sent him flying and knocked him off the ring. Guan Xian collapsed heavily onto the ground, a mouthful of blood spat out, and the entire person's spirit was a little uninspired, especially those eyes, which were previously firm and cold. But now, the eyes revealed a hint of panic and other inexplicable meanings. This meant that his Dao heart had completely collapsed. If it couldn't be mended, I'm afraid it would be difficult to advance an inch in this life. This was the terrifying aspect of illusion. If one was caught in the other party's illusion space and their will was not firm, the lightest case would be a collapse of the Dao heart, and the heaviest case would be a tragic death on the spot. This round, Shui Luer wins, the host announced aloud. The crowd of disciples murmured, looking at Guan Xian with mocking, sneering gazes. The sudden gazes instantly caused Guan Xian's mind to collapse, and he hurriedly stood up, his eyes dodging as he hurriedly walked out of the martial arts arena. Shui Luer walked down to the ring with eyes full of smiles, and amidst the gazes of the crowd of disciples, she slowly walked over to Chen Yan and smiled faintly. Young lord, fortunately. Today, to be honest, Shui Luer's win was more of a fluke. If the other party didn't have such a big obsession, she wanted to win for fear that she would have to spend a waste of means. It wasn't that easy. Not bad. Chen Yan smiled slightly and nodded. Lin Qingqing on the side saw this tacit understanding between the two, and immediately became a bit irritated. She glanced at Shui Luer faintly and coldly said, Miss Shui's illusion art is truly pure. I hope that I will have the opportunity to cross paths with Miss Shui. When Shui Luer heard this, she instantly did not show any weakness as the corners of her mouth rose slightly. I am just a slave girl of the young lord. If the holy maiden wants to, Luer is willing to accompany the holy maiden to practice. Lin Qingqing sniffed and snorted coldly. The two women looked at each other with an inexplicable provocation in their eyes. Evening. The competition within the Violet Sky Divine sect ended. A total of 18 disciples were selected, and apart from Shui Luer, among the remaining 17, there were 16 true disciples and one inner disciple. That inner disciple was quite interesting to Chen Yan. The inner disciple's name was Li Mad Knife, with a mid-transcendent cultivation level, and was the number one inner disciple of the Violet Sky Divine sect. A handful of knife techniques were extraordinary, with a kingly power, and a berserk feeling contained in the knife. Although this fellow was only at a mid-transcendent mortal cultivation level, he had won consecutive victories over a peak transcendent mortal and an early king realm true disciple. His strength talent was definitely considered quite good. Moreover, this kid exuded an untamed feeling from the inside out, which was very much to Chen Yan's liking, and this also made Chen Yan keep a small mind on him. After the end of the competition, the crowd rested for 5 days, and today was the day that the crowd entered the Purple Sky Mystic Realm. This Purple Sky Secret Realm is mysterious. Every disciple who came out of it alive all had their cultivation greatly improved. However, those people coincidentally closed their mouths do not mention any matters in the secret realm, so the outside world does not know what in the secret realm in the end. But what was certain was that it was definitely a not-so-small opportunity. Elders, help me open the secret realm. Xian Xianqiu stood in front of the crowd, his hand took out a metaphysical golden token. This was the key to enter the secret realm, only that this key had to be catalyzed by a huge amount of true qi. Xian Xianqiu's true qi alone was not enough, I'm afraid, but also needed the support of all the elders. When the crowd heard this, they didn't dawdle, and immediately one by one, they infused their true qi into the token. In an instant, the metaphysical golden token instantly erupted with a terrifying light. A warm and genial light shone, and in the next moment, a stone door rose out of the ground. The token flew out and landed at one of the eyelets of the stone door. Rumble! Immediately, the stone door opened wide. The secret realm has opened, you guys enter quickly. The secret realm will last for 5 days. After 5 days, you will be rejected from the secret realm. This secret realm opens once every 200 years, each time it exists for 5 days. After 5 days, the crowd will be automatically rejected out of the secret realm. Chen Yan's few people heard this, and their hearts fell silent. Without hesitation, he took a large step out and walked over. Shui Luer honestly followed behind Chen Yan, and when Lin Qingqing saw this, she naturally quickened her pace and walked over. After Chen Yan stepped through the door, he immediately felt the sky spinning, a white light swept before his eyes, his mind instantly lost consciousness, and all that was left in front of him was a white blur. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yan suddenly felt conscious. He slowly opened his eyes with a slight daze in his eyes. Surrounding him was a sea of flowers, countless flowers surrounded him. These flowers were very tall, roughly half a meter tall, and the aroma of the flowers of various colors was compelling.
Chen Yan looked around with some caution.
I didn't expect this secret realm to be a small world, with the sun, moon and stars gathered together. It's really not simple. Chen Yan carefully observed the sky. The sun was shining brightly at the moment, but this was not the same as the sun outside. This was the sun unique to this space.
He continued to walk forward, carefully exploring everything around him.
Suddenly, just as Chen Yan was planning to move forward, a middle-aged man's voice came from the sky. Welcome to the descendants of the 3,000 regions to this secret realm. This is the Violet Sky Divine Emperor.
Hearing the voice in the sky, Chen Yan stopped in place. Violet Sky Divine Emperor.
Knowing that this great emperor was admired even by Chen Yan's old man, he naturally would not be disrespectful. Immediately afterward, the Violet Sky God Emperor continued. All those who enter the secret realm shall rush to the Divine Hall within 5 days. There is everything you want there. The Divine Hall is in the most central location of the secret realm.
Anything that happens in the secret realm is not allowed to be said to the outside world. Violators will be killed without pardon. All of you, please grasp this for yourselves.
After saying that, the Violet Sky God Emperor's voice disappeared into thin air.
Divine Temple?
These 2 words were refreshing to Chen Yan's ears, and he had to say that this purple heavenly Sky God Emperor was really quite big, able to give the crowd everything they wanted. However, once he thought that even his own father had bluntly stated that if it wasn't for this purple heavenly mystery realm, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he did today, Chen Yan couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart.
Divine Hall, then let me see what it is.
With that said, he did not hesitate and ran his body directly towards the center. Because only 20 people could enter the secret realm, otherwise the secret realm would be unstable and not be able to withstand too many people, so Nihuang was also left by him beside the 9 ancestors. Otherwise at this time flying away on Nihuang, he was afraid that he would arrive very quickly. Although the Nihuang was only in the transcendent realm, its speed was no less than that of a supreme realm martial artist.
Chen Yan sped along. Suddenly,
he felt the entire earth shake. Only in the next moment, a piece of land in front of him suddenly cracked open, and countless densely packed creatures crawled out from within the earth. Chen Yan immediately stopped his stance and gazed over, and amongst the dense group of creatures were countless beastworms that were winged and extremely small in stature, just like locusts. The densely packed beast bugs were like a tidal wave of beasts coming in. The breath of those creatures was not weak, almost all of them were of transcendent realm strength, and there were even some king realm beastworms. Chen Yan had never seen the appearance of these beastworms before, and they should be the unique existence of this small world. He guessed that these beastworms were the tests left behind by this purple sky god emperor. After all, if everyone could easily arrive at the Divine Hall, wouldn't it be too unchallenging? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the sword in his hand was suddenly sheathed.
Exterminate! A terrifying sword she spewed out. Instantly, countless beast bugs were directly chopped into pieces. However, that terrifying exterminating sword chi did not stop the madness of these beast bugs, only to see countless beast bugs still burrowing out of the earth. Chen Yan snorted coldly, and he was too lazy to waste time with these guys. Hell knows how many beast worms there were in this underground. With a condensation of true chi under his feet, his figure rushed over with great speed. Seeing this, the beast worms excitedly pounced towards him one by one. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly. Thunder and Lightning Domain.
In an instant, Chen Yan catalyzed the Thunderbolt domain. Within this domain, he was a monarch-like existence, and the countless beast bugs around him that were about to approach Chen Yan were instantly crushed by the power of lightning. When he was about to approach that huge crack, more beast bugs came out from it, and they were even stronger. More than a dozen King Realm beast bugs came out madly, as if they were afraid that Chen Yan would enter that crack. Chen Yan also seemed to have sensed the purpose of these beast worms, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be a little curious as to what exactly existed in this crack. After he killed a few King Realm beast bugs with his sword, his figure flashed and went straight under the crack. Here, it was pitch black. However, countless beast worms were hidden in this darkness, and at this moment, they all rushed towards Chen Yan and tore at him. Although the number of these beast worms was large, and there were quite a few King Realm beast worms, they could not help Chen Yan. He went all the way through the thorns and killed countless beast bugs. His speed did not decrease, and he went straight to the center of the earth.
Soon, Chen Yan saw the ground. That's the mother bug.
At the center of the earth, Chen Yan saw a huge bug beast lying on the ground. This bug beast was different from the others, huge in size, about 2 meters tall and fat. Moreover, the surrounding beasts and insects all surrounded this female insect, and Chen Yan knew that this should be the mother insect of these bug beasts. Only the mother bug could give orders to so many beast bugs. Seeing Chen Yan, the mother bug seemed to be very surprised, and it hurriedly urged countless beast bugs to kill Chen Yan. However, these beast bugs couldn't do any damage to Chen Yan at all. Although Chen Yan was only a peak transcendent realm martial artist, in terms of his true strength, he was definitely comparable to a supreme realm powerhouse. These beastworms were at most of the king realm, and could not possibly cause any harm to Chen Yan. Only that he was quite interested in this female insect. Chen Yan's figure slowly walked towards the mother worm, and with every step forward, countless beastworms came forward, wanting to tear into Chen Yan's body. However, Chen Yan was surrounded by divine and demonic chi, and even had a lightning field, so those beast bugs with weaker cultivation had directly turned into ashes before they could even come into contact with Chen Yan's body. Sensing that Chen Yan was getting closer and closer to her, the mother worm also became more and more anxious, urging more beastworms to attack Chen Yan. Seeing this, the corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly, and a few sword chi were sent out, and the few beast bugs that stood in front of the mother bug died instantly. Without the blockage of its men, the mother bug instantly panicked. It let out a faint chirping sound with a gust of fear. Chen Yan clearly heard the chirping coming from the mother bug, and he looked at the mother bug with considerable interest. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a thing, and Chen Yan was intrigued. Although those beastworms couldn't cause any harm to him, if it was to an ordinary martial artist, just such a dense attack of beastworms, even a supreme realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would perish if they were not careful. After all, those beast bugs were endless and simply could not be killed. When this thing was placed on the battlefield, it was definitely a divine weapon. He placed his sword on the body of the mother worm. Seemingly sensing the killing intent coming from Chen Yan's body, the mother bug once again faintly chirped a few times, with a guttural wail coming from its voice, seemingly begging Chen Yan not to kill it. Although this mother bug was at the strength of the king realm, she was unable to move and could only rely on summoning beast bugs to protect him left and right. Normally, demonic beasts at the king realm would be able to take shape, but not this mother bug. Even at the Saint King realm, it would be difficult to take shape. Moreover, the mother bug itself didn't have any combat power, and even more so, it couldn't move and could only rely on the summoned beast bugs to fight. Yo, scared. Chen Yan smiled slightly. He was also interested in this thing. After all, he didn't know much about this thing, and there wasn't much recorded in the ancient books, so it was possible to get it out of the house and let his old man take a look at it. Maybe this thing is somewhat useful. Thinking of this, Chen Yan's hand condensed his true chi, and a black icicle appeared out of thin air. This was Chen Yan's newly acquired 9-star martial art, the Life and Death Talisman. The Life and Death Talisman could control people, but he wasn't sure if he could control this female insect. Chen Yan made up his mind that if the Life and Death Talisman couldn't control it, then he would chop it up and then use the soul detention. After all, he didn't understand what the mother bug had the ability to do, and if he didn't control the other party, Chen Yan wouldn't dare to bring such a thing with him. It would be a complete time bomb. Shoo! The Life and Death Talisman was instantly implanted by Chen Yan into the mother worm, only to see the mother worm wail, and in the next moment, Chen Yan felt a change from within the mother worm's body. That Life and Death Talisman remained within the body of the mother insect at the place of the soul. The reason why this 9-star martial art was terrifying was because the Life and Death Talisman was not implanted in the body, but in the soul. Once the soul was tainted with the talisman of life and death, the life and death of the other party was only at Chen Yan's whim. If the other party dared to have any insubordination, Chen Yan would instantly sense it. And at this moment, he sensed the anger coming from the mother insect's mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he slightly activated the power of the Life and Death Talisman. The next moment, the mother bug instantly let out a painful chirp, and the surrounding beast bugs wanted to come over to rescue the mother bug, but they were too frightened by Chen Yan's aura to move. The mother bug was in immense pain and collapsed on the ground wailing, and because it could sense the mother bug's soul, Chen Yan could understand what the mother bug's chirps meant. After a few moments of effort, the mother worm couldn't carry on anymore. He wailed repeatedly and begged Chen Yan for mercy. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly, temporarily sparing him and giving it a lesson. Instantly, the mother worm was honest. The sea of consciousness continuously emitted chirps of goodwill. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly as he faintly said, "Tell us in detail about your origin." The mother worm could naturally understand Chen Yan's words, and although it did not understand human speech, Chen Yan had taken control of his soul and was naturally able to understand the other party's meaning. As it turned out, this fellow was named the Phantom Brilliant Mother Bug, a rare insect-type demonic beast. This kind of insect-type demonic beast was extremely rare, and it was almost impossible to find it in the entire 3000 domain. This was because this kind of demonic beast was terrifying, and once it grew up, it was absolutely devastating to other species. A single female insect was able to control countless beasts and insects. For example, if this mother worm in front of Chen Nian was at the cultivation level of the king realm, then it would be able to summon beast worms at the king realm and below, thus creating a wave of beasts. Perhaps a king's realm demonic beast was not frightening. But what if this female insect reached the Saint King realm? Who could carry off the countless Saint King realm and Saint Entry realm beast bugs? Although the strength of these beast worms was not as strong as human powerhouses, it couldn't be helped by their large numbers. If the female bugs reached the Great Emperor realm, this would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Therefore, for various reasons, the beast insects of the 3000 domains had almost disappeared. Not only that, the cultivation talent of the mother bugs was very strong. They didn't need to deliberately cultivate, they only needed to absorb heaven and earth spirits to grow. The more heaven and earth spirits they had, the faster their cultivation would grow and the stronger they would be. Hearing the introduction of the phantom brilliant mother worm, Chen Nian had a rough understanding of it. It had to be said that he had picked up a treasure of sorts. Rarely controlling a mother worm, if cultivated properly, this fellow was afraid that it would be able to provide a not-so-small boost in the future. The corners of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly, his mood somewhat pleasant. He said smilingly, "From now on, what this emperor's son says, you must carry out unconditionally, otherwise, you know." The mother worm sniffed, remembering the life and death talisman that Chen Nian had just activated. The intense pain instantly left it without the guts to resist. It wailed a few times, indicating its compliance. Seeing this, Chen Nian collected it into his imperial beast ring. "Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I've been busy all day, so I'm a bit late with the update. Wish all the tomatoes handsome readers great health, academic progress, career success, more and more handsome. The object are school flowers. Thank you readers great support. Oh, bother to leave a 5-star positive feedback. The author kneeling thanks." After taking in the mother bug, those beast bugs also entered the imperial beast ring. Fortunately, Chen Nian's imperial beast ring space is large enough, otherwise the sky full of beast insects really cannot be collected. After dealing with these beast bugs, Chen Nian was in a great mood, knowing that this mother bug was definitely a great help to him. Not to mention the combat power of these beast worms, can completely break out a beast tide, and these beast worms and the mother worm heart to heart, the beast worms can be completely used as a monitor. The audio and video in its mind will be completely into the mother worm's mind. And since Chen Nian was able to control the souls of the mother bugs, he could naturally understand each other's minds. Therefore, this was equivalent to Chen Nian having countless beaters and monitors. This was not a small role. The corners of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly as he infused his true qi and left this canyon in imperial flight. It's time to go to the Divine Hall. From the mother insect's mouth, it had learned that the Divine Hall was to the northeast of Chen Nian, a mysterious place where the mother insect had lived for countless years and had never set foot. It had previously released beast worms to try and explore the situation, but when those beast worms had just stepped foot on the boundaries of the Divine Hall, they all died strangely. Even it was warned by a mysterious force. As a result, since then, it had never explored the situation of the Divine Hall, only knowing the directions, and it was not clear what was actually inside. Chen Nian sped along without the slightest stop. 2 days later, Chen Nian kept going day and night, only this small world was very large, and it took 2 days of rushing before Chen Nian saw the location of that Divine Hall. On top of a high mountain, a black hall hung above it, and the hall seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious force, making it impossible to see the reality, and one could only see the presence of a shadow. Chen Nian was about to continue his journey when suddenly, a loud sound came from not far away. He ran his stance and hurried over. He only saw a giant python that was roughly 30 to 40 meters long, attacking towards the two women at an extremely fast speed. Those two women were none other than Xue Luer and Lin Xingcheng. The two of them were running furiously at high speeds, attacking the python as they ran, slowing down the other party's speed of movement. Only, this giant python, being at the peak level of the Supreme Realm, was almost on the verge of transforming into a dragon, and the strength of the two of them was limited in the amount of damage they could inflict on this giant python, much less being a match for the other party, so the two of them could only keep on fleeing. Suddenly, a mouthful of turquoise-colored venom spewed out from the python's mouth and landed on Lin Qingqing's body. Although she was protected by her body-protecting true qi, this python's venom had an erosive effect and directly corroded the body-protecting true qi on Lin Qingqing's body. Although she reacted quickly, she still had a lot of venom on her body. Instantly, Lin Qingqing's face turned a little pale, and the circulation of true qi in her body was obstructed. One must know that this giant python was an existence that was about to transform into a dragon. Its strength was naturally unrivaled and it was still at the peak of the Supreme Realm, the toxicity was so strong that in just a few breaths of time, Lin Qingqing felt that something was wrong with her body. On the side, Shui Luo naturally also noticed Lin Qingqing's state, and was a little worried in his heart. But his illusions did not work on this python. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great to affect the other party, and forcing them to be activated would only result in them being revolted. She could only dodge left and right, but her speed was too much slower than the python.
Lin Qingcheng, are you alright? Shui Luo asked eagerly as she ran.
Although she and Lin Qingcheng were somewhat at odds, this was after all her young master's fiancé. Lin Qingqing's face was pale, her lips were white, and her complexion was a little shriveled.
No, it's fine, we must hurry and get out of here, otherwise, neither of us will survive.
That's right, being targeted by this giant python, if they didn't leave in a hurry, the two of them were afraid that they would be buried in the mouth of the mang.
This giant python was simply too big.
Shui Luo also thought deeply, however, with the two of them in such a state right now, it was impossible for them to escape.
Suddenly, just as the two were anxiously planning what to do, a large group of beast insects suddenly appeared in front of the two.
The two were instantly startled in their hearts.
There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind.
If it was normal, although these beast bugs were numerous, they could not help the two of them.
But now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to.
However, these beast bugs even directly crossed over Shui Luo and Lin Qingqing's figures and headed straight for that giant python. Countless beast worms flew in the sky, forming a wall in general. Although these beast worms were only at the transcendent mortal realm and king realm levels, they could not do much damage to the demonic beast.
However, the large number of them was enough to annoy the giant python.
It roared furiously and began to frantically bite. Taking advantage of this opening, Lin Qingcheng and Shui Luo ran a little farther away from the python to create some distance.
Suddenly, a loud sound rang out.
The two of them looked back and saw that the python's head was directly chopped off with a single slash, and a good-sized head shot up into the sky, splattering blood all over the ground. Seeing this, the two of them were not running and turned back to look at what was happening in front of them in a somewhat confused manner. This was a giant python at the peak level of the supreme realm, and even had dragon horns growing out of its head, an existence on the verge of transforming into a dragon, and it was even cut off in two with such a slash?
Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of the two. Chen Nian, young lord. Chen Nian leapt down with a slight smile and appeared in front of the two.
Luckily, that giant python was just in full fury, so I was able to kill it with a single strike, or else I'm afraid it would have taken some maneuvering.
That's right.
The reason why Chen Nian killed this giant python in seconds so easily was because he hid in the shadows and saw the right moment to deliver a fatal blow.
Otherwise, it really wasn't resolved so quickly.
After Chen Nian finished speaking, Lin Qingqing suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Nian and Shui Luo hurriedly surrounded them. Young lord, Lin Qingcheng was just attacked by that giant python's venom. I'm afraid she's been poisoned. At this moment, Lin Qingqing's face was pale and her true qi was a bit dark within her body. She should have been poisoned. Chen Nian didn't hesitate, he directly helped Lin Qingcheng up. His body's true qi poured in, wanting to get rid of the poison for her.
However,
the python's toxin was too overbearing, and Chen Nian's true qi fought within Lin Qingqing's body. Only to see that Lin Qingqing's breath was even weaker at the moment. Chen Nian saw this and hurriedly withdrew his true qi. If it continued like this, Lin Qingcheng was afraid that she would directly explode and die.
How is it, young master, can she still live? Chen Nian frowned, pondering for a moment and said, turn your back over your head.
Shui Luo was stunned, and although she did not know what Chen Nian was going to do, she honestly carried her back over. Only to see Chen Nian slowly undoing Lin Qingqing's clothes, and in a moment's time, Lin Qingqing's entire body was lying naked in front of Chen Nian.
That fair skin, glowing and cracking.
The perfect body was like a heavenly body, the jade body was spread out, it was really hard for people to hold on to it.
Even Chen Nian couldn't help but swallow his saliva, a few more points of fire in his eyes.
After all, this was the famous Lin Qingcheng, this jade body, how many men's dreams? Chen Nian placed Lin Qingqing's jade body on the ground, and although his mouth was a little dry, he still forced himself not to release it. He cut his palm and a drop of black blood flowed out, suspended in the air. Chen Nian was a supreme god devil body, the blood in his body was different from normal people, and this drop of blood would be overbearing, containing an extremely terrifying god devil power. And he did this to use his own blood as a guide for Chen Nian, assisted by his true qi, to expel all the toxins from Lin Qingqing's body. After all, this python's toxin was not weak. If Chen Nian's true qi alone was used, he was afraid that it would be difficult to expel that toxin from Lin Qingqing's body.
Saying so, Chen Nian infused the drop of blood into Lin Qingqing's body.
Under the urging of the true qi, instantly, the drop of blood began to spread wildly. When those toxins saw the drop of blood, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, each one of them hiding. Either they fled madly or were directly annihilated by the drop of blood. The blood of a divine devil was not comparable to the toxins of a mere python. If it was Chen Yan who had been poisoned, then the divine devil power within his body would instantly kill these toxins and would not pose a single threat. This was because the supreme divine demon body was able to completely immunize itself against all toxins in the world. This was its terror. In a few moments, the toxins in Lin Qingqing's body were instantly eliminated. The true qi in her body also gradually began to recover, and her entire face improved a bit, only that she was still a bit weak, limp on the ground without waking up. Chen Yan instructed Xue Luer, who was on the side, and faintly said, "Alright, twist over." Yes. When Xue Luer saw Lin Qingqing lying on the ground without clothes, it was as if she instantly understood everything. She swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but salivate a little at this snow-white jade body. In fact, the degree of colorfulness among girls was not less than that of boys in the slightest, and some girls were even more colorful than boys. Not only good male color, but also female color. Chen Yan opened his mouth. "Alright, put her clothes on." Oh, this will be worn." After saying that, Xue Luer coughed dryly, and immediately pulled up Lin Qingqing's clothes and started putting them on. Half a quarter of an hour later, Xue Luer had already dressed her up and was lying quietly on the ground. Xue Luer walked over to Chen Yan at this time, her face a little flushed, as if she still hadn't gotten over the image of Lin Qingqing's jade body. Her eyebrows were like silk, her eyes were imploring, her light clothing was a little unkempt, and her face was stained with some dust. "Young lord, it seems that my subordinate has also been poisoned." Xue Luer's words carried a bit of charm, that soft expression, and good-natured face, causing one to feel some heartache. Chen Yan was also stunned. Where was it poisoned? Looking at Xue Luer's lively appearance, it didn't seem like she had been poisoned. Only to see a hint of playfulness flash out of the corner of Xue Luer's eye, pitifully pulling on her shirt, the flash of snowy whiteness in front of her chest instantly appeared in front of Chen Yan. These two big bear brothers were firm and white, just like fresh tofu, and soft. Looking at them, they wanted to take a bite. "Young lord, my subordinate here seems to be poisoned. Can you help my subordinate inhale drugs?" Chen Yan. Suck. Take drugs. Crazy, right? Only, after being teased by Xue Luer like this, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. Originally, just seeing Lin Qingqing's jade body was a bit overwhelming, and now that Xue Luer had put her own pair of big bear brothers in front of her eyes, who would be able to hold on to them after seeing them? Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a little hot. Suddenly, a cold voice came. "Shameless." Only to see Lin Qingqing slowly sitting up from the ground, although her face was still a bit pale, it was already much better. That drop of Chen Yan's blood was just too terrifying. Not only did it help Lin Qingqing dispel the toxins, but that blood contained an extremely powerful energy, instantly allowing her to recover quite a bit before she could wake up. Seeing this, Xue Luer smiled softly and lifted her clothes upwards. After all, there were still outsiders here, it wasn't good to seduce the young lord so openly. She smiled and got up, smiling sweetly at Chen Yan. Seeing this, Chen Yan's heart itched with anger. This girl, what an abrasive spirit. Chen Yan gave a dry cough and looked at Lin Qingqing, then he got up and walked to her side and said, "Feeling better?" Lin Qingqing sniffed and her face instantly blushed a little. Although she had just fainted on the ground, her consciousness was not completely blurred and she probably knew what had just happened. Chen Yan had stripped herself naked, and although it was to save herself, it was still a little hard for her to accept. However, she was unable to hold a grudge against Chen Yan, and moreover, it seemed that she had a strange sentiment towards Chen Yan within herself. It was as if that sentiment was rooted in the bloodline, and there was a special closeness to him. Lin Qingqing's mosquito was like a swimmer as she softly hummed, a trace of redness flashed across her pale face, and immediately afterward, she bowed her head without saying a word. Chen Yan sniffed and nodded. "It's going to be dark soon, and the divine hall isn't far away, so let's rest here for the night before we set off." According to the motherworm's understanding, the divine hall was not far from here, and there was no telling what other special creatures were in this secret realm, so it was dangerous to rush at night, so it would be better to rest for a night, just so that Xue Luer and Lin Qingqing could also recover their true qi. When Xue Luer and Lin Qingqing heard this, they naturally had no problem with it. At night, the secret realm was filled with stars, and the stars in the sky were like a giant net that covered the entire cloud layer. After a night of meditation and cultivation, Xue Luer and Lin Qingqing had also rested and recuperated, the true qi in their bodies had been replenished, and their injuries had almost recovered. The three of them then set off on their journey, rushing towards the direction of the divine hall. Several people sped along, and with the guidance of the motherworm, several people didn't encounter any more trouble along the way. In the evening, the three of them then arrived at the bottom of the mountain where the divine temple was located. The mountain was not high, but the peak seemed to have an inexplicable force imprisoning it. Several people could not use their true chi to fly up directly, they could only climb up the mountain one step at a time. Just as a few people were about to go up, Lin Xingcheng noticed a few disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect rushing towards this place. At the head of the group was the No. 1 inner sect of the Violet Sky Divine sect, Li Mad Blade. Behind him, there were 4 other true disciples of the Violet Sky Divine sect. The 5 of them came in a group. Greetings, Holy Maiden. Seeing Lin Xingcheng, the crowd saluted. Li Mad Knife also put down his arrogance and respectfully saluted towards Lin Xingcheng. Well, are you guys alright? Li Mad Knife shook his head and said, I encountered some small troubles on the way, but they were all resolved. Chen Yan sniffed, only to see that this brat's cultivation had unexpectedly risen from the mid-transcendent mortal stage to the late transcendent mortal stage. Moreover, the true chi in his body had skyrocketed, and there was an extremely violent force potentially within it. It seemed that this kid had some kind of chance that led to a huge increase in strength, and even these few true disciples seemed to be vaguely looking up to him. Somewhat interesting, Chen Yan said in his heart as the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The few people didn't chat idly, so they prepared to go up the mountain. The divine hall towered above the clouds, the top of the mountain was still quite a distance away, and the prohibitions here did not allow the crowd to fly in the air, so they could only walk up step by step. The crowd had just stepped into the foot of the mountain when they felt an invisible pressure. However, the pressure at the foot of the mountain was still relatively weak and had almost no effect, but Chen Yan was keenly aware of the change. If they walked to the top of the mountain, the pressure on their bodies was afraid to be even greater. Without saying a word, the few people silently climbed upwards. The crowd sped along, and after about 2 hours or so, they had already climbed halfway up the mountain. At this moment, the crowd felt that the pressure on their bodies was getting heavier and heavier, and with every step, that pressure would increase by a few more points, but the current pressure was manageable for the crowd to hold on to. I'm afraid this is a prohibition planted by the Violet Sky God Emperor. I feel as if there is 1,000 pounds on my body, Lin Xingcheng softly said as she walked beside Chen Yan. Although the weight of 1,000 pounds was nothing to her, it was now only halfway up the mountain, and the top of the giant power mountain was still quite a distance away. Now with every step, the pressure multiplied with it. If she reached the top of the mountain, she was afraid that there would be 1,000,000 pounds of tremendous force, or even more than that. Chen Yan sniffed and nodded silently. Keep your true chi circulating, never exhaust your true chi or you'll be dead. Chen Yan was not joking in the slightest with these words. Other than him, none of the people were physical cultivators and could only rely on their true chi to resist this invisible pressure. However, if their true chi was depleted too quickly, before they reached the top of the mountain, they were afraid that they would be directly crushed into pieces by this huge force. Lin Xingcheng sniffed and nodded gently. The few people rested for a few moments and then continued on their way. From halfway up the mountainside, the pressure also became more and more intense. Time passed little by little, the sky was getting darker, a few people were finally about to climb to the top of the mountain, only the last 10 steps away from the Divine Hall. However, on the way just now, 2 true disciples of the Purple Sky Divine sect couldn't hold on and directly withdrew. At this moment, those who had arrived here, aside from Chen Yan, Lin Xingcheng, and Shui Luer, there was also Li Mad Knife as well as another true disciple of the King Realm. Although Chen Yan felt a lot of pressure on his body, he was a physical cultivator, and the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength was constantly running in his body, so he was merely sweating a little, and there wasn't much of a problem. However, Lin Xingcheng and Shui Luer's faces turned pale and their legs trembled a little, but they were not people who gave up lightly, and they were all gritting their teeth. Li Mad Knife and the true disciple weren't in very good shape either. Chen Yan glanced at Shui Luer and Lin Xingcheng and faintly said, "The last 10 steps, I'm afraid the pressure is the sum of what came before." Chen Yan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "The pressure of the last 10 steps was almost the sum of the pressure that could be endured earlier, and it was clear that Lin Xingcheng and Shui Luer looked like they were on the verge of reaching their limits." When the two of them heard this, there was some hesitation in their eyes. "Put up a fight." Shui Luer took a deep breath and said, she knew that this was an unrivaled great opportunity for her, and she did not want to give up. Lin Xingcheng also nodded. No matter what, it was impossible to give up after having arrived here. Chen Yan smiled as he said, "Give me both of your hands." The two of them sniffed and looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Chen Yan wanted to do, the two of them trusted Chen Yan and didn't ask too many questions. They directly took Chen Yan's hands on the left and the right. At once, Lin Xingcheng felt an electrifying sensation. This was the first time she was in such close contact with another person of the opposite sex, and this person was also her fiancé. Only to see Chen Nian holding the hands of the two of them, the true qi on his body instantly burst out, and the terrifying true qi surrounded the two of them. As it turned out, all the way here, Chen Nian had not utilized his true qi at all, and had completely relied on his physical cultivation to get here, so his true qi had hardly suffered any loss. With Chen Nian's true qi as a shield, the two instantly felt the pressure dissipate, and could not help but gasp for air. Chen Nian slowly led the two towards the main hall. In less than a moment's time, the three of them entered the main hall. Only Li Mad Knife and the other true disciple were left standing in place in a daze. Both of them had almost depleted their true qi, and at the moment, the true qi in their bodies was simply not enough to support the two of them to reach the divine hall. That true disciple felt the amount of true qi in his body and knew that it was difficult for him to hold on, so he didn't dare to continue walking forward and instead began to retreat backward, preparing to go down the mountain. Li Maniac Blade glanced at that true disciple and gave a disdainful laugh, then he continued to walk forward. Although he didn't have much true qi in his body either, he didn't want to give up. As a martial artist, if he didn't even have the courage to go to his death, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything in his life. He took one step at a time, the unyielding will in his body instantly bursting out, his eyes scarlet and blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. When the last step was taken into the divine hall, Li Mad Knife instantly collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. He had succeeded. With his unyielding will, he managed to enter the divine hall. In the divine hall, Chen Nian couldn't help but feel some surprise in his eyes when he saw Li Mad Knife who had entered. This kid, the will in his body was very firm, especially that look in his eyes, which carried an unyielding look. He walked over and took out a 7-star elixir and threw it into Li Mad Knife's hand, then turned around and stopped speaking. Looking at the 7-star elixir in his hand that emitted a strong dan fragrance, Li Mad Knife couldn't help but be a little surprised. As an inner disciple of the Violet Sky Divine sect, the 7-star pills were of extremely high quality, not something he had access to, and this was the first time he had gotten a 7-star pill. He glanced at Chen Nian and without hesitation, he directly swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, the terrifying spiritual energy within the elixir nourished Li Mad Knife's flesh. The 7-star pill contained quite a bit of energy, and just like a drought that had been long overdue, Li Maniac Blade's true qi recovered extremely quickly. And Chen Nian's 3 people's gaze was also placed in the divine hall. In front of Chen Nian's few people was a statue. Each statue was an individual martial artist, holding various weapons. They had different looks and different forms. These statues were exceptionally exquisite, as if they were living people. As Chen Nian looked around, there were about 1,000 stone statues in this great hall. However, some of the stone statues had some cracks on them, and there was no luster around them. The stone statues stood on both sides, like subjects, defending the center of the stone statue. Chen Nian walked closer to see this statue of stone sitting lazily on top of the throne, wearing a robe, holding a sword in his hand, scrutinizing the front, the eyes of the statue of stone as if with a judgmental look, looking at the crowd. Chen Nian locked eyes with the stone statue and could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. He didn't know who this was, but just a look from its stone statue made Chen Nian a little alarmed. Welcome all of you to the Divine Hall. You are the 3,121st group of martial artists to enter the Divine Hall. In the middle of the hall, that voice sounded once again. Next, please relax your minds, feel carefully, and walk behind the door of the stone statue that has the greatest fit for you to receive the inheritance. That's right. This divine hall was a place of inheritance. These stone statues were all the great emperor powerhouses of the 3,000 realms throughout the ages, and although it was unknown why their stone statues were here, there was definitely a deep-seated reason for it. And after each stone statue, there was a stone door that led to the inheritance land. The reason why some of the stone statues had cracks was that they had already been inherited, and the entire temple had probably inherited more than 700 stone statues. There are still more than 300 statues left to be passed on. Among them, Chen Nian guessed that the most precious should be the stone statue above the throne. Secondly, there were the 3 stone statues sitting under the throne as well. However, one of those 3 stone statues had already been passed down, leaving 2 that had yet to be passed down. Chen Nian looked at the 3 of them and without hesitation, he immediately immersed his mind and slowly sensed. From the moment he closed his eyes, the entire world seemed to change. Everything in front of him was filled with pitch black, and countless white light points were scattered across that one stone statue. The countless white points of light saw Chen Nian as if they had encountered some earthly delicacy, and one by one, they all darted towards him at breakneck speed. These should be the choices of those stone statues. These white points of light represented the recognition of Chen Nian by those stone statues. It was already remarkable for an ordinary person to draw the attention of 1 or 2 points of light, but Chen Yan had actually caused all of the stone statues in the entire space to flicker with light. However, just when Chen Yan was at a loss as to what would be a good choice, suddenly, under the throne, the 2 stone statues suddenly radiated 2 demonic lights, one dark red and incomparable, and one deep cyan. The 2 lights ran straight towards Chen Yan, while those white points of light around him saw this and stepped aside, as if they had seen something that terrified them, not daring to fight for it. Chen Yan knew that the quality of these 2 points of light was quite a bit higher than these other points of light, and he was afraid that the inheritance was not simple either. Although all of the stone statues in this divine hall were great emperor-level existences, there were strong and weak great emperors, and it was obvious that these 2 stone statues corresponded to even stronger great emperors. Just as Chen Yan was planning to pick one of these 2 points of light, suddenly, the black space in front of Chen Yan's eyes suddenly began to slowly collapse, and as if those 2 points of light had encountered something terrifying, they unexpectedly began to flicker and retreat to the side. Chen Yan saw that from above that throne, a dazzling purple light unexpectedly emanated out, the brilliant purple color instantly mapping the entire sky. In front of Chen Yan's eyes, all the points of light all dissipated into thin air, as if they had been repelled by this purple light. Can it be that the one on the throne is also going to pass on to me? Thinking of this, Chen Yan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. One must know that after his old man Chen Tiandao came to this violet sky divine sect's secret realm and obtained the inheritance, his strength skyrocketed, and nowadays, there was almost no one in the entire 3,000 regions who could defeat him. And what about Chen Yan obtaining the favor of the one on the king's seat? If he could accept the other's inheritance, then he was afraid that he would be even more terrifying than Chen Tiandao. He slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Shuelur and Lin Xingcheng also opened their eyes. The 2 of them looked towards Chen Yan. Young lord, my subordinate felt the call of that stone statue. Shuelur's eyes were filled with joy, knowing that these stone statues could all be great emperor-level existences, and being able to obtain these legacies, then her strength would skyrocket as well. Chen Yan smiled faintly and nodded. Not bad. Lin Xingcheng sniffed and was equally unwilling to show weakness. I chose that honor, what about you? With that, Lin Xingcheng pointed to a stone statue that was in front of the one chosen by Shuelur. Chen Yan smiled and said, that one. The 2 of them looked in Chen Yan's direction. Lin Xingcheng's entire body was instantly dumbfounded. Chen Yan, you're not kidding, that one is our Violet Sky Divine Sect's first ancestor, the Violet Sky Divine Emperor. The Violet Sky Divine Sect had a portrait of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor, which Lin Xingcheng had seen earlier, so she recognized the stone statue the first time she saw it. The Violet Sky God Emperor actually favored Chen Yan. This was too unbelievable. One must know that the Violet Heavenly Sky Divine Emperor was known as the strongest great emperor, and amongst a group of great emperors, he was definitely a monarch-level existence. Such an existence actually wanted to pass on the legacy to Chen Yan? Chen Yan faintly smiled and said, of course I'm not joking, alright, you 2 also quickly go behind the stone door to receive the inheritance, be careful with everything. Although Lin Xingcheng and Shuelur were shocked, the 2 of them had also known of Chen Yan's terror over the past year or so. Therefore, any bizarre thing that happened to Chen Yan was not so unimaginable. Good. The 2 of them said yes in unison. Immediately, the 2 of them, Lin Xingcheng and Shuelur, walked straight towards their own stone door afterward. Chen Yan glanced at Li Maniacal Blade, who was still sensing, and then without hesitation, he walked towards the stone door behind the Violet Sky God Emperor. Just as he reached the stone door, it suddenly opened wide, and it was pitch black inside, but it was as if a powerful suction force was directing Chen Yan towards it. He slowly walked in, followed by the stone door closing. The next second, when he opened his eyes, it was no longer pitch black in front of him, but a plain of birds and flowers. In front of Chen Yan, there was a pool of purple spring water, which was incredibly calm without a single ripple, and surrounded by a large area of violet flowers that filled the entire plain. Beautiful. Beautiful like a painting. Just as Chen Yan was looking around, suddenly, a figure quietly appeared behind him. You're the first person to enter this place. Chen Yan sniffed and hurriedly turned around. The person standing in front of him was a middle-aged man, wearing a purple dragon robe. His body was filled with a majesty, a dragon's might that was difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with, and his demeanor was heavenly, as if he was one with the entire heaven and earth. You are, the purple heavenly god emperor? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Chen Yan said with some hesitation. This person in front of him was 70 to 80% similar to that stone statue. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth rose slightly as he softly said, yes and no. He paused then said, this is a wisp of the divine soul of the Violet Sky God Emperor, who has waited here for millions of years, only to search for an inheritor.
Chen Yan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. For a wisp of divine soul to survive for millions of years, this was truly incredible. Then, can I know why you chose me? The 3,000 regions have been around for millions of years, and there are countless heavenly prides, so there should be those with great talent as well, right? The Violet Sky God Emperor nodded his head as he heard this. Not bad, this honored one has met countless heavenly prides in these millions of years, and 200 years ago there was one that looked quite similar to you, and that person's talent was also in existence that shimmered through the ages in this honored one's time. Only, he didn't possess the supreme divine demon body, so my father didn't choose him. 200 years ago? How similar is he to himself? Wasn't this his own fucking old man? I didn't realize that the Violet Sky God Emperor had such a high opinion of his old dad, and even he felt that Chen Tiandao would have been an unprecedented existence if he had been in his time. The words were filled with appreciation. The Violet Sky God Emperor continued. There are thousands of physiques in this world, but there are strong and weak physiques among them, and there are 3 strongest physiques in the entire world. There are 3 strongest physiques? Chen Nian stared curiously at the Violet Sky God Emperor, who slowly said, people say that time is king and space is honored, and these 2 major physiques rank as one of the 3 major physiques, cultivating to the extreme to reverse time and space and cross the long river of time. However, in addition to the 2 major physiques of time and space, there is also one of the strongest physiques, called the Supreme God Demon Body. A yin and a yang is called the Tao, Supreme God and Devil Body, also known as the Supreme Tao Body, contains the power of God and Devil, and this kind of physique millions of years only may come out one. This father was the last one, and you are the first one after this father. Chen Yan nodded silently as he heard this. The reason why this purple heavenly God Emperor wanted to pass on his legacy was that apart from his own talent, more than anything else, it was his Supreme Divine Demon Body. Only a Supreme Divine Demon Body could fully inherit the inheritance of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor, and if Chen Yan refused, waiting for the next successor was afraid that he would have to wait for millions of years more. With such a long span of time, the wisp of the Violet Heaven's Gate God Emperor's divine soul was afraid that it would have dissipated long ago. Chen Yan nodded and said, in that case, Senior knows. He paused and continued. However, I'm a little curious. I see that there are many great emperors in the Divine Hall, so why have all of them disappeared under the 3,000 domain great emperors now? One must know that there were more than 1,000 great emperor-level existences in the entire Divine Hall, and now there wasn't even a single one left. To say that all of these great emperors had fallen at the same time would never be possible. The Violet Sky God Emperor's face was calm as he shook his head. Your current cultivation level is too low. When you break through the Sync King realm in the future, you will know that what you need now is to rapidly raise your cultivation level. Chen Yan sniffed, nodded, and did not ask any more questions. Indeed, right now, one's cultivation was too low and could not change anything, so it would be better to cultivate properly. Only when one's cultivation was sufficient would one be qualified to explore where all the great emperors of those 3,000 domains had gone. Sit in that pool, and this father will impart his life's cultivation insights to you. Good. Chen Yan smiled faintly, his heart overjoyed. This was the inheritance of the Violet Sky God Emperor, so it was naturally not simple. He did not hesitate to sit in that purple spring, and as soon as he entered, Chen Yan felt a terrifying energy hiding within. Although he didn't know where this spring came from, this was the purple Sky God Emperor's thing, and the energy it contained was terrifying. Chen Yan collected his mind and sat cross-legged. Suddenly, countless images passed through his mind, all sorts of techniques and masterpieces, cultivation epiphanies. The images in Chen Yan's mind were like a walk in the park, crossing over at an extremely fast speed, but they existed forever in his mind. However, the lifelong learning of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor contained too much knowledge for Chen Yan's current spiritual cultivation level to be able to fully withstand it, so he had only absorbed 5%, with the remaining 95% stored in his mind by the Violet Sky Divine Emperor using a secret method. Originally, he thought that this would be the end. However, in the next moment, only this spring of purple water suddenly began to vibrate violently. Countless springs instantly shot up into the sky and randomly landed on Chen Yan's body. The energy contained in the spring water was so intimate to Chen Yan that the divine and demonic power within his body was unusually jubilant. What Chen Yan did not know was that the reason why this pool of spring water contained terrifying energy was because the spring water contained divine demon Qi, which was used to cast the Supreme Tao Foundation for Chen Yan to use. Although Chen Yan's foundation was deep, it was far from reaching the point of a Supreme Tao Foundation, and although the early stages of progress were fast, his cultivation would be limited after breaking through to the Great Emperor. In other words, if Chen Yan did not change his Tao Foundation,
he was afraid that it would be even more difficult for him to continue to become stronger after breaking through to Great Emperor in the future.
Chen Yan's body was flushed over and over again.
The two emotions of pain and joy were constantly intertwined in his mind. The casting process of the Supreme Tao Foundation was to first shatter the previous Tao Foundation and then recast it, a process that was naturally excruciatingly painful.
However, Chen Yan's body was very jubilant towards this divine demonic qi.
The intertwining of the two emotions, for a time Chen Yan did not know how long the outside world had passed, and had been immersed in it. Chen Yan forgot about the passage of time, and even more so, he did not know how long it had been, but only vaguely. He felt that the pain in his body was slowly disappearing, and that pleasurable thrill was gradually dissipating. He slowly opened his eyes. The original pool of purple spring water was all consumed. He clenched his fists, and his body's aura was filled with a mysterious aura. This aura fit extremely well with his own aura, as if it was fused into one.
I'm at the king realm now. Feeling the change in his own aura, Chen Yan suddenly froze.
He didn't expect that he would break through the king realm so easily. One must know that he was only 7 years old. A king at the tender age of 7, if this were to be spread out, the entire 3,000 regions would be afraid of a great earthquake. Not only that, that giant elephant power in his body directly underwent a qualitative change, its quantity skyrocketed, and the power in his body soared dramatically.
System, checking personal attribute panel. Ding, checking. Host, Chen Yan. Cultivation level, King Realm.
Technique, 9-turn Divine Demon Technique, 9 stars, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 9 stars, 999,999 particles. Martial Arts, Flickering Finger, 9 stars, Destructive Sword Technique, 9 stars, Misty Phantom Steps, 9 stars, Godslayer Slash, 9 stars, Life and Death Talisman, 9 stars. Physique, Supreme Divine Devil Body, Supreme Tao Foundation.
Talent, Blessing of the Devil's Way.
Special Temperament, Exile the Immortal Temperament. Aptitude at the end of the world, follow the law with your words, lightning field, soul detainment.
Number of draws, 30-inch.
Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Yan's eyes held a slight tinge of joy.
King Realm Cultivation, 999,999 giant elephant particles. Without a doubt, Chen Yan's strength had undergone a surge.
Not only that, he saw a Supreme Tao Foundation appear on his physique. This Supreme Tao Foundation, he had once heard Chen Tian Dao say that most of these unusual people's Tao Foundations were inferior or intermediate, while those who could reach the superior level were geniuses among geniuses. Such people had the ability to pursue the great Tao. As for Extreme Tao Foundation, it is even harder to find for ages, and Chen Yan was an Extreme Tao Foundation before. As for the legendary Supreme Tao Foundation, it required a special destiny to obtain it.
What Chen Tian Dao possessed was that legendary Supreme Tao Foundation.
Now, Chen Yan also possessed a Supreme Tao Foundation, which was equivalent to him laying an extremely strong foundation for his future.
Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of joy.
Not bad, this father has not misjudged you. Your talent is extremely hard to find when looking at the millions of years of history of the entire 3,000 regions. You are just as uncomplicated as that man from 200 years ago. However, your talent appears to be even more terrifying than his. At some point, the Violet Sky God Emperor appeared in front of Chen Yan. The corners of his mouth contained a smile, and he couldn't help but feel some praise for Chen Yan in his eyes. This kid, his strength and talent was really good. I'm afraid that even if he himself was at his age, he didn't have the same cultivation and foundation as him. Chen Yan sniffed and hurriedly got up, respectfully saluted towards the Violet Sky God Emperor and said,
Chen Yan, many thanks to the Divine Emperor for his help. Such a great favor will definitely be remembered by the younger generation.
Although Chen Yan was a devil, he wasn't a white-eyed wolf, and he knew the reasoning behind repaying favors. Not only did the Violet Sky God Emperor cast a Supreme Tao Foundation for him, but he also taught Chen Yan all of his insights and understanding of Gong methods, which undoubtedly saved him a lot of time and gave him more possibilities. Such a great favor was like rebuilding. Previously, Chen Yan's cultivation was more like a closed-door endeavor, with nothing that could provide a reference. However, with the memory inheritance from the Violet Sky God Emperor, and the two of them even being possessors of the same Supreme Divine Demon Body, Chen Yan's path of cultivation was bound to be much more straightforward. The Violet Sky God Emperor laughed out loud at his words. You have this heart, this father is very pleased. After saying that, he continued with a twist of words. However, there is something that this father needs to instruct you. God Emperor, please speak. The Violet Sky God Emperor spoke. This emperor's legacy is a supreme treasure to others. Even a pig cultivating after this emperor's legacy can achieve the Saint King realm and even break through to the great emperor realm. But you are different, you should walk out your own path. this emperor's path can only be a reference for you. As the saying goes, those who learn from me live, those who are like me die.
Do you understand? Chen Nian sniffed and nodded. Late generation understands.
He was different from those mediocre generations. With his talent, he definitely couldn't completely follow the path of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor. If he were to follow the Violet Sky God Emperor's path completely, he would also be able to break through to a great emperor, but it would be absolutely impossible for his achievements in this life to surpass the Violet Sky God Emperor again. This was the so-called those who learn from me live, those who are like me die.
Chen Nian naturally understood this.
Seeing this, the Violet Heaven's bright Divine Emperor nodded smilingly as he raised his head to look at the sky and then spoke.
Before I leave, this father will give you one more gift. A gift? Chen Nian froze and couldn't help but feel some anticipation.
Only to see the Violet Sky God Emperor wave his large hand, and a 7-layer exquisite pagoda appeared in the center of his hand. This pagoda didn't look big, it was very small, and its body was golden yellow, emitting a faint golden light.
This is a divine pagoda that this emperor used back in the day, named Tong Tian Pagoda. Tong Tian Tower? This name, it was really quite a mouthful.
The Violet Sky Divine Emperor said indifferently. This tower has a total of 7 layers and can hold everything. If you encounter any threats and timely hide inside the tower, it is impossible for anyone under a great emperor to harm you in the slightest. Moreover, you can also control the movement of the tower while you're inside the tower, and its movement speed is extremely fast, allowing you to quickly escape from a dangerous place. However, this tower has suffered heavy damage, and now can only withstand attacks under a half-step great emperor, so you can put it into your dantian to harbor it with your divine and demonic chi after dropping blood to recognize it. Hearing the words of the Violet Sky God Emperor, Chen Nian's eyes couldn't help but fill with golden light.
This thing was an excellent escape tool.
As long as Chen Nian felt that his life was in danger, he would be able to promptly hide in this Tongtian Tower, and then quickly flee the battlefield, and those opponents would only be able to look at him in disbelief. Although this Tongtian Tower had suffered damage, it was still able to withstand realms below half-step great emperors. This was definitely a great help to Chen Nian. After all, in this era of the disappearance of the great emperors of the 3,000 realms and the concealment of the half-emperors, Chen Nian was equivalent to having an immortal body by virtue of the Tongtian Tower. After saying that, the Violet Sky God Emperor placed the Tongtian Tower into Chen Nian's hands. His eyes looked at the Tongtian Tower and he couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Quickly drop your blood to recognize your master, the Violet Sky God Emperor urged.
Chen Nian sniffed and nodded, yes.
With that, he pulled out his sword and slashed towards his finger. Black blood instantly flowed out and landed on the Tower of Heaven.
The next moment,
the Tower of Heavenly Passage instantly radiated a demonic light, and Chen Nian instantly felt the connection between himself and the Tower of Heavenly Passage. He immersed his mind and dispersed his divine soul into the Tongtian Tower. The tower had a total of 7 floors, and each floor had a huge space, all of which together were comparable to the space of a large domain. Such a large space was enough for Chen Nian to include the entire Chen family. Having obtained such a treasure, Chen Nian once again saluted.
Many thanks, Divine Emperor.
The corners of the Violet Sky God Emperor's mouth rose slightly as he said,
no need to be polite, it's almost time for you to go out. Remember, cultivate well. Chen Nian nodded. Yes.
Chen Nian finished returning, and in the next moment, he felt a repulsive force coming from the entire space. Immediately afterward, his entire consciousness began to blur, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside the secret realm. With him were Shui Luer, Lin Xingcheng, and Li Mad Blade, as well as 6 other disciples from the Violet Sky Divine sect. These 6 had not entered the Divine Hall, so naturally, they had not obtained any inheritance. On the other hand, Xian Xianxiu and the 9 ancestors, as well as the elders of the Violet Sky Divine sect were waiting at the entrance to the secret realm early on.
Seeing Chen Nian come out, the 9 ancestors couldn't help but lower their hanging hearts. Although there were countless opportunities in the secret realm, the threats were just as great, and if Chen Nian fell in the secret realm, the 9th ancestor was afraid that he would have to blame himself for the rest of his life. The entire Chen family would also suffer a major blow. Nianer.
Xian Xianxiu and the 9th ancestor greeted him at the same time.
Grandfather, 9th ancestor.
Chen Nian smiled as he rushed at the 2 men and bowed. Seeing Chen Nian in such a demeanor, although they could not sense his cultivation, the 2 knew that Chen Nian must have gained something in this secret realm. Moreover, they were afraid that the harvest was not small.
Good, it's good to come out safely.
Go, follow me to the main hall. Grandpa has thrown you a celebratory drink to receive you.
Many thanks, Grandpa. Chen Nian didn't excuse himself, smilingly following the crowd to the grand hall. The guests had a good time all night. Chen Yan returned to his room when Shui Luer pushed the door open. "See you, young lord." Shui Luer smiled and bowed on one knee. Chen Yan said indifferently, "Get up. The secret realm line has yielded quite a lot, right?" The corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose. After Shui Luer came out of the secret realm, her cultivation had also broken through to the king's realm, so she must have successfully received the inheritance. Shui Luer smiled cheekily and nodded her head. "Yes, young lord, the name of that great emperor I received the inheritance from is Empress Yume, and she cultivates the same illusion techniques as I do. My subordinate received the entire inheritance from that great emperor, including various techniques and martial arts. The Yume Great Emperor was said to be a great emperor of great poise, an illusion art at the peak of its powers. Its strength was terrifying, and it was definitely an extremely powerful great emperor. For Shui Luer to be able to obtain the inheritance of great emperor Yume, she was bound to go farther as well. However, even so, Shui Luer was still respectful to Chen Yan, even more so than before. She was smart and able to put herself in the right position. Although she had obtained the great emperor's inheritance, her talent and strength had greatly increased, and nowadays, she could be considered a ranked celestial pride in the entire 3,000 regions. However, she knew that everything she had was bestowed upon her by Chen Yan. Without Chen Yan, she was nothing. Therefore, Shui Luer's heart was filled with gratitude towards Chen Yan, and she was even prepared to tell Chen Yan about all of Emperor Yume's inherited martial arts word for word. Of course, Chen Yan was not interested in any of this. He smiled and said, "Not bad, obtaining the great emperor's inheritance is enough to prove that you have good talent, but you must also practice diligently and not slack off." "Yes, subordinate obeys," Shui Luer said respectfully with a shallow smile. Chen Yan nodded, and Shui Luer added, "Young lord, Brother Pingan didn't enter the secret realm to obtain the inheritance. I'm afraid she's in a bad mood." Although Pingan Shen had excellent talent, he was still far from Chen Yan, and at a mere 7 years old, he was not yet qualified to enter the purple sky mystic realm. If he wanted to enter again, he would have to wait until 200 years, and the yellow flowers would be cold. Chen Yan said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I have my own plans." The great emperor's inheritance was just that, nothing. With Chen Yan behind Pingan Shen and the two mountains of the Chen family, how could Chen Pingan be weaker than those great emperors? "Yes." Shui Luer sniffed and said no more. After the master and servant chatted for a few moments, Shui Luer went back, and Chen Yan sat alone on his bed to meditate and cultivate, carefully sensing the cultivation insights and experiences left behind by the Violet Sky Divine Emperor. Although he wouldn't be able to follow the Violet Sky God Emperor's cultivation step by step, his epiphanies were also very informative for Chen Yan to perfect his own Tao. Early the next morning, Chen Yan had stayed in the Violet Sky Divine sect for a full year just for this Violet Sky secret realm. Now that the secret realm had been closed, and the things that should have been obtained had also been obtained, it was time to go back. After being away from home for more than a year, I was really a bit homesick. However, before going back, there was still something that needed to be dealt with. At first, Chen Yan had promised Lin Xingqing before he dealt with Wang Guan that he would withdraw from her marriage when he came out of the secret realm. Now that he was about to go home, it would be a good idea to take care of this matter and save his mind. For the matter of withdrawal, Chen Yan did not have any regrets. Although this Lin Xingqing's looks and talent were top-notch in the entire 3,000 domains, but so what? With his talent and strength, the goal was not just to be a saint king or a great emperor, but to transcend the realm of great emperors. Women, this kind of thing with or without, are not much to Chen Yan emotional ups and downs. In the middle of the great hall, Xian Xianqiu and the elders were seated in separate rows as Chen Yan slowly walked in, and all the elders saluted when they saw this. "Grandfather, Nyener has come to say goodbye. It's been over a year since I left home. I plan to return to the Nine Heavens Demon region." Xian Xianqiu sniffed and was a bit reluctant to part with him. During this year, although he was busy with clan affairs the whole day, as long as he had free time he would go around to Chen Yan's place and have a meal with him. Although he was in charge of a sect, he also missed his family. In this world, other than Xian Zero Moon, he only had Chen Yan left as a relative. "Nyener, won't you stay for a while longer to accompany Grandpa?" Chen Yan smiled at his words. "Grandfather, Nyener's cultivation has gained some insights and wants to go back to practice hard for a period of time. When there's time in the future, grandchildren will definitely come to see grandfather more often." Seeing this, Xian Xianqiu did not say anything more and silently nodded his head. Chen Yan continued. "However, before leaving, Nyener has something he wants to ask grandfather." The crowd froze, and Xian Xianqiu also froze for a moment, then immediately said, "Nyener, you say, I want to withdraw from the marriage." After these 5 words were said, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Withdraw? Withdraw from the marriage? That was Lin Xingcheng. The entire 3000 domain, the object of countless heavenly prides, those who think about it day and night, and Chen Yan, have become his fiancé, but he is good, but also want to withdraw from the marriage? Funny, isn't it? Shen Xianxiu also froze, frowning, and said, "No, this matter was set by me and your father together, it cannot be changed." Even the elders on the side were also persuading one after another. "Yes, Emperor's son, this matter is of great importance, the marriage cannot be withdrawn." "That's right, you and the holy maiden are already engaged, if you withdraw from the marriage, how should the major powers of the entire 3000 regions look at my Violet Sky Divine sect?" "That's right." Without a doubt, the elders were all against Chen Yan's withdrawal from the marriage. For one thing, the entire 3000 regions knew about their engagement, so if they withdrew from the marriage, where would the face of their Violet Sky Divine sect be? Secondly, everyone present was aware of Chen Yan's talent, and they all wanted to tie Chen Yan to their chariot. Therefore, the crowd naturally did not want to let go. Looking around at the unanimous replies, Chen Yan unhurriedly said, "Grandpa, you know Lin Qingqing's nature, a strong twisted melon isn't sweet. How about this? I'll follow Lin Qingqing. If she doesn't want to, we'll withdraw from the marriage, how about it?" The corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly. How could Lin Qingqing not agree to withdraw from the marriage? It's not like her brain had been caught by the door. Therefore, this marriage will be withdrawn. The elders looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Withdrawal of the marriage, I don't agree." When the crowd heard this, they all turned their heads, only to see Lin Qingqing walk into the great hall without any hesitation. She was dressed in white clothes and was generous. Unlike in the past, her face was no longer chilled. Instead, there were a few more smiles on her face. It could be seen that the mood was good. However, Chen Yan was dumbfounded. "Chen Yan, what the hell? Did your brain get caught in the door? Xincheng, Nyener wants to withdraw from the marriage, do you really disagree?" Shen Xianxiu's tone was a bit agitated. He originally thought that the marriage was afraid of blowing up, but to his surprise, Lin Qingqing was willing. As long as Lin Qingqing was willing, then Chen Yan would have no reason to proceed with the withdrawal. Lin Qingqing smiled faintly and bowed to Shen Xianxiu. "Yes, master, I do not agree to withdraw from the marriage." Chen Yan was instantly dumbfounded. "No, isn't this marriage something you want to withdraw from?" Lin Qingqing, "Chen Yan, I have never thought of withdrawing from the marriage. Marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. I, Lin Qingqing, am not a picky person." "Chen Yan, marrying a chicken follows the chicken, marrying a dog follows the dog? Is this your fucking line? Do you want to look at what you are saying?" Some smiles instantly appeared on the faces of the elders, and they said in relief, "Emperor's son, our family's holy maiden has never thought of withdrawing from the marriage." "That's right, Emperor's son, this marriage is settled." That's right. The matter of withdrawing from the marriage was thus ruined by Lin Qingqing. Above the great hall, Chen Yan couldn't say anything else. After all, if he insisted on withdrawing from the marriage, then he was afraid that he would cause dissatisfaction in the entire Violet Sky Divine sect. After all, when he and Lin Qingqing were engaged, it was mainly for the purpose of entering the Violet Sky Mystery Realm, and now that he had gained the opportunity from the Mystery Realm, he was going to throw away Lin Qingqing? It was not appropriate to do so. Besides, he was not disgusted with Lin Qingqing, and Shen Xianxiu as his grandfather was also for his own good. Chen Yan naturally did not want to give his old man a hard time. He looked deeply at Lin Qingqing and said no more. Night. Lin Qingqing's room. Chen Yan pushed the door and entered. Lin Qingqing, who was still sitting on the bed and practicing on her knees, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Chen Yan with a slight smile in her eyes. "I guessed that you were coming." Lin Qingqing smiled slightly. The smile at the corner of her mouth hadn't gone down since Chen Yan came in. Chen Yan did not hesitate to close the door of the room and casually sat on a chair in the room, calmly inquiring, "Why did you back out of the marriage withdrawal today?" To be honest, Chen Yan was a little puzzled, thinking that at first Lin Qingqing went through all the trouble of not wanting to marry someone wanting to withdraw from the marriage. Now this opportunity was in front of her. As long as she opened her mouth and said she didn't want to be betrothed, wouldn't this marriage be yellow? I didn't expect her to backtrack temporarily. It was like her brain was caught in a door. Lin Qingqing heard this, and was not surprised, and pondered for a moment and said, "I just think that it's not bad to get married to you, Chen Yan." Lin Qingqing continued, "Although you and I have known each other for only a year, I have seen your talent strength and am ashamed to be inferior to you, and I admire you for being able to surpass me in cultivation. You don't indulge in women, even though Shui Luer is by your side, you are consistent, and you also have a casual attitude towards your betrothal with me. I respect your mind. You saved me in the secret realm, and I have your blood in me, so I have always had an inexplicable affection for you. In other words, I seem to like you. Although there was a difference of a few years between the two of them, this kind of gap was nothing to this kind of metaphysical world. It was possible for a powerful martial artist to live for tens of thousands of years, let alone the fact that the two were only a few years apart. Although Chen Yan was still young now, he would grow up in a few years. For a martial artist, a few years was a matter of a snap of the fingers, and several months could pass in a closed-door session. Chen Yan couldn't help but be silent when he heard this. He could feel Lin Qingqing's affection for himself. With regards to feelings, Chen Yan had never held an indifferent attitude. It was fine to have them, it was fine to not have them, neither would it affect his belief in reaching the top. He is a devil, will not be like the so-called righteous as to forcefully suppress his own mind. The devil, live as a follow your heart. After a long time, Chen Yan nodded his head and said, I know, how about this, I'll give you 10 years, after 10 years if you still wanna marry me, you come to the Chen family to find me then, how about it? Good. Lin Qingqiang agreed without hesitation. 9 Heavenly Demon Region Chen family, well, she was going to go. People like her, if she didn't love someone even if the other party did more, she would be as cold as frost and wouldn't change in any way. But if she really fell in love with a person, even the greatest danger and difficulty she will not hesitate. This was Lin Qingqing's Achilles heel. Obviously, she was indeed attracted to Chen Yan. This little guy had a mind and strength that did not match his age. The charm radiating from his body was convincing. Since that's the case, I'll go back. Tomorrow I'll depart back to the Chen family. Good. Lin Qingqing nodded and Chen Yan went back to his room. The night sky was clear, and the sky was dotted with stars. Knock knock knock. A knock came from outside Chen Yan's room, and he said without hesitation, Enter. Immediately afterward, Chen Pingon slowly walked in and spoke. Young lord, the inner disciple of the Violet Sky Divine sect, Li Mad Knife, seeks an audience. Oh? Chen Yan froze. This big night, he did not expect that Li Mad Knife would actually come to see him. At first, after Chen Yan came out of the Violet Sky Divine sect's secret realm, he let Chen Pingon make a trip to find Li Mad Knife, telling the other party that he could give him everything he wanted, power, status, resources, strength, as long as Li Mad Knife followed him. He was very interested in this kid. The other party had not only entered the Divine Hall, but had also obtained an inheritance. It looked like the inherited Great Emperor's strength wasn't weak. Go, invite him in, Chen Yan said with a faint smile. Yes. Chen Pingon turned his head and went out the door, followed by bringing in Li Maniacal Blade. After coming out of the Violet Sky Mystic Realm, Li Maniacal Blade's cultivation had skyrocketed quite a bit. It had directly broken through from mid-transcendent mortal to peak transcendent mortal, and was only a stone's throw away from the king's realm. This guy had an overbearing and straightforward will all over his body, which was why he was able to step in by his own will when his true chi ran out at the entrance of the Divine Hall in the first place. Know the reason I'm calling out to you? Chen Yan didn't hesitate and asked bluntly. Li Mad Knife nodded. No. Chen Yan smiled and then asked. Then how have you considered it? Are you willing to follow me? Li Mad Knife didn't hesitate. Since he had come here, he was bound to be prepared. I know that you are the Emperor's son of the Chen family, with an overwhelming talent and countless resources, although I obtained an inheritance in the Violet Sky Mysterious Realm. But that's only an inheritance. If I don't have the resources, the speed of my cultivation is bound to be a lot slower, and in the world of great struggles, a slow step is a slow step. I, Li Mad Knife, am also an ambitious one. You are not simple, so I want to follow you to the top. Although Li Mad Knife was a wild and overbearing person, he was not stupid. On the contrary, he could see more thoroughly than most people. He was merely an inner disciple of the Violet Sky Divine sect, with no power or influence, and although he had obtained an inheritance in the Violet Sky Mysterious Realm, it was only an inheritance and not a cultivation resource, even if the sect would focus on cultivating himself at that time. But that is too slow. In this world of great struggles, if he didn't want to find a way, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get an entrance ticket to the top of this world. Li Mad Knife didn't want to just be mediocre for the rest of his life. Therefore, he wanted to take a gamble. Gambling on following Chen Yan himself to have a better future. Chen Yan sniffed, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and there was a slight satisfaction in his eyes. This fellow was just like Chen Pingon, with a delicate mind, and could be of great use. Not bad, honestly follow this Emperor's son from now on, you will not be treated poorly. Yes. Chen Yan nodded, and immediately pulled out a spatial ring and said, this ring is for you, the resources inside are enough for you to cultivate to the Imperial Realm. And since you have obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance, I don't need to give you the techniques and martial arts. With that, Chen Yan threw the ring to Li Berserkers. Li Mad Knife, who had gotten the ring, swept a glance at the resources in the ring and froze in place. My God, so many resources! With a single ring in his hand,
Chen Yan had more than a dozen times more resources than the sum of all the resources he had acquired over the years. For a moment, Li Mad Knife's breathing couldn't help but become a little short as he hurriedly saluted.
Mad Knife thanks Imperial Sun. Chen Yan smiled faintly, and immediately threw out another knife.
The name of this knife is 7 Knights, it is an 8-star treasure knife. Make do with it. I'll give you a better one later. Looking at the 7 Knights knife that Chen Yan threw over, Li Mad Knife instantly froze in place. To know that this is an 8-star treasure knife in the entire 3000 domains is also absolutely a treasure. Once out of the world will also cause countless martial artists to grab, precious beyond compare. The weapon he used in the Violet Sky Divine sect as the number 1 in the inner sect was only a 6-star treasure knife. Compared to the 7 Knights blade in front of him, it was simply too far away, and was not even on the same level of existence. And Chen Yan just simply threw it over like he didn't want any money. This was damn too rich and generous. Furthermore, the fact that Chen Yan had given himself so many resources packed into his entire spatial ring was simply an eye-opener for him. Instantly, Li Maniacal Blade's breathing couldn't help but catch up, as he gazed at the precious blade in his hands in a daze, and then he knelt down on one knee and said, "My subordinate, Li Mad Knife, is willing to follow young lord around." Chen Yan's generosity let him know that he definitely had a great deal to offer by following Chen Yan. After all, Chen Yan was young, extremely talented, extremely strong, and had a deep background, and even more generous. Following such a heavenly pride would definitely allow Li Maniac Blade to go farther. Therefore, at this moment, he was considered to be willing to follow Chen Yan. Chen Yan sniffed, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he nodded and said, "Alright, get up. Go pack up and follow this Emperor's son to the Chen clan tomorrow. As for the side of the Violet Sky Divine sect, I will personally speak for you." With Chen Yan's relationship with the Violet Sky Divine sect, accepting a Li Mad Knife was nothing. Not to mention that it was something that Li Mad Knife himself was willing to do. Yes, subordinate obeys. Li Mad Knife saluted and then honestly exited Chen Yan's room. At night, the stars hung high in the sky, and Li Maniacal Blade's mood as he walked out of Chen Yan's room was one of pleasure. He was filled with excitement as he looked at the precious sword in his hand, his eyes filled with a surge of excitement. No martial artist could be calm and unruffled about a good weapon, and the same was true for Li Maniac Blade. Such an 8-star treasure sword, he had wanted it in his dreams, and he didn't expect his dream to come true today. Moreover, this was only Chen Yan's meet and greet gift. Perhaps there would be better treasures in the future. Thinking of this, Li Mad Knife smiled faintly. Looks like Laozi chose the right one. For a cultivator, in addition to talent, cultivation also required resources and background. Without these two, even if you had high talent, it would be difficult to achieve anything unless the person had extremely strong qi. With Chen Yan's support, Li Maniac Blade knew that he was bound to go farther. Early the next morning, Chen Yan's group packed up early in the morning and prepared to leave the Violet Sky Divine sect. The spirit boat docked at the entrance of the Violet Sky Divine sect's main hall. Chen Yan's group greeted Xian Xianqiu and the group of elders from the Violet Sky Divine sect before boarding the boat and leaving. On the boat, Chen Yan's gaze looked to a certain corner where Lin Qingqing stood silently as the two of them looked at each other. Soon, the spirit boat departed. Chen Yan smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze. The Chen family of the Nine Heavens Demon region was hundreds of millions of miles away from the Violet Heavens Divine sect, and it would take more than 10 days to ride the spirit boat. For the crowd, the 10 days passed quite quickly. On this day, the crowd had already seen the Chen family's city. It was the first time for Li Maniac Blade to come to the Nine Heavenly Demon region, so he was curious about everything in front of him. The world said that the Nine Heavens Demon region was the paradise of the Devil Path, an extremely evil place where the people inside suffered. But Li Maniac Blade saw that in the city of the Chen family in the Nine Heavenly Demon region, the people were living peacefully and happily, with people coming and going on the streets, as if everything was calm, and there was no difference between the other cities, and there was no such horrible thing that outsiders said. Of course, the reason why outsiders rumored that the Nine Heavens Demon region was terrifying was because this newborn upper region jeopardized the status of a bunch of upper regions, so it was natural to discredit it. The Qin clan had also received the information that Chen Yan was coming back, so the entire Qin clan was preparing, including the various elders, in order to welcome Chen Yan. At this moment, the Chen family compound, countless Chen family disciples stood within the courtyard, only to see a huge spirit boat slowly landing. Several people from Chen Yan slowly walked down from the spirit boat. The moment the tens of thousands of Chen clan disciples saw Chen Yan, they instantly saluted in unison. "We greet the Imperial Sun." "Greetings, Imperial Sun." The loud noise instantly shocked the entire Chen clan. The eyes of Shui Luer and Li Maniacal Blade, who were standing behind them, were filled with shock. Knowing that there was no lack of outstanding talent amongst these Chen clan disciples, such tens of thousands of people were so directly kneeling down on one knee to salute, and even a group of elders stood beside them to echo the sentiment. The value of such a scene left the duo dumbfounded. They had long known that Chen Nian's status was unusually high, but they hadn't expected it to be this high. Merely returning home was greeted by so many disciples. All rise. Chen Nian smiled faintly and said aloud. The true qi-infused voice instantly spread throughout the entire Chen family. The crowd of disciples heard this and said aloud, "Obey!" At this moment, a dozen or so elders of the Chen family flocked over, their faces filled with smiles. Young Lord, after being away from home for a year, I welcome Young Lord back. Young Lord's aura is even more elusive, I'm afraid it's a few levels higher. That's right, Young Lord's talent is unrivaled in the entire 3,000 regions. Several elders instantly patted their asses, their faces piled up with smiles. In the eyes of outsiders, they were murderous devils, even slaughtering a domain was no big deal, but in front of Chen Nian, each and every one of them were so honest and even full of currying favor. However, the elders did not feel that there was anything wrong with this in the slightest. This was because Chen Nian's status and position as well as his talent and strength fully deserved the licking that the crowd was giving him. Chen Nian faintly smiled and said, "You're welcome, elders, you've worked hard for my Chen family." As soon as Chen Nian's words fell, all the elders smiled and said, "No hard work, no hard work." Grand Elder Chen Tianan slowly said, "Young Lord, the family lord is waiting for you in the main hall, asking you to personally go there." Good. Hearing that his old father wanted to see him, Chen Nian was not unable to do so and nodded his head in agreement. Immediately, he turned his head to glance at the two of them, Li Madblade and Shui Luer, and commanded, "Elders, arrange for the two of them to stay, just next to my compound." Several elders heard this and their gazes looked over. Although Shui Luer and Li Mad Knife's talents were far different from Chen Nian's, for the entire 3,000 regions, they were definitely considered to be at the forefront of talent. They naturally ranked high in the Chen clan as well. The crowd understood that these two were Chen Nian's followers, and immediately did not dare to be slow. The third elder arched his hand and said, "Don't worry, young master, I will go and make arrangements." Good. Chen Nian hemmed, and turned his head to command a few more people, and then he went to the main hall with large strides. Wherever he passed, the Chen clan disciples opened the way and bowed their hands in salute. "See, father." Inside the grand hall, Chen Nian arched his hand in salute. One could only see Chen Tiandao lazily reclining on the seat with his eyes closed. The figure seemed to be fused with the entire world, and if one did not probe carefully, it seemed that one could not even detect the other party's breathing. His every move seemed to have conformed to the operation of the heavenly Tao. Back. Chen Tiandao slowly opened his eyes, a few more shades of joy in his bland eyes. Although in front of outsiders, he was the domain master of the Nine Heavens demon region, the biggest devil in the entire 3,000 regions. But to Chen Nian, he was a father who naturally loved his child. Chen Nian grinned and walked up to sit on the ground. Hey, back. Chen Tiandao carefully sized up Chen Nian for a few moments, then he smiled and nodded his head. Well, not bad, your cultivation has grown greatly, the Supreme Tao Foundation has become a reality. It seems that you have obtained a not insignificant inheritance. Although there were quite a few great emperors in the Violet Sky mysterious realm, not every one of them knew the method of casting the Supreme Tao Foundation. Only those top great emperors would know the casting method, so the inheritance that Chen Nian had obtained should be quite good. Chen Nian nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, after my child entered the secret realm, he obtained the inheritance of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor." When Chen Tiandao heard this, a look of dismay instantly appeared on his face. Violet Sky Divine Emperor. One must know that this person was one of the strongest emperors that had ever existed in the entire 3,000 regions, and his strength was terrifyingly incomparable. Although he believed in Chen Nian's natural strength and knew that he would definitely be able to obtain a good inheritance, he did not expect Chen Nian to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Violet Sky God Emperor. This was simply a bit unimaginable. "Nianer, are you telling the truth?" Still seeming to be in some disbelief, Chen Tiandao inquired with some hesitation. Chen Nian nodded his head. "It's the Violet Sky God Emperor." Good, great. A brilliant light exploded from Chen Tiandao's eyes as he applauded. It seemed that Nian's talent was even more impressive than he had imagined. He could see through Chen Nian's cultivation at a glance through the concealment bead on his body. His qi and blood were like dragons, his body exuded a terrifying aura, and his cultivation had already reached the king realm. A 7-year-old king, even more terrifying than when he was young. His eyes burned as he looked towards Chen Nian, not expecting that the Chen family would be able to have a demon like Chen Nian appear after himself. If this grew up, with the father and son duo around, the entire 3,000 regions would be the Chen family's, I'm afraid. My father is very pleased that you were able to obtain the inheritance of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor, but in the future, you should also cultivate diligently. Your cultivation is breaking through rapidly, so don't go out during this period of time, polish your cultivation at home. As for things you don't understand in cultivation, you can come and ask me or the 9 ancestors. Chen Yan's breakthrough was too fast and needed some time to properly polish his foundation. Otherwise, the mind would be unstable, and that would be a big deal. For martial artists, mind cultivation was sometimes even more important than cultivation. If a person's state of mind was not enough, then if he forced himself to cultivate, not only would he not be able to break through, but instead, he would cause irreversible damage, and it would trigger a situation where he would go off the deep end.
I understand. If there is nothing else, go down and see your mother. Chen Tiandao smiled.
Although Chen Yan stayed in the Violet Sky Divine sect, Xian Zero Moon's heart was always worried. After all, he was his only son, how could he not worry about his safety when he was out there alone?
Chen Yan smiled and said, "Yes. However, I have one more thing."
Saying so, he summoned the mother insect from his imperial beast ring. "Father, this is the mother insect that my child recovered from the Violet Sky Mystic Realm."
Mother insect.
Seeing the mother insect that Chen Yan released, Chen Tiandao was once again shocked. He stared at the mother worm with wide eyes and could not help but be a little surprised. This thing, which had disappeared millions of years ago, it was as if it had never appeared in the history of the entire 3,000 realms, except for some ancient books that had recorded only a few words about it. He still had some understanding of this thing. This thing was extremely difficult to deal with, capable of generating countless beast worms to attack the enemy. If the other party couldn't find where the mother bug was, the beast bugs alone would be able to will each other to death. Moreover, if the mother worm had a cultivation at the level of a great emperor, it would be able to summon beast worms at the level of a great emperor.
This would be terrifying.
Although the strength of the beast worms was weaker than a martial artist of the same level, countless great emperor-level beast worms were enough to make one's scalp go numb. This kind of creature is something that father doesn't know much about. It's your luck to have encountered it, and in the future, when the cultivation level of this female insect is higher, it will be a great help to you. It's only that the growth of this mother worm requires a large amount of resources. Even all the resources of the entire 9 heavens demon region put together may not be able to raise him to the Saint King realm. That's right, although a creature like a mother worm was terrifying, it also had a drawback. That was the great consumption of resources. Even if all the resources of the entire 9 heavens demon region were used up, it wouldn't necessarily be able to bring it to the Saint King realm. Not to mention the ascension after the Saint King realm, each small level of ascension would require a massive amount of resources.
Chen Yan nodded and said, "I understand, I'll take care of the resource matter." Aha! Chen Tiandao sniffed and no longer interfered.
This son of his was mysterious and did not need to worry about himself at all. After father and son chatted for a while, Chen Yan went to Xian Zero Moon's residence. Mother and son have not seen for more than a year. A meeting with Xian Zuiyue is naturally joyful. Mother and son talked for a long time before Chen Yan will be their own residence. The third elder had arranged for Shui Luer's and Li Mad Knife's residences early on, and Chen Yan's compound was not far away, next to Chen Pingan's. At night, Chen Yan sent someone to take Shui Luer's and Li Mad Knife's residences to the residence of Chen Ping. At night, Chen Yan sent someone to invite the Grand Elder over.
"Greetings, Imperial Son." Chen Tianan arched his hand and saluted. Chen Yan said smilingly, "It's been a long time since I've seen the Grand Elder."
Chen Tianan smiled faintly at his words.
"It's Emperor Son, it's been a long time. What's so important that you've come looking for me this late at night? Grand Elder's cultivation has been stuck at the peak of Saint Entry for many years, right?" Chen Tianan heard this and was first stunned, then answered honestly.
"Yes, back to Saint Sun, the old man's cultivation has been stuck at the peak of Saint Entry for 27 years now, and this step has been delayed. Perhaps it is because the old man's natural talent is too poor, and it is difficult to comprehend the power of the laws. This power of law is extremely difficult to comprehend. Many powerful people at the Saint Realm have been stuck at this step for their entire lives, making it difficult to advance an inch."
Chen Tianan let out a bitter smile, his eyes somewhat despondent.
Chen Yan captured this very keenly and said with a smile, "Great Elder need not be discouraged, I have a way to help you."
Chen Tianan froze when he heard this,
only to see Chen Yan slowly pull out a golden red fruit from his spatial ring.
Immediately, a rich aroma emanated from the entire room, and there was a faint force of law within this aroma. This is.
Chen Tianan immediately widened his eyes and gulped, saying. The corners of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly. "This is the blazing flame dragon fruit. It can help the Grand Elder comprehend the power of the laws."
Blazing flame dragon fruit. Hearing Chen Yan's words, Chen Tianan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had read about this thing in ancient texts, and it was a legendary spirit item. It was because this thing could help a sacred realm entry powerhouse comprehend the power of laws. It was important to know that laws were extremely difficult to comprehend, and the requirements for talent were extremely high. Like Chen Tianan, he had been stuck at the peak of the Sate realm for over 100 years, and it was because of the difficulty in comprehending the power of the laws that he was unable to make a breakthrough. If he could take this blazing flame dragon fruit, then Chen Tianan's chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm would be greatly increased. It was only that this legendary item had long disappeared for countless years, and he had never seen it before. Chen Tianan swallowed his saliva and said with some disbelief, "Young lord, is this really the blazing flame dragon fruit?" Looking at the Grand Elder's appearance, Chen Yan smiled faintly and calmly said, "Not bad, this blazing flame dragon fruit should be useful to the Grand Elder, right?" Chen Tianan nodded his head repeatedly as he heard this. It is useful. It couldn't be blamed on his indolence, after all, that was the Saint King realm. He had lived his entire life and managed to cultivate to the peak of the Saint Entry realm, and while there seemed to be only one hurdle away from the Saint King realm, there was actually a world of difference. The power of the Saint King realm was not something that an entry Saint realm martial artist could compare to. He wasn't Chen Tiandao and didn't have that kind of ability to fight across the ranks. However, Chen Tianan turned his thoughts around and immediately said with some hesitation, "Young lord, this blazing flame dragon fruit is extremely hard to find. You are the future of the Chen clan, I don't dare to grab it with young lord." Although Chen Tianan inwardly wanted to break through to the Saint King realm, he also knew that Chen Yan was the future of the Chen family, and that this kind of divine object should be enjoyed by Chen Yan himself, and to use it himself would be a waste. Chen Yan smiled faintly at his words. Although these elders of the Chen clan had their own minds, they were all looking out for him and the Chen clan, so there was naturally nothing wrong with their loyalty. He smiled as he handed this blazing flame dragon fruit into the hands of the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, take it, I don't need these things." Although the blazing flame dragon fruit was able to help Sage Realm entry powerhouses comprehend the power of the laws, it was a medicine that was 3 times as poisonous, and there were naturally certain limitations to the use of this heaven and earth spirit. If one were to take the blazing flame dragon fruit to forcefully comprehend the power of the laws, the process of breaking through to a great emperor in the future would inevitably be more difficult. Breakthroughs made with the help of external forces would inevitably be repaid twice as much in the future. Chen Yan's goal was not a mere Saint King realm. When Chen Tianan heard the words, he was first stunned, then he understood, and he tightly clutched the blazing flame dragon fruit in his hand. He was different from Chen Yan, he didn't have such a terrifying talent, and he was able to ascend to the peak of the sacred realm thanks to Chen Tiandao's support, and now that he had been stuck at the peak of the sacred realm for so many years, he was afraid that without the help of outsiders, it would be difficult to reach the peak of the sacred king realm in this lifetime. As for the legendary Great Emperor realm, Chen Tianan didn't even dare to think about it. He nodded excitedly and said, "I understand, many thanks to Emperor Sun." After saying that, he gave a slight salute towards Chen Yan. This salute was a great favor to Chen Yan. Knowing that the lifespan of a Saint King realm powerhouse increased by tens of thousands of years, if one could allow Chen Tianan to break through from the peak of the Saint Entry realm to the Saint King realm, this favor was like a recreation. Chen Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "Grand Elder is polite, it's getting late, Grand Elder please return." "Yes, I won't disturb the Imperial Sun's rest, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Chen Tianan bowed once again and immediately turned around to leave. Looking at Chen Tianan's departing back, Chen Yan also smiled faintly. Originally, Chen Yan had planned to give this red flame dragon fruit to one of his second uncle, only to hear Chen Tiandao say that his second uncle had gone out on a retreat, and would not return until he broke through the Saint King realm. As for where he went, Chen Tiandao didn't say, so Chen Yan didn't ask much. After all, with Chen Tianan's talent, wanting to break through the Saint King realm wasn't a difficult task, not to mention the help of Chen Tiandao. Time passed very quickly. Early the next morning, Chen Yan went to the ancestral ground alone, intending to go into seclusion. This time, he had obtained the inheritance of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor and needed some time to settle down. After all, it contained all of this strongest great emperor's senses, as well as martial arts inheritance, and although Chen Yan wouldn't be following his steps in cultivation step by step, it had a very great reference value. The ancestral ground was a forbidden place for the Chen family. For generations, only the Chen family head had been qualified to enter. However, Chen Yan was an accident. He had grown up in the ancestral ground since he was a child, and was exceptionally free to enter and exit the ancestral ground, and no one in the entire Chen family dared to say anything. Before entering the ancestral ground,
Chen Yan called out to the three of them, Chen Pingon, Shui Luer and Li Berserkblade. The three of you cultivate well, this emperor's son is going to be in seclusion for a period of time, any resources are supplied by the Chun clan, just look for the third elder directly. This is this emperor's son's token to be kept by Pinyin, you guys can go in and out of the hidden scripture pavilion and other highlights as you please with this token, and except for the 9th layer, you can cultivate all the other 8 layers of martial arts as you please. The three of them were instructed to cultivate well, and as for all the resources needed for cultivation, the Chen family had a supply. The Chen family occupied the 9 heavens demon region, one of the 10 upper regions, with countless resources. However, there were many disciples within the family, so naturally, the issue of distribution was also involved. But a few people were already overly talented, plus they were Chen Yan's close friends, so there was naturally enough in terms of resource allocation. And Chen Yan's token was even more honorable. With this token in hand, all parts of the Chen family could be accessed, even the martial arts of the Tibetan scripture pavilion could basically be practiced, of course, except for a few 9-star martial arts on the 9th floor. Pingon Chen received the token and respectfully said, yes. Don't worry, Emperor's son, we will definitely cultivate properly. Good. Chen Yan nodded with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. After instructing a few people, he turned around and entered the middle of the ancestral land. The ancestral land was full of spiritual qi, the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth here was more than 10 times that of the outside world, and the dense spiritual qi was even on the verge of crystallizing into water. A normal person cultivating here for a day could be worth 4 or 5 days of cultivation outside. After entering the ancestral land, Chen Yan didn't hang around, he was familiar with every blade of grass and tree here, so as soon as he came in, he directly sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. The cycle is not already is Tao also, asked one Yin and one Yang is Tao, is Tai Chi or not, said Yin and Yang is just Yin and Yang, one is Tai Chi, Yin and Yang is just a guess, Yin popularity that is Yang. Tianyi can number, from a lifetime of 2 Yin and Yang together, so it is said that a Yin and a Yang of the road. Son of a clown too, in the sky for the sun and moon. The supreme god and devil body is the Yin and Yang harmonization, lonely Yin not born lonely Yang not lone. Chen Yan's explanation of the supreme divine demon body by the purple heavenly god emperor emerged in his mind, and as he muttered under his breath, the divine demon chi in his body grew stronger and stronger. It was as if the divine devil chi had formed a cycle, nourishing the physical body while nourishing the soul, and the spiritual realm was also rising. Chen Yan was able to clearly sense the flow of this chi within his body. Spring goes and fall comes. The seasons were still like spring in the ancestral lands. Chen Yan cultivated tirelessly in the middle of the ancestral ground, and every day, apart from practicing martial arts and refining his body, he was sensing the cultivation epiphanies left to him by the violet heavenly god emperor. Cultivating from an ordinary person to the level of the strongest great emperor, the journey along the way was naturally exceptionally arduous, and the step-by-step cultivation epiphanies had also allowed Chen Yan to reap great rewards, and his state of mind cultivation had been greatly enhanced. 10 years passed in a flash. This year, Chen Yan was 17. Apart from occasionally going in and out of the ancestral land once, he had stayed in the ancestral land for a full 10 years. At this moment, outside the Chen clan's ancestral land, the aura of the secret realm began to become unstable, and the stone door at the entrance to the secret realm suddenly opened, and outside the door stood a group of elders, as well as the three of them, Chen Pingon, Shui Luer, and Li Berserkblade. After 10 years of cultivation, coupled with the accumulation of the Chen family's various resources, the three of them had seen their cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. Especially the two of them, Shui Luer and Li Berserkblade. These two had obtained the great emperor's inheritance in the violet sky mysterious realm, and both their root bone talent and cultivation speed had greatly increased. Nowadays, Shui Luer's cultivation had already broken through the supreme realm and reached the late supreme realm cultivation. As for Li Mad Knife, his cultivation speed was even faster than Shui Luer's, directly reaching the peak of the supreme realm from the king realm, only one step away from stepping into the emperor realm. The emperor realm was a watershed in a martial artist's cultivation. A martial artist at the emperor realm level could barely be considered a not-so-small expert. And although Pingon Chen had not obtained the great emperor's inheritance, he had the Aegean body implanted by Chen Yan, as well as various stacks of resources as well as his own cultivation. He had already stepped into the late stage of the king's realm at a young age. Suddenly, the stone door opened. A man and a woman slowly walked out from the stone door. Chen Yan walked in front, his handsome face with sharp angles. Now at the age of 17, his features were incomparably handsome. That exquisite face, evil smile, and unruly eyes were all filled with a charming look. He took one step at a time, his pace was slow, but his body was filled with a mysterious atmosphere, as if he was one with the whole world.
Behind Chen Nian was a quirky young girl, her body exuding a fiery red aura. This was Chen Nian's mount, the Neiwang. Niai Huang could already take shape when she was in the King realm, and after countless stacks of resources, she was still in the Emperor realm today, and her speed was extremely fast, and if she flew with all her might, even a Sacred Realm entry powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with her speed. See you, young lord. When the crowd saw Chen Nian come out, they hurriedly bowed their hands and saluted. Although the aura on Chen Nian's body was not visible, several elders felt a terrifying aura from his body, an aura that was somewhat intimidating to them. It was an unknown fear. Chen Nian was like a black hole that could not be seen or touched, but his strength was unquestionable. Get up! Chen Nian smiled faintly and said indifferently. His gaze went to the Grand Elder, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "Congratulations to the Grand Elder for breaking through the Same King realm. My Chen family has another Same King realm powerhouse." With the blazing flame dragon fruit given by Chen Nian in the beginning, the Grand Elder was like a treasure, and after Chen Nian went into seclusion he also began his seclusion. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through the Same King realm in one fell swoop. His strength had risen greatly, and his lifespan had grown a lot out of nowhere, and nowadays, his beard was no longer white, and his originally sparse white hair had re-thickened and gotten a little darker. For Chen Nian, the Grand Elder's heart was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for that blazing flame dragon fruit from Chen Nian, he himself didn't know how long it would take him to break through to the Same King realm. It could be 10 years, it could be 100 years, and he wouldn't even be able to break through until he died. Many thanks, young master. Young master's great kindness, old me can't forget it in my life, but wherever young master can use it, old me is willing to go to the fire on the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire for young master. There was unprecedented certainty in the Grand Elder's eyes. After breaking through to the Same King realm, he would be able to get a glimpse of this world. At the same time, he was also convinced that Chen Nian was the chosen son who would lead their Chen family into the future. With him, the Chen family would be even stronger. Great Elder is overstated. After saying that, Chen Nian smiled faintly and turned his gaze to look at the three of them. Shuelur. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It seems that the three of you didn't relax during my absence." All three of them had made full progress in their cultivation, and it was evident that they hadn't slacked off. The three heard Chen Nian's praise and the same smile appeared on their faces. "The three of us vow to follow in young lord's footsteps." Not bad. After chatting idly at the entrance to the secret realm, the crowd embraced Chen Nian as he returned to the other courtyard. It had been 10 years of bitter cultivation in the secret realm, during which Chen Nian had barely come out, and his food and drink had been delivered to the entrance of the secret realm by a special person, but the accomplishments of these 10 years of bitter cultivation were also tremendous. Shuelur had already put water in Chen Nian's room. He hadn't come out for 10 years, and on his first day out, it was time to cleanse his body. He stripped off his clothes and stepped into the wooden barrel, slowly lying in the boiling hot water. Although the water was scalding hot, it did not pose any harm to Chen Nian. The clear water washed Chen Nian's body. Now that he was already 17 years old, his body skills were very mature, plus the children in this world cultivated from a young age, so they developed even more. Shuelur stood at the door and said softly, "Young lord, do you need my subordinate to help you clean?" Nowadays, Shuelur had also grown up to be generous. That pair of snow-white peaks were even more proud than before, and the flirtatiousness on her face was hard to hide. "No need, you go down first, I'll rest myself for a while." These 10 years in the secret realm, Chen Nian hardly had any rest. Every day he was either cultivating his true qi or his physical body, and from time to time, he also had to perceive the cultivation insights of the Violet Sky Divine Emperor. Yes. Shuelur didn't dare to say anything more, and then she gently closed the door. Chen Nian was the only one left in the room. He sat down in the wooden barrel, closed his eyes and gently called out, "System, check the personal attribute panel." Ding, checking. Host, Chen Nian. Cultivation level, Mid-Emperor Realm. Technique, 9-turn Divine Demon Technique, 9 stars, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 9 stars, 999,999,999 particles. Martial Arts, Flickering Finger, 9 stars, Destructive Sword Technique, 9 stars, Misty Phantom Steps, 9 stars, Deicide Chop, 9 stars, Life and Death Talisman, 9 stars, Shattering Starfist, 9 stars. Physique, Supreme Divine Devil Body. Talent, Blessing of the Devil's Way. Special Temperament, Exile the Immortal Temperament. Aptitude at arm's length, Words Follow Law, Thunder and Lightning Field, Soul Detention. Number of draws, 100 inch. Looking at his attribute panel, the corners of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly, his heart satisfied. Cultivating from the early king's realm to the middle stage of the emperor's realm in 10 years,
this was still the result of him deliberately slowing down his cultivation speed. If he were to cultivate at full strength, he was afraid that his cultivation would have already broken through to the sacred realm. Not only that, Chen Yan's greatest progress was the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. 9,999,999 particles had been awakened. The next step was to transform all of the giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles so that the metamorphosis could be completed. In 10 years' time, Chen Yan's cultivation had greatly improved, and his character had become more and more composed. After soaking in the wooden barrel for more than half an hour, Chen Yan slowly got up and wiped himself off, and Xue Luer came in to pour the water out of Chen Yan's wooden barrel, just like a personal maid. Of course, for Xue Luer, her position was also very clear. She was Chen Yan's personal maid. Young master, madam knows that you are out of the gate and is calling for you to go to her residence. At the doorway, Xian Zero Moon's personal maid slowly walked in, her eyes lowered, not daring to look directly at Chen Yan's body in the slightest. One must know that Chen Yan was Xian Zero Moon and Chen Tiandao's own son, that face value genes were absolutely nothing to speak of, handsome features, perfect body proportions, and that world unrivaled indifferent temperament, all of which made the women of the entire 3,000 regions go crazy for them. Chen Yan raised his head and glanced at the maid at the door, and said flatly, "Good." After 10 years of seclusion in the ancestral ground, Chen Yan had hardly ever come out, and even if he did, he had dealt with some matters, so he had never seen his mother in these 10 years. This time, when he came out of seclusion, Xian Zero Moon had also long missed Chen Yan, so he had just finished his bath when an attendant came to call. On the side, Xue Luer served Chen Yan to get dressed, her gentle fingers slowly tracing over his body, that charming face looking at Chen Yan as if she had silk threads in her eyes that she couldn't pull out. "Young lord, it's done." "Aha! Do you need me to accompany you?" Xue Luer said softly. Over the years when Chen Yan was in seclusion, Xue Luer would often go to Xian Zuoyue's residence in addition to her cultivation. Chen Yan glanced at her and nodded. Let's go together." He, good." Xue Luer hemmed and hawed, her eyes filled with laughter. The two of them, a master and a servant, walked towards Xian Zero Moon's special courtyard. As the Chen family's main mother and Chen Tiandao's most favored lady, Xian Zuyue's residence was naturally not simple. The courtyard was exceptionally wide and bright. There was a very long river within the courtyard, and the banks of the river were planted with a few flowers and trees. This place seemed like an earthly paradise, a paradise beyond the world in general, and once one came in, one's heart and mind would be at peace. "See you, mother." Seeing Chen Yan salute, Xian Zuoyue's originally calm heart instantly warmed up, her face instantly filled with smiles as she rushed in Chen Yan's direction. "Nianer, mother has missed you to death, you've finally come out. Closed for 10 years, mother misses you every day and every night. How is it? Is the food okay? Can you sleep well every night? Don't stress too much." As soon as she came up, Xian Zero Moon was endlessly concerned and hung up on her. Chen Yan was the only son that she had given birth to in the 10th month of her pregnancy. In this life, even if Chen Yan was a lazy waste, Xian Zero Moon would still love him to the heavens. The attribute of motherly love was instantly brought into play. Chen Yan's heart warmed as he looked at his old mother with this concerned look, and his eyes became filled with warm colors, and even his voice became much softer as he spoke. "Don't worry, mother, my child is fine, living a good life, and his strength has grown a lot." Looking at Chen Yan's understanding, Xian Zero Moon felt a sudden sense of relief. After the mother and son chatted for a while, Xian Zuyu turned her gaze to Xue Luer. She was naturally no stranger to her, and Xue Luer had often run to her over the years. "Luer, you've been starving and thin from all the recent cultivation. Come on, there are pastries here, try some." Saying this, Xian Zuoyue pointed at the pastries in front of her. Xue Luer smiled cheekily, not being polite. She smoothly took a piece of pastry, lightly bit into it and chewed it in her mouth a few times. The aroma instantly filled her entire taste buds. "Aunt Xian, it smells so good." Hearing Xue Luer's praise, Xian Zero Moon said smilingly, "This is something I purposely had the underlings make." The three of them chatted in the courtyard for a while, when suddenly, a middle-aged man slowly walked up with a bowl of white liquid. "Your ladyship, the 10-whole dragon bone soup that you asked me to boil for the young lord has already been boiled." Saying this, he passed the soup in his hand onto the table. Shen Ziyue smiled faintly at his words and said, "Thanks for your hard work, steward Li." This man was one of the Chen family's butlers, namely Jian, who had served the Chen family for over 100 years, and his loyalty was naturally still reliable. The Chen family was very large and there were quite a few butlers in the family, and this butler Li was one of the butlers who served Xian Zero Moon all year round. It's not hard, said Steward Li with a coy smile, smilingly glancing at Chen Yan, and immediately bowing his head. Xian Zero Moon smiled and said, "Nianer, try this soup, The dragon bone inside is a good thing that your father searched for years to find. Dragons, long ago disappeared from this side of the world. No one knew where this legendary species had gone. It was important to know that creatures like dragons were the overlords of the heavens and earth countless years ago, extremely powerful. Every newborn baby dragon had extreme strength, and the upper limit was so high that they didn't even need much cultivation, only the stacking of resources was needed to raise their cultivation, similar to the phoenixes of today. Only the Phoenix clan survives to this day, while the Dragon clan has long disappeared. So the things on this dragon are naturally extremely precious, especially this dragon bone, which is a great complementary thing on the dragon. This 10-hole dragon bone soup was a single recipe left over from the ancient times, using a secret method to simmer, and was able to greatly enhance the qi in blood. Seeing this steaming 10-hole dragon bone soup in front of him, Chen Yan smiled faintly and without any hesitation, nodded his head. Good. Saying that, Chen Yan picked up the 10 complete dragon bone soup in front of him and immediately followed it up with a drink. The energy contained in the dragon bone soup instantly catalyzed Chen Yan's entire body, the powerful aura nourishing his body. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt that something was wrong with his body. While the aura from the dragon bone soup nourished Chen Yan's cultivation, there was another terrifying force that was destroying his body again. It was a toxin that was slowly eroding Chen Yan's body. Shen Zero Moon and Shui Luo also seemed to have noticed that Chen Yan's state was not right and hurriedly inquired. Nyener, what happened? Young lord, are you alright? Only Chen Yan slowed down for 4 or 5 breaths of time, followed by his pale face gradually turning a bit rosier. He gently waved his hand and said, "It's fine, however, someone poisoned this soup." Hearing Chen Yan's words, Xian Zuyuet and Shui Luo were instantly startled, and the two of them stood up in a flash. Only to see Chen Yan staring at the remaining soup in the bowl, a murderous aura in his eyes. He didn't know who was trying to harm him, but the person who was harming him could be considered as wanting to kill him. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine that person had used, it was colorless, tasteless, and extremely toxic. This kind of poison, even if it is into the Saint Realm powerhouse stained, also must die. Even the Saint King Realm powerhouse once swallowed, also will be seriously injured. More in Chen Yan district or royal realm? But good thing Chen Yan has supreme god devil body, can resist all toxins, otherwise today he can be dangerous. Hearing that someone had poisoned the soup, Xian Zuyuet and Shui Luo's hearts instantly tightened. In this huge Chen family, there was even someone who poisoned Chen Yan. This is a fucking death wish. What kind of person is Chen Yan, the young master of the Chen family, the personal son of the first person of the devil's path? How dare he poison him? Chen Yan's gaze condensed, and his eyes coldly looked at Butler Li in front of him, only to see that the latter's expression was flat, as if all this had nothing to do with him. However, Chen Yan knew that this matter was absolutely irrelevant to this person. Say, who asked you to poison him? Chen Yan's voice was cold and calm as if it came from the 9 specters. However, Shui Luo, who was familiar with Chen Yan, knew that he was truly enraged. Butler Li raised his head and looked into Chen Yan's eyes. Suddenly his face changed. His originally timid and fearful eyes became sharp and fierce, and his kind face became fierce as he snorted coldly. Humph, Chen Yan, you're dead. This bureau lousy has been planning for more than 100 years. There is no cure for the poison of this weak water. Chen Tiandao, today you are going to taste the pain of losing your son. Ha 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 ha. The entire courtyard was filled with Steward Li's unrestrained laughter. He looked at Chen Yan as if he had seen a dead man, with ferocity and satisfaction in his eyes. The pain of losing his son and the hatred of his country and family had finally been avenged today. You have to know that this weak water poison is an ancient strange poison. There is no cure, and there is no antidote to be found in this world. Even if Chen Tiandao's skills were to be utilized, there was absolutely nothing he could do to save the world. However, Chen Yan let out a cold laugh and looked at Butler Li as if he had seen a fool, mocking. Really, the poison of weak water, nothing more than that. It's just a pity that you weren't able to poison me even after plotting for over 100 years. Housekeeper Li sniffed and looked at the living, breathing, rosy-cheeked Chen Yan, and his entire being was instantly dumbfounded. How? How is it possible? This was the poison of weak water. Ancient strange poison, how could Chen Yan be fine? He himself had seen him drink it with his own eyes. This is impossible. How can you be fine? Butler Li's voice was slightly trembling, his lips were purple, and his face was pale. He had long been prepared to commit suicide, but he had never even imagined that Chen Yan would be unharmed, so wouldn't his patience over the past 100 years be in vain? Chen Yan let out a cold smile and did not answer his question, but instead looked at him indifferently and said, "This emperor's son asks you, just who told you to do this?" One must know that he himself was not even born more than 100 years ago. This stoicism had actually been hidden in the Chen family for more than 100 years without being discovered, this definitely could not have been done by this one person. Not to mention that this ancient strange poison was even more unlikely to be something that his mere housekeeper could get his hands on. However, although Stewardly was shocked, he quickly took a deep breath and calmed down.
Don't ask, I won't tell you.
He had set up this bureau for more than 100 years, and although it didn't work, he definitely wouldn't involve the people behind him. After saying that, he only saw Stewardly's face instantly turn black and purple, his lips began to tremble, and then he faltered and directly began to fall down. Seeing this, Shui Luo instantly froze, and then hurriedly stepped forward to check on Stewardly's condition. Young master, his mouth contains poison, he should have just bitten through it, the poison's toxicity is too strong, it can't be saved anymore. Jianli was not Chen Yan after all, who could be invulnerable to all poisons. Xian Ziyu narrowed her eyes and looked at the fallen dead housekeeperly. This person had served her for over 100 years, never showing any foul play. She had never suspected the other party either, so she even let the other party prepare the things Chen Yan drank.
Unexpectedly, this guy actually hid so deeply. Nyener, this clue was afraid to be interrupted.
Although she was also eager to uncover the finger behind the curtain. But the other party had already taken poison and killed himself, and the Chen family had offended too many people. After all, this journey had relied on burning and looting, and Chen Tiandao was unusually overbearing. It was normal to make many enemies. Therefore, once Stewardly died, Xian Zeromoon really couldn't guess what kind of people the other party was actually instructed by.
However, Chen Yan was not the least bit flustered.
He slowly walked up to Stewardly, sneered coldly, and softly said,
"Just died, his soul hasn't dispersed yet."
Only Chen Yan's eyes froze, and in the next moment, 2 words were slowly spat out from his mouth.
Soul detention. That's right, Chen Yan directly unleashed his divine ability, soul detention. As long as the other party had just died, this divine ability would be able to detain the other party's soul for his own use, with the soul erupting with roughly 50 to 80% of the power it had in its heyday. Of course, this Stewardly himself did not have any combat power. But the reason why Chen Yan had detained his soul was because he wanted to know who exactly was trying to poison him. This question was very crucial. In the next moment, a cloud of white smoke appeared in front of Chen Yan. Xian Zeromoon and Shui Luo looked at each other with puzzled faces. Both of them didn't know what Chen Yan was up to, but they all watched quietly, neither of them making any noise.
Only to see that in the next moment, Butler Li's silhouette appeared directly in front of the crowd, and this appearance directly startled Shui Luo and Xian Zeromoon. Chen Yan, surprisingly, had gotten out the other party's soul body. Even Butler Li himself was in a daze.
He had just clearly died from drinking the medicine. What was going on?
And he unexpectedly couldn't probe anything about himself. At this moment, he was a soul body.
What the hell is going on, Chen Yan? What exactly have you done? Instantly, Stewardly panicked a bit. Death, he wasn't afraid of, but the situation at hand seemed to be even more terrifying than death.
He didn't know what means Chen Yan had, but as the young master of the Chen family, the most mysterious person in the Chen family other than Chen Tiandao, Stewardly knew that Chen Yan's means could definitely not be simple. Chen Yan stared at him coldly, his calm eyes directly laying Butler Li sweating.
I'm going to ask you once more, just who instructed you to poison me?
Chen Yan's eyes were cold, and looking at him, Butler Li could not help but shiver. However, at this juncture, he still tried his best to keep his mouth shut.
No one, it's just me who wanted to poison you to death. Is that so?
Chen Yan let out a cold laugh. Seeing this guy's hard mouth, it was time to give him some color. He slowly said, "The reason why you didn't die, that's because this emperor's son has taken control of your soul. In other words, you are now under my control, you can't die if I don't want you to." After saying that, Stewardly only felt an intense pain coming from all over his body. This kind of pain was extremely terrifying. One moment it was as cold as ice and frost, one moment it was as hot as a volcano, and one moment 10,000 insects were eating his heart.
Pain, extreme pain.
Under the continuation of this pain, it was as if Stewardly had spent a year on his own, and that long pain was simply millions of times more terrifying than death. After half a quarter of an hour or so, he finally couldn't carry it anymore. His trembling voice carried a slight hint of begging for mercy.
I'll say it all. Chen Yan sniffed and withdrew his punishment.
Having experienced that kind of pain, Butler Li no longer dared to hide anything and hurriedly said, It was the Red Flame Divine Dynasty that made me do it. I've been hiding here for more than 100 years just to look for an opportunity to get rid of Chen Tiandao's heir at that time.
Red Flame Divine Dynasty.
At the doorway, a middle-aged voice came out, and the crowd turned their heads, only to see Chen Tiandao slowly walk in from outside the door. His face was calm, unable to tell if he was happy or sad, but his eyes flashed with an endless murderous aura.
See Father. See Domain Lord. Chen Nian and Shui Luo both saluted. Chen Tiandao let out a hungman whirled around. Nianer, is everything alright? Chen Nian shook his head and said. I'm fine, father. The poison medicine they used is strong, but it's good that the supreme divine demon body is special and invulnerable to all poisons. These people from the Red Flame Imperial Dynasty wanted to poison Chen Nian to death, and had been plotting for so many years, but they had missed one point, which was that Chen Nian had the supreme god demon body, which was truly invulnerable to all poisons. Hearing that Chen Nian was fine, Chen Tiandao slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Slightly relieved, however, the killing intent in his heart was undiminished. When he thought about it, the Red Flame Divine Domain run by the Red Flame Divine Dynasty was one of the top 10 upper domains and was extremely powerful. And Chen Tiandao happened to bring the Chen family all the way to the top, directly knocking the Red Flame Divine Domain into a center domain. It was only that although the Red Flame Divine Dynasty at that time was not an upper domain, it had after all accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of heritage. Coupled with the fact that the Chen family had just risen up at that time, its depth wasn't very deep, so in order to accumulate the Chen family's power, the Chen heavenly Dao at that time didn't drive them to extinction. Now, these guys had even started to make waves again, and had even hit his son with their ideas. It was simply looking for death. Nianer, what do you want to do about this matter? Chen Tiandao looked at Chen Nian with eyes that were devoid of joy or sorrow. Chen Nian sniffed and met Chen Tiandao's gaze squarely. He knew that Chen Tiandao was trying to test if he was truly resolute. He didn't hesitate and said with a cold smile, since the Red Flame Divine Dynasty dares to backstab me, then there is no need for it to exist. Ah, good, my son is decisive. Chen Tiandao laughed up to the sky, his eyes filled with appreciation. Immediately after, he pulled out the black and gold-colored family head token in his hand, only to see the token rapidly rise into the air under the infusion of true qi, and immediately afterward, it became larger in the sky above the Chen family, and countless Chen family disciples noticed the situation here. Chen Tiandao's voice resounded throughout the high sky. Chen family, all elders and disciples pack up their things within a quarter of an hour and head to the Grand Hall immediately. Those who disobey the order, kill. Chen Tiandao's murderous voice instantly spread throughout the entire Chen family. Countless disciples boiled over for a moment. Holy shit, how did the family head's order get unleashed? Can it be that there's some big move? Didn't you hear it? The tone of the family master's voice just now was filled with endless killing intent. Someone must have messed with our Chen family. If they dare to mess with our Chen family, their skin will be peeled off. Hee. Finally we can go to war. Old me is dying of idleness. Without further ado, this time, old me will slaughter the city to practice a magic sword. The entire Chen family was abuzz. Although the crowd of disciples didn't know what was happening, they knew that the Chen family must be going to war with some force. These Chen family disciples were not soft bones, and as soon as they heard that they were going to war, they were all excited. The Chen family, having rested and recuperated for many years, it was time to come out and shine. These years, the Chen family rest and recuperate. The direct line of the side disciples add up to tens of thousands. These are the backbone of the Chen family. Go as the elite route. Each of the Chen family disciples take up the resources than the other major forces of the same cultivation disciples spend a lot more resources. And aside from these, the Chen family also had a peripheral force that probably numbered in the millions. These people were not surnamed Chen, but were attached to the Chen family under the Chen family, and belonged to the Chen family's vassals. On top of that, there were the major forces of the Nine Heavens demon region. As long as the Chen family went to war, these forces would unconditionally send their disciples to participate in the war. Because in the land of the Nine Heavens demon region, the Chen family was the sky. Even if these forces no longer wanted to participate in the war, there was nothing they could do about it, but whenever they had the slightest bit of hesitation, Chen Tiandao would instantly raise their sex to the ground. At this moment, the Chen family's main hall, the 18 elders of the Chen clan, as well as countless deacons and disciples were all gathered here. Looking from high above, a huge piece of the countless disciples exuded an aura that instantly changed the color of the sky over the entire Chen clan. The black sky covered the entire Chen family and even the Nine Heavenly Demon region. Only to see that high up in the sky, Chen Tiandao brought Chen Nian to step into the air. Father and son stood in front of everyone. Greetings to the Domain Lord. See young Lord. Countless voices converged together, instantly resounding throughout the Nine Heavens Demon region. Be excused. Chen Tiandao's voice came calmly, and the crowd of disciples got up and looked up at Chen Tiandao's figure. This man, like a god or devil, was the spiritual support of the entire Chen family. He gave a dry cough. A flat voice hovered over the entire Chen family. Gentlemen, this father is going to say something. Today, my son Chen Nian was poisoned by an undercover agent of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty,
and if it wasn't for the blessing of my son's divine spirit, he would have almost died under that red flame divine dynasty's undercover agent.
Hearing Chen Tiandao's words, the entire Chen family instantly boiled over. Holy shit, the young lord was poisoned? Red Flame God Dynasty, isn't that the one that was crippled by our Chun family back then? Damn, how dare they still make waves, they really don't know how to die. Grass, assassinating the young master, this is provoking our Chen family, destroy him. Yes, destroy him. Instantly, all the Chen family disciples were in high spirits, and one by one, they threatened to exterminate the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. Not only that, even the Chen clan's group of elders were the same. Even these old men were even more emotional than these Chen clan disciples. They had grown up in the Chen family for so many years, and because of Chen Tiandao they had their present, and Chen Nian was their future. What's more, these elders had more or less suffered from Chen Nian's kindness, especially the Grand Elder, who was able to break through to the Saint King realm because of the blazing flame dragon fruit given by Chen Nian. Hearing that Chen Nian had been assassinated, he was instantly enraged and could not wait to kill his way into the Red Flame Divine Dynasty right now. Family Lord, we are willing to be the pawns and step on the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. That's right, the young lord is the future of my Chen family. The fucking Red Flame Divine Dynasty doesn't know how to live and dares to assassinate the young lord, it's simply looking for death. Yes, step on the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. The crowd of elders asked for orders. In the entire Chen family, tens of thousands of people were furious, their eyes filled with killing intent. Chen Tiandao glanced at Chen Nian as his icy cold eyes looked in the direction of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. There was a deep and cold killing intent in those eyes. If a tiger didn't give out, did he really think he was a sick cat? He took a deep breath and coldly said, Chen family disciples, listen to the order. Chen family disciples, as well as the Chen family's peripheral disciples and all the forces of the Nine Heavens Demon region, all set out to tread down the Red Flame Divine region. Chen Tiandao was moving in true anger, almost utilizing all the forces of the Nine Heavens Demon region. Tread down the Red Flame Divine domain. Tread down the Red Flame Divine realm. The skies above the Chen clan shook, vowing to make the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty pay. The Chen clan side was counting their troops with great fanfare. All of the first-line side disciples of the entire Chen family, as well as the peripheral disciples, and all of the major forces of the Nine Heavens Demon region all sent out their troops, pointing their swords at the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. For a time, the 3,000 regions were in turmoil, with all the major forces focusing on the dispute between the Chen family and the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. And at this moment, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's court meeting. All the ministers heard that the Nine Heavens Demon region was going to send troops to their Red Flame Divine Dynasty, and one by one, they panicked. Your Majesty, I heard that the Nine Heavens Demon region's Emperor's son was poisoned and assassinated by someone from my Red Flame Divine Dynasty, and now the Nine Heavens Demon region is going to send troops to my Red Flame Divine Dynasty. Your Majesty, I believe that the most urgent thing to do now should be to seek peace. Yes, the Nine Heavens Demon region, after hundreds of years of recuperation and development, has now increased its strength by countless times. My Red Flame Divine Dynasty is in no way a match for its current situation. Please think twice, Your Majesty. The entire courtroom was in chaos, but almost all of the officials, whether they were civil ministers or military generals, one by one, they were all asking for peace. Why? When they thought about it, Chen Tiandao had directly beaten these people out of their psyches with one person and one sword. Nowadays, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty had declined, the Chen family's strength had skyrocketed, and the strength of the two was even more not at the same level, so how could they possibly beat Chen Tiandao? Is it not good to live? Do they have to find a way to die and piss off the Chen family? That's the Chen family's emperor's son. Wang Teng sitting on the throne is also like sitting on pins and needles, how can he not be bitter? He didn't know how powerful the Chen family was. But this matter was not planned by him. It was planned by the old ancestor of their Red Flame Divine Dynasty, Wang Zhen. There was nothing he could do about it. Just as Wang Zhen looked down at the group of ministers below, not knowing what to say, suddenly, outside the Great Hall, an old figure slowly walked in, and everyone in the Great Hall fell silent. No one dared to say anything more. This old man was none other than the old ancestor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, Wang Zhen. He slowly walked into the Great Hall and headed towards the main seat. The gazes of all the ministers didn't dare to look directly at him. When he walked in front of the dragon chair, Wang Tang also hurriedly stood up and saluted. See you, old ancestor. H.M. Wang Zhen gave a calm and then turned around to look at all the ministers in the Great Hall. His gaze was biting, and the crowd of ministers had their scalps tingling from his stare, and even some with slightly weaker cultivation directly began to tremble. I have heard that you all want to negotiate peace? The calm voice echoed throughout the hall, killing intent filled the hall, no one dared to reply.
because everyone knew that to reply at this time was to seek death. Wang Jin snorted coldly. A bunch of soft bones. More than 100 years ago, my Red Flame Divine Dynasty was defeated by Chen Tiandao, and hardened to take away a large portion of my Red Flame Divine Realm's territory. In that battle, countless of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's strongest men fell, even my son died in that battle. Ever since then, I swore that I would make the Nine Heavens Demon region pay for its debts in this lifetime. To this end, I have been plotting for a whole 100 years, but I never thought that I would lose the battle. Wang Jin's voice resounded in the great hall, and the crowd listened silently, not daring to speak. But they also all knew about the battle back then. Chen Tiandao had pulled down the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty by himself, and it was from there that the Red Flame Divine Dynasty began to go downhill. Wang Jin took a deep breath and laughed coldly. Since then, the bones of my Red Flame Divine Dynasty have been broken, my spine has been poked and prodded, and all of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's subjects have been unable to stand up. Nowadays, although my Red Flame Divine Dynasty's strength has greatly receded, it still has the power to fight. If we don't fight now, after another 50 years, 100 years, or even 500 years, my Red Flame Divine Dynasty will only be at the mercy of the Chen family at that time, and at that time, all of you will be the ones in danger. When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other in disbelief, and their hearts couldn't help but set off great waves. It was because Wang Jin's words were quite right. Although the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's strength had greatly receded compared to before, and most of its territory had been lost, but the current them had hundreds of thousands of years of reserves and still had the power to fight. However, if after a few hundred years of work, the Chen family became even more powerful and Chen Nian eventually grew up, then their Red Flame Divine Dynasty could really only be caught with their hands tied. Wang Tang could not help but fall into deep thought as well. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Wang Jin continued. Although the Chen family is coming this time, although they are raging, my Red Flame Divine Dynasty is not without any resistance. Old me has come out this time to fight the Chen family. The seal of my Red Flame Divine Dynasty's ancestral artifact has been lifted, and with this artifact in my possession, I can compete with Chen Tiandao, while you guys, you only need to deal with the Chen family's millions of troops. Although today's Red Flame Divine Dynasty was in decline, the million-strong army was definitely there. Moreover, this million army wasn't just talking about random ordinary people, these armies were all made up of martial artists. If the millions of armies were to unite, along with the coordination of battle formations, even Saint King realm powerhouses would not be able to do anything about it. The ministers looked at each other in dismay, then their gazes went back to Wang Tung. Wang Tung thought for a moment and nodded his head. Old ancestor is right, if we don't fight to the death now, then 50 years from now, my Red Flame Divine Dynasty won't be able to fight even if I wanted to. The development of the Chen family over the years was evident to all. The ministers also nodded their heads when they heard this. Seeing this, the corner of Wang Jin's mouth rose slightly. He had long wanted to go to war with the Chen family. Although he hadn't poisoned Chen Nian this time, but he had unsealed that divine artifact from the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, and with his strength at the late Saint King realm, he might be able to decapitate Chen Tiandao. After all, that was a divine artifact. At that time, as long as Chen Tiandao was dead, the entire Chen family would be leaderless and no one would be his opponent. Wang Jin said aloud. Since that's the case, then prepare the army. The entire domain will once again conscript troops, all the soldiers and horses will run to the front line, and old husband will personally take command. This time, I will definitely fight the Nine Heavens Demon region. This time, it was also the final battle between the Red Flame Divine Dynasty and the Chen family. If they won, then their Red Flame Divine Dynasty would return to splendor and return to the position of the top 10 upper regions. If they lost, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty would be destroyed, the Divine Dynasty would be subverted, and the entire Red Flame Divine domain would be the territory of the Chen family. Yes, the ministers had no choice but to prepare their armies for battle. They only hoped that they could win this duel. Wang Tang paused and said, "This time, I will personally come to the front line and survive with you all. This time, it was either you die or I die, and it was also a backwater battle for the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. Therefore, this battle could not be lost, and Wang Tang's personal presence at the front line would also boost his morale. Moreover, his own battle power was not bad, and he also had the cultivation of Saint King realm, so he could also play a role. When the crowd saw this, they no longer thought much about it in their hearts. After all, His Majesty was personally present on the battlefield, so those of them who were subjects would still dare to have any opinions. We will obey the order and will shed the last drop of blood for my Red Flame Divine Dynasty. Long live the Red Flame Divine Dynasty! Long live the Red Flame Divine Dynasty! In just one day's time, the entire Nine Heavens Demon region prepared for battle at an extremely fast pace. The spirit boats, weapons, and pills used for battle were all prepared. The entire Nine Heavens Demon region was like an extremely precise battle instrument. Once it encountered a battle, it began to operate at full speed. There was an unlimited supply of pills and weapons.
Over the years, the Chen family's drastic reforms in the Nine Heavens Demon region hadn't been done blindly.
In addition to the Chen family, the other major forces were also deployed by the Chen family, and the strength that erupted from the set of a domain was absolutely terrifying.
March.
Tens of thousands of spirit boats drifted in the sky above the entire Nine Heavens Demon region, the densely packed spirit boats even blocking out the entire daylight. These were all the elite battle forces of the Nine Heavens Demon region. In this battle, the Nine Heavens Demon region had taken out all of its combat power to flatten the Red Flame Divine Dynasty with the power of the entire region. For many years, the entire 3,000 regions had never started such a big battle. In the past, even if there was a battle between two domains, it was at most a battle between the lower domains, and at the level of the middle domains, there were rarely any large-scale battles. And it was even more difficult for battles to break out between the 10 upper domains, because once a battle broke out, it would be absolutely devastating. As for the Chun clan and the Red Flame Divine Domain, one was a newly promoted upper domain and the other was a previous overlord. The duel between these two forces was definitely something that made countless people look at them. The spirit boat flew at extreme speeds, rushing to the Red Flame Divine Domain. The Red Flame Divine Domain and the Nine Heavens Demon Domain were neighboring each other, and the two were not far apart, so the spirit boat would be able to arrive at the borderline in half a day's flight. At this moment, inside Chen Nian's spirit boat, Shueluer, Chen Ping'an, as well as Li Maniac Blade and Ni Huang were sitting in front of Chen Nian, and the faces of several people were more or less tense, but more than anything else, they were excited. This was the first time a few people had participated in a domain battle of this level. When the time came, the battlefield would be filled with countless martial artists, millions of martial artists dueling against each other. It would definitely be a grand spectacle.
We'll be arriving at the borderline soon. This time, we're going to duel with the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, and we're going to flatten the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty with a single breath of air.
As Chen Nian finished speaking, Li Mad Knife grinned, killing intent flickering in his biting eyes.
Don't worry, young lord, the thing I, Li Mad Knife, am most unafraid of is fighting. If you dare to assassinate young lord, Luer will definitely slaughter the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. Ping'an and the Red Flame Divine Dynasty will not share the same fate. The three of them had taken a stand, and Ping'an Chen's enmity with the Red Flame Divine Dynasty was the deepest of all. His parents had died in the conflict with the Red Flame God Dynasty, and for a son to not even avenge his parents' deaths, would it not be a wasted life? What's more, Chen Nian had been assassinated by the Red Flame God Dynasty, which also touched Chen Ping'an's bottom line. Ni Huang good behavior sitting aside, although she has grown into a human form, and the cultivation has even reached the Emperor realm, but for the Phoenix family, Ni Huang is still in the early years. IQ is only equivalent to the human 4 or 5 years old that way. However, she was exceptionally trusting of Chen Nian. She tilted her head and looked at Chen Nian, and obediently said, "Whatever young lord tells Ni Huang to do, Ni Huang will do."
Chen Nian smiled faintly at his words. This domain battle is a good sharpening stone for the few of you. Only battles can catalyze your strength. However, you are all this Emperor's son's beloved, your safety is more important. This rune is one for each of the 4 of you. If you encounter an undefeated powerhouse, you can immediately tear the rune. At that time, the rune will randomly teleport you 1,000 miles away. Chen Nian's hand appeared to come 4 runes. This is his lottery draw. Once tearing the runes, can be randomly teleported to 1,000 miles away, is definitely an excellent tool to escape. Chen Nian did not have many of these in his hands, only 10. Chen Nian naturally wouldn't let anything happen to them, as all 4 were his inner circle and would be his helpers in the future. A few people heard this, their hearts warmed, and they didn't excuse themselves, taking the rune from Chen Nian's hands and carefully placing it on their bodies.
This thing was a life-saving item. Many thanks, young lord. Several people saluted. Chen Nian smiled and waved his hand. Alright, there's no need to be polite, go down and prepare for the big battle. This battle is only to be won and not lost. As you command. Several people led the orders and retreated. In the evening, the Chen family's tens of thousands of spirit boats arrived at the borderline between the Nine Heavens Demon region and the Red Flame Divine region. Inside the large camp, Chen Tiandao sat at the main seat. Below him were Chen Nian and the elders of the Chen family, as well as the patriarchs and elders of the forces of the Nine Heavens Demon region. This time, the major forces of the Nine Heavens Demon region had also almost come out in full force, deploying more than 70% of their strength. Domain Lord, the Red Flame Divine region's spirit boats haven't arrived yet, or else let's directly attack at night and catch the other side off guard. Grand Elder Chen Tianan spoke up.
They had arrived at the borderline before the other party, so if they attacked the other party's city by night first, they would be able to catch the other party off guard then. Chen Tianan's proposal was also supported by the group of elders. However, Chen Tiandao smiled slightly and waved his hand to reject the proposal. A night attack? This father has no need for that. This time, I came to completely level the Red Flame Divine Realm and eliminate all of its main forces here. Chen Tiandao's confident voice resounded throughout the camp. However, Chen Tianan was still a little worried. Domain Lord, although the Red Flame Divine Dynasty is decadent, it still has millions of troops. If my Nine Heavens Demon region fights against it, I'm afraid that in the end, there will be a lot of deaths and injuries. I suggest that it would be better to let the Phoenix Domain and the Violet Sky Divine Domain come to our aid, and then the three of us will gather here and be able to minimize the losses of my Nine Heavens Demon region. The Grand Elder thought that the other party was not shallow. If they were to fight hard like this, even if they won in the end, they were afraid that it would be a disastrous victory. As for the Phoenix Domain and the Nine Heavens Demon region, the Violet Sky Divine sect was even a natural ally of the Nine Heavens Demon region. If the two families gathered here, then their pressure would be much less. However, this proposal from the Grand Elder was directly rejected by Chen Tiandao. He looked at Chen Tianan with a serious face and said, "Grand Elder, you are wrong. First, my Chen family men are not afraid of death. I will put them at the forefront of this battle. Only after experiencing the trials and tribulations of blood and fire will my Chen family sons and daughters grow even more. Secondly, the Chen family has always avenged themselves. They don't need others to interfere. Thirdly, that old fellow and the divine artifacts of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, my father will deal with them. As for the so-called millions of troops, let Nyener command them. The cards in Nyener's hand are enough to minimize the losses." Chen Tiandao knew that the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's bottom card was nothing more than that old guy and the divine artifact. However, he was not afraid. An old guy plus a divine weapon, with a little effort, he would always be fucked over. As for the so-called millions of armies, Chen Tiandao knew that Chen Yen possessed a mother worm. For large-scale wars, the mother worm thing was the biggest killing weapon. Chen Yen smiled knowingly and chuckled. "Don't worry, father, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's million-strong army is nothing but a bunch of trash in my eyes. So what if it's a million-strong army?" He had a beast insect army on him. Moreover, today's female insect had reached the late imperial realm under his feeding. In other words, he could summon countless beast bugs of the emperor realm and below. Coupled with the millions of troops from the Nine Heavens Demon region, the so-called Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army was nothing but a joke. Seeing that this father and son pair were so confident, the crowd stopped talking, and even the uneasiness in Chen Tianan's heart dissipated. After all, this father and son were more mysterious than one another. These two people are so confident, he is still afraid of nothing. Just do it and be done with it. We are at the disposal of young lord. The crowd arched their hands and said. Chen Yen faintly smiled and said, "Alright, go down to rest and adjust your state first. Tomorrow's battle will still require your attention. We will follow your orders." The crowd arched their hands and saluted, then honestly left the camp. Within the camp, only Chen Yen and Chen Tiandao, father and son, remained. "Come out, 9 ancestors," Chen Tiandao said flatly. In the next moment, 9 ancestors' figures suddenly appeared in front of the two. Ever since returning to the Chen clan, the 9th ancestor had hidden in the shadows, rarely showing himself. "You will follow Nyener tomorrow, so don't go to the battle." "Yes." The 9th ancestor sniffed and nodded. He naturally knew that Chen Yen's safety was more important. "Father, that Red Flame Divine Dynasty possesses divine weapons, can they win?" Although Wang Jin wasn't a match for Chen Tiandao, that guy had a divine artifact in his possession. This battle involved the battle to destroy a nation, and divine weapons were bound to come out. Chen Tendo laughed disdainfully. Although the divine weapon is extraordinary, it depends on who uses it. An old waste is just an old waste. It's just a matter of letting him withstand it for some more time. My father will be able to kill him with some means. Chen Tiandao's strength was not something that a divine weapon could kill in seconds. When Chen Yen heard this, he immediately put his heart down as well. "I understand. Since that's the case, there's one more thing I want to ask father for." Chen Tiandao froze and opened his mouth. "What is it?" "Tomorrow, if father defeats that old undead from the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, can you leave it to me to behead him?" Chen Tiandao instantly froze when he heard this. He suddenly thought of yesterday's matter of Chen Yen imprisoning the soul of Housekeeper Li. As if he understood something, his dark eyes glanced at Chen Yen and did not say anything, but only nodded his head flatly and said, "Since my son has opened his mouth, my father will do as he is told." Chen Yen smiled faintly at his words. After all, that old fellow was at the late stage of the Saint King realm. If he could detain his soul, then he would have a Saint King realm fighter. This temptation could not be small. Thank you, father. Tomorrow on the battlefield, my son will definitely make sure that million troops have no return.
Good. Chen Tiandao smiled faintly, very satisfied. Only the 9 ancestors looked at this father and son and couldn't help but shiver. This pair of father and son, one was more terrifying than the other. It was fortunate that they were a family, or else they wouldn't even know how they would die when the time came. 3,000 words big chapter, begging for a wave of 5-star praise, begging for a wave of gifts and urging. The author continues to work hard to update, bawling out.
At night, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army also arrived at the border.
Both sides had millions of troops on display.
On the side of the Red Flame God Dynasty, the commander-in-chief was Red Flame God Dynasty Emperor Wang Tang, and the morale of the 3 armies was highly encouraged. The sky soon brightened up. At this moment, in the camp of the 9 Heavenly Devil region, all the men and horses have been assembled, and a huge piece of them can't see the head at all. The battle between the 2 sides was like the end of the world. Chen Tiandao stood at the highest place, his true chi infused his voice, spreading throughout the entire army.
Everyone listened to this honorable order, set off. Kill, kill, kill.
Heaven-shaking sounds spread throughout the sky as the army began to move out.
And at this moment, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army also arrived.
The 2 sides were only separated by a distance of over 100 meters, and a huge battlefield was formed in the middle.
The surrounding area was overgrown with barren trees, the autumn winds were chilly, and the ground was filled with yellow sand. Cold silence, austere.
Chen Tiandao, it's been over 100 years, I will avenge my son and the Red Flame Divine Dynasty today.
Wang Jin glared angrily, his words filled with anger. Enemies met, and his hatred for Chen Tiandao had reached an extreme point.
His only son had died in Chen Tiandao's hands, and the Red Flame Divine Dynasty had also fallen apart because of him, almost being destroyed.
After languishing for so many years, Wang Jin could no longer endure it.
Today, he used his divine weapon at all costs in order to completely decimate Chen Tiandao. However, looking at Wang Jin's appearance, Chen Tiandu only sneered, not placing the other party in his eyes in the slightest.
Old undead, I didn't kill you altogether back then, but today, you're making waves again, and you even tried to poison my son. This father will skin and bone you today.
If Wang Jin had not dealt with Chen Yan, this battle would not have opened today.
Who let him move Chen Tiandao's reverse scales? Dragons had reverse scales, touching them would lead to death. Chen Tiandao could be more bullish than a dragon.
Wang Jin snorted coldly, not fearing in the slightest. In his hands was a divine weapon that had been passed down by the Red Flame Divine Dynasty for hundreds of thousands of years. With the addition of the divine weapon, plus the fact that he was originally a late-stage Saint King martial artist, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to kill Chen Tiandao like this.
Nyener, I'll leave this place to you, I'll go capture Wang Jin alive. Chen Tiandao slowly said.
A battle against 1,000,000 troops, Chen Tiandao was surprisingly relieved to leave it to Chen Yan. It had to be said that he truly believed in him.
However, Chen Yan was also exceptionally confident as he faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry father, it's fine for that old man to leave a breath."
If Wang Jin dared to poison him, he would have to permanently subdue his soul, and also have him forced to work as a fighter.
Don't worry.
Chen Tiandao smiled faintly, his figure flashed and went straight to Wang Jin. As for Wang Jin, he did not hesitate and rushed straight over with his divine weapon in hand.
The 2 tried to move, instantly creating a huge wave.
The 2 had a tacit understanding to go straight to the sky. The earth there are both sides of the army, not suitable for the 2 to start a war. After all, to the point where the 2 were at an entire level, if they were to start a war, it would inevitably cause the armies of both sides to suffer.
Young lord, what should we do? Should we attack? Grand Elder Chen Tianan came up and whispered in Chen Yan's ear. Attack?
Chen Yan smiled faintly and said with a calm demeanor.
Grand Elder, don't be in a hurry, look at that.
The Grand Elder's gaze followed the direction of Chen Yan's finger, only to see that in the sky above, a black mass was coming at breakneck speeds, flying in the direction of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army.
That's a beast worm.
The Grand Elder's eyes widened instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's right, what was heading straight in the direction of the Red Flame God Dynasty's million-strong army was precisely a cloud of beastworms. Looking at the densely packed beastworms, there had to be hundreds of thousands of them at least.
Moreover, Chen Tianan could sense that these beastworms were not weak. The lowest cultivation level was the Transcendent Realm, then the King Realm and Supreme Realm, and there were even quite a few beastworms in the Emperor Realm. It was important to realize that but these beast bugs could slaughter some lower realms. The strength of this army of beast bugs was simply too terrifying. Although the beast bugs were quite a bit weaker than martial artists of the same level, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Hundreds of thousands of beast bugs were so densely packed that the entire sun was obscured. And the side of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty quickly realized that something was wrong.
this stream of beast bugs was actually rushing towards them. Your Majesty, big. Something big is wrong, hundreds of thousands of beast bugs are rushing towards us ahead, this must be a demonic spell cast by Chen Tiandao. The left Prime Minister cried out in a hurry. He was not willing to go to war with the Nine Heavens Demon region, after all, today's Red Flame Divine Dynasty was a lot weaker, plus the Nine Heavens Demon region was mysterious, there was nothing good to be gained from going to war with them. But Wang Tong refused to listen. Now that he was facing countless beasts and insects attacking him, the left Prime Minister was panicking in his heart. It was important to realize that the number of beast bugs was so huge, and the strength of each of them was not bad. Such an army of beast bugs would be absolutely devastating to their army. In an instant, Wang Tang could not help but panic a little as well. He had never seen such a large number of beast bug armies before, not to mention that he did not know where these armies came from. However, the only thing he was certain of was that this group of beast bugs was absolutely inseparable from the Chun family. Quickly, line up. Form a formation. Don't panic. Wang Tong shouted. The military generals on the side heard this and hurriedly went forward to lead the troops into formation. However, it was already too late, the speed of the beast bugs was too fast, especially those beast bugs at the front of the Emperor realm. Almost in the blink of an eye, they reached the side of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army. In an instant, the beast bugs began to tear and impact. In an instant, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's advanced troops were in chaos, while Wang Tong also panicked a little and hurriedly said, "Steady! No panic!" As he said that, the true chi in his body was urged, and a golden-colored true chi struck out, instantly eliminating dozens of beast insects in front of him. However, the beast bugs had long since rushed into the army. Although Wang Tang was a Saint King realm powerhouse, it was impossible for him to directly attack the army on a wide scale. These were the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's armies, so he simply could not lay his hands on them. He could only order an attack, while he himself was not idle, commanding and attacking the beastworms at the same time. Although the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army were all cultivators, most of the soldiers at the bottom of the hierarchy did not have a high cultivation level, and were generally in the dematerialization and condensation realm, and the sky-stepping realm was already the captain's stream. But these beasts and insects were at the lowest transcendent mortal realm cultivation level, so under this collision, the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty army suffered heavy losses. But fortunately, many of the generals in the army had very high cultivation levels, all of them had Saint Realm cultivation levels, and there were also Saint King Realm powerhouses on the Red Flame Divine Dynasty side. However, under this collision, half of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty army was killed or injured, and the formation was all disrupted. Most importantly, their morale was severely low. Even some of the soldiers looked at the Nine Heavens Demon region side with a slight fear in their eyes. Although they hadn't experienced the battle back then, the strength of the Nine Heavens Demon region over the years had already frightened them. Moreover, this inexplicable beast bug attack had amplified this fear to the extreme. Young Lord, look, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army is in chaos, more than half of them are dead or injured now, and even their formations aren't neat. Grand Elder Chen Tianan's eyes were filled with surprise. Although he didn't know where those beastworms had come from, they were definitely inseparable from Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian's father and son. Those beastworms had killed a large portion of the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty's 1 million troops in just one charge, and the formation was demoralized, so now was the best time to attack. It was obvious that Chen Nian knew it as well. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's time. After saying that, he got up, and all eyes looked towards this man, only to see Chen Nian pull out a black long sword from his body, point it up to the sky, and shout. Everyone listen to the order. Step on the Red Flame Divine Realm and capture the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. Chen Nian's voice was very loud, and the huge wave of sound instantly stirred up the excitement of countless Nine Heavens Demon region disciples. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon region were all devilish cultivators, and they just liked to kill and set fire to people on a regular basis, while this time, they were directly conquering a domain, which was enough to make countless people excited. Because of the capture of a domain and the burning and looting along the way, there would definitely be a lot of good things at that time. These things were generally owned by whoever grabbed them. Moreover, this Red Flame Divine Domain was one of the 10 great upper domains in the beginning, and although it had declined, its heritage was still there, so there must be quite a lot of good things. At that time, one might be able to snatch quite a few treasures. In this, many of these people liked to kill and slaughter cities, relying on the blood of their enemies' corpses to practice their skills. For a moment, all the disciples of the entire Nine Heavens Demon region all erupted in roars of excitement. And in the next moment, only Chen Nian roared, "Kill!" Instantly. In a black press, countless disciples of the Nine Heavens demon region killed in unison in the direction of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. One by one, the elders and deacons of the Chen clan as well as the major powers were also excited, their eyes filled with killing intent. The Grand Elder knew that the 9 ancestors were protecting Chen Nian, so he didn't worry about his safety, and along with the group of elders from the Chen clan, they killed in the opposite direction. And seeing the Nine Heavens demon region being so aggressive, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army, which had already suffered most of the damage from the beast insect's sneak attack, was even more afraid, and even some of the soldiers couldn't hold their weapons in their hands, and their trembling legs kept on trembling. Fear. Terrified. Few people could remain calm in the face of death, especially these soldiers of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. They were originally from the bottom, and came out to become soldiers just to make a living. Protecting the country is all bullshit. Promotion and wealth is the way to go. But when faced with death, all that was left in these people's hearts was fear. Soon, millions of people from the 9 heavenly demon region killed directly, and the entire battlefield was instantly set ablaze. Countless soldiers hovered on the edge of killing and being killed. The 4 of them, Chen Pingan, had long rushed to the front, and the 4 of them were already incomparably strong. Although Pingan Shen was a king realm martial artist, his overall strength was not the least bit weaker than a mid to late supreme realm martial artist. Coupled with his anger towards the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, he killed without mercy, directly raising his hand and dropping his sword. One move could casually take away several people. His body was covered in blood, but his heart was unbridled with pleasure, a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Watching the intense battle in the battlefield, the blood in Chen Nian's body couldn't help but boil up as well. He gripped the sword in his hand and smiled. 9 ancestors, I'll go and join in the fun as well. Good. The 9 ancestors hiding in the shadows nodded and did not refuse. His task was to ensure Chen Nian's safety. As for what Chen Nian wanted to do, he would not interfere. When Chen Nian heard this, he did not hesitate, and with a flash of his figure, he directly rushed into the battle. As Chen Nian's sword went down, several Red Flame Divine Dynasty soldiers were directly split in two. His stance was quick, like a ghost. After all, with the addition of the power of space, although Chen Nian was only at the Emperor Realm cultivation, his speed did not lose out in the slightest to the Saint Realm powerhouses. Chen Nian was over here killing in all directions, while a Saint Realm general of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty had also discovered Chen Nian's figure at this moment. With a smile in the corner of his eyes, he looked at Chen Nian's figure as if he had seen some great feat. If he could behead or capture Chen Nian alive, it would definitely be a great merit. Thinking of this, he secretly observed Chen Nian for a while, and when Chen Nian killed the 2 soldiers with a single sword, he directly dodged and came to the top of Chen Nian's head, and his heavy sword fell violently, intending to directly end Chen Nian. However, Chen Nian had long noticed this old sixth. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and when the other party's sword was about to fall, Chen Nian's figure directly disappeared in place. This general slammed his sword hard on the ground. He looked at the empty space in front of him, his face blank. People. Where are the people? Only the next moment, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind him, and immediately afterward, his entire person was kicked directly into the air without any control, and smashed heavily on the ground. It was only after a long while that he reacted and slowly stood up, looking at the smiling Chen Nian in front of him, his eyes filled with ferocity. Chen family emperor's son, today, I, Zheng Hua, want your life. Want my life? Chen Nian sneered, looking at him as if he was seeing a fool. Wanting my life? You're not worthy yet. A mere early-stage sacred realm martial artist, Chen Nian really didn't put it in his eyes. Between a martial artist and a martial artist, strength and weakness could not be judged entirely based on cultivation. Only to see Zhang Hua cross the heavy sword in his hand, his feet fiercely exerted force, and his figure flew towards Chen Nian at great speed. The extremely fast speed was like a sharp sword, not even a trace of residual shadow could be seen on the battlefield. However, such speed was too slow in Chen Nian's eyes. You are too slow. Chen Nian sneered coldly, the true chi on his body rose, and endless killing chi rushed out. Destruction sword technique. Only in the next moment, Chen Nian instantly disappeared in place, as if he had cut through space, and in just a blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be found. Zhang Hua's pupils tightened, for a moment in his heart, but he panicked. Where is Chen Nian? Where is the person? However, before he could react, a terrifying fluctuation of true chi came from above his head. He raised his head tremblingly, only to see a huge sword shadow fall. The terrifying aura made it difficult for him to move, and it was as if this sword chi was tracking him as it fell straight down. Boom! The huge sword chi smashed into Zhang Hua's body, and he didn't even have the chance to let out a miserable scream before his body was directly torn apart by this sword chi. A sacred realm entry powerhouse fell just like that. The 9 ancestors on the side couldn't help but tisk at this scene. Nyener, this strength of yours is truly getting more and more terrifying. Just 17 years old and you have such strength, old me is truly unheard of.
Chen Nian's strength was frighteningly terrifying.
At the age of 17, he had hardened himself to kill a sacred realm entry powerhouse all by himself.
Chen Nian faintly smiled and said, 9 ancestors, this is just the beginning, it's nothing challenging, why don't you let me try that Red Flame Divine Dynasty Emperor? Challenging the Red Flame Divine Dynasty Emperor?
That was a Saint King realm martial artist. Although Wang Tang's strength wasn't very strong, he was still a veritable early Saint King realm martial artist, and although it was nothing to the 9th ancestor, Chen Nian was only in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, so naturally, it wasn't something he could defeat.
However, the 9th ancestor didn't refuse, he said smilingly. The old man is also eager to see your strength, Go Nyener, with the old man protecting you, he won't let him hurt you. Although there was still some gap between Chen Nian and Wang Tang, but with the 9 ancestors protecting him in the dark, even if Wang Tang's cultivation was heavenly, he couldn't do anything about it. Chen Nian's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement when he heard this. Alright 9 ancestors, I'll go now.
Being able to fight someone who was more powerful than oneself was the best catalyst. Chen Nian had always been an unabashed madman. To him, the only way to catalyze himself was to fight. After receiving permission from the 9 ancestors, he sped all the way towards where the king's flag was and quickly attacked. Along the way, Chen Nian was a thorn in his side, and those so-called soldiers and military generals were like a decoration in front of him, unable to last more than a few moves. The movement on Chen Nian's side was naturally noticed by Wang Tang.
He gazed at where Chen Nian was and spoke. Who is that person?
The surrounding right prime minister looked at him for a good while and suddenly said in surprise,
Your Majesty, that is Chen Tiandao's own son, Chen Nian. Chen Nian? Hearing those 2 words, Wang Tang instantly froze and then rejoiced. This was Chen Tiandao's son. If he captured him alive and then used this to blackmail Chen Tiandao, wouldn't that be a great achievement? The heavens will not fail me, you and others guard the king's flag here, I will personally go and meet this little guy. Yes.
The crowd heard this and said yes. Although His Majesty had been busy with governmental affairs all these years, he was an uncompromising Saint King realm powerhouse. As for Chen Nian, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly reach the Saint King realm. The two fought at a high and low level.
Nyener, it's coming, in the direction of 100 meters to your right. Chen Nian's voice came from the 9 ancestors' ears.
He turned his gaze and happened to see Wang Tang on his right side. He only saw Wang Tang wearing a scalding golden dragon robe, holding a square sky painting halberd, and looking angrily at him, with a sense of unruffled authority on his face.
Although in front of Wang Jin, Wang Tang was somewhat coy.
However, he was, after all, the emperor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, and he was also a Saint King realm powerhouse, and in front of the other ministers, Wang Tang had always been in existence of one word.
I, the emperor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, are you the Chen family's imperial son? Wang Tang's voice faintly sounded. Chen Nian smiled faintly.
Not bad, this emperor's son is looking for you, try how my sword is.
Looking for me? Wang Tang sneered.
I don't know how to die, today I will capture you alive. After saying that, Wang Tang moved. His figure instantly disappeared in place. The other party's speed was fused with the power of the laws and was so fast that even Chen Nian was somewhat confused. However, Chen Nian had mastered the power of space and was able to sense the other party's presence with the fluctuations of the surrounding space. Thrust. Only to see Chen Nian diagonally in front of him, a square sky painting halberd swiftly stabbed. The dense true qi was almost on the verge of crushing him.
At arm's length, Chen Nian hastily exerted his spatial power and quickly pulled away from Wang Tang.
While Wang Tang's move was empty, he stalled his body and looked at Chen Nian, who instantly appeared 10 meters away.
This kid has actually comprehended the power of space. The power of space. How could it be comprehended by a kid of the Emperor realm?
One must know that he also wanted to comprehend the power of space when he broke through the Saint King realm. After all, time was king and space was honored. Once one comprehended the power of the laws of space, then the future ceiling would be drastically increased. Moreover, the strength would be too much stronger than martial artists of the same level.
However,
he had spent 50 years of hard time without even finding the skin of the power of space. In the end, he had no choice but to comprehend the simpler law of wind. Although the law of wind's addition to speed was also great, it was naturally incomparable to the law of space. Moreover, the attack power of the law of wind was also slightly weaker. Although this law was not at the bottom of the list of the 3,000 laws, it was definitely not at the top either, and was probably just middle to lower class. Therefore, when Wang Tang saw that Chen Nian was actually utilizing the power of space, his heart was shocked. A strong feeling of jealousy surged to his heart. The Chen family, father and son, were surprisingly more terrifying than one another. Chen Yan, it looks like I can't keep you even more. Wang Tang let out a cold smile, and then the power of the law of wind was instantly activated. Around Chen Yan, a field formed by the power of wind appeared. This was Wang Tang's law field. Yo, the power of laws are out, it looks pretty good. Chen Yan's light-hearted and disdainful tone instantly enraged Wang Tang. He snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Today, I will capture you alive and then force Chen Tiandao to retreat. Chen Yan, you asked for this. Saying that, only Wang Tang's figure flickered and directly disappeared in place. Within this law domain, Wang Tang's speed was even faster than before. It was even close to the power of space. If it wasn't for Chen Yan's ability to perceive the vibrations of space around him, or else he wouldn't have been able to see the other party's figure just with his own naked eyes. His instantaneous body chi and blood coalesced, his entire body cultivation instantly catalyzed, 999,999,999 giant elephant particles instantly burst out within Chen Yan's body. Not only that, his entire body's true chi also coalesced in his fist. Star-shattering fist. This punch was Chen Yan's strongest move. Not only was the power of the giant elephant within his body catalyzed, but there was also an endless amount of true chi catalyzing it. Under one punch, Chen Yan was even on the verge of tearing apart space, and the entire battlefield violently resounded with the sound of a dragon's roar and an elephant's roar. Boom! Chen Yan's fist and Wang Tang's square heavenly painted halberd collided with each other in a heck of a collision. The violent collision sound even made the domain that Wang Tang had catalyzed unstable. What kind of power is this? This kid was able to resist one of my moves. How is this possible? Wang Tang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He himself was a serious Saint King realm powerhouse. And what about Chen Yan, a mere emperor realm? He was able to resist one of his own moves. One must know that Wang Tang did not hold back at all with this move. Chen Yan unexpectedly really resisted it, and even the strength that the other party erupted out of, made Wang Tang a little frightened. This guy, in the end, what kind of thing is he? What kind of demonic ghost talent was this pair of Chen family father and son? Rumble. The competition between Chen Yan and Wang Tang reached the extreme point, and both of them were shaken out at the same time. Chen Yan was sent flying a dozen meters away in a row, and only with great difficulty was he able to stabilize himself. He covered his chest as a mouthful of blood spurted out, but inside, he was extremely excited. Because just now, it seemed like he had touched the dragon elephant's can. As expected, battle was the best catalyst. Wang Tang managed to stabilize his stance in the air, then he looked at Chen Yan and sneered coldly. Kid, you've exhausted your true chi, I'll see what you can fight me with. That move just now had indeed consumed all of Chen Yan's true chi, and even the power of the giant elephant particles was almost exhausted. At this moment, Chen Yan was almost out of ammunition. However, he didn't panic in the slightest, instead, he admitted with great generosity. Not bad, this emperor's son's true chi is exhausted, and now he has no strength left. The corner of Wang Tang's mouth rose slightly as he slowly walked towards Chen Yan. Since this is the case, then Emperor's son, please tie your hands and surrender. Don't worry, as long as your father retreats and swears to never set foot in my red flame divine realm, I will definitely guarantee your safety. That's right. As long as Chen Tiandao did not die, Wang Tang would not be able to kill Chen Yan and would not even dare to torture him. After all, Chen Yan was Chen Tiandao's only real son. If anything happened to him, and Chen Tiandao started to go crazy, could the red flame divine realm stand it? Only capturing Chen Yan alive and forcing Chen Tiandao to never set foot in the red flame divine realm was the most perfect course of action. However, Wang Tang had underestimated Chen Yan. Chen Yan said smilingly, very good idea, but it's a pity that you can't do it. Can't do it? Wang Tang froze as Chen Yan continued. In the battle with you, this emperor's son has had a considerable amount of enlightenment, so I am now going to go into seclusion, so let's give you a new opponent. Wang Tang. What do you mean? He looked at Chen Yan with a confused expression. However, before he could react, he only saw a small tower appear in front of Chen Yan. This was the Tower of Heavenly Passage that Chen Yan had obtained in the Violet Sky Mystic Realm. Chen Yan said smilingly, Ninth Ancestor, this Red Flame Divine Dynasty Emperor is in your hands. I'll go heal my wounds first. Don't worry, Nyener. A voice came from nowhere in the air. Chen Yan nodded his head in satisfaction, then smilingly waved his hand with Wang Tang and immediately disappeared from the spot in a blink of an eye. Wang Tang looked confused. What the fuck? What the hell? This was his own law domain. How could Chen Yan just disappear? Surprisingly, he did not even have the slightest breath. However, before he could react, suddenly the cold hairs on his body tightened, as if there was some great terror.
Immediately afterward, an old man appeared before him. The person who came was none other than the 9 ancestors. The 9 ancestors stared at Wang Tong with a smirk. TSK, Emperor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, what a great skill. You still want to capture my Qin family's imperial son alive. Today, I will capture you alive. After saying that, the 9th ancestor's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Wang Tang. One should know that the 9 ancestors were late-stage Saint King realm powerhouses, with their cultivation through the heavens and through the earth, and were not the same as a martial artist like Wang Tong, who was new to the Saint King realm. With a cold smile, he directly sealed Wang Tang's cultivation and a pair of giant hands directly pinched him up. Being imprisoned by the 9 ancestors, Wang Tang could not move, and he could not help but look a little terrified. He did not expect that the Chen family would still have such a strong person. This strength was in no way inferior to Wang Jin. The Chen family, other than Chen Tiandao, actually had a strong person of this level. The hiding was too deep. The heavens are going to kill my red flame divine realm. With a strong person like the 9 ancestors around, there was almost no possibility of their red flame divine realm turning the tide. Unless Wang Jin could decapitate Chen Tiandao. But was that really possible? Wang Tang would rather believe that Chen Tiandao would behead Wang Jin. After all, that man's terrifying strength had long been planted in his heart. The 9 ancestors grinned, picking him up like a chicken pecking at rice, and whirled to mid-air with a loud roar. Everyone in the red flame divine realm, your emperor is in my hands. Everyone put down their weapons and surrender in order to have a way out. If you are stubborn, I will slaughter your entire family. Instantly. The 9 ancestors' voice spread throughout the entire battlefield. Countless people saw their emperor being pinched in the palm of the 9 ancestors' hands like a small chicken, unable to move, and all of them one by one had no will to fight anymore. Just kidding. Their own emperor had been captured by the enemy. How could they still have a chance to win the fight? Moreover, the 9 ancestors had just said that if they didn't surrender, they would slaughter their entire family at that time. Most of these soldiers and generals had families. Even if they didn't have wives and children, they still had parents and relatives. Who wouldn't think about their family members? Right now, the 9 Heavens Demon region was already powerful, and this was called a battle of trapped beasts by their Red Flame Divine Dynasty, which they simply couldn't win. In just over an hour, the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty's side had hundreds of thousands of dead and wounded, and many of the remaining people were carrying injuries on their bodies as well. And so it was. Some people began to put down their weapons and fell to their knees. And with something like surrender, with the first there would be countless more. Even, some people were afraid that they were done surrendering, and one by one, they fell to their knees in a hurry. In less than half a quarter of an hour, almost all of the soldiers of the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty surrendered. There were only a few die-hard loyalists left, and they were all beheaded by a group of disciples from the 9 Heavens Demon region. Right now, the big picture had been decided, and as the 9 ancestors ordered all the weapons on these surrendered soldiers to be taken down, the following battle was already decided. Now, as long as Chen Tiandao's side won, this battle would be a great victory for them, the 9 Heavens Demon region. Wang Tang's gaze also looked towards the Sky Dome. There, Chen Tiandao and Wang Jin were fighting fiercely. Wang Jin was holding a golden-colored jade seal. This was the divine weapon of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, the Jade Seal of Transmission. It was with the existence of this thing that Chen Tiandao over 100 years ago was unable to extinguish the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. After all, back then, his cultivation was not enough to deal with this Jade Seal of Transmission. However, now that 100 years had passed, his cultivation had fully progressed. No matter how strong this Jade Seal was, it was nothing more than a waste of some means for him. Wang Jin was panting. His own true qi had been greatly depleted. The power consumed by activating the divine weapon was naturally not. He originally thought that he could take down Chen Tiandao in a short period of time, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Chen Tiandao's strength completely exceeded his expectations. The two of them had been battling each other for more than an hour, but they hadn't been able to do anything with each other. On the contrary, the true qi in his body had been depleted by half, and the other party was even acting as if he was fine. If this continued, in the end, sooner or later, he would be consumed by Chen Tiandao. No, it can't go on like this. After one attack, Wang Jin gasped for breath and touched the churning true qi in his chest. However, Chen Tiandao laughed with a natural expression. What, old thing, can't do it anymore? Looks like this Jade Seal of Passage isn't any good. When Wang Jin heard this, his face turned green and purple. The heirloom Jade Seal that he regarded as his life was so humiliated in front of Chen Tiandao. It was simply a strange shame. However, Chen Tiandao continued slowly.
Look down below, your red flame divine dynasty emperor has been captured, and the army has surrendered. This honored one suggests that you might as well surrender, and perhaps you can still be left with a whole body and suffer less, right? When Wang Jin heard this, his eyes looked down into the firmament. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, his lungs were about to explode. Hundreds of thousands of troops from the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty were all kneeling on the ground in surrender. As for Wang Tang, he was pinched in the hands of an old man, unable to move like a small chicken. Strange shame. It was simply a strange shame. When Wang Jin saw this, he only felt a sense of indignation in his chest. He looked at Chen Tiandao with a murderous look in his eyes. What, still not surrendering? Chen Tiandao looked at him with a smile, his words full of provocation. He knew deep down that this old man would not surrender. After all, back then, he had decapitated his only son, making his lineage extinct. After all, for martial artists, it was as difficult as heaven to have a child, especially for a Saint King realm powerhouse like him who was also old. It was almost impossible to have another child. This was actually a balance of the heavenly Tao. If the strong and the weak had equal chances of having a child, then the strong would be able to live for countless years, and the entire 3,000 realms would be his heir at that time. So the issue of the heavenly Tao suppressing the strong man's children was a matter of maintaining balance. Wang Jin let out a scathing curse and immediately picked up the jade seal of transmission in his hand. That jade seal instantly glowed with golden light, and several golden dragons flew out from it as it shimmered with golden light. This was the spirit of the jade seal of state. Everything in this world, every blade of grass and every tree has a soul, let alone a weapon. It was only the soul of a divine weapon that could manifest itself and erupt with great power. Chen Tiandao, I will fight you today. After saying that, all the true chi in Wang Jin's body was poured into this jade seal of state transmission, and countless golden dragons darted out from it. Seeing this scene in front of him, Chen Tiandao became interested. This is the spirit of the artifact, a bit interesting. After all, the Chen family's heritage was a bit shallow, and there were no divine artifacts in the family to suppress it. This Red Flame Divine Dynasty had been passed down for so many years, and this artifact had absorbed the power of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's fortune. Chen Tiandao was able to sense that this single golden dragon was not a solid entity, but was composed of the power of qi, and even involved some power of cause and effect. Cause and effect, that was the existence of the top 10 of the 3,000 laws. Not only was it extremely difficult to comprehend, but it was also difficult for ordinary people to even perceive. Yet it existed at all times. Interesting, when it is really interesting, old piker, let this honored one properly try out the power of this jade seal of transmission of the state of yours. After saying that, only Chen Tiandao's figure changed. His body disappeared into thin air, and all that remained in its place was a pitch-black mist. As if there was something so terrifying within this black mist, even Wang Jin couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Only the next moment, from within the midst of the black mist, a giant dragon slowly swam out. This giant dragon was pitch black, its body was immense, and with 5 claws in front of its body, it was a genuine 5-clawed divine dragon. Oh! A dragon's roar shook the heavens, even the crowd fighting below heard the roar. Only the distance was too far for the crowd to see what exactly was happening. Only the 9 ancestors stared at the firmament, their eyes filled with shock. I didn't expect this kid, Tiandao, to go this far, it's truly terrifying. And Wang Jin was also shocked. He had lived for so many years and had naturally seen a lot, yet he was also shocked by this scene of Chen Tiandao. This is dragonization. Chen Tiandao, you. What kind of monster are you, to be able to dragonize, and still be the legendary 5-clawed divine dragon? One must know that the dragon race was the topmost race back then. Other than the phoenix being able to match it, there was no other race that could match it. This was because the dragon race was all top-notch existences in terms of attack, defense, speed, and recovery, and could be said to be 360 degrees deathless strong. Later on, after the dragons disappeared, human beings have been wondering how to become as strong as the dragons. At this time, someone created a divine ability. The name was dragonization. The so-called dragonization was to allow people to continuously cultivate, from the partial dragonization of the physical body, such as the arms and thighs, to the final dragonization of the whole body. Once dragonized, one's strength would inevitably skyrocket. However, this divine ability had long been lost, not to mention that the requirements for practicing this divine ability were extremely high, so it could be said that it was extremely rare. Not to mention the 5-clawed divine dragon that Chen Tiandao had cultivated into, which was the most powerful existence in the dragon race. For a human to be able to cultivate into a 5-clawed divine dragon, this would definitely cause jaws to drop in shock if the dragon race knew about it. Wang Jin didn't expect that someone would actually be able to cultivate into it, and that person was still Chen Tiandao.
Chen Tiandao opened his mouth wide and let out a cold laugh.
Old thing, this honored one was originally too lazy to bother with you, but you're stubborn and even tried to poison my son. Today this honored one captured you alive and skinned you to the bone. Saying that, the huge figure of Chen Tiandao who had transformed into a dragon rushed towards those countless golden dragons. Although those golden dragons were numerous, but in terms of size they were not enough in front of Chen Tiandao. It was like the difference between an adult and a baby.
With a dragon roar, he instantly shattered 2 golden dragons.
Immediately afterward, he kept on prancing and flipping in the air. As the saying goes, the wind comes from the tiger and the dragon comes from the clouds, and in this air was exactly the best place for the dragon to fight. Wang Jin was controlling the golden dragons, the sweat on his forehead grew more and more, the true qi in his body was rapidly draining away, but he couldn't do anything about Chen Tiandao. Instead, he was injured by the other party at every turn. With every dissipation of the golden dragon, the injuries in his body increased by 1 more point.
Boom!
The moment the last golden dragon was shattered by Chen Tiandao, Wang Jin directly spewed out a mouthful of black blood, his entire breath rapidly declined, and the true qi in his body was almost gone. He looked at Chen Tiandao with a face full of incredulity, not knowing why this man was so strong. He had only cultivated for more than 300 years. How could he be so strong? Even if it was so many great emperors from the 3000 domain throughout the ages, they were not this terrifying.
How is it possible, Chen Tiandao? What exactly are you? However, Chen Tiandao only laughed coldly and did not reply. He took on a human form and slowly walked towards the other party's figure. Countless black vine manes grew out of nowhere, firmly binding Wang Jin's body.
If he were in his prime, he would naturally be able to break free, but unfortunately, the true qi in his body was almost all depleted now. There was nothing he could do even if he struggled with all his might.
Chen Tiandao faintly smiled and said,
"This father has said that he will capture you alive. As for your death or life, I will leave it to my son to decide."
Wang Jin.
Although he didn't know what would happen later, Wang Jin always had an uneasy feeling in his heart. With that said, Chen Tiandao controlled the vines and pulled him down quickly together. The loud noise also attracted countless people, and in no time, the two of them landed in mid-air. At that moment, everyone saw Wang Jin cloaked and bound by Chen Tiandao with vines, just like a lost dog. Especially on the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's side, their eyes were filled with terror. One had to know that this elder ancestor Wang Jin was the spiritual pillar of their Red Flame Divine Dynasty, the strongest combatant, and was unexpectedly captured alive by Chen Tiandao just like that.
In an instant, everyone no longer held any hope.
In this battle, the Nine Heavens Demon region had won a great victory. With Chen Nian's Beast Bug army, the Nine Heavens Demon region's side of 1,000,000 people only suffered less than 20,000 deaths and injuries.
This number was extremely terrifying.
One must know that the Red Flame Divine Realm's 1,000,000 troops had died nearly 700,000 deaths, and the remaining 300,000 had been captured alive. In other words, with 20,000 people, they exchanged for 700,000 on the other side. Such a battle loss ratio was simply heaven-defying. Chen Tiandao naturally didn't just end up defeating the other side's army this time, he also wanted to capture the entire Red Flame Divine Realm.
Back then, the Red Flame Divine Domain was one of the top 10 upper domains, with an extremely wide territory.
Although half of it was later devoured by the Nine Heavens Demon Domain led by Chen Tiandao.
However, half of the territory was still left, and the resource population was extremely abundant. If the territory and population of the Red Flame Divine Domain were swallowed, then the Chen family's power would definitely skyrocket once again.
Only after a day of bitter fighting, the crowd was currently resting in place.
At this moment, in the camp, there were only Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian, father and son, and Wang Jin, who had been captured alive by Chen Tiandao.
"Nianer, this old thing was captured for you by father, feel free to do whatever you want."
For Chen Tiandao, this old guy's life was not worth anything at all.
If it wasn't for Chen Nian purposely letting him capture him alive, he was afraid that he would just lazily save himself the trouble and kill him.
Chen Nian smiled heatedly as he stood up. "Thank you, father." With that, he slowly walked towards Wang Jin's body.
Looking at Chen Nian as he approached step by step, the smile at the corner of his mouth did not look like good intentions. Wang Jin suddenly winced in his heart.
"This brat, what the hell does he want? You, what do you want?" Wang Jin gulped, an ominous premonition in his heart. Chen Nian smiled faintly and pulled out the 9-star treasure sword heaven-slaying blade in his hand, slowly extending it to Wang Jin's neck. "Old thing, afraid of death?" Chen Nian said lightly.
When Wang Jin heard this, his heart felt comfortable instead.
Afraid of death?
The old man has lived for so many years, and has long since put life and death aside. If Chen Nian really killed him, he really wasn't afraid. Such a thing as death, he had long since seen it after so many years of cultivation. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, then he let out a cold smile and said, "Send me down if you have the ability. Even if I die, I will curse you father and son day and night that you shall not die well." "Not to die a good death?" Chen Nian burst out laughing. "You're afraid that you won't have this chance." Saying that, he did not hesitate and directly raised his hand and dropped his sword. Wang Zhen's head flew up, and instantly landed heavily on the ground. Chen Tiandao was also stunned. Nian's killed just like that? He thought that Chen Nian had some means of wanting to torture this old fellow. Letting him die just like that was a bit cheap. However, since it was Nianer's idea, he didn't say much. Suddenly, Chen Tiandao was about to get up and leave when the scene in front of him instantly froze him in place. Only a wisp of green smoke floated past, and Wang Zhen's soul body instantly appeared in front of Chen Nian's body. What kind of secret technique is this? It's a bit interesting. Chen Tiandao looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel some curiosity in his heart. The secret method of Chen Nian's was really a bit interesting. After killing someone, he was able to summon the other person's soul. Moreover, Chen Tiandao was able to sense that this soul body in front of him actually had 60% of the strength of Wang Zhen's original body. Although this old fellow was not a very good person, his strength was not too bad. 60% of the late Saint King realm was roughly equivalent to the strength of the peak of the mid Saint King realm, which was a bit stronger than the average mid Saint King realm. Wang Zhen himself was even more confused. He looked at the corporeal body that had been separated from his body, and then looked at himself that had turned into a soul body, and was instantly dumbfounded. Crap, what's going on here? I'm dead? Why haven't I gone to hell yet? What's going on, Chen Nian? What have you done to me? Wang Zhen looked angrily at Chen Nian, who had a bad smile on his face. The bad smile on this kid's face made Wang Zhen shiver in his heart. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Did what? From today onwards, your name will no longer be Wang Zhen, you will be called 9527. 9527? What does that mean? Wang Zhen still didn't understand. Suddenly, he felt a million arrows piercing through his body, and immediately afterward, his body was as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. But this was not the end. Not long after, he felt as if he had fallen into a furnace again, and the terrifying flames were about to roast him. Immediately afterward, Wang Zhen felt as if countless ants were tearing at him again. Itchy. It was really too itchy. He fell to the ground and rolled over in agony. This was a feeling of the soul being constantly tormented. Such pain was something that Wang Zhen had never felt before in all his years of cultivation. He continuously fell to the ground and wailed, Chen Nian, kill me if you can, kill me. At this moment, he incomparably wished that he could die, because the pain that Chen Nian brought him was far more terrifying than death. However, Chen Nian only grinned, his delicate face carrying a few demonic features. Kill you? No, wouldn't that be too meaningless? With that, the pain on Wang Zhen's body doubled once again. He rolled back and forth on the ground, and after a while, he just couldn't carry it anymore and kept slapping the ground. Chen Nian, I was wrong, please, spare me. At this moment, Wang Zhen's lofty aura was no longer visible, and all that was left was a pleading stance. He really couldn't help it. Chen Nian had to be in pain for half a day with just a single thought. And this pain was soul pain, the feeling of pain that pierced through the heart. Every minute and every second was as if a century had passed. Wang Zhen couldn't bear it. Chen Nian didn't continue to make things difficult, and in an instant, Wang Zhen was as if a drowning person had finally climbed onto the shore. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with terror. Chen Nian, I was wrong. Chen Nian smiled faintly at his words. It's good that you know you're wrong. Then this emperor's son asks you what your name is now. 9527. Although Wang Zhen was reluctant in his heart, he didn't know what the meaning of 9527 was, but he knew that from this moment onwards, the past Wang Zhen who had amazed the winds and the clouds would never be seen again. In the future, there would only be Chen Nian's slave, 9527. The corners of Chen Nian's mouth rose slightly as he sniffed. This is the dreadfulness of soul detention. Even if you were a peak powerhouse like the late Saint King realm, once you were controlled by a soul detention, you would never be able to break away in this lifetime. As for whether Chen Nian was worried about Wang Zhen being unfavorable to him, this was something he really wasn't worried about at all. Under the control of the soul detainer, any attack from Wang Zhen would not be able to harm him in the slightest. Moreover, Chen Nian could control the other party's soul at any time and could also sense the other party's soul at any time. As long as Wang Zhen dared to have any unfavorable thoughts towards himself, Chen Nian could control his life and death in an instant, and could also directly control the right to use the other party's soul. It could be said that Chen Nian was now able to control the soul body of Wang Jin at will. Nianer, these means of yours are quite an eye-opener for my father as well. Seeing Chen Nian completely subjugate Wang Jin's soul body, Chen Tiandao's eyes were also filled with astonishment. He had never seen such a bizarre martial art even after so many years of delving into it. This brat, always able to play new tricks on himself. Chen Nian smiled faintly as he said, minor tricks, not up to par. Chen Tiandao sniffed and laughed, not taking it to heart. This kid Chen Nian had even more secrets than himself, but he never bothered to ask about them. The fact that you can control this old guy is also a guarantee for your safety, but these things are always external forces, only being strong yourself is fundamental, understand? Chen Tiandao was afraid that Chen Nian would become addicted to this secret technique and forget to cultivate. After all, in this world, strength was fundamental. Chen Nian naturally understood this as well, and he nodded his head and said, Father, don't worry, child understands. Chen Tiandao nodded and said no more. He suddenly pulled out the divine artifact of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, the Jade Seal of State Transmission, from his bosom. This heirloom Jade Seal was a divine artifact that had absorbed a lot of karmic and chi power, and was incredibly powerful. The increase in Wang Jin's strength from this thing was not small. With Wang Jin's strength at the late stage of the Saint King realm coupled with this transmission Jade Seal, even an ordinary half-step great emperor would not be his opponent. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Chen Tiandao. He was invincible under great emperors, and 1-for-1 above great emperors. Nianer, this Jade Seal of Transmission contains the power of karma and the power of chi. You have the time to comprehend and understand. The Jade Seal will be yours to hold for defense. Saying this, Chen Tiandao threw this divine artifact to Chen Nian without a care in the world. Wang Jin on the side steeply widened his eyes in disbelief. Chen Tiandao, this is a divine artifact? You're just going to hand it over to your son? How great was the temptation of a divine weapon? If a 9-star weapon could attract the scrambling of all the major powers, then if this divine weapon were to appear in the world, it would definitely set off a bloody storm, and the entire 3,000 regions would experience a major riot as a result. A divine weapon, but it was an existence that was related to the underpinnings of all the major powers, and it was definitely able to renew one's life when it mattered. Wang Jin had gone through a lot of effort to invite this divine artifact, but he didn't expect Chen Tiandao to even look at it. Chen Tiandao sniffed and laughed out disdainfully. Divine artifact? Ha 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 ha, as far as my father is concerned, it's nothing more than a chicken rib. Even if all the divine artifacts in the entire world are added up, my father is not afraid in the slightest. Seeing Chen Tiandao's spirited appearance, Wang Jin completely lost his heart. The original him was still unconvinced. How could Chen Tiandao be so strong for a mere junior who had cultivated for more than 300 years? However, after hearing these words from him, Wang Jin knew that he had not lost, and the Red Flame Divine Dynasty had not lost either. Such a character was simply a supreme genius that did not come out in a million years. Not only was he wildly overbearing, but he was also extremely talented. Even Wang Jin glanced at Chen Nian. He even felt that this brat was even more terrifying than Chen Tiandao. What was the origin of this father and son that they were so terrifying? Chen Nian smiled and did not refuse, smilingly saying, Many thanks, father. Chen Tiandao said with a slight smile. Alright, there is no need to be polite between you and me, father and son, go down and refine it. Yes. Chen Nian nodded. Chen Tiandao smiled and left the camp. Chen Nian glanced at Wang Jin and immediately took him back into space. The souls detained by this divine ability of soul detention would have a specialized storage space, similar to a card slot or something like that, with one soul body corresponding to one card slot. With Chen Nian's current cultivation level he could store 10 souls. After storing Wang Jin, Chen Nian walked out of the camp and returned to his tent to begin refining this Jade Seal of Transmission. The lure of a divine artifact was absolutely enormous, and the increase in Chen Nian's strength was not small. Ding, detected a divine artifact in the host's possession, can help refine it. The refining of such divine artifacts was very tedious. Because divine weapons had the existence of a weapon spirit, with Chen Nian's current cultivation level, if he wanted to refine this divine weapon, it would take at least half a year to tame this weapon spirit. But Chen Nian thought that the system still had this function, which saved him a lot of time, he said smilingly. Refining. Immediately afterward, he quickly felt the connection between himself and this heirloom Jade Seal. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful refining. After the system's voice rang out, a huge light screen appeared in front of Chen Nian. Heirloom Jade Seal undergoes the nurturing of the power of karma and the power of chi fortune for many years, has an extremely powerful power of karma and chi fortune. Wearing it year-round has a chance of comprehending the laws of karma and the laws of chi fortune.
Function 1, Summoning the Golden Dragon of Chi Fortune. The strength of the Golden Dragon of Chi Fortune is related to the host's cultivation. Function 2, Plundering Chi Luck. Sees the creation of heaven and earth, can plunder others' Chi Luck, but if the other party's Chi Luck is too strong, the host will suffer a backlash. Looking at the functions introduced on the light screen, Chen Nian had a number in his heart. The functions of this divine artifact were still not small. Not only could it help comprehend the laws of causality and the laws of Qi, it could also summon the golden dragon of Qi to fight. One must know that this law of karma and law of Qi fortune was extremely difficult to comprehend because this thing was not like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning that could be seen and touched. This thing exists every moment, but you can't see or touch it, you can only feel it. Such an abstract law is naturally difficult to comprehend. In addition to these two uses, there is also an extremely counterintuitive use that is to plunder Qi to improve oneself. That's right, Chen Nian could rely on this jade seal of transmission to plunder the fortune of others to feed himself. However, if this thing was used on someone whose Qi was stronger than his own, it would suffer a considerable backlash. This thing called Qi is very subtle. The reason why Wang Jin didn't use this Qi plunder on Chen Tiandao was because he knew that Chen Tiandao's Qi was definitely not simple. Anyone who could cultivate to such a level in a short period of 300 years would definitely not be able to do so if their luck was not strong. Probably understanding the function of this jade seal of transmission, Chen Nian gathered his mind and placed it in his dantian to nourish it at ease. Time passed quickly. On the following day, the Nine Heavens Demon Region's army set off once again, rushing at breakneck speed to the imperial city of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. The Red Flame God Dynasty had a large territory, but since the Red Flame God Dynasty's emperor had been captured, the old ancestor had been killed, and the Red Flame God Dynasty's million-strong army had suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining ones had been captured alive, the entire dynasty no longer had any power of resistance. Passing through some of the size of the city all do not have any resistance, the defenders of the city will not have the heart to resist. So, all the way the momentum, just 2 days' time, the crowd from the border to the imperial city. And at this moment under the imperial city, Chen Tiandu and Chen Nian led 1,000,000 troops eyeing the imperial city closed. The one guarding the imperial city was the leader of the Forbidden Army, Li Zhouan, with a mid-stage cultivation of the Saint King realm. Who is the guard? Open the door for my father. Chen Tiandao looked at the gates of the imperial city and bellowed. This shout instantly made the soldiers on the imperial city tremble with fear. They all knew about the news of the millions of troops of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty that had collapsed a few days ago. Each and every one of them were scared to death. I didn't expect the army of the Nine Heavens Demon region to hit the imperial city so quickly. If they were to occupy the imperial city, then the entire Red Flame Divine Domain would never exist again. Li Zhouan sneered and said, Chen Tiandao, you massacred 1,000,000 of my Red Flame Divine Domain soldiers, this general cannot wait to skin you. Li Zhouan stared angrily, his eyes filled with anger. He was a die-hard loyalist of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty and could never surrender in this lifetime. And when he heard that Chen Tiandao had decimated most of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's army, and even captured the emperor and the old ancestor, he was so furious that a mouthful of his old blood spewed out directly. Chen Tiandao heard this and looked at Li Zhouan's figure. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I didn't think that the Red Flame Divine Dynasty still had hardcore people. That's what makes it interesting. He looked at Chen Niandao with a smile. Nianer, I'll leave this matter to you. Chen Tiandao directly handed this matter over to Chen Nian to handle. One was to establish Chen Nian's authority, and the other was also to test Chen Nian's mind. As the future helmsman of the Chen family, not only should one have outstanding talent, one should be resourceful, and most importantly, one should be ruthless enough. This world, in fact, was the world of cannibalism. If you want to not be eaten, you have to be ruthless. Chen Nian sniffed, smiled faintly and nodded, then he looked at the two of them, Chen Pingon and Li Mad Knife, and commanded, you two escort that Red Flame Divine Dynasty's emperor up here. Yes. The two of them arched their hands and then turned around to press the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's emperor up. At this moment, Wang Tang was blocked from cultivation and did not have a trace of true qi on his body. His hair was disheveled, and that dragon robe was even tattered. After being imprisoned for a few days in the Nine Heavens Demon Region's army, his entire body was somewhat mentally decayed. After all, no one was used to him here, and there were even quite a few disciples who provoked and abused this fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Tiandao had long ago given an order that he wasn't allowed to be killed, or else he would have been beaten to death alive. The Red Flame Divine Realm and the Nine Heavens Demon Realm were neighboring each other, and the conflict between the two was not small. Chen Tiandao, kill me if you have the ability. Wang Tong stared angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. As an emperor of a country,
being captured alive was definitely something to be humiliated by. He even wanted to commit suicide right then and there, but in front of the 9 ancestors, he was like a little chicken cub, unable to move at all. Chen Tiandao didn't pay any attention to him as Chen Yan walked over smilingly, then picked up his body and threw it towards the front of the formation. "Look guys, who is this?" Chen Yan's voice quickly attracted the soldiers guarding the city upstairs as well as Li Zhuan. Upon seeing the figure, the crowd instantly froze. That was His Majesty. "Look guys, isn't that His Majesty? My God, it's really His Majesty. Why was he captured alive? Even His Majesty has been captured alive. Do we have a chance? Oh my God, this Chen Tiandao is too terrifying." The soldiers guarding the city exchanged words one by one, their words filled with shock and fear. Even the emperor of their red flame divine realm had been captured alive and thrown there like a dead dog. Did they really have a chance? Li Zhuan's face was iron blue. Looking at Wang Tang's figure, his face changed obscurely, not knowing what he was thinking. "If you and the others don't open the city gates and surrender, this imperial son will lynch Wang Tang." Chen Yan's threatening voice rang out, and everyone in the entire red flame divine realm could not help but be stunned, and one by one, they looked towards Li Zhuan, their hearts somewhat uneasy. Li Zhuan's face was also ashen. At this time, Wang Tang suddenly shouted, "Li Zhuan, I order you not to open the city gates. Immediately open my red flame divine domains formation to defend the imperial city to the death. Even if I die, I cannot let these devilish paths easily succeed." The red flame divine realm had formations that had been passed down from the ancient times. The power of the formation was so strong that once it was opened, it was impossible for an ordinary person to break it. When Li Zhuan heard this, he sobbed uncontrollably. He looked in Wang Tang's direction and gave a fierce salute, then he said, "All soldiers listen to the order. His Majesty has ordered us to open the formation and defend ourselves against foreign invasion to the death." "Yes, we obey." For a moment, it was as if the red flame divine realm's morale had been lifted at this moment. Chen Yan let out a cold smile and then spun around to look at Wang Tang's figure. It had to be said that this fellow was still a bit bloodthirsty. However, such a person would be even more unacceptable to keep. The long sword in his hand was quickly sheathed, followed by a sword drop, and Wang Tang's head instantly fell to the ground. Unseen by the crowd, a green-colored light entered Chen Yan's body, and that was Wang Tang's soul. Immediately afterward, he looked at the millions of soldiers behind him and shouted, "The Emperor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty is dead. All of you listen to the order. Obey the order of the Emperor's son. Follow this Emperor's son in attacking the Imperial City and slaughtering it." That's right, Chen Yan did not hesitate to give the order to slaughter the city. The so-called massacre of the city meant that all the women, young and old in the city would not be left behind. Since the other side swore to die and resist, then fight to the end, don't leave anyone behind. But massacre is the best way to stimulate the morale of the soldiers and suppress the morale of the other side. Because once the order was given to slaughter the city, then all the treasures obtained from the slaughter of the city would be owned by the soldiers, and there were even women's elixirs. This was the imperial city of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty. There were quite a few great families inside, and there were as many good things as there were people. In a flash, the soldiers of the Nine Heavens Demon region all had red eyes, looking in the direction of the imperial city as if they were seeing a treasure trove. "Kill for me, don't leave a single one behind. We will obey." With that, a bunch of soldiers rushed forward in unison. 1,000,000 men and horses surrounded the imperial city from 4 directions. And at this moment, the imperial city's formation also rose. The attacks of the millions of people were all blocked by the formation. However, although this formation was strong, it was not omnipotent. Although the attack of millions of people did not immediately break the formation, but the formation also had a slight shake. Only need to attack day and night. The formation will be broken within 2 days. "Well done, Nyener," Chen Tiandao praised smilingly. To be honest, he also did not expect Chen Yan to give the order to slaughter the city so dryly. This ruthlessness was even stronger than when he was young. Chen Yan smiled faintly. "However, this formation is sturdy, and I'm afraid it will take 2 days for 1,000,000 people to attack." 2 days? Chen Tiandao laughed. "No need, let's watch my father." After saying that, Chen Tiandao's figure rose up into the air and landed in mid-air. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked over in unison, even all the local soldiers looked over. Li Zhuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart, only to see Chen Tiandao suddenly strike. Broken pole. The next moment, the formation shook violently and countless dense cracks began to appear. With this strike from Chen Tiandao, densely packed cracks began to appear throughout the entire formation. In an instant, the soldiers within the formation all panicked, and each of them looked towards Li Zhuan in a 6-fold panic. And Li Zhuan was not shocked beyond measure. This grand formation, after so many years, had never been hit like this before. One had to know that this was still the power of Chen Tiandao's single punch. He panicked. How could Chen Tiandao have such strength? This grand formation could theoretically withstand the attacks of everyone under a great emperor, and it was simply impossible for it to be breached in a short period of time. But with just one strike from Chen Tiandao, this formation had already suffered tremendous damage. And when the Nine Heavens Demon Region crowd saw this scene, their eyes were filled with excitement. Lord Domain Master is invincible. Lord Domain Master is invincible. One by one, their mouths chanted about Chen Tiandao's invincibility. This punch was stronger than the attack of 1,000,000 of them. Only to see Chen Tiandao faintly smile once again, his pair of fists condensed a monstrous demonic aura. Deicide. Instantly, the entire heaven and earth changed color, the sky was pitch black, and the monstrous demonic chi surged like a wave, and immediately after, it struck heavily on the grand formation. Boom! Only a booming sound could be heard, and the grand formation shattered apart in response. Countless fragments of the grand formation scattered in all directions. The grand formation, broken. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty Imperial City Army were as dead as ash, and even Li Zhuan's heart was darkened. It's over. I'm afraid that my Red Flame Divine Dynasty is going to be gone, Li Zhuan secretly said in his heart. The strength of the Nine Heavens Demon region was too terrifying. Even the millions of troops of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty had been lost, so how could they, the forbidden troops, be a match? The moment the great formation shattered, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon region rushed up, their eyes scarlet as if they had seen some supreme treasure. This was actually true, in their eyes. At this moment, the Red Flame Divine Dynasty was full of supreme treasures that needed to be snatched up by them. Therefore, each and every one of them seized the city walls at high speed, fearing that they would be one step too late. This was someone's imperial city, with hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, who could not be jealous. And Li Zhuan was still undead, fighting to the death. He wasn't afraid to die, but dying would be worthwhile. Chen Yan glanced at his old dad. Chen Tiandao instantly understood what Chen Yan meant. He nodded, followed by a flash of his body, directly coming to Li Zhuan's body. Li Zhuan didn't even react. His cultivation was directly sealed by Chen Tiandao. His body was fixed in place and he couldn't move. With a wave of his hand, Li Zhuan's figure was directly lifted in his hands without any power. Although Li Zhuan was a strong person in the middle stage of the Saint King realm, but with Chen Tiandao's current cultivation, the strength of the middle stage of the Saint King realm was no different from an ant to him. He heaved Li Zhuan still in front of Chen Yan. Li Zhuan looked viciously at Chen Yan, the man who had just beheaded their Red Flame Divine Dynasty Emperor. Chen Yan, kill me if you have the ability, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. He was bent on death, even if it had taken him hundreds of years to cultivate to the Saint King realm. He had no regrets, much less surrender because of it. Martial artists, always, only die standing up, not living on their knees. Chen Yan looked at this guy with some appreciation and said smilingly, "Don't worry, you will die, only you don't have the power to be a ghost." It was obvious that Li Zhuan did not understand the meaning of Chen Yan's words. However, in the next moment, the sword in Chen Yan's hand instantly fell, and a huge head tumbled in the air a few times before spiraling down to the ground. And at that moment, a faintly bright green light was directly drawn into Chen Yan's body. Right now was the time to attack the city. It was not the time to deal with the two soul bodies of Li Zhuan and Wang Tang. He looked at Chen Tiandao and said, "Father, should we go to the Forbidden City first and take control of it?" The Forbidden City was where the imperial family of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty resided. Although Chen Yan had allowed the Nine Heavens Demon Region crowd to slaughter the city, on one hand, it was to satisfy their inner thirst and desire to kill, which was also a way to buy people's hearts. On the other hand, it was naturally to inspire them to work harder for the Chen family. However, the Forbidden City was of great significance. Naturally, these disciples could not be allowed to massacre and loot. After all, the Forbidden City was the place where the royal family resided, and the treasures of the entire city combined were estimated to be less valuable than 1/3 of the treasures inside the Forbidden City. Chen Tiandao nodded. Not bad, there are quite a few heavenly treasures inside this Forbidden City, and there are a few 9-star martial arts in the Wang family's martial arts. If I can take them away, they will be of great benefit to the future of my Chen family. Although these 9-star martial arts were not of much use to Chen Tiandao, they were of great use to the entire Chen family. The power of the 9-star martial arts would also allow the Chen family to cultivate more talented disciples, and with the heavenly treasures and endless resources within the Forbidden City, the strength of the Chen family would definitely take another step forward. Chen Yan nodded with a smile. Immediately, Chen Yan, Chen Tiandao, father and son, as well as the 9 ancestors and 3,000 black armored guards rushed to the Forbidden City at breakneck speed to blockade it. Most of the royals in the Forbidden City did not dare to resist, and even some royals had already fled with their families a few days ago when they heard about the army's disastrous defeat. The 3,000 black armored guards smoothly controlled the various entrances to the imperial city, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Immediately afterward, Chen Tiandao, Chen Nian, and the 9 ancestors rushed directly to the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's royal scripture pavilion. In this hidden scripture pavilion, there were secret books that had been passed down by the Wang family for countless years. The Wang family's scripture pavilion was 12 floors high and contained countless martial arts, even twice as rich as the Chen family's scripture pavilion. After all, the Wang family had been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, and compared to them, the Chen family was nothing more than a latecomer. At the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Chen Nian directly released Wang Jin. Upon seeing the scene of Wang Jin, the 9 ancestors were instantly flabbergasted and immediately wanted to make a move, but Chen Nian stopped them.
9 ancestors, don't be afraid, one of our own. One of our own?
The 9th ancestor was flabbergasted.
But seeing Chen Nian's bland face and Chen Tiandao's calm demeanor, the 9th ancestor put away his true qi. He once again looked at Wang Jin, as if there was something really wrong. The Wang Jin in front of him seemed to be just a soul body.
Chen Nian directly spoke.
9527, how many secret books are in this hidden scripture pavilion?
Although Wang Jin didn't want to answer, he was afraid of Chen Nian's punishment and didn't dare to hide it, so he honestly said, "Back to young lord, in the Wang family's hidden scripture cabinet, there are 6 books of 9-star martial arts, 45 books of 8-star martial arts, and 23,234 books of 7-star and below. Tens of thousands of martial arts, definitely a large resource. In addition, there is an elder guarding in the scripture pavilion, with an early Sing King realm cultivation." Chen Tiandao nodded as he heard this. He did feel an aura of an early Sing King realm.
Chen Nian smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then you can go and finish off this elder."
Hearing Chen Nian's words, the king was shocked and the 9 ancestors were dumbfounded.
Good lord, Chen Nian's move was too ruthless, wasn't it? Letting Wang Jin go and kill his own family's elder. What was this, killing to kill? The 9 ancestors couldn't help but swallow their saliva and looked at Chen Nian with respect in their eyes. This kid, although he wasn't very old, his heart was truly ruthless.
Wang Jin froze for a moment and then spoke.
"Young lord, this isn't too good, is it?" Chen Nian sneered. "What, you're not willing?"
As he said that, Wang Jin seemed to feel as if there were countless ants scratching his body.
Itchy. Extremely itchy.
Wang Jin's heart was already shadowed by Chen Nian's last punishment, and he hurriedly said, Young lord, I am willing to go."
"Very well." Chen Nian let out a cold smile and immediately removed the punishment.
As for Wang Jin, when he felt his body return to normal again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart, and he immediately flew inside the scripture pavilion. Although Wang Jin was now only a soul body, and his strength was no more than 60% of his original strength, but he was after all a late Saint King realm powerhouse before, so naturally, he had no problem dealing with an old man in the early Saint King realm. In about half a quarter of an hour, Wang Jin dragged the corpse of an old man out. This corpse had already lost all semblance of breath, and was already dead beyond death.
Chen Nian nodded smilingly. "Not bad."
Saying that, he looked towards the corpse, followed by a palm strike, and instantly, the corpse was a bloody mess, already not even in pieces. He did this, naturally he didn't trust Wang Jin, afraid that the other party would have some means to make this old man fake his death, so Chen Nian, out of caution, directly gave a palm to this corpse. Even if the other party wanted to fake his death by faking it, this would be dead through and through. The 9 ancestors and Chen Tiandao on the side couldn't help but nod in their hearts when they saw Chen Nian's handling of the situation. This kid, not only was he ruthless enough, but he was also cautious, too rare.
A person's hardiness largely determined whether that person was successful or not. Obviously, Chen Nian's hardiness was approved by the duo. Chen Tiandao spoke.
"Ninth ancestor, you lead the 2 black armored guards to pack up the merit laws from the hidden scriptures into this ring, and I will go on a trip with Nianer to the middle of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's hidden treasure pavilion." The Red Flame Divine Dynasty was such a large family, so in addition to the scripture collection pavilion, there was naturally a treasure pavilion. The so-called treasure pavilion was the place where spiritual treasures and heavenly materials were stored. With the family background of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, it was thought that there must be quite a few good things.
Chen Tiandao glanced at Wang Jin and faintly said, "Take us to the treasure pavilion."
When Wang Jin heard this, he nodded his head repeatedly, not daring to resist in the slightest. He couldn't afford to mess with either of these Chen family father and son.
It was really numb. In order to avoid the punishment that Chen Nian would give him, Wang Jin honestly led the 2 towards the treasure pavilion.
The Red Flame Divine Dynasty's treasure pavilion was deep within the palace, and Wang Jin led the two of them all the way in a hurry. Soon, the three came to an underground palace. Wang Jin opened the door to the underground palace and turned to the two of them. "This is the treasure pavilion of my Red Flame Divine Dynasty. There are countless treasures inside, the heritage of my Red Flame Divine Dynasty for hundreds of thousands of years." As the door to the underground palace opened, the gazes of both father and son, Chen Tiandao and Chen Nian, looked over in unison. Instantly, the two froze directly in place. This underground palace was immense, roughly 3 to 4,000 square meters, and a huge underground palace stood out. And within the underground palace, there was a wide array of items, all of which were various exotic treasures and heavenly herbs. Probably after a cursory look, there were extremely many weapons, none of which were lower than 7 stars, and the quality of those medicinal herbs was not low either. Even, Chen Tiandao found a few 9-star spirit medicines. 9-star spirit medicines were extremely hard to find, and they were all quite beneficial to Saint King Realm powerhouses. There are all dragon rock grasses. It seems that this Red Inferno Divine Dynasty's depths are really not shallow. Chen Tiandao looked at the dragon rock grass in front of him, and a slight look of joy passed through his eyes. This thing had long been extinct for many years, and he had searched for it for many years to no avail, but he didn't expect to find it in the middle of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty's underground palace. This thing was extremely helpful to his dragon transformation. It seemed like he would be able to go one step further with the 100-foot pole. Chen Tiandao put away these dragon rock grasses as a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. On Chen Nian's side, he also discovered something interesting. "What kind of fragment is this?" Chen Nian picked up a brocade box that had a hot golden-colored fragment placed inside. Wang Jin, who was on the side, spoke up. "Back to young lord, this was passed down from my ancestors and is said to be a fragment of the divine realm. I have been exploring for many years and have not found anything." This fragment had a hard texture, and even if Wang Jin used any attack, he could not do the slightest damage to this fragment. Even what material it was made of he didn't know, so it was just one placed in this hidden scripture pavilion. Suddenly, in Chen Nian's mind, the system's voice rang out. "Ding, explored the Divine Realm Origin fragment in the host's hand. This fragment can be used for system upgrade." "Is it upgraded? Divine Realm Origin fragment?" This thing sounded like a big deal right off the bat, and the system actually said that this thing could be used for upgrading. One must know that since Chen Nian was born, the number of draws for this system was almost fixed, once a day, and accumulating 10 draws could be exchanged for a super draw, and he had never encountered an upgrade or such an operation. In an instant, he realized that this fragment was not small in origin. Hold off on upgrading. Right now, he was still in the underground palace, and Chen Nian didn't know what would happen if he upgraded, so he refused for the time being, intending to wait until he got out before upgrading. Thus, he carefully stowed the fragment in his spatial ring. Wang Jin, who was at the side, saw Chen Nian putting the fragment away and was unsure, but did not dare to say anything more. Chen family father and son's eyes continued to look at the countless treasures in here. Father and son, two people, almost looked from one to another. One is not willing to let go. See what good things they first collected themselves, put into their respective space ring. After all, the two pro father and son, naturally nothing can be polite. Like what to take? Two people, this is like a robber-like behavior. Immediately let Wang Jin heartache. This was his Red Flame Divine Dynasty's savings of hundreds of thousands of years. Just like this was snatched away. However, once he thought that the Red Flame Divine Dynasty was all but destroyed and gone, he felt better when he looked at these treasures again. It's gone anyway, forget about it. One slip of the tongue. He could only honestly be Chen Nian's handler now, and if Chen Nian said to go east, he definitely didn't dare to go west. Soon, the father and son's big sweep was introduced. The two looked at each other and smiled. Chen Tiandao spoke. "Alright, let the elders of the clan seal this place, carefully inventory it, record it all, and then ship it to the Chun family. These good things, naturally, were all to be transported to the Chun family." Chen Nian smiled faintly. Father and son had the same idea. "Good, I'll go inform the Grand Elder." After saying that, Chen Nian led Wang Jin out. Soon after, Chen Nian notified the Grand Elder to register all the treasures in the entire underground palace and then prepare to transport them back to the Chun clan. So many treasures immediately made the Grand Elder look dumbfounded. This Red Flame Divine Dynasty's heritage was indeed profound. So many treasures were enough to raise the Qin family's strength by at least 2 notches. If one were to say that in the entire Qin family, who knew the most about the affairs in the family, it was definitely the Grand Elder without a doubt. Over the years, he had been diligently taking care of the family's affairs, and he knew all the family's big and small affairs. Naturally, he knew how beneficial these treasures were to the entire Qin family. Not to mention the various martial arts techniques in the treasure pavilion, it was simply a great harvest. The decision to attack the Red Flame Divine Dynasty this time was simply correct. In the palace, the Chen family was busy as Chen Nian left the palace and brought Shui Luo out of the palace to roam around the city. This former imperial city was now crippled beyond recognition, with corpses littering everywhere and wolves smoking everywhere. The sounds of shouting and killing were all over the city. Although Chen Nian hadn't been to the city before, he could probably guess its previous splendor, only that it wasn't the same after the Nine Heavens demon region came in. Help! Help! An urgent cry for help rang out, and Chen Nian and Shui Luo's gazes turned towards that side. One could only see a wonderful woman with tattered clothes and traces of blood hanging from the corners of her mouth, with two blood demon sect disciples chasing after her. When she saw Chen Nian, the woman seemed like she had found a life-saving straw, and hurriedly ran to Chen Nian's side to come, directly kneeling down in front of Chen Nian, kowtowing vigorously one by one, saying, "My lord, save my life! My lord, save my life!" Her face was full of tears. 2 hours ago, she was still the first daughter of the Chancellor's house of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, the Chancellor's most favored youngest daughter, her status and identity unparalleled. Unexpectedly, after only 2 hours, her father died, the city broke down, and the entire Red Flame Divine Dynasty ceased to exist. And they, the Chancellor's mansion, also suffered an attack from the Nine Heavens demon region. Countless devil disciples poured in and wiped out their Chancellor's mansion, killing the men clean, forcing the women on them and then killing them again, and there wasn't a single survivor in the entire Chancellor's mansion. She hated these demons of the Nine Heavens demon region. Why were they so cruel? Just when a few blood demon sect disciples had yet to discover her, she desperately ran out. However, the moment she ran onto the street, her entire being was dumbfounded. The once bustling streets were gone, all of them were corpses, wrecked walls, and countless people had been killed. However, she couldn't care less. She could only run forward as hard as she could, and then she encountered Chen Nian. She didn't know what Chen Nian's identity was, but by the looks of it, he was definitely from an extraordinary background. She could only hope that Chen Nian would be able to save her life. The two blood demon sect disciples also caught up at this time, and looking at the woman kneeling on the ground, the two of them smiled evilly at the corners of their mouths. Jia, still want to run? The entire imperial city is surrounded by our Nine Heavens demon region. If you have the ability to run, that's right, if I say so, why don't you just tie your hands? Saying that, the two rubbed their hands together with a bad smile on their faces. That villainous look instantly appeared on their faces. Chen Nian frowned and said, "What's going on?" Originally, the two men's gazes were all on that woman, but after hearing Chen Nian's voice, they couldn't help but look over. However, the moment they saw Chen Nian, the two disciples of the Blood Demon sect almost didn't soften their legs in fear. Blood Demon sect Zhang Daiyuan, Sea Lord Imperial Sun. Blood Demon sect Li Di, Sea Lord Imperial Sun. The two had naturally seen Chen Nian's face in front of the previous great formation, and not expecting to encounter him here, the two of them panicked a bunch in their hearts. However, Chen Nian didn't say anything more, only faintly saying, "Which family is this?" The two sniffed and didn't dare to be slow. "Your Imperial Son, this woman is the first daughter of the Zhao family of the Chancellor's house." Chancellor's residence? It was a family of officials and eunuchs. But to Chen Nian, it was nothing more than a mole cricket. But Chen Nian couldn't look at these two elitist guys either. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you two go down." The two of them glanced at the woman reluctantly, but they didn't dare to disobey Chen Nian's order. Women, this imperial city was full of them, and although there were fewer of the very best like this one couldn't lose one's life for a woman. Yes. After saying that, the two men bowed their hands and retreated. The woman on the side saw the two leave and let out a long sigh of relief. Then she looked in Chen Nian's direction and kowtowed heavily. "Much. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me." However, the woman's words were exchanged for a light laugh from Chen Nian. "When did this imperial son say that he would save you?" The woman froze, not knowing what Chen Nian meant by that. "This emperor's son let them go because your status is still honorable, and it's not worth it to be forced on by these two spermatozoa, but you are ultimately a person of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, and this emperor's son does not have the habit of cutting off the grass without removing the roots." After saying that, only seeing Chen Nian's hand wave, a finger-sized hole suddenly appeared on the woman's forehead, followed by a total loss of vitality as she collapsed straight down. Behind her, Shui Luo didn't look any different. In her opinion, cutting off the roots was the most basic quality. If you can't even eliminate the roots, this world of cultivation might not be suitable for you. More and more, Shui Luo was originally 100% obedient to Chen Nian's decisions. "Let's go, back to the camp. I've had some epiphanies, I'm going to go on a retreat." The matter of the system evolving Chen Nian's heart still held a great deal of interest. I wondered what effect this thing would have after it evolved.
Shui Luer sniffed and nodded her head. Yes. The two of them walked in this imperial city, and even the chaos of the surrounding scene did not affect their minds. People eating people was the nature of this society. Besides, Chen Yan had given these people a chance before. If they had obediently opened the city gates, naturally, there would not have been this massacre. Soon, the two of them returned to the camp, and Shui Luer stood outside Chen Yan's tent to protect Chen Yan. Chen Yan pulled out the fragment from his spatial ring. The fragment looked flat and unimpressive. System evolution. Ding, the Divine Realm Origin fragment has been detected, the system is beginning to evolve, the time for this evolution, 3 hours, countdown begins. As the system's voice rang out, a 3-hour countdown began immediately afterward. Chen Yan was not idle either, taking advantage of the system's evolution, he released the soul bodies of Wang Tang and Li Zhuan. The moment the two were released by Chen Yan, their eyes were filled with confusion. Where is this? Who am I? Chen Yan. Li Zhuan looked at Chen Yan with some disbelief, wasn't he dead? Wang Tang wasn't much better, his eyes were filled with panic, only to see Chen Yan faintly smile and say, from now on, the two of you are my thugs, understand? Chen Yan's fighters? Obviously hearing Chen Yan's words, the two of them clearly froze and looked at Chen Yan with an incredulous expression. Humph, Chen Yan, you're dreaming, even if I die, I won't be your hitman, Li Zhuan said with a face full of anger. However, when Chen Yan heard this, he only smiled faintly and said, you are already dead. Li Zhuan. Wang Tang. Already dead? It was this emperor's son who used a secret method to cut off both of your souls, you two are now just souls. Soul body? The two looked at their transparent bodies as if they realized something. Wang Tang sneered and said, so what if it's a soul body, you exterminated my red flame divine dynasty, I, Wang Tang, will never be your punching bag, not even if my soul body is extinguished. The country had been exterminated, and he, the one who was the monarch, was naturally grieving in his heart. If it wasn't for Chen Yan, how could their red flame divine dynasty have been destroyed in just a few days? It was an accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years that had just gone up in smoke. However, Wang Tang's words did not surprise Chen Yan as he said smilingly. The last one who said that was called Wang Zhen. The two of them steeply widened their eyes. Old ancestor? Only, before the two could ask any questions, suddenly, the two felt a strange itch on their bodies. It was as if countless ants were tearing and scratching their entire body. However, this was only the beginning. In addition to the pain of 10,000 ants eating their hearts, the two also felt strangely cold or hot on their bodies from time to time. Countless pains were constantly tormenting the two. The two were not afraid of death, but being under this kind of pain was terrifying. It was a feeling where seconds felt like years. Chen Yan, I was wrong. Wang Tang was the first to beg for mercy. As the 9-5, the emperor of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty, when had he ever suffered such pain? He really couldn't hold on any longer. What ancestral foundation was nothing compared to this kind of pain? Chen Yan smiled faintly and removed the punishment from his body, then quietly waited on the side for Li Zhuan to beg for mercy. Although Li Zhuan's bones were a bit harder than Wang Tang's, they weren't much better. After about 5 breaths of time, Li Zhuan couldn't hold on any longer and began to beg for mercy. Chen Yan looked at the two men with terrified faces and smiled. From now on, but if you don't listen to this emperor's son, I can make you suffer 10,000 times more just now, understand? The two looked at each other, the pain they had just experienced was still fresh in their minds, and at this moment, they naturally did not dare to refute Chen Yan's words. Thus, the two nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Ming. Understand. Seeing that Wang Tang and Li Zhuan were still considered sensible, Chen Yan faintly smiled and immediately summoned Wang Zhen. The moment they saw Wang Zhen suddenly appear, Wang Tang and the two of them steeply widened their eyes. Old ancestor. Wang Zhen's face was also filled with embarrassment. After all, being reduced from an old ancestor to Chen Yan's slave was not a commendable thing. Aha! Wang Zhen gave a hem and stood behind Chen Yan awkwardly. These three people looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a moment. Wang Zhen was at a late Saint King cultivation, while Li Zhuan was a mid-Saint King and Wang Tang was an early Saint King cultivation. With the three of them escorting him, Chen Yan's safety was bound to rise drastically. As for whether the three would have any dissenting thoughts, Chen Yan was not afraid. After all, he could completely control the minds of the three. Even as long as he wanted, he could turn the three into unconscious soul bodies that only knew how to fight, only that he was unwilling to do so because if the soul bodies had no consciousness, their fighting power would naturally decrease. After taking the three people back into his body, the system's upgrade was almost over. Only the system's voice could be heard in his ears. Ding, system upgrade countdown. 3, 2, 1. In the next moment, a huge light screen appeared in front of Chen Yan. Host, Chen Yan. Cultivation level, Mid-Emperor Realm. Technique, 9-turn Divine Demon Technique, 9 stars, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 9 stars, 9999999 particles. Martial Arts, Flickering Finger, 9 stars, Destructive Sword Technique, 9 stars, Misty Phantom Steps, 9 stars, Deicide Chop, 9 stars, Life and Death Talisman, 9 stars, Shattering Starfist, 9 stars. Physique, Supreme Divine Devil Body. Talent, Blessing of the Devil's Way. Special Temperament, Exile the Immortal Temperament. Aptitude, The Sky is the Limit, Words Follow the Law, Thunder and Lightning Field, Soul Detention. Players, Pingon Chen, Shuelur, Li Mad Knife, Wang Jin, Wang Tang, Li Zhuan. Points, 100,000 inch. When he saw his system, Chen Yan suddenly froze. The column of draws directly disappeared and turned into points. Chen Yan said with a confused look on his face. System, how did the raffle column disappear? Ding, after this system has been upgraded, the lottery function has transformed into a points exchange function, and the host can open them all and use the points to exchange. The host's original 100 draws have been converted into points at 1:1000. The host obtains points in the following ways. 1. Killing people. The higher the talent and strength of the people killed by the host as well as the host's men, the more points will be gained. 2. Missions. The system enacts missions from time to time, and the host can choose to complete the mission to gain huge amounts of points. Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Yan then sort of understood. This thing had been upgraded, and the original lottery system had turned into a mall exchange. In this way, Chen Yan felt that it was not bad. Previously, the uncertainty of the lottery was too high, and you could only get one lottery draw per day, and there was no additional increase, so what you drew each time depended entirely on luck. Sometimes, if you were unlucky, you could get 9 pairs of female underwear in 10 consecutive draws. And after switching to mall points exchange, Chen Yan could choose what he wanted. Open the mall. Chen Yan composed his mind and directly opened the mall. The mall was divided into several categories, with various items such as pills, elixirs, weapons, martial arts, physique, and so on. Only if you couldn't think of it, there was no commodity the system couldn't give. As long as the points were in place, anything was fine. Chen Yan opened the physique interface with some curiosity. The first thing that caught his eye was the Supreme God and Demon Body, the Time Saint Body, and the Space Saint Body. The price of these 3 major physiques were all 10 billion points. Although the points required were a lot, for these 3 physiques, they were definitely exceptionally cost-effective. Immediately below was a variety of other special physiques, such as the Star Saint Body, the Purple Gold Saint Body, the Fighting Saint Body, and the Cold Ice Saint Body. Densely written all over several pages, the entire 3000 Vietnam has existed in the Holy Body, the entire mall all have. The price also ranges from 10 million points to 1 billion points. Among them, Ping and Shanzi Jian Body was worth 100 million points. After looking at the column of special physiques, Chen Yan then looked at the elixirs and weapons. In addition to the absence of divine weapons, there were all kinds of 9-star weapons. Chen Yan guessed that the mall would definitely be updated in the future, and divine weapons or something else would definitely appear as well. Looking at the mall system with such a large variety, Chen Yan's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Only 100,000 points, I can't afford to buy anything good. Looking at his pitiful 100,000 points, Chen Yan knew that he couldn't afford to buy anything with these points. That Time Saint Body and Space Saint Body were good things, but that thing was 10 billion, the difference was too great. However, Chen Yan looked at the system's explanation. In addition to completing quests to gain points, one could also gain points by killing people. The higher the cultivation level of the opponent, the more points were gained. An ordinary person equals 1 point. An early king realm equals 5 W points. An early supreme realm equals 30 W points. An early stage of the emperor realm equals 100 W points. An early saint realm equals 1000 W points. An early saint king realm equals 100 million points. Seeing the system's explanation, Chen Yan then understood. 10 billion more? It wasn't a lot, just kill 100 Saint King Realm powerhouses. However, if Chen Yan really dared to slaughter 100 Saint King Realm powerhouses, I'm afraid that the entire 3000 domains would be in danger, and in turn, they would be afraid to join together to kill Chen Yan. After slightly pondering for a moment, Chen Yan released Wang Tang and Li Zhuan. See you, young lord. When they saw Chen Yan again, the two of them appeared to be very respectful. After all, the punishment that Chen Yan had just given the two of them was still fresh in their minds, and they did not dare to show the slightest bit of resistance to Chen Yan. Chen Yan gave a and immediately took out 2 black robes.
These two robes were the ones that Chen Nian had just spent 50,000 points to exchange from the mall, and they were worth a lot of money. These two robes were not small in utility, and could block the probing of a powerhouse under a great emperor. You two put on this robe and head to the Buddha domain. Going to the Buddha domain? The two of them, Wang Tang and Li Zhuan, looked at each other and said with some confusion, "Young lord, what's the point of going to the Buddha domain?" The Buddha domain and the Red Flame Divine domain were separated by hundreds of millions of miles, in the westernmost part of the entire 3,000 domains, where it was more like a distribution mecca. All of the people in the entire Buddha domain were being brainwashed by the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Therefore, Wang Tang and Li Zhuan both did not have any favorable feelings towards the place called Buddha domain. However, Chen Nian just faintly smiled and said, "Killing people. Killing people?" The two could not help but be even more puzzled. "Kill what people?" Chen Nian faintly said. "The two of you start from the borders of the Buddha domain and slaughter martial artists, especially those with high cultivation levels. Not a single one of you should be spared." Wang Tang and Li Zhuan were dumbfounded when they heard Chen Nian's order. To have the two of them go to the Buddhist domain and massacre them? All martial artists, not a single one to be spared? Crap! What the hell is this trying to do? Young master, that Buddha domain is not to be messed with. If the two of us are captured, I'm afraid. The two of them were afraid that they would be captured alive by that group of old vultures from the Buddha domain, and if they were to be captured, there would be no good fruit to eat. Chen Nian faintly said, "This robe can conceal the cultivation of the two of you, and it can block the probing of martial artists below the level of Great Emperor." Immediately afterward, he pulled out two more runes. "One of these two runes for each of you two. If you encounter an unbeatable powerhouse, immediately tear the runes and you can immediately teleport to this Emperor's son's side." These two runes were called location tracking runes. Chen Nian had marked the location in advance, which was on himself, and as long as the two of them encountered danger and tore the runes, they could instantly return to their side. No spatial confinement could stop them. After all, if it was produced by the system, it was bound to be a fine product. This is at that time when Chen Nian lottery obtained, only 3, now the mall system is opened, this one rune is sold for 100 million points, but it is extraordinary, after all, it is a good treasure to protect life. Chen Nian wanted to use the two to earn points for himself, naturally he could not be stingy. These two could be his point-scrubbing babies, they had to be supplied with good things. The two looked at the black robes and runes in their hands, and a hint of joy instantly flashed in their eyes. "We will follow your orders." The two of them, Wang Tang and Li Zhuan, took the order without hesitation. As for why Chen Nian wanted the two of them to massacre the Buddhist domain, the two of them did not ask, much less dare to ask. "Go!" "Yes." After the two of them changed into their black robes, they ran their bodies and traveled to the boundaries of the Buddha domain with extreme speed. With the cultivation of the two of them, as long as they didn't run into a strong person in the middle to late stage of the Saint King realm, basically there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Time passed quickly. In just 2 days, the entire imperial city of the Red Flame Divine Dynasty had long since fallen into disrepair, and the thick smell of blood filled the entire sky. The armies of the Nine Heavens Demon region had stationed up in the various cities of the Red Flame Divine region. From now on, the Red Flame Divine realm would no longer exist, all of them merging into the Nine Heavens Demon region. The enormous territory expanded the strength of the Nine Heavens Demon region once again. However, such an expansion naturally had its pitfalls. In the short term, the original residents of the Red Flame Divine realm did not have a sense of belonging to the Nine Heavens Demon region, and there was a conflict between the original management system and the management system of the Nine Heavens Demon region, so a period of time was needed for over-adjustment. Of course, all of this did not require Chen Nian's worry. There were naturally elders in the family to grasp this. Back in the Chun family, the entire family was thriving. From the elders down to the first line-side disciples, all of them were excited. The family resources were even more abundant, and there was even more that could be distributed to everyone. On top of that, in the family's hidden scripture cabinet, there were more than twice as many of the various feats in martial arts, which was definitely a huge benefit to the family. Moreover, Chen Nian directly proposed to the family that the first 4 floors of the family's scripture cabinet be open indefinitely, so that as long as one was a member of the family, one could learn any technique or martial art for free. Although the first 4 layers of martial arts are not very precious, but they are also 1 to 4-star martial arts. A 4-star martial arts into a lower domain can definitely cause coaxing. While in the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity can be unlimited learning to look through. This was definitely a huge good thing for the family's children. Time passed very quickly. Chen Nian sat in his room and practiced. Because of the presence of Wang Tang and Li Zhuan, the 2 point swiping babies, Chen Nian's points were rising every day,
and the rate of increase was huge. There were tens of millions to hundreds of millions of points coming in every day. After all, these two were soul bodies that wouldn't be thirsty or hungry and didn't need to rest. Chen Nian's exploitation was such that capitalists in his previous life would have to call out insiders when they saw it. On this day, outside Chen Nian's room, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Shuelur slowly walked in, arching her hand and saluting. Young lord, the Violet Sky Divine sect is here. Lin Qingchang? Chen Nian suddenly remembered. Today seemed to be the day of the 10-year appointment. It had to be said that Lin Qingchang was quite punctual. Let's go and take a look. Chen Nian spoke calmly. Yes. Shuelur obediently followed behind. The two walked out of the room one after the other. Ni Huang. Chen Nian shouted out Ni Huang, and the next moment, Ni Huang circled down in the sky. Although Ni Huang had long been able to transform into a form, she was still used to being Chen Nian's mount. Go to the main hall. Yes. Chen Nian and Shuelur both sat on the back of the Nephoenix, which violently shook the sky and headed straight to the middle of the grand hall. Chen Nian led Shuelur and Ni Huang into the grand hall. At this moment, the grand hall, Chen Tiandao and Xian Zero Moon were sitting at the main seat, along with the various elders of the Chen clan. On the other hand, on the side of the Violet Sky Divine sect, aside from Lin Qingchang, there were also 10 elders led by the Grand Elder of the Violet Sky Divine sect. The moment she saw Chen Nian, Lin Qingchang's icy face seemed to melt a little. Although she hadn't seen him for 10 years, Lin Qingchang still recognized Chen Nian at a glance. That aura on him was too obvious. The 10-year period has expired. I'm coming. Lin Qingchang said with a faint smile. The 10-year agreement was on her mind every day and every night. It was also precisely because she was afraid that Chen Nian's cultivation had thrown off her too much, so she practiced day and night, and with the inheritance of the great emperor that she had obtained in the Violet Heaven's mystic realm, coupled with her own cultivation efforts as well as the Violet Heaven's divine sect's various resources, Lin Qingchang had finally made a breakthrough to the late stage of the emperor realm. Such strength was definitely considered to be quite a good level. Coupled with her various means, even an entry Saint Realm powerhouse would have the power to fight. Chen Nian naturally saw her cultivation level at a glance and nodded with a smile. Not bad, indeed you have worked hard. Hearing Chen Nian's praise, Lin Qingchang's heart was overjoyed. During these years in the Violet Sky Divine sect, she was seldom happy and hardly had any mood swings. However, in front of Chen Nian, she could feel an overwhelming sense of closeness. This was because of the effect of the drop of blood that Chen Nian had fed her in order to save her back then. Xian Zuoyue was also very satisfied with this future daughter-in-law, smilingly saying, Nianer, Qingchang came here this time just for the sake of the marriage between the two of you, and your father and I are in agreement. After all, Lin Qingchang was considered to be the leader of the 3000 domain in terms of both looks and talent. How could they not be satisfied with such a daughter-in-law? Lin Qingchang's eyes also carried a bit of hope. Chen Nian looked around the crowd, his gaze finally resting on Lin Qingchang's body before slowly saying, Father, Mother, my child does not intend to get married right now. The way of cultivation is all about concentration. My child wants to wait until he breaks through to a great emperor one day before getting married. Breakthrough to great emperor before getting married? The realm of the great emperor had long since become a mythical existence in today's 3000 realms. Even those powerhouses stuck in the half-step great emperor realm didn't know when they would be able to break through to the great emperor realm, and Chen Nian, a mere martial artist in the emperor realm, had even presumed to speak of the great emperor realm. However, the Chen family elders present did not seem the least bit surprised that Chen Nian had said that he would break through to the great emperor realm. In their opinion, there were only two people in this world who were most likely to break through the great emperor realm. One was Chen Tiandao, and the other was Chen Nian. This father and son pair seemed to have become the spiritual pillars of the Chen clan's group. However, the elders of the Violet Sky Divine sect were a bit anxious. The great elder of the Violet Sky Divine sect hurriedly stood up and said, Emperor's son, no one has broken through to the great emperor realm in the entire 3000 regions for tens of thousands of years. This heaven and earth seems to be imprisoned, and the great emperor realm is far away. Is it possible to make the holy maiden wait for you for tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years? It was important to realize that it had already been tens of thousands of years since there had been no more great emperor realm powerhouses in the entire 3000 realms. And according to those half-step great emperor realm powerhouses, this heaven and earth seemed to have some sort of prohibition, and in order to break through the great emperor realm one had to break this shackle with invincibility. Therefore, its difficulty was so great that countless half-step great emperor level powerhouses throughout the tens of thousands of years had failed in their attempts. Therefore, the great elder of the Violet Heaven Soul Divine sect was still a bit unconvinced that Chen Nian would be able to break through the realm of the great emperor. However, Chen Nian was confident about the Great Emperor realm. Being burdened with the inheritance of the system and the Violet Sky Divine Emperor, if he couldn't even break through to the Great Emperor realm, then he would be blind. He glanced at the Great Elder of the Violet Sky Divine sect and said, 300 years. Within 300 years this Emperor's son will definitely break through the Great Emperor realm. 300 years. The crowd was all shocked by Chen Nian's boast. What was the concept of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm in 300 years? One must know that Chen Tiandao, as a terrifying demon whose talent could be ranked in the top 5 in the 3,000 regions over the past million years, had only broken through to the half-step Great Emperor realm in 300 years, and it was very difficult to break through to the Great Emperor realm any further. That step was never that easy to take. For an ordinary martial artist, being able to break through the Saint King realm within 1,000 years could be considered a heavenly pride. And to be able to break through to a half-step Great Emperor within 2,000 years was definitely a heavenly pride amongst heavenly prides. This was because the half-step Great Emperor realm was not something that could be reached through cultivation alone. Therefore, Chen Nian's 300 years of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm instantly stunned the crowd, and even the crowd of Chen clan elders were somewhat incredulous. Just as the crowd was dumbfounded, Lin Xincheng spoke to. I'll wait. She looked at Chen Nian's eyes with a serious face. I believe that you will be able to break through the Great Emperor realm within 300 years, and I will follow in your footsteps and work hard. She knew of Chen Nian's talent, although it was somewhat unbelievable to say that breaking through to a Great Emperor within 300 years was a bit unbelievable, or that it had almost never happened in the entire 3,000 realms history of millions of years. However, if Chen Nian said it himself, she believed it. Sitting on the main seat, Chen Tiandao seemed as if he was pondering, as he looked at this son of his who was confident. The corners of his mouth also rose slightly as he secretly nodded in his heart. Since my son has said so, this father also believes him. Since this is the case, over there, when my son breaks through to the Great Emperor within 300 years, then we will get married again. As soon as Chen Tiandao opened his mouth, he sort of finalized this matter, and the crowd couldn't say anything else. Although the Grand Elder of the Violet Sky Divine sect still couldn't believe it, he couldn't say anything more at this moment. Lin Xincheng spoke. However, before you break through to Great Emperor, can you let me follow you in your cultivation? I want to catch up with you. Yes. Chen Nian calmly nodded his head. Good. Hearing Chen Nian's response, Lin Xincheng was overjoyed. She glanced at the elders of the Violet Sky Divine sect and said, Elders, if you have nothing to do, you can go back. I will follow Chen Nian in his cultivation. The elders were a little hesitant, but looking at Lin Xincheng's firm look, they knew that they could not change, so they honestly arched their hands and said, yes. With the marriage decided, Lin Xincheng brought another big news. There is something that needs to be told to you. Speak. Lin Xincheng spoke. Half a month from now, there will be a gathering of all the heavenly prides of the 3,000 domains to be held in the Wuji Divine Dynasty, and all the teenage heavenly prides of the entire world will be allowed to go. A gathering of all the heavenly prides? Chen Nian looked at Lin Xincheng with some doubt. He had not heard of this matter. Lin Xincheng slowly explained. This is the first Heavenly Pride event organized by the 3,000 domains for tens of thousands of years. The intention is for all the Heavenly Prides of the entire world to meet, compete in martial arts, and set the rankings. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. It was natural that there was also a need for rankings amongst the Heaven's Pride. However, Chen Nian shook his head and said, I'm not interested in such things. Rankings and whatnot were nothing more than vanity, and had little appeal to Chen Nian. Lin Xincheng also seemed to have guessed Chen Nian's behavior as she smiled and said, however, naturally, this Heaven's Pride event won't be as simple as that. The first ranked being among all the Heaven's Pride can obtain a divine artifact. Hearing Lin Xincheng's words, Chen Nian could not help but freeze. Divine weapon. This was a divine weapon that could suppress the chi of a domain. Even a 9-star weapon was considered a top-tier treasure that could cause a major uproar in the 3,000 regions, let alone this divine artifact. If it were to spread out, I'm afraid that all the major upper domains would erupt into a major conflict because of it, and it would even set off a huge war. However, this so-called Heaven's Pride event actually used a divine artifact as a reward. This was simply unbelievable. It wasn't just Chen Nian, everyone present was shocked by Lin Xincheng's words. Only Chen Tiandao had a calm face. Divine artifacts and whatnot were nothing more than that to him, he didn't care. What divine weapon? Chen Nian curiously opened his mouth to inquire. Lin Xincheng shook her head. I don't know, the Wuji Divine Dynasty didn't say, so I guess I won't be qualified to know until the end. Chen Nian sniffed, gently nodded, and did not pursue the question any further. This Heaven's Pride extravaganza was somewhat interesting, to be able to take out a divine artifact as a reward for the first place, what a great deal. He was also somewhat curious. Since that's the case, then I'll go along to take a look. Let's set off together in a spirit boat in a couple days. Good. Lin Xingcheng smiled faintly. There was nothing he could do. This time, the Heavens Remarks event gathered the top Heavens Remarks of the entire 3,000 regions. Only martial artists under the age of 50 and above the Emperor realm were qualified to participate. Chen Pinggan's 3 cultivation levels were not up to par, so the only ones who could participate were Chen Nian, Lin Xingcheng, and Ni Huang. Chen Nian and Ni Huang were both in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, but in terms of true battle power, even a strong person at the Saint realm level would not necessarily be able to match the two of them. Chen Nian, needless to say, was as terrifying as he was. As for Ni Huang, what she had awakened was the bloodline of the 9-colored phoenix, and in terms of bloodline, there was almost no one in the entire 3,000 realms who could match her. Her cultivation level only needs to be raised by honestly absorbing energy. At a certain cultivation level, she would be able to awaken the memories of her ancestors. As for Lin Xingcheng, as a late-stage Emperor realm powerhouse, her cultivation was also enough to rival an entry Saint realm martial artist, and she was also a top Heaven's Pride contestant. All 3 of them had great hopes for this Heaven's Pride event. After practicing in the Chen family for a few days, the 3 of them took the Chen family's spirit boat to the peerless divine dynasty, accompanied by the 9 ancestors. There were a total of 10 great upper domains in the 3,000 domains, each of which was incomparably powerful and contained countless strong people. And this Wuji divine dynasty, occupying the central zone of the 3,000 domains, was extremely rich in spiritual qi, with countless experts within the domain. The Wuji divine domain was the strongest of the 3,000 domains, and there were countless experts in the divine dynasty, with an unrivaled depth, so even Chen Tiandao was a little afraid. Although Chen Tiandao was not afraid, he would not easily tear his face off, enough to prove that this Wuji divine dynasty was not simple. Among the 10 major domains, apart from the 9 heavens demon domain, phoenix domain, purple heavenly divine domain, Buddha domain, and Wuji divine domain, there were 5 other major domains. They are the barbarian domain that occupies the north, and the people of the barbarian domain believe in the barbarian god, practicing pure physical body, without the slightest cultivation of true qi. This barbarian domain martial artists tall, the minimum must be 2 meters to start, natural fit body cultivation lineage, a huge force is extremely horrible. There is also the Miaozhong divine realm that occupies the south, specializing in poisonous techniques and various kinds of parasites. The parasites of Miaozhong are not to be taken lightly even by ordinary Saint King realm martial artists. Who knows what kind of weird parasites this Miao borderland that has been inherited for countless years has. Once it is stained, it can be really fatal. There were also 2 sects of the Dao sect, the Shangqing divine domain where the Shangqing sect was located, and the Xian domain where the Xian sect was located. These 2 sects of Taoism usually do not fight and do not rob, and are dedicated to seeking the Tao. The disciples within the door are extraordinary, and also enjoy a good reputation in the entire 3,000 domains. There was also the last domain, which was the Forgetfulness Divine Palace, occupying the Forgetfulness Divine Domain. This Forgetfulness Divine Palace was extremely mysterious. The maximum number of disciples recruited in each generation was no more than 100. However, each of these 100 people's cultivation talent is considered top-notch, coupled with the set of the entire domain's resources to feed these less than 100 cultivators, natural cultivation strength is soaring. Of these 10 domains, the strongest is the Wuji divine domain that occupies the center, the most mysterious is the Forgetfulness divine domain. This heavenly pride event Wuji divine domain can take out the divine weapon as the first prize, enough to witness its extraordinary. This event attracts the top heavenly prides in the 3,000 domains, and those who can participate in this competition are at least at the cultivation level of the Emperor realm, and there are even some strong people at the level of the Saint realm. To be able to cultivate to the Saint realm in 50 years' time, all of them were top-tier prides. Wanting to come out on top in such a competition was definitely very difficult. In addition to these 10 great upper regions prides competing, there were also some hidden clans, and even disciples of some half-step great emperor-level powerhouses that would also participate in this competition. Therefore, without a doubt, this Heaven's Pride event was an event for the entire 3,000 regions. Inside the spirit boat, Chen Nian sat cross-legged and was staring at the mall panel intending to buy something to prepare for this Heaven's Pride extravaganza. During this period of time, there were 2 Saint King realm powerhouses, Wang Tong and Li Jiuan, who had swiped his points for him, causing his points to continuously rise. Originally, he only had 100,000 points, but now he directly had 1 billion points. Although there was still a considerable gap of 10 billion points from purchasing a spatial sacred body like this,
there was no more pressure to buy some other spiritual objects.
The two of them, Wang Tang and Li Zhuan, were also quite comfortable in the Buddha domain. The two had been active at the border of the Buddha region, plus the killing and slaughtering of this kind of thing was done more covertly, without leaving a trace, and the two even ran away after the fight, so for the time being, they didn't cause too much turmoil. Although the upper levels of the Buddha domain sent some people to investigate this matter. But after all, the two are Saint King realm powerhouses, send some into the Saint realm cultivation of the Buddha on the two do not constitute any threat. Therefore, the two of them continued to brush Chen Nian's points at the border, and for the time being, there was no security problem. Looking at the wide array of shopping centers, Chen Nian placed his gaze on the Earth Vein Fire Lotus. Earth Vein Fire Lotus. Price, 1.5 billion points. Utility, 9-star body training holy medicine. A short synopsis, a not-so-expensive price. Last time when he was attacking the Red Flame Divine Realm, Chen Nian had battled Wang Tung once, and after that battle, his Divine Image Prison suppressing strength had vaguely thought of a breakthrough. Nowadays, he was equipped with 999,999,999 giant elephant particles, and had already reached the peak of the first realm, just one step away from breaking through that dragon elephant power. The type of elephant, there are thousands of changes. The giant elephant is young, transformed into a dragon elephant. The dragon elephant is green, transformed into a yuan elephant. The yuan elephant is strong, transformed into a god elephant.
It is the great completion. Chen Nian this step is preparing to transform from giant elephant into dragon elephant, just need to use the function of this Earth Vein Fire Lotus, a breakthrough dragon elephant. Once the power of the giant elephant transformed into a dragon elephant, Chen Nian's physical body would undergo a qualitative change.
System, redeem Earth Vein Fire Lotus.
Ding, Earth Vein Fire Lotus exchange successful.
The next moment, after
1.5 billion points were deducted, an Earth Vein Fire Lotus appeared directly in front of Chen Nian.
As soon as this fiery red lotus appeared, the entire room instantly began to sizzle, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, and of course, the aura skyrocketed dramatically.
This Earth Vein Fire Lotus was grown in the center of the earth and had the fire of the earth's heart, which was incomparably scorching and was a holy medicine for body refining. For body cultivation martial artists, this Earth Vein Fire Lotus was even more valuable than 4 or 5 9-star weapons. Chen Nian did not hesitate and picked up the Earth Vein Fire Lotus in front of him. Although the Fire Lotus was incredibly hot, to a martial artist of his level, the heat was nothing at all. He placed the Fire Lotus in front of his body and immediately swallowed it in one gulp. The Fire Lotus quickly erupted into a huge aura fluctuation within Chen Nian's body. Chen Nian didn't hesitate as he hurriedly activated the Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength to begin hammering his fleshly body. The cultivation of the physical body was extremely painful, and at this moment, Chen Nian could feel the pain in every inch of his skin, even as every cell was being seared. But, this burning was a necessary baptism. The reason why many martial artists would not choose the physical cultivation lineage, in addition to its extreme difficulty, more than anything else, is that the path of cultivation for physical cultivation martial artists is overly painful, every step is arduous, and even the slightest carelessness will go off the deep end.
That's why the number of people who follow this lineage is too small.
The barbarians were unable to cultivate true qi, and could only hammer their physical bodies, plus the barbarians were extremely gifted in the physical body, so the barbarians only cultivated the physical body.
Very quickly,
Chen Nian then felt that he had reached his limit.
The cells in his body were unusually active. Ah!
The immense pain caused him to cry out.
This cry instantly startled Lin Qingcheng and Ni Yuan on the spirit boat.
The two were just about to come over to see what was going on when they were stopped by the 9 ancestors.
Nianer is cultivating, don't go affecting him. Although the 9 ancestors didn't know what exactly this kid was cultivating, they didn't dare to disturb him at will. After all, if a martial artist's cultivation was disturbed by a bystander, it would be easy for them to go off the deep end. Lin Qingcheng and Nihuan both heard this and did not dare to move forward, but only gazed somewhat nervously towards Chen Nian's room. Only for a moment.
Countless flame true qi surrounded Chen Nian's body, and the originally violent true qi fluctuations began to slowly weaken. Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and the agitated true qi beside him quieted down for a moment. A hint of joy flashed through his eyes.
Finally, a breakthrough.
The Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength had taken a huge step across, and this was absolutely huge in terms of Chen Nian's increase in strength. Crossing directly from giant elephant strength to dragon elephant strength was the result of a quantitative change to a qualitative change.
System, checking personal attribute panel. Ding, checking. Host, Chen Nian. Cultivation level, middle stage of the Emperor realm.
Technique, 9-turn Divine Demon Technique, 9 stars, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 9 stars, 1000 Dragon Elephant Particles. Martial Arts, Flickering Finger, 9 stars, Destructive Sword Technique, 9 stars, Misty Phantom Steps, 9 stars, Deicide Chop, 9 stars, Life and Death Talisman, 9 stars, Shattering Star Fist, 9 stars.
Physique, Supreme Divine Devil Body. Talent, Blessing of the Devil's Way.
Special Temperament, Exile the Immortal Temperament. Aptitude, The Sky is the Limit, Words Follow the Law, Thunder and Lightning Field, Soul Detention.
Players, Pingon Chen, Shuelur, Li Mad Knife, Wangjin, Wang Tang, Li Zhuan. Points, 1.6 billion inch. At this moment, within that Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength on Chen Nian's body, the original 999,999,999 giant elephant particles disappeared, leaving only 1,000 dragon elephant particles. Although it may seem like the number of particles had become less, the strength had definitely changed drastically. With Chen Nian's current physical cultivation, the previous 100 of himself would not be a match for the current him with his physical cultivation alone. This was the gap. He felt the power of the dragon elephant in his own bloodline, and his seemingly thin figure actually contained an extremely terrifying strength. Chen Nian got up and slowly pushed open the door.
Seeing this, Lin Xingqiang and Niwang rushed over.
Chen Nian, are you alright? Master, are you alright?
Chen Nian smiled faintly as he said,
It's fine, my cultivation has just improved, don't worry.
Hearing Chen Nian's guarantee, the two of them then put their hearts down, and after chatting for a few moments, Lin Xingqiang and Niwang also returned to their rooms to cultivate.
The 9 ancestors slowly walked over to Chen Nian's side.
Although Chen Nian had secret treasures on his body that could hinder his probing, the tremendous force of qi and blood when Chen Nian had just broken through was enough to make him guess what was going on.
Nianer, you took the path of body cultivation? The lineage of physical cultivation was quite difficult.
Massive stacks of resources, grueling cultivation, as well as a great deal of pain every time one cultivates.
Chen Nian sniffed and didn't hide it, nodding his head. Yes, also tried the path of physical cultivation.
The 9 ancestors sighed quietly as they heard this and said, The path of dual cultivation of qi and martial arts is quite difficult, you have to think about it well, and the bottleneck encountered when breaking through to a great emperor when you take this path will only be greater. The benefits of qi and martial dual cultivation were enormous, but the drawbacks were also obvious. Chen Nian naturally understood this as he calmly nodded his head and said,
I understand, and since I've chosen to do so, I'll keep going. The 9 ancestors sighed, dumbfounded, and said, You father and son, you really are of the same virtue, that's just it, I won't advise you anymore.
Chen Nian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. The spirit boat soon sailed out of the boundaries of the 9 Heavens Demon region, and would soon enter the Wuji Imperial Dynasty. The 9 Heavens Demon region was located in the east, and after occupying the territory of the original Red Flame Divine region, it bordered the domain of the Wuji Imperial Dynasty. Both sides were upper domains, so generally there would not be any large-scale wars, at most there would be some minor friction at the border, which was normal. Chen Nian and the 9 ancestors stood on top of the spirit state, looking at the boundaries of the Wuji Divine Realm. Chen Nian noticed that the 9th ancestor's eyes were slightly sentimental.
Has the 9th ancestor ever been to this Wuji Divine Realm? Chen Nian suddenly spoke.
The 9 ancestors to the side nodded. I had come here to travel when I was young. At that time, the 9 Heavens Demon region was only a middle region, and the Qin clan wasn't as powerful as it is today. At that time, when the old man came to the Wuji Divine Dynasty to travel, he was also trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. Thinking of that time in his youth, the 9 ancestors couldn't help but miss the days of that time. In a flash, thousands of years had passed, time had passed so quickly. Seemingly opening his words, the 9 ancestors smiled and said, I think that when I was traveling in the Wuji Divine Dynasty, I met a girl who was the first daughter of one of the 4 great families in the Wuji Divine Dynasty, and I had a bond with her, but it was a pity that the difference in status and position at that time was too great. At that time, the Chen family was still very weak and could not even enter the eyes of the Wuji Divine Dynasty. So this sinful relationship ended without a trace. Chen Nian quietly listened to his and that girl's past events from the side without interrupting. It was a pity that things were different. The spirit boat sped along. After 2 days of effort, the crowd saw the imperial city of the Wuji Divine Dynasty. This Wuji Divine Dynasty was a top-tier existence among the 10 great domains, and an imperial city was incomparably brilliant. The huge city wall was 70 to 80 meters high, and every brick on the wall was made of the top material, heavenly grain stone, which was extremely hard to find and had an excellent texture, and with the addition of the formation, even a Saint King Realm powerhouse would find it difficult to shatter the wall under a single punch. At the moment,
The entrance to the city was full of people lining up. It was exceptionally bustling as they entered and exited. Let's go, prepare to land outside the city. Good. The spirit boat landed outside the city, and when the four of them got off the spirit boat, the surrounding guards noticed and rushed over. Miss Ching-chung, long time no see. Among the guards, a young man in a brocade robe, holding a folding fan, with a smile on his lips, walked over. Seeing the visitor, Lin Xinchang also nodded and said, His Highness the Second Prince has been waiting here for a long time, right? Qin Xuan smiled gently, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. I have been ordered by my imperial brother to wait here for you all. After saying that, his gaze went back to Chen Yan. I believe this is the Qin clan's imperial son, Chen Yan. I am the second prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, Qin Xuan. I have long heard of the mighty reputation of the Chen family's imperial son, and when I see him today, he is truly extraordinary. Qin Xuan's words were very gentle, causing no trace of aversion to rise. Chen Yan was also quite curious as he looked at this second prince of the Wuji imperial dynasty. He had long heard that there were 3 emperors in this Wuji imperial dynasty, and each one of them was a dragon and phoenix among men. The eldest prince Qin Zhang, born as the position of the crown prince, a cultivation through the sky, body with the king of the gas, the human master of the elephant is very obvious, the ministers above the court also to its head. The second prince Qin Xuan, treats people gently, elegant and easygoing, but people are more debauchery, love to look for flowers, willow, hook rail listening to music, but its cultivation talent is very high. The third prince Qin Sun, strategy is very high, when he was a child prodigy, usually do not like to go out. Few people understand the mysterious third prince. Born in the royal family, the 3 emperors should have fought for the throne. The relationship is not harmonious. But in fact, these 3 emperors have the same mother and the same siblings. The relationship is extremely good. The throne was also determined early on as the eldest prince. The other 2 emperors also have no ambition to claim the throne. Therefore, the Wuji divine dynasty was in harmony, and there was no such crap as many emperors vying for power. Chen Yan faintly smiled and said, I've heard of the second prince's great name. Mr. Chen, who is this? Qin Xuan's gaze was placed on Ni Huang. The aura of this woman's body made him feel that something was wrong. It did not seem to be the aura of the human race. This is my maid, Ni Huang. Servant girl? Qin Xuan's brows frowned slightly and then stretched out in some disbelief. This maid of honor of Mr. Chen is afraid that she is not simple her bloodline power is incomparably thick. I'm afraid that she is not a normal person Although he could not see the true nature of Ni Huang, he already had some guesses in his heart that this woman in front of him was definitely not of the human race. For Chen Yan to be able to obtain such a maid, it really wasn't simple Second prince is too kind. Chen Yan also did not want to talk too much about Ni Huang. Qin Xuan also saw it and laughed, stepping forward to hold Chen Yan's arm and pulling him inside. It is my Qin family's honor for the Chen family's imperial son to come to my imperial dynasty today. So today I will take the imperial son for a good turn in the imperial city to fulfill the landlord's friendship. It had to be said that this Qin Xuan's skill in dealing with people was very high. Even Chen Yan could not pick out any thorns with this move. A few people followed Qin Xuan's back and walked into the imperial city, and along the way, the guards all bowed respectfully. Entering the imperial city, the view immediately opened up, all kinds of small merchants and vendors, selling along the street, very lively. The crowd strolled along with Qin Xuan for a while. He smiled and said, Mr. Chen, Miss Lin, I don't know if you have a place to stay. If you don't mind, I have a few mansions in the imperial city. You two can pick at will. That mansion was a mansion purchased by Qin Xuan himself, and was private property. Chen Yan smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kind words, second prince. We have a place to stay. Qin Xuan sniffed and said no more, but smiled as he pulled out an invitation from his pocket. The Heaven's remarkable event will only open in 5 more days. There is a once-in-a-decade auction in the Imperial City 3 days later that is very grand. All of you are welcome to attend together. Good. Chen Yan didn't refuse and put the invitation into his spatial ring. Then he said goodbye to Qin Xuan and led a few people to his residence. The courtyards in the Wuji Imperial City were extremely expensive, but the Qin family also had a few luxurious courtyards here, and there were weekdays for the underlings to take care of them. On the way, Chen Yan said with some curiosity, You and that second prince knew each other before? Lin Xincheng nodded. 5 years ago, I fought with the second prince in a secret realm when I was out traveling. His strength is not inferior to me, even above me, and his methods are quite mysterious. Hearing that Lin Xincheng and Qin Xuan had fought, the corner of Chen Yan's mouth rose slightly and said, It's a bit interesting. He just came into contact with me in an attempt to test my strength, but it's just a pity that he didn't succeed.
The close contact between Qin Xuan and Chen Nian just now appeared to be an attempt to draw closer, but in reality, it was an attempt to probe Chen Nian's cultivation. Only that Chen Nian had a heavy treasure on his body to protect himself, and his qi and blood were internally restrained, so the other party could not probe anything at all. As Lin Xingcheng came to a realization, Ni Wang on the side pouted and said, "Master, that person also probed me, but I have a bloodline prohibition on me." He didn't succeed. Ni Wang was of the nine-colored phoenix bloodline, and although Qin Xuan's cultivation was good, even Sing King realm powerhouses couldn't see through Ni Wang's bottom line, and it was naturally difficult for him to probe even a mere emperor realm martial artist. Chen Nian sniffed, his heart was clear. "Alright, let's go to the residence first." Good. Several people headed to the residence. And at this moment, somewhere in the grand hall of the Wuji Divine Dynasty's palace, "Second brother, you're back." As soon as Qin Xuan entered the room, Qin Zhang said with a smile, "You've met that Chen clan emperor's son?" Qin Xuan glanced at his elder brother, and his third brother, Qin Sun, and nodded. "Met. Second brother, what is the cultivation level of that Chen clan's imperial son? Are you sure of yourself compared to him?" Qin Sun opened his mouth. Although he was still young, only 13 years old this year, he was the wise counselor of the entire Qin family. Qin Zhang's gaze also looked over. Qin Xuan's face was a bit gloomy when he saw this. "See, the Chen clan's emperor's son, I can't see through him, his cultivation strength is afraid to be above me." "What?" Qin Zhang and Qin Sun glanced at each other, both somewhat surprised. Qin Xuan's strength and talent were clear to the two of them, with a star-sync body and a 9-star talent. Whether it was cultivation speed or battle power, it was definitely top stream, coupled with the Wuji Imperial Dynasty's all-out cultivation. At only 25 years of age, he had already stepped into the peak of the Emperor realm. Although there was still a distance to the Saint Entry realm, it was top-notch when looking at the entire 3000 domain. Worthy of being Chen Tiandao's son, it's really not simple. The three brothers looked at each other and said quietly. 3 days passed quickly. Today was the Imperial City's once-in-a-decade auction. The one presiding over this auction was the Qian family, one of the 4 great families of the Wuji Imperial Dynasty. There were 4 great families in the Wuji Imperial Dynasty, namely Han, Qin, Sun, and Zhao, and the 4 great families were the strongest families besides the royal family. Among them, the Qin family is in charge of the money and food of the Wuji Dynasty and has a rich family background. This auction was hosted by the Qian family. "Stop, please show your invitation." Chen Nian's trio had just walked to the entrance of the auction when they were stopped by the guards. Chen Nian pulled out the invitation that Qin Xuan had sent over that day. Instantly, the guard seemed to change as if he had become a different person when he saw the purple gold invitation, and his face piled up with smiles. "Noble guest, wait a moment, I will immediately go inform Lord Deacon." This time, the auction house needed an invitation to enter. And the invitations were naturally divided into grades. What Chen Nian was holding in his hands was the highest grade purple golden invitation, which required a deacon level in order to receive it. Chen Nian's several people waited at the door for a while, and soon, a girl wearing a light green dress walked out. She looked at Chen Nian with smiling eyes. "Hello this gentleman, slave Chen Lulu, gentlemen call me Lure is fine, may I ask your name?" "Chen Nian." "Chen Nian?" Hearing these 2 words, this female deacon instantly reacted. The reputation of the Chen family's emperor's son was still not small. Who made that old man of his so strong, an existence that no one in the entire 3000 realms knew about? "So it's the Chen family's imperial son, out of respect, imperial son, please follow me." Chen Nian was not polite and followed behind Qian Lulu. Soon, under Qian Lulu's leadership, the crowd entered a private room. "Mr. Chen, this is one of my Qian clan auction house's top-class private rooms. You are in box number 2, you 3 will wait for a moment, the auction will begin soon." "Good." Chen Nian hummed. The view of this private room was indeed very good, being able to clearly see all the movements outside. While on the glass of the private room one could only see the outside from the inside, the people on the outside could not see the inside, which very well protected the privacy of the guests inside the private room. The seats outside were basically full. Chen Nian noticed that at the very back of the seats sat 3 huge barbarians. These 3 barbarians were huge, probably around 3 meters tall, with muscles especially evident all over their bodies, and looked a bit dopey. "Those 3 are the barbarians of the barbarian domain, right?" Chen Nian spoke. Lin Xingcheng nodded. "Not bad, the middlemost of those 3 is the barbarian domain's royal son, Barbarian Man. I once heard of this person in my early years. He was the barbarian emperor's favorite royal son, and in his lifetime, he had awakened the strongest physique amongst the barbarian race, the barbarian god hegemony body, and his physical cultivation was extremely strong. It is said that the barbarian race at the time believed that this barbarian man-emperor was sent down by the barbarian god to save them, which led to this barbarian man-emperor growing up to be petulant and capricious, extremely overbearing, and vindictive.
Barbarian god overbearing body? A bit interesting. Chen Yan thoughtfully looked in barbarian man's direction, and that terrifying physical body cultivation couldn't help but make him eager to give it a try.
After practicing divine elephant prison suppressing strength for so long, Chen Yan had never encountered a physical cultivator martial artist. Lin Xingqing's words had just fallen, only to see barbarian man suddenly get up and roar furiously in dissatisfaction. Humph, this prince is the son of the barbarian emperor, how dare you not give this prince the honorable private room? Outrageous, believe it or not, this prince smashes your broken auction house.
The loud noise instantly attracted everyone's attention.
All the ethnic martial artists in the hall at the moment were disgusted with the arrival of these barbarians, especially when they saw barbarian man's openly crazy appearance. Their eyes were even more dissatisfied. The barbarians, although they occupied a domain, were nothing more than a land of barbarians.
Without any cultivation talent, they could only hammer the physical body of the reckless.
At this time, the person in charge of the auction house hurried over. Hello, this gentleman, we have made arrangements for all the private rooms in the auction house. I'm really sorry. However, barbarian man was snorting coldly with a slight murderous aura in his eyes.
What, is my status as the barbarian clan's royal son not worthy? The loud questioning voice once again drew dissatisfaction from the crowd.
Just as the person in charge was stammering and didn't know how to answer, an extremely young voice suddenly came from the upstairs private room number 5. Not letting you into the private room means that you are not qualified, a mere barbarian. How dare you spread your wildness? The voice from private room number 5 instantly spread throughout the entire auction house. And that barbarian sentence instantly angered barbarian man.
He roared angrily in the direction of private room number 5. Arrogant, who are you? If you have the ability to come down and compete with this prince, let's see if I don't beat the shit out of you.
In his life, barbarian man hated it when people called him a barbarian. In his heart, the barbarians were the supreme race, much more noble than those human races. Inside the 5th private room, the young man sneered. This saint's son doesn't care to argue with a barbarian yet, but if you want to find trouble feel free to come. I, the saint's son of the Shangqing sect, Shen Wanlang.
Hearing the name of the Shangqing sect, the crowd watching the show couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. TSK, it's actually the saint's son of the Shangqing sect. This barbarian has really kicked the bucket.
That's right, that's one of the 2 sects of the Taoist sect, a Taoist law that is subtle and incomparable. It's not something that this barbarian can compare to. And I've long heard that this saint's son of the Shangqing sect is the legendary Xian Shui sacred body, with an extremely high cultivation level. Chen Yan seldom paid attention to the Heaven's Pride martial artists of the 3,000 domains, so he was not too clear about this Shenlang's origin, but he still knew the name of the Shangqing sect. After all, it was one of the 2 sects of the Dao sect, a sect that was one of the top 10 forces in the 3,000 domain. Lin Xingqiang was also able to see Chen Yan's lack of understanding in this regard, as she smiled at the side and explained. This Shen Wanlang is the saint's son of the Shangqing sect, the personal son of this sect's patriarch, bearing the Xian Shui sacred body, and has a lonely and arrogant temperament. Just as Lin Xingqiang's words fell, a voice once again came from the other box number 6. Amitabha Buddha, poor monk Ling Dust, Buddha's son of Great Thunder Sound Temple, barbarian man scholar, since the auction house has made a decision, it only means that your identity is not enough. If you have come, then you are safe. Why do you need to get angry?
Hearing Ling Dust's voice, the crowd watching from the side couldn't help but be even more surprised.
Buddha domain Buddha's son, Ling Dust, this was also an extraordinary character. Hearing the words of the 2, barbarian man was instantly furious, and a wave of anger was about to be unleashed. But before he could open his mouth, a cool woman's voice came from within the 3rd box. This palace is Xian sect holy maiden, Lin Susu, if you make any more noise, I will personally send you out. Hiss. When the crowd heard this, they were shocked again. Holy shit, another big brother. The saint son of the Dao sect, the saint daughter of the Xian sect, and even the Buddha sons of the Buddha domain. Which one of these 3 was not a big shot that had shocked the 3,000 realms? The 3 spoke at the same time, and barbarian man couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid, only that he was still angry in his heart. Where are the other 3 boxes? I don't believe that they are more qualified than this imperial prince. Ask for a wave of gifts, urging for more, 5-star praise, the author strives to make another chapter, kneeling request. Barbarian man's voice once again spread throughout the auction house. The crowd was also very curious as to what kind of characters could sit in these 6 private rooms.
After all, those three just now were all holy sons and holy daughters from the 10 great upper regions, and their status and position were the topmost existences in the entire 3,000 regions. Where did this savage come from? It's really annoying. I didn't want to care about you, but I dare to intensify my behavior. I'm the holy daughter of the southern divine realm, Miao Linger, savage, do you want to try my compulsion? Inside box number 4, Miao Linger's voice floated out. Instantly, a chill could not help but strike on the bodies of the entire crowd watching the show at the venue. This Muzhong's parasites and poisonous insects were terrifyingly incomparable and had numerous tricks. If one messed with them, one might die one day. Moreover, these parasites are strange, and there are some parasites that make men instantly impotent. Impotence is definitely a great harm to a man. That's why although this Miaozhong divine realm was not famous on weekdays, no one dared to pick a fight against them. Barbarian Man had suffered another defeat. He had naturally heard of Miaozhong. It was a group of crazy people who were not to be messed with. The words from box number 4 had just fallen, followed by Qin Xuan's voice leisurely ringing out from within box number 1. What? This imperial city is all owned by my Qin family? This box this emperor can't sit in? Hiss. It was only when the crowd heard this familiar voice that they realized. It turned out that this number 1 box was occupied by the second prince. One must know that the momentum of the Wuji dynasty is much more fierce and stronger than the other 10 domains. Even if Barbarian Man was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to go to war with the Wuji divine dynasty. After being defeated continuously, Barbarian Man held a bellyful of anger in his heart, and his eyes were filled with rage. Although the two elders on the side were urging him to calm down, he just didn't believe in this evil. His gaze was placed on box number 2. Seeing that box number 2 was slow to move, he let out a cold laugh, thinking that he had picked up a soft persimmon, and directly snapped. Which shrinking violet is in this number 2 box? Roll out for me. The crowd of spectators watching the show also couldn't help but place their eyes on the number 2 box. Even the few holy sons and daughters from just now looked over. This number 2 box represented a different meaning. Being under Qin Xuan, the main seat, meant that the status of the visitor was not simple, even higher than them. Roll. Chen Yan's sentence of roll instantly spread throughout the entire auction house. Just a single sound wave air current shook the entire auction house. Barbarian Man was also stunned, and then he snorted coldly. What kind of rat? If you have the ability, come out and fight with Grandpa. Chen Yan let out a cold smile, his eyes flickering with a slight murderous aura. Chen family, Chen Yan. The 4 short words instantly caused the entire auction crowd to freeze. The second box was actually the Chen family's imperial son, Chen Yan. With the Chen family's destruction of the Red Flame Divine Realm not long ago still fresh in their minds, Chen Yan, the Chen family's imperial son's fame was instantly pushed to a climax. The Red Flame Divine Domain, hundreds of years ago that was one of the top 10 upper domains, and it was destroyed just like that. This showed the strength of Chen Tiandao. As for Barbarian Man, when he heard the name of the Chen family, he was also mute and did not dare to speak anymore. Because before he came out, his father, the Barbarian Emperor, had warned him that it was fine to mess with anyone, but never mess with the Chen family. That Chen Tiandao was a madman, and an invincible madman at that. If you mess with that kind of person, the entire Barbarian domain would have to be scrapped by him. More than 100 years ago, the Barbarian Emperor had once fought with Chen Tendao, and at first, he thought that this was just a junior, and that he would surely take it down with ease. However, as the battle began, in just 50 moves, he couldn't hold on. If he hadn't finally opened his bottom card at the cost of his own essence blood, he probably wouldn't even have survived today. To say who the Barbarian Emperor feared the most, the only person was Chen Tiandao. That was why when Barbarian Man hadn't come out yet, the Barbarian Emperor had specifically reminded him that he must not provoke the Chen family's heir. Otherwise, that madman Chen Tendao was really going to retaliate. Moreover, Chen Tiandao's retaliation was a complete loss of reason. If he offended Chen Yan, he was afraid that Chen Tiandao would lead the entire Chen family into a direct battle with the Barbarian domain. That was a complete madman. Barbarian Man also remembered his father's words and instantly went mute. The full rage in his heart was directly doused at this moment. There is also me, the holy daughter of the Violet Sky Divine Sect, Lin Xingcheng. What, do you need the two of us to make room for you? Lin Xingcheng's voice rang out, and immediately, the entire auction house was silent. Holy shit? The holy daughter of the Violet Sky Divine Sect, Lin Xingcheng, was actually in a private room with the Chen clan's imperial son? These two were both existences that had the backing of the 10 great forces and had supreme talent and cultivation. Even if Barbarian Man is no longer open-minded, he wouldn't dare to let these two vacate the seat for himself. So a circle counted down, Savage Full found that seems to be he cannot mess with.
6 compartments, all of them are the forces of the 10 great upper regions, and every one of them is not simple. The second elder on the side pulled the corner of Barbarian Man's coat and whispered next to him, "Your Imperial Highness, let's just forget about it." The second elder's voice rang in Barbarian Man's ears, and he let out a cold snort, but then sat down hopelessly. The surrounding crowd of onlookers covered their mouths and snickered. Barbarians were barbarians, and they dared to come to the human race's auction house to spread their wildness without taking a piss. The contradiction between the barbarians and the human race has a long history, only now the human race is powerful and the barbarians are weak. The person in charge of the auction house, to see things settled almost, then smilingly walked up to the stage, opened his mouth. "Well, gentlemen, just a little episode, everyone do not care, our auction today is about to begin," said the person in charge. Towards the backstage on the side made a wink, then smiled and said, "Please welcome our first auction item today, the Fox Lady." With that, several attendants pushed up a prison cart. A young woman with furry ears pitifully knelt down in the prison cart. A fox girl was what a fox demon became after transforming into a fox demon. But because the Fox clan was hunted and killed by the human race, many fox clans have long since died out, and now there are very few foxes left, not to mention the foxes after the transformation of the female. This fox woman was born beautiful, a pair of eyebrows extremely attractive. If one were to go to bed with it, one would be able to enjoy all the wonders of the world, which is definitely a target for many rich people to compete for.